start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 goes down in history. Missed Peach Blossom Luck. Lu Changsheng clenched his big hand and held the wildly trembling yin-yang ball in his hand. Chu Chengyi seemed to hear a cry of grief, knowing that the sun and moon butterfly had fallen. Even though she knew Lu Changsheng's strength very well, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw a sun and moon butterfly with a heavenly bloodline being killed so easily. This means that if a great cultivator in the late Qingyun stage is not careful and encounters Lu Changsheng's ambush, he may also fall directly. Let's go. Lu Changsheng signaled the golden-winged sky peng to keep watch here, and then pulled Chu Chengyi to the cave of the sun and moon butterfly. Monster kings like this all have a lot of natural treasures. And there is also a third-level spiritual vein below, which naturally cannot be missed. Cough cough cough. As soon as he arrived at the cave of the sun and moon butterfly, Lu Changsheng's cultivation and magic power receded like a tide, and then he covered his chest and coughed hard a few times. Dao Ialu, are you okay? Chu Chengyi saw this and immediately asked with concern. But the next moment, as if she thought of something, her fair and delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and then spread to her ears. Is this man acting again? But he had not fully recovered from his previous condition, and he had just used this explosive secret method again. I'm fine, but I haven't fully recovered before, so I used the secret method again, which caused my body to be overloaded. Lu Changsheng shook his head gently. However, seeing Chu Chengyi's face blushing, he immediately asked with concern, Chengyi, what's wrong with you? Why are your cheeks so red? While speaking, he reached out to touch her blushing jade-like cheeks. Delicate and smooth, but with a scorching heat. I'm fine. Chu Chengyi's face was so red that blood was about to drip out, and she thought that she was really led astray by this man. Before the other party spoke, he thought of dual cultivation to heal his injuries. Are you really okay? Did the sun and moon butterfly hurt you just now? I feel your cheeks are getting hotter and hotter. Lu Changsheng continued to ask with concern. Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger. She instantly realized that Lu Changsheng was teasing her and wanted to push him away. The other party was a Qingyun cultivator. Even if he was concerned about her, could he not see what was wrong with her? However, Lu Changsheng was in the third stage of body refining, and his physique was like a dragon. He did not move at all, but just looked down at her. When their eyes met, Chu Chengyi's heart was pounding. Her clear and firm beautiful eyes were actually a little timid, and she wanted to dodge and escape. Lu Changsheng slowly lowered his head and moved towards her lips, which were as clear as water. Chu Chengyi, who could face the demon cultivators and the Cheyenne demon corpses with a calm face, was a little timid at this moment. Her right hand tightly grasped the magic sword in her hand, and her left hand unconsciously pinched her skirt, watching Lu Changsheng getting closer and closer. The four lips touched. The lips were soft and smooth, and the fragrance was slightly sweet, which was beautiful. But what Lu Changsheng found most interesting was that Chu Chengyi was still nervous and shy after so many times, and her body was tense. It was a sharp contrast to the heroic and valiant sword fairy on weekdays. However, after seeing Chu Chengyi gradually close her beautiful eyes and let him do what he wanted, Lu Changsheng left a little. He gently stroked her face with his thumb and smiled. I'm fine, don't think too much. Of course, if Chengyi is willing to heal my wounds, I will be grateful and willing to give myself to you. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He was not so eager to think about this every day. He had deceived Chu Chengyi before, simply because they had not seen each other for too long, and through deep communication, they quickly brought the relationship closer. These days, the two of them have been respectful to each other, and there is no need to enhance their relationship in this way. If you use this as an excuse again, it would be ugly. It is better to alternate between cold and hot and behave more like a gentleman. So-and-so is going to heal you. Chu Chengyi was full of shame and anger, and she broke away from Lu Changsheng's arms and turned away. She was born with a sword heart, and her mind was detached and unworldly. It was difficult for ordinary things to touch and disturb her. But since meeting Lu Changsheng, his sword heart has been directly invalidated, and even covered with a layer of dust. Whether it was the kiss just now, or the previous healing, or even the bits and pieces of getting along, they were deeply imprinted in her heart, causing an indelible impact. No wonder junior sister was influenced by this man. Chu Qingyi sighed, collected her mind, and her face gradually calmed down. Is this the sun god stone, such a big piece? After the two came to the sun and moon butterfly cave, Lu Changsheng saw a stone pier that was a foot high, and his expression was immediately surprised. Over the years, he has been collecting materials for refining his life magic weapon, the yin-yang deodagram. But it is too difficult to gather them together. With the current ability of Qingzhu Mountain, it is impossible to collect this level of natural materials and treasures. So after so many years, not even half of the materials have been gathered. And the sun god stone in front of him is one of the main materials for refining the yin-yang deodagram. And the sun god stone can not only refine the yin-yang deodagram, it can also be used to refine the yin-yang ancient mirror and quench the yin-yang creation gourd. For him, getting such a large piece of sun god stone was worth the trip. This sun and moon butterfly can have a blood mutation. Could it be related to this sun god stone? Has it obtained the sun god essence? Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart, suspecting that the other party had obtained the 4th level spiritual material, the sun god essence. He immediately searched the cave with Chu Qingyi. But he didn't see any sun god essence, only a few 3rd level spiritual materials and spiritual medicines. Think about it. If there are still such heaven and earth spiritual materials, the sun and moon butterfly would have used it to improve itself. How could it have been left there and waited for him to arrive? Qingyi, help me keep an eye on the situation outside. I want to refine the sun and moon butterfly into blood soul aura. At this time, Lu Changsheng said to Chu Qingyi, the blood soul aura that awakens the Tai soul is condensed from the blood and demon soul of the 3rd level demon king. Now that the sun and moon butterfly has just died, it is the best time to condense the blood soul aura. If time passes, even with a yin-yang key great capture and seal, the demon soul will still dissipate and vitality will be lost, thus affecting the effect of the blood and soul aura. Blood and soul aura. Chu Qingyi was surprised. She didn't expect that Lu Changsheng hunted this sun and moon butterfly to refine the blood and soul aura. She wanted to say that although the blood and soul aura can comprehend the innate magical powers of demon beasts, the probability is less than 11, which is a waste. It is better to use the demon soul and blood to refine magic weapons, elixirs, etc. But thinking of Lu Changsheng's amazing talent, like a natural talent, she swallowed the words, nodded and said, okay. Lu Changsheng raised his hand, and the yin-yang ball burst into a rosy glow, releasing the body of the sun and moon butterfly. Although this demon king is dead, there is still a terrifying aura of spiritual pressure all over his body. Thunder Gang Longian, refine. Lu Changsheng clenched his palm, and the hot and fierce purple-red flames rolled and spread, like a roaring dragon, drowning the sun and moon butterfly in front of him. Boom boom boom, as the thunder dragon flame began to refine, the dim body of the sun and moon butterfly flowed with faint golden divine light and dark moonlight. A butterfly shadow loomed and roared at Lu Changsheng, forming a terrifying aura of oppression. It would be difficult for an ordinary giant and cultivator to refine the sun and moon butterfly into a blood and soul aura. But Lu Changsheng's soul was stable and his magic power was powerful, and he was not affected at all. In this way, time passed little by little. The thunder dragon flame was like a thunder and fire furnace, emitting a little golden luster, melting the essence and soul of the sun and moon butterfly into one. It was unknown how long it had been, but the body of the sun and moon butterfly was completely shriveled and dim. All the essence and soul formed a blood-colored agate that was intertwined with the golden rays and dark moonlight. The whole body was bright, filled with a blazing and gorgeous blood-colored brilliance, dazzling and dazzling, revealing surging vitality. If Qingzhu can obtain these two innate magical powers in the foundation building period, then he will be truly invincible at the same level. Lu Changsheng held the blood soul aura, his expression tired and happy. He spent so much thought, just thinking about his son awakening the Tai soul body in the future, so that he could soar into the sky and obtain two innate magical powers. Although it was only a moment when they fought before. But Lu Changsheng could see that these two magical powers were extraordinary. If it weren't for the golden-winged sky pang, it would be difficult for him to kill the sun and moon butterfly alone. Even with Chu Qingyi, it wouldn't work. Is this the blood soul aura? At this time, Chu Qingyi, who was not far away, saw that Lu Changsheng's side had stopped moving, and walked over. Seeing the blood soul aura in his hand, Her beautiful eyes were surprised and curious. Although she knew about the blood soul aura, she had never seen it. Not bad. Lu Changsheng handed the blood soul aura to Chu Qingyi and asked her to take a closer look. Chu Qingyi looked at it for a few times and returned it to Lu Changsheng. Buzz! Lu Changsheng took out a beautiful jade box from his storage ring and put the blood and soul aura into it. Then he put a band on it to prevent the aura and soul from being lost. Qingyi, I just refined the blood and soul aura, and the consumption is a bit large. I need to recuperate for some time. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi and said, this is not an empty statement. Refining the sun and moon butterfly is much more difficult than the previous golden-eyed fire ape. Moreover, after refining the golden-eyed fire ape, he directly awakened the Tai soul body to quickly recover. Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Changsheng's pale and tired face, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, it's just healing and recuperation. There might be danger in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range at any time. So she couldn't watch Lu Changsheng in a weak state and spend a lot of time recuperating. Lu Changsheng was stunned. Why did she think about this as soon as he opened his mouth? Could it be that in Chu Qingyi's heart, he thought about this every day? But since Chu Qingyi rarely took the initiative, Lu Changsheng was also happy to agree. He immediately practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art with her to enhance their relationship. A few days later, Lu Changsheng's condition was mostly restored. Then he began to dig 3 feet into the ground to intercept the origin of the spiritual vein. Even though Chu Qingyi had seen Lu Changsheng intercept the origin before, she couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. A person can actually understand so many methods. What else doesn't he know? Looking through the history of the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, she couldn't find a person as amazing and talented as Lu Changsheng. Perhaps it is difficult to find someone who can match him in the history of the southern wilderness cultivation world. Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Changsheng's serious interception of the spiritual vein, her heart throbbing, and she muttered to herself. The southern wilderness cultivation world is vast, and the geniuses are like crucian carp crossing the river. In terms of cultivation speed, some people may be much faster than Lu Changsheng. But there is absolutely no one who can be like Lu Changsheng, who is first class in talent, understanding, and talent. Not only did his cultivation progress rapidly, his foundation was strong, far surpassing his peers, but he was also proficient in making talismans, refining elixirs, cooking, searching for dragons, and many other arts. Moreover, Lu Changsheng was born in a humble family. She believed that within 100 years at most, Lu Changsheng's deeds would be recorded in the history of Jianghuo's cultivation world, and even in the history of Nanhuang's cultivation world. In the vast world of cultivation, even a real person who has achieved the damned stage will be forgotten by the long years. Those who can be recorded in the history books are all people of extraordinary talent. Half a month later, most of this third-level spiritual vein was intercepted. With his early experience, Lu Changsheng did not intercept it all. He knew that once all the spiritual veins were intercepted, they would be completely exhausted, which would affect other branches, causing the ground veins to collapse and attract the attention of other demon kings. After a while, Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyu left. Riding on the golden-winged Cheyenne Pen, he entered the Nine Heavens Gangfeng layer and flew towards Jianghuo. After flying thousands of miles, Lu Changsheng suddenly sensed a demonic aura and mana fluctuations. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw an old woman and a woman in snow clothes being chased by a third-level vicious bird. The old woman was a fake elixir cultivator. She performed some secret technique and her cultivation level was comparable to that of an early-stage elixir cultivator, but she was still no match for this third-level vicious bird and could only barely hold on. HMPH. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. The golden-winged skyrock under him also exuded a terrifying third-level pressure of the true spirit level. Cry. The huge body of the third-level vicious bird trembled suddenly, as if it had encountered some great terror, and immediately gave up the pursuit and fled madly. Thank you for the rescue, Senior. Ningzuro, thank you for the rescue, Senior. Seeing this, the silver-haired old woman and the white-clothed woman were surprised and horrified. They didn't expect that the two of them would meet such a peerless master. Just a wisp of breath pressure scared the third-level demon king away. But the next moment, they were uneasy. They didn't know what the temperament of the senior was like, and whether he had any purpose in saving them. However, above the nine heavens, the existence of that terrifying aura seemed to just pass by without stopping. Seeing this scene, Ningzhuo didn't know why. She felt a little disappointed. Then she bowed respectfully towards the clouds, looked at the old woman next to her, and asked with concern, "Grandma, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The old woman's face was pale. She took out a delicate porcelain bottle, poured out several pills and swallowed them, her face full of the meaning of surviving a disaster. Then she sighed and said, "It's also my luck today to meet such a senior master, otherwise it would be dangerous, but it's a pity that I don't have the chance. It's a blessing to meet such a master. How can I beg for too much?" The woman was wearing a snow-white dress, with a delicate head and eyebrows, and a graceful figure, and she sighed softly. At this moment, on the golden-winged Cheyenne pen, Lu Changsheng was wearing a black robe, with an upright posture, flowing with faint starlight, and standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Qingyi. The peach blossom goo in the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows told Lu Changsheng that he had missed his luck in love. Luck in love. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that the luck in love that the peach blossom goo was referring to was the woman in white. The other party only had the foundation building cultivation, and went deep into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain with a fake elixir cultivator. It was estimated that she had some purpose. If he was willing to lend a hand again, I think this woman would be grateful and repay him with her body. Even with his strength of driving away the Demon King with just one word, as long as he was willing to help, the other party might directly become a slave. However, Lu Changsheng did not feel sorry. It was just a female cultivator of the foundation building. Even if she could be noticed by the peach blossom goo, she was a little extraordinary. But as long as Patriarch Lu was willing to show his cultivation and spend some time and thought, there were countless female cultivators of the foundation building who were willing to recommend themselves. Besides, Chu Qingyi was still beside him, so he couldn't flirt with her. Dao was kind. Chu Qingyi appreciated Lu Changsheng's behavior just now. If Lu Changsheng hadn't done it, she would have chosen to do it. There was no reason. As fellow human cultivators, they just happened to meet and had the ability, so they were naturally willing to help. It was just a matter of convenience. Lu Changsheng held her fair hands, like a perfect couple, and said with a chuckle, "Born as a human, you should do human things." This was what he had said to his daughter Nangguan Yao before, and he has always practiced it. It's not that he is so high and mighty that he doesn't help others when he has achieved a little success in cultivation. Jiang Kingdom. More than 10 miles away from Changsheng Market. Several key refining cultivators were walking towards the market. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying spiritual pressure of magic power, and his expression was horrified. He saw a tall and burly middle-aged man in a dark golden robe riding a 10-foot-tall hanging tiger. Swish! 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 The hanging tiger rushed madly, and the speed was so fast that only a residual image could be seen, tearing the air into a long wave of air. Boom boom boom, behind the hanging tiger, a series of Taoist magics roared, continuous and violent. Facing such an attack, the burly man riding on the tiger could only constantly activate the talismans and drive the spiritual tools to parry. But after a long period of bombardment, his face was extremely pale and embarrassed, and the fur of the hanging tiger under him was a little burnt. Not good. It's a great monk who has established his foundation. We have entered the Changsheng city area. How dare someone take action here? This person seems to be the president of the Spirit Tiger Association, Qiao Daon. Who is this woman? She actually killed President Qiao so embarrassedly. These key refining monks recognized the man riding on the hanging tiger, exclaimed in a low voice, and hurriedly avoided it to avoid being affected. Damn it! Qiao Daon never expected that he would be ambushed by Lu Wangshu when he went out. In addition to the talisman formation, the opponent's frontal combat power is also amazing. The magic power seems to be endless, and the magic is continuous. But he has already sent a message to his Taoist partner to come to support. As long as they reached Changsheng City, Lu Wangshu did not dare to continue. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, and her delicate and bright face was as cold as frost at this moment, giving people a sense of coldness and nobility. Her slender jade fingers kept sketching and tapping, forming several ripples, and the talisman spells roared towards Qiao Daon. The other party was about to escape to Changsheng City, and she was not on the least anxious. After all, if she dealt with the other party directly and quickly, she would not be able to achieve a deterrent effect. It would also be impossible to lure out the other party's Taoist partner, the second in command of the Linghu Society. Not long after, Qiao Daon finally waited for his support. Boss. I saw a light yellow spirit boat breaking through the air. The leader was a woman in her 40s, with dark skin, wearing a powerful armor suit, and full of wildness. Behind her stood more than a dozen key refining monks who were at least in the late stage of key refining. Amai. Qiao Daun immediately shouted at the woman, indicating that he would condense a battle formation to relieve the pressure on himself and retreat to Changsheng City. Clang. However, at this moment, a crisp sword sound rang out. Qiao Daun suddenly felt a heart-shaking sharp aura enveloping him. Then, the sound of thunder resounded, and he suddenly felt a golden light flash in front of his eyes. His protective spiritual shield was easily broken like tofu. A platinum flying sword came from nowhere and pierced through his chest, causing the whole person to fly down from the hanging tiger, and fell to the ground with a thump, spitting blood. Buzz, seeing this, Lu Wangshu, who was not far away, raised his white hand lightly, and a talisman with a crystal luster appeared in his palm. The talisman formed a light golden rope, which bound Qiao Daun and made it difficult for his magic power to operate. Boss. President. Seeing this, the wild woman and the elite members of the Spirit Tiger Association on the spirit boat were all horrified, exclaimed loudly, and their faces were full of disbelief. Their own Taoist partner, the president, was suppressed so easily. But in an instant, they realized that they had been tricked. The other party deliberately let Qiao Daun back, just to kill him and lure him and others out of the market. Let's go. The wild woman immediately activated the spirit boat with all her strength, raised the light curtain, and turned back to Changsheng City. Can we leave? A calm and indifferent voice sounded. A young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, with a dignified bearing and holding a crystal magic sword, appeared in front of them at some point. Chapter 502, Your ancestor was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy by my eldest brother. Danger. Seeing the swordsman in green, the wild woman's hair stood on end, and the alarm bell in her heart rang. She and Qiao Daun had come this far from being casual cultivators, so they naturally had some extraordinary qualities. For example, she had a keen sense of smell that ordinary people did not have. With this keen sense, she had survived many near-death situations. But the young man in front of her gave her an unprecedented sense of danger. It was like a peerless divine sword unsheathed, with its sharp edge exposed. His calm and indifferent eyes even made her skin feel like a thorn in her back, like sitting on pins and needles. Clang. Lu Qingshan swung the magic sword in his hand, and the sharp sword light was like a dragon and snake filled with crystal luster, baring its fangs and claws and pouncing on the light curtain of the spirit boat. Boom, the spirit boat trembled, and the light curtain dimmed. Who are you, sir? How did our Spirit Tiger Society offend you? We are willing to compensate. Senior, spare my life. The wild woman did not know Lu Qingshan. But with a sword, she clearly realized the difference in strength between the two, and decisively chose to beg for mercy. The other key refining cultivators on the spirit boat also begged for mercy. If they were to encounter ordinary foundation-building cultivators, they would still have the strength to fight. But the Lu Qingshan in front of them, with his sharp edge and unrivaled momentum, made them unable to think of resisting. Lu Qingshan said nothing, and swung the magic sword in his hand. Several feet-long golden sword lights emerged, surging out, crisscrossing, weaving into a sharp golden net, covering everyone in the spirit boat. Boom! The light curtain of the spirit boat broke piece by piece, and everyone was wrapped in the golden sword net. Then, in the sword net, the dense sword energy was like the rustling autumn wind, shuttling and flashing, full of murderous intent. Senior, spare my life. These people wanted to break the golden sword net, but they were powerless and despaired. Puff puff puff, in just a moment, everyone vomited blood. The body was covered with shocking sword marks, bleeding, and lost the power to resist. The same was true for the wild woman in the lead. In front of Lu Qingshan's fierce and overbearing sword energy, she had no power to fight back. Capture them all. Lu Qingshan looked at Lu Wangshu not far away and smiled. Brother Qingshan's strength really opened my eyes. Lu Wangshu solved the hanging tiger and smiled. This was not flattery. Lu Qingshan's fighting power really shocked her. The sword energy was sharp, the edge was overbearing, and it destroyed everything. Not only Qiao Daun's body protection spirit shield. The light curtain shield of the second-level spirit boat was easily broken by him. It can be said that cultivators of the same level could not resist his sword energy at all. Even if she faced this sword energy directly without using the talisman formation, the talismans given by her father would be difficult to deal with. Not worth mentioning. Lu Qingshan's mouth corners slightly raised, without too much complacency. After all, this level of battle, for him, is pure bullying. Suppress. Lu Wangshu looked at the wild woman and others, raised his white hands lightly, and outlined a series of spirit talismans. Then he suddenly penetrated into their bodies, imprisoning and suppressing all their cultivation and magic power. He also helped them temporarily stop the sword wounds. During this process, Lu Wangshu noticed that there was a secret sword energy in these people's bodies. It is estimated that as long as Lu Qingshan has a thought, this sword energy can destroy all their vitality. What a wonderful method! Lu Wangshu couldn't help but look at Lu Qingshan, and was amazed. This not only tests strength, but also tests the control of sword energy. It takes a very high level of swordsmanship to achieve this. Fairy Lu, we have no grudges with you, Qingzhu Mountain. If we have offended Fairy Lu in the past, please forgive us. We are willing to make compensation and apologize. At this time, the wild woman looked at Lu Wangshu and said in a weak voice, "No grudges." Lu Wangshu sneered, "You Linghu society have repeatedly harassed my Qingzhu Mountain and family shops, and you still have the nerve to say that you have no grudges. But this lady has always been generous and magnanimous. As long as you are willing to honestly explain why you did this and whether someone instructed you to do so, I can consider sparing your lives." Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, with a slender figure and clear and beautiful eyes that seemed to contain spirituality. The wild woman immediately understood why Lu Wangshu didn't kill them. Because the other party wanted them to testify against the Sima family. But Changsheng City is not far from Zhuangwu Ridge. If they offend the Sima family, there will be no place for them in Changsheng City in the future. Fairy Lu, it's the Sima family. However, before she could speak, a Linghu society monk said loudly, "That's right, Fairy Lu, this matter was instigated by the Sima family of Zhuangwu Mountain. Fairy Lu, I am willing to testify, please spare my life." Except for a few people who were too seriously injured to speak, the others spoke one after another. Although they were afraid of the Sima family. But now if they don't fight for the opportunity, they will lose their lives. As casual cultivators, nothing is more important to them than being alive. Lu Wangshu didn't speak, but looked at the wild woman Luo Mei and Qiao Daon. He wanted to know if they had direct evidence. Fairy Lu, this matter was indicated by the fourth elder of the Sima family, but he was very cautious and did not leave any evidence. Qiao Daon said with a pale face and bitter face. Although he coveted the benefits promised by the Sima family and wanted to go further, but the Sima family found him, and he had no room to refuse. So in this process, there was no evidence to prove that the Sima family was instigating. As for coming forward to testify, the world of cultivating immortals pays attention to evidence, but it pays more attention to strength. If Qingzhu Mountain has the strength to directly destroy the Sima family, then just find a reason and excuse. But the two families are evenly matched, and unless there is direct evidence, the Sima family will not admit it. That is why the Sima family dared to make trouble in secret. Is it this old guy? Lu Wangshu frowned when she heard the fourth elder of the Sima family. Back then, the other party was suppressed by her in Yunnaifang City. In the end, the Sima family spent 80,000 spirit stones and a shop to redeem him. I didn't expect that this person would dare to cause trouble for my family. Since you want to live, you have to pay a price, right? Lu Wangshu raised his fair and delicate chin slightly, and his black hair fell beside his smooth and beautiful swan neck, which was very beautiful. The profession of talisman cultivation is good in every way. It's just too expensive. Whether practicing talisman making, fighting with others, training talisman soldiers, or refining the natal talisman, money is indispensable. As long as Fairy Lu is willing to let us go, we, the Spirit Tiger Club, are willing to give us all the wealth we have accumulated over the years. If Fairy Lu likes it, our Spirit Tiger Club is also willing to serve the nobles. Luo Mei and Qiao Daon looked at each other and said hurriedly. They also knew that there was only one way to choose before them. That is to offer the Spirit Tiger Club and show their value. And after this incident, they would be equivalent to offending the Sima family. If they don't take refuge in Qingzhu Mountain, there will be no place for them in Qingyun. Compensation. This is the compensation you give me for harassing my spiritual land and shops and delaying my practice. Why do you say it as if I am robbing money? Lu Wangshu was a little unhappy when he heard this, and corrected it. Although he loves money, he has always made it in a proper way. Yes, this is our compensation to Fairy Lu, An apology. The two of them were relieved when they saw Lu Wangshu's tone, knowing that their lives were temporarily saved. As for how Lu Wangshu would arrange them afterwards, they didn't know. But as foundation-building cultivators, the two of them are of great value to any force. In that case, let's go. Lu Wangshu tapped his storage bag, and a delicate spiritual boat with a jade-like luster appeared. He put all these people on the spiritual boat, then looked at Lu Qingshan, and took these people to Chixifeng City to receive the assets of the Spirit Tiger Association. Lu Qingshan did not get on the spiritual boat, but flew his sword to the side to avoid any accidents. Hiss, isn't that Qiao Daun from the Spirit Tiger Association? Why does he look like this? Not only Qiao Daun, but also his Taoist partner Luo Mei, those few seem to be core members of the Spirit Tiger Association. What's going on? This woman in a pink skirt seems to be Lu Wangshu, the talisman fairy of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. They were about to approach Chixifeng City, so there were many cultivators coming and going. They were all very surprised to see the figure on the green jade spiritual boat. After all, the Spirit Tiger Association is very famous in Chixifeng City. President Qiao Daun is even regarded as an idol and role model by many casual cultivators. But now, Qiao Daun's face was pale, his chest was full of blood, and he squatted on the spirit boat like a prisoner. The same was true for Luo Mei and others beside him, all of whom were covered with sword marks and blood. However, these cultivators did not dare to look at it for too long, lest they upset Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingshan next to the green jade spirit boat. After all, these were two great foundation-building cultivators. Not long after, Lu Wangshu drove the green jade spirit boat to the outside of Changsheng Market. Who are you? Changsheng Market is a market under the name of Qingyun Sect. The patrolling Qingyun Sect disciples saw this and immediately stepped forward to ask about the situation, but were not allowed to move forward. I am Lu Wangshu from Qingzhu Mountain. The Spirit Tiger Society has been harassing my Qingzhu Mountain industry these days. Today, we will settle the grievances with them, and it will not affect the market. Please give me some convenience. A token appeared in Lu Wangshu's hand, and he said very politely, Qingzhu Mountain, Linghu Club. Upon hearing this, the leading Qingyun Sect disciple glanced at the token in Lu Wangshu's hand, then looked at Qiao Daun and others on the spirit boat, his pupils slightly condensed. Dao Ialu, as long as you settle your grievances outside the market, we will not care. But bringing people into the market like this will cause adverse effects, so please forgive me. The Qingyun Sect disciple said politely. Now Qingzhu Mountain is one of the fake pill families under the jurisdiction of Qingyun Sect. The mountain master Lu Changsheng is also a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect, so he is still willing to give some face. Otherwise, if ordinary cultivators dared to be so ostentatious, he would have directly scolded them. In this case, it should be okay for me to enter the market with her, right? Lu Wangshu glanced at Luo Mei and said aloud. Okay, but Dao Ialu must not do anything illegal in the market. The Qingyun Sect disciple also glanced at Luo Mei and said after a moment of silence. Dao Iao, please rest assured. Lu Wangshu bowed slightly. Then she blinked her beautiful and lively eyes at Lu Qingshan and said, Brother Qingshan, thank you for watching them here. Bringing Qiao Daun and others to Chixio Market was also part of their plan. This way, they could deter other forces. Okay, go ahead. Lu Qingshan crossed his arms, his spine straight, and his body seemed to contain a peerless divine sword that had not yet been unsheathed. The Qingyun Sect cultivator who was talking to Lu Wangshu next to him glanced at Lu Qingshan, his pupils shrank slightly, and he could see that he was not simple. Dao Iao is also a disciple of Qingzhu Mountain? He asked. Yet, Lu Qingshan glanced at him lightly and had no interest in the conversation. This was only in the Qingyun Sect. If it was in the Jinyang Sect, such disciples would bow to him when they saw him. This is my brother Lu Qingshan, who has been practicing outside. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu explained. Although she didn't take this Qingyun Sect disciple seriously. But the other party was a disciple of Qingyun Sect after all, and a law enforcement cultivator of Changsheng Market, so he still had to give him some face. Yet, this Qingyun Sect disciple had never heard of Lu Qingshan's name. He could see that Lu Qingshan in front of him was not simple, but very arrogant, so he did not continue to say anything, which would only make him look boring. Lu Wangshu cast a cleaning spell on Luo Mei, cleaning the blood off her body. Then he took her into Changsheng Market with a pale face. At this time, the cultivators coming and going outside the market all noticed Qiao Daun and the Linghu Society cultivators. After all, Qiao Daun and others were very famous in Changsheng market, but now they seem to have become prisoners. What's going on? Isn't this Qiao Daun of Linghu society? I know that man, he is Luo Hong, the deacon of Linghu society. Many casual cultivators stopped to watch and exclaimed in a low voice. It seems to be a feud between the Linghu society and the Lu family of Bihu Mountain. The Lu family of Bihu Mountain? Bihu Mountain is far away from here, how could it have a feud with the Linghu society? Don't you know that the ancestor of the Sima family in Xuanwu Ridge was suppressed by Lu Pinggan of Bihu Mountain, and he compensated Hemming Mountain to the Lu family, and Hemming Mountain is less than 1,000 miles away from here. Hiss, could this matter be related to the Sima family? Dao, you can't say this casually, if the Sima family cultivators hear it, you will be in trouble. I heard that Qiao Daun has the 6th level of foundation building cultivation and a 2nd level spirit beast. Even a great cultivator in the late foundation building period would find it difficult to capture him alive, right? How could he end up like this? Who is this person? Is he Lu Pinggan of Bihu Mountain? I just saw the Fu Fairy from Bihu Mountain. It should be the Qiao Daun she suppressed. I heard that the Fu Fairy killed 5 foundation building cultivators alone a few years ago, and even relied on the Fu formation to suppress a late foundation building elder of the Sima family. Her strength is terrifying. These monks who came and went looked at Qiao Daun on the spirit boat and Lu Qingshan next to him, talking about it and exclaiming. For many of them, the foundation building monks belonged to high and mighty existence. But now, a high and mighty, prestigious foundation building monk was suppressed like this and became a prisoner. However, these monks did not dare to watch for too long, lest they be remembered by Qiao Daun for watching the show here, and seek revenge on them in the future. At the same time, the matter about the Linghu Club and Qiao Daun quickly spread to the Chixiafang city, attracting many monks and forces to check. Time passed little by little. People kept coming to watch Qiao Daun's affairs and whispered, which made Lu Qingshan, who was resting with his eyes closed, a little unhappy. Feeling as if he was being looked at as a monkey, he opened his eyes and scanned the 4 directions. The sharp eyes immediately made many monks tremble in their hearts, and they dared not stay here to discuss. Fortunately, Lu Wangshu did not delay for too long. After clearing the book assets of the Spirit Tiger Society with Luo Mei and confirming the properties under their names, they walked out of the market. They planned to send other people to take over other assets later. Let's go, Brother Qingshan. Lu Wangshu saw that Lu Qingshan was a little impatient and smiled. Yes. Lu Qingshan nodded and prepared to leave with Lu Wangshu. However, at this moment, he suddenly turned around. His eyes were sharp, like 2 sharp swords, looking at a majestic and burly middle-aged man in the crowd, and said coldly, "Why do you have murderous intentions towards me?" He has a clear sword heart and a keen spiritual perception. If someone has evil intentions towards him, he can detect murderous intentions. Just now, he felt a bit of murderous intentions from this burly man. Hearing this, the monks in the field all looked at this burly man with a look of surprise. Someone recognized this burly man and knew that he was a monk from the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge. Lu Wangshu also looked back at the burly man. After a few glances, he said, "Are you from the Sima family? You Sima family really don't learn from your mistakes. Before, our ancestor Sima Tong was beaten like a dead dog by my eldest brother. He knelt down and begged for mercy, and barely saved his life. 4th elder Sima Wangguang barked wildly in front of this lady, relying on his seniority, and then I raised my hand to suppress him. Now he jumps out to find trouble again. My Lu family has not yet settled accounts with you about a matter of you instructing the Spirit Tiger Society to attack my Hemming Mountain." Lu Wangshu raised his head slightly, with an arrogant attitude, looking at the burly man as if looking at an ant. In the crisp and pleasant voice, there was endless contempt and disdain. Hiss. 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 When the cultivators in the field heard these words, they were all in an uproar and took a deep breath. Although the incident of Lu Pinggan suppressing Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family, was a big deal and spread widely. But most of these cultivators are ordinary casual cultivators and key refining cultivators. Even if they know about this, it is only rumors and gossip. Hearing Lu Wangshu's words at this time, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Sima family ancestor was beaten by Lu Pinggan and knelt down to beg for mercy to save his life? This is too horrifying. Isn't it said that this Sima ancestor was ambushed by the formation of the Lu family mistress Ling Zixio, causing serious injuries, and then was chased by Lu Pinggan for 3,000 miles and finally captured alive? Regardless of whether this news is true or false, Lu Wangshu's remarks today, once spread, will cause a serious blow to the reputation and prestige of the Sima family. Chapter 503, The Lu family's ancestral tomb is glowing with golden light again? Lu Wangshu, stop talking nonsense here and slandering my ancestor. The burly man suddenly turned pale, like a pig's liver, and shouted loudly. If he hadn't been unable to beat Lu Wangshu, he would have killed Lu Wangshu to defend the dignity of his ancestor. How did you slander? Isn't it true that your ancestor was suppressed by my eldest brother like a dog? Lu Wangshu said lightly with soft black hair and fluttering skirt. If it weren't for your Lu family's shameless ambush of the formation, my ancestor could suppress your eldest brother Lu Pingyan with a snap of a finger. Your ancestor was beaten like a dead dog by my eldest brother. If we had a head-on battle, my ancestor would have easily killed your eldest brother Lu Pingyan. Your ancestor was beaten like a dead dog by my eldest brother. My ancestor was ambushed by the formation, causing the magic weapon to be damaged, so your ancestor was beaten like a dead dog by my eldest brother. The Sima family cultivator was simply devastated. No matter what he said, Lu Wangshu only said one sentence lightly. The onlookers looked at each other in astonishment. They didn't expect that two great foundation-building monks would argue like this. However, after today, the matter of Sima patriarch may not be revealed. Anyone who is unhappy with the Sima family can use this sentence to mock. Lu Wangshu looked at the Sima family monk with red eyes and a face like pig liver and suddenly said, "Why, do you want to fight? It's too much to bully you if I fight with you. I guess you don't have the courage. How about this? This is my brother. If you can take his sword, I will take back what I said just now and apologize to your Sima family. If you can't even take my brother's sword, then don't say anything more. Follow me and wait for your family to redeem me." Lu Wangshu's beautiful eyes are smart, and he blinked his clear big eyes at Lu Qingshan. Although the Linghu Club belongs to the foundation building forces, it is just a loose cultivator gang, and there are not many current assets on the books. It would be better to kidnap a few foundation building monks from the Sima family and wait for the Sima family to redeem them. Hell, Lu Qingshan found Lu Wangshu's behavior a little funny. He didn't expect that in his memory, the sister who was well-behaved and cute in childhood, and seemed quiet and beautiful before, like a lady from a noble family, actually had such a playful side. But this character is quite pleasing to him. Sister Lu Qingzhu is too quiet, and is afraid of causing trouble for him. Usually, she doesn't even know to tell her brother when she has grievances. If it were the sister, well, this sister would probably cause trouble for herself every other day. Okay. Although the Sima family monk felt that there was something fishy, he still agreed. He was at least at the 5th level of foundation building cultivation. I don't believe that he can't even take Lu Qingshan's sword. Moreover, the other party insulted his ancestor in this way and put forward such an insulting challenge. If he still didn't dare to accept it, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame in the future. Even the whole family would be ashamed and become a joke. If he took the sword and asked Lu Wangshu to apologize, he could at least save some face. Moreover, in such a public place, he was not afraid that Lu Wangshu would go back on his word. If he went back on his word, it would be the face of Qingzhu Mountain that would be lost. Take the sword? Did this fairy Lu slip up? Yes, I know this person. His name is Sima Wangkong. He is at the 5th level of foundation building. How could he not take a sword? I guess he spoke too quickly and made a mistake. By the way, who is this person? Is he also a cultivator of the Lu family? How come I have never seen him before? When the cultivators in the field heard this, they all looked surprised and doubtful, and talked about it. They didn't believe that Sima Wangquan couldn't even take a sword from Lu Qingshan. Qiao Dayan, Luo Mei and others on the spirit boat looked at their noses and looked at their hearts, and didn't say anything. They had seen Lu Qingshan's strength before. Take the sword? They even doubted that Lu Qingshan could kill Sima Wangkong with one sword. Fighting is prohibited here. Seeing this, the law enforcement monks of Qingyun Sect immediately shouted coldly. Although this place is outside the market, fighting is still not allowed. Come if you have the guts. Lu Wangshu knew the rules of the market and glanced at Sima Wangkong. Then he looked at the other monks watching and said, "You fellow Taoists can come and watch and bear witness. I, Lu Wangshu, always keep my word." Hiss, this fairy Fu seems to be very confident. Even if I am wrong, I can't feel guilty now. That's right, the more so, the more you have to show that you are confident at this time. These monks whispered when they saw Lu Wangshu's fluttering clothes and his extraordinary and moving appearance. They still didn't believe that Lu Qingshan could defeat Sima Wangkong with one sword. Humph, this Lu Wangshu must be bluffing. Sima Wangkong looked at Lu Qingshan. He was wearing a green robe, and apart from his good looks and sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, there was nothing special about him. Then he said, "Come if you want." After that, he looked at the other monks and bowed slightly, saying, "Fellow Taoists, you can come and be a witness." Lu Wangshu's lips slightly raised, outlining a beautiful arc, driving the green jade spirit boat with Luo Mei, Qiao Daun and others to leave. Lu Qingshan shook his head with some amusement, cooperated with his sister's performance, found a seized flying sword from the storage ring, and flew on the sword. Sima Changquang followed closely behind, driving a flying shuttle. Seeing this, some of the onlookers offered flying swords, magic weapons, or spiritual bird mounts to watch the fun. There were even monks who released spirit boats, sold seats, and earned spirit stones. After leaving Chixiafeng City for several miles, Lu Wangshu's green jade spirit boat landed. Sima Wangkong, who followed closely, also landed from the flying magic weapon, looking at Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingshan with a solemn face. The two sides did not directly fight. After 20 or 30 people arrived, Lu Wangshu's face was bright and he shouted to Lu Qingshan like a spring breeze, "Brother Qingshan." "Okay." Lu Qingshan smiled. Then a white and gold magic sword appeared in his hand, and he looked at Sima Wangkong calmly and indifferently, saying, "Are you ready?" Sima Wangkong did not speak. In the Danshan of the Qi, the Dao Foundation was trembling. The magic power of the fifth level of the foundation building was surging like a raging wave, revealing an astonishing spiritual pressure. As a cultivator of the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge, he was quite powerful and surpassed many casual cultivators of the foundation building. Then a cocky long spear spiritual weapon appeared in his hand, looking at Lu Qingshan, and uttered a word, "Come." "It's about to start." Seeing this, the onlookers held their breath and looked at the two of them. Clang. Lu Qingshan's eyes were slightly condensed, and the whole person was like a peerless magic sword unsheathed, exuding a sharp breath that could tear the sky apart. The platinum magic sword in his hand trembled, bursting with dazzling brilliance, and slashed towards Sima Wangkong. Boom boom boom, before the sword light arrived, rolling wind and thunder gathered, and muffled thunder exploded, making everyone dazed, as if the sword light in front of them was like the thunder of the 9 heavens bombarding them. The sword light appeared in front of Sima Wangkong in an instant, and the long spear in his hand trembled, and then the whole body vomited blood, flew out, and fell to the ground with a thump. This what happened just now? Everyone stared, staring at Lu Qingshan, and Sima Wangkong, who was lying on the ground not far away with blood gushing from his chest, looked horrified and unbelievable. No one expected that this gambling fight would end so neatly. Not only did he defeat Sima Wangkong with one sword, but he also chopped him to spit blood, and a long blood mark appeared on his chest. They couldn't help but suspect that if Lu Qingshan used a little more force, this sword would cut Sima Wangkong's body in two. Horrible, so horrible. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Too fast. I didn't see how the sword was drawn just now, I just heard the rumbling thunder. Me too, I didn't see it clearly at all, I just heard the rumbling thunder, as if the 9-day divine thunder was striking me. Could it be that this is the legendary realm of swordsmanship, sword energy thunder sound? Sword energy thunder sound, how is this possible? Isn't it said that only Qingyun Henren can reach this realm of swordsmanship? Who is this person? How come Qingzhu Mountain has such a powerful person again? Everyone looked shocked, their hearts were ups and downs, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. The sword just now was completely beyond their cognition. Even if there were several foundation building cultivators among them, they couldn't see Lu Qingshan's sword clearly. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Qingshan." Lu Wangshu next to him laughed, raised his white hand lightly, and a spiritual talisman appeared in his palm, and he suppressed Sima Wangkong with ease. Then another rope appeared, tied Sima Wangkong and threw him onto the Qingyu spirit boat. If there are any Sima family cultivators, or if you know the Sima family, you can notify them and bring spirit stones to Hemming Mountain to redeem the people. Lu Wangshu looked at the shocked and confused people in the field, his expression was a little cold, and he said lightly. The crisp and pleasant voice gave people an indescribable dignity and majesty at this moment. "Let's go, Brother Qingshan." After that, the two of them drove the green jade spirit boat and left under the gaze of everyone. If I had known that Brother Qingzhu was so powerful, there would be no need to plan so many preparations. Lu Wangshu knew that Lu Qingzhu's temperament was a little funny, so she praised him and asked him about his method just now, which was the legendary sword thunder sound. Regarding the sword thunder sound, she had only heard a little bit, and had never seen it. Well, it did use some of the sword thunder sound methods. Lu Qingzhu said with a smile. Although he thought Sima Wangquan was a straw bag building foundation, he still used some real skills to defeat the enemy with one move. Sword thunder sound? I heard that only a Jinden's Henren can comprehend this realm of sword, but I didn't expect Brother Qingzhu to comprehend it. I have always heard Daddy and Mommy praise Brother Qingzhu for your unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, and I just have an idea now. Lu Wangshu continued to praise, and her clear and lively eyes seemed to flow with admiration. Lu Qingzhu was the one who worked hard most of the time today, so she naturally would not be stingy with a few compliments. After all, saying good things doesn't cost money. Maybe I will continue to trouble this brother in the future. As for the arrogance of genius, it depends on who you are talking to. Haha. Lu Qingzhu raised his mouth, in a very good mood, and said with a smile, it's not that exaggerated. There are not a few people who have comprehended the sword energy and thunder sound in the foundation building sword cultivation. But Sister Wangshu's strength makes me look at her with new eyes. Lu Qingzhu said, looking at the people on the spirit boat, and asked, how do you plan to arrange these people? Our family has no foundation in the Chixiafang city area. If the Linghu Club can be used by us, it will be much more convenient in the future. As for this person, naturally wait for the Sima family to redeem him. Although he can't even block a sword from you, Brother Qingzhu, he is a foundation building cultivator after all. The Sima family can't just ignore it. I think he can sell 50,000 or 60,000 spirit stones. Lu Wangshu smiled and said. Sell? Lu Qingzhu was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at his sister for a few times. I didn't expect that such a sensible and well-behaved sister would say such words. But this business seems to be very good. In my early years, I often competed with others to earn spirit stones and natural treasures. If we just detain the person and then let their family and sect redeem him, wouldn't it be more profitable? The Sima family has always been against our family, so my sister wants to use this method to drain the resources of the Sima family. Lu Wangshu noticed Lu Qingzhu's eyes and said with a serious face, besides, our two families are both big families in Qingyun territory. If we kill each other, it is equivalent to declaring war, so we will release the person as long as we make conditions. Lu Qingzhu smiled without saying anything, thinking that this sister is really interesting. The two returned to Hemming Mountain. Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingqi and others were all stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. I didn't expect that my brother and sister would solve the matter of the Linghu society so quickly and capture Qiao Daun and Luo Mei. And they also captured a foundation building cultivator from the Sima family. Brother Qingzhu, Sister Wangshu, this news may have been heard by the Sima family, and they may come to trouble us. Lu Qingzhu said immediately. The Sima family's Zuanwu Ridge is not far from here. If the Sima family started a war or ambushed outside, even if Lu Qingzhu and Lu Wangshu were strong, it would be very dangerous. Don't worry, unless the Sima family attacks with their entire clan, even if Sima Yu comes, he will never come back. Lu Wangshu knew what his brother was worried about. She dared to be so reckless, so she naturally had something to rely on. She had set up a talisman array in Hemming Mountain a long time ago. With the help of the Golden Armor Bean Mother, the second-level puppet, the third-level talisman, and the talisman array, she was sure to fight the Falstan Patriarch. What's more, there are Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu on Hemming Mountain now. Look at Sister Wangshu, it seems that she is looking forward to the Sima Patriarch coming. Lu Qingzhu raised his sword eyebrows and chuckled. Isn't it because you are here, Brother Qingzhu, thinking that when the time comes, our brothers and sisters will suppress the Sima Patriarch and then become famous? Lu Wangshu said half-jokingly. She was indeed looking forward to the Sima Patriarch coming. If the Sima family ancestor could be suppressed, wouldn't it be another blow to the Sima family, and the family would fall from grace? However, reason told her that it would be too ostentatious to do so. It would bring her a lot of trouble and potential danger. The Sima family will not come to Hemming Mountain to trouble us unless they are not afraid of the punishment of Qingyun Sect. But there is a high possibility of an ambush outside. When the time comes, Qingzhu and you and Brother Qingzhu go back, be careful. Lu Wangshu said seriously. He said that Lu Qingzhu and others would go back later, and he would finish the things here and go back together. At this moment, Xuanwu Ridge, Sima family, meeting hall. Lu Qingzhu, is he the Lu Qingzhu who worshipped in Qingyun Sect and was accepted as a disciple by Jiandan's Henrun? It is said that Lu Qingzhu went to Qingyun Sect to ask for swords in his early years, and was invincible in his level. Even Qingyun Sect rarely had rivals. Why did this boy come back? Qingzhu Mountain already has Lu Pingyan and Lu Wongshu, and now there is another Lu Qingzhu. Who can stop this rising trend? The news about Changsheng city was reported back to Xuanwu Ridge as soon as possible. So the head of the Sima family convened a family meeting to discuss the matter. This matter happened in Changsheng city. If our family does nothing and suffers this loss, won't we be laughed at by other forces in the future? An old Sima family member spoke up and signaled to give a thunderous counterattack. This Lu Qingzhu severely injured when Kong with one sword. His cultivation is estimated to have broken through to the late stage of foundation building. Unless the ancestor takes action, otherwise. I remember the information from the Qingyun Sect in the early years. This Lu Qingzhu has just broken through to the late stage of foundation building. How could he break through to the late stage of foundation building? Yes, if so, wouldn't this kid break through to the Jiandan stage in another 10 or 20 years? Several more people spoke up. Now is not the time to care about his cultivation. Whether he is in the late stage of foundation building or not, his strength is here. Do we really need the ancestor to take action? There was a lot of discussion in the meeting hall, but when it came to the ancestor taking action, everyone was silent. The ancestor Sima Tong was killed by Ling Xiao and Lu Pingyan in his early years. His self-destructing magic weapon damaged his Tao foundation. Now he only has the combat power of the late stage of foundation building and is still recovering from his injuries. If he wants to take action, only another ancestor, Sima Yu, can do it. But with the incident of Sima Tong, they are now in a shadow, fearing that the ancestor Sima Yu will have another accident. After all, if Sima Yu makes another mistake, then the Sima family may be doomed. For a while, the entire meeting hall was silent, and it was only after a long time that there were sighs and other sounds. A few days later, news about Changsheng city, Lu Qingzhu, and Lu Wongshu spread, causing countless cultivators and family forces to be shaken. Many people know about Lu Wongshu, the ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, the daughter of Lu Changsheng. The successor of the talisman path of the Lu ancestor, the disciple is better than the master. But not many people know about Lu Qingzhu. Only a few major fake pill families and a few people have heard of it. So after this incident, news about Lu Qingzhu's situation was revealed. When he was young, he was gifted and was favored by the real person of the Jiandan. He was accepted as a disciple and taken to the Qingyun Sect of Yu State, and then became the real disciple of the Qingyun Sect and the seed of the Jiandan. But the most amazing thing is that Lu Qingzhu went to the Qingyun Sect to ask for the sword, and he was invincible at the same level. So when this news came out, it caused a sensation in countless family forces. I didn't expect that besides Lu Pingyan and Lu Wongshu, there is actually such a top-level genius in Qingzhu Mountain. The Qingyun Sect is famous for its fighting power and fighting methods. How could someone in the Qingyun Sect be invincible with this same level? That's right, no matter how talented he is, it's impossible to be so terrifying. I suspect this is a deliberate flattery. If the news is true, then we can only be thankful that this child did not join the Qingyun Sect. Yes, if this child is the Qingyun Sect stand-forming seed, then the rise of Qingzhu Mountain will be truly unstoppable. It's fake, right? Qingzhu Mountain has Lu Pingyan and Lu Wongshu, and the ancestral tomb is already emitting green smoke. How could there be such a genius child? Yes, even if Lu Changsheng is some kind of reproductive spirit, the ancestral tomb cannot emit golden light so continuously. This news was followed and discussed by many family forces. But many people still don't believe it, thinking it is too shocking and incredible. After all, the Qingyun Sect is the overlord-level force of Jing State. Those who can go to the Qingyun Sect to ask for swords are already geniuses. But how could it be possible that the Qingyun Sect was invincible in the same level? So many people chose not to believe it. They thought that it was the Sima family or some other family that deliberately released false news. They wanted to make Qingzhu Mountain the target of public criticism, put it on the fire, and even attract the attention of the Qingyun Sect. Not long after, the news spread to Qingzhu Mountain. Even the Lu family members were amazed when they heard the news. It's worthy of Brother Qingzhu. I guess unless the fake pill master takes action, ordinary foundation building masters are no longer a match for Brother Qingzhu. Doesn't it mean that Sister Wangshu and Brother Qingzhu are enough to match the fake pill master? It's a pity that Qingzhu is not in the clan and will return to the Qingyun Sect soon. These Lu family members sighed, and they felt a little proud of Lu Qingzhu, their brother and brother. Lu Qingzhu in the garden of the lake island, Wang Yanjing, with a bulging belly, snuggled up to Lu Xingzhen, looking at the jade slip information, a little surprised. Although she married Lu Xingzhen, she still didn't know much about the Lu family. However, seeing the top talents of the Lu family one after another, she couldn't help but marvel in her heart, feeling that this Lu patriarch was simply extraordinary. Although the outside world rumored that this Lu patriarch was some kind of fertility spirit. But after getting along with Lu Xingzhen for these years, she could see that the quality of the Lu family's children was much higher than that of ordinary families. Even better than her family. You know, she was born in a Jinden family. After a cultivator breaks through the Jinden, not only will the spiritual root talent of the offspring born be better than that of ordinary cultivators. This blood effect can even affect 4 or 5 generations of descendants. But the talent of the offspring born by this Lu patriarch in his early years has far exceeded the blood effect of a Jinden's Henren, which is very amazing. Brother Qingzhu was accepted as a disciple by a Jinden's Henren when he was young, and worshipped in the Qingyun Sect. He just came home a few days ago. Lu Xingzhen saw that his wife was a little confused and said softly. He knew that Lu Qingzhu was back. It's just that the two of them were not very familiar with each other, so they just met briefly. Yet, Wang Yanjing didn't ask any more questions. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks were gentle, and her eyes were full of maternal luster as she looked at her belly, raising her hand and stroking it gently. At the same time, in the Lu family mansion, this brat has only been back for a few days, and he has made such a big fuss. Lu Miahun was wearing a crimson gauze skirt, with a luxurious black mink fur coat on her shoulders. She was elegant, cold and dignified. She looked at the jade slip in her hand and said angrily. But her beautiful face was full of smiles, unable to hide her joy and pride. Qingzhu and Wangshu have made such a fuss, so we should be careful. It is likely to attract the attention of other families, especially the Beastmaster Su family. Before, Su Ruan sent a message that the Su family has already noticed our family. If this trend continues, the Su family may secretly take action against Qingzhu and Wangshu. At this time, Ling Zixio, who was wearing a light blue palace dress and had her black hair tied up, and was elegant and dignified, suddenly spoke. Chapter 504, Qingyun Sect, Nanguanyaoiao's shock. Hearing Ling Zixio's words, Lu Miahun's joy turned into worry in an instant, and she began to worry. She knew the situation between her family and the beast-controlling Su family very well. In the early years, the Su family had a fake Dan ancestor who attacked her husband. It was because of this that the fake Dan ancestor of the Su family died at the hands of her husband, which seriously injured his vitality. He has been quiet for these years. But the beast-controlling Su family has a deep foundation, and a fake Dan real person was trained a few years ago. If they see the rise of Qingzhu Mountain, they may not follow the moral principles and secretly attack the younger generation of the Lu family. I'll go find my sister. Lu Miahun said immediately, preparing to let her sister Lu Miaoj go to pick up the children. Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingqi, Lu Qingzhu, and Lu Wangshu are all in Hemming Mountain. If something unexpected happens, it will be unimaginable. At present, in Qingzhu Mountain, apart from Honglian, Lu Miaoj has the highest cultivation level, the 7th level of foundation building. Now that Honglian is in charge at home, Lu Miaoj can go out with 1,000 faces fox puppet. Yet, Ling Zixio nodded slightly. She knew that her husband loved these children very much, so she reminded him. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, Lu Changsheng would be angry and flatten Longsha Mountain directly after returning, affecting the development of the entire family. Immediately, Lu Miahun came to Zumi Cave Heaven and Shanshu Pavilion, found Lu Miaoj who was practicing in seclusion, and explained the reason. Okay, I'll go to Hemming Mountain. Lu Miaoj had just finished practicing, and her body was still flowing with a layer of crystal glow, like the 9 heavens mysterious woman coming to the world, pure and beautiful, with fairy skin and jade bones. Then she left Qingzhu Mountain silently with 1,000 faces fox puppet. In the hazy and turbulent Take-Su, a treasure ship like a white lotus blooming with a crystal luster crossed the void. I don't know how long it took, The treasure ship's flag fluttered in the wind, blooming with white lotus patterns, and appeared in front of a lush, spiritual, and purple mountain range. "We'll be at the sect soon." In the cabin loft, a beautiful figure bathed in holy light said softly. Next to her was a purple-dressed girl of 17 or 18 years old, with delicate features and beautiful looks. "Is this the Xianlian sect?" Nangguanyao opened her eyes and looked out. The mountains in all directions were like real dragons coiling around, magnificent and magnificent. Even if she didn't understand feng shui formations, she could tell at a glance that this was a top treasure land. The peaks stood tall and majestic, and the waterfalls fell from above like silver dragons, surrounded by rosy clouds, fairy mist, and purple air, which was very magnificent. Between the mountains, you can see many monsters, quietly squatting, guarding rare treasure trees and spiritual medicines. Further away, there was a group of 5 colored spiritual birds flying across the sky, swaying with brilliant light. "Master, are these monsters and spiritual medicines raised by the sect?" Nangguanyao's beautiful eyes were in doubt. She felt that this place was somewhat similar to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but completely different. "Well, this area of 10,000 miles is all our Xianlian sect's pastures and medicine gardens." The voice of the White Lotus Master was as soft and ethereal as the breeze and white clouds. "What? This is just the sect's pastures and medicine gardens?" Nangguanyao opened her pink lips slightly, very surprised. As the daughter of Nangguang Li and the true disciple of the 5 Poison sect, she had a vision that was higher than many people. But she never expected that such a holy place was just the Xianlian sect's medicine garden pasture. And from the looks of it, it seemed that this was just a free-range pasture and medicine garden. The truly rare spiritual beasts, or heaven and earth spiritual medicines, should be on those mountains surrounded by fairy mist. Just now, she thought these mountains were the main peaks of the Xianlian sect and the Dan Yuanying cave. Is this the foundation of the top sect in the southern wilderness cultivation world? Nangguanyao was shocked beyond words. Deeply aware of the gap between the 5 Poison sect and the top forces like the Immortal Lotus sect. It seems that in order to let Nangguanyao see clearly, the White Lotus Master slowed down the speed of the treasure ship. During the process, Nangguanyao saw many rare monsters that were rarely seen. She couldn't even name some of them, but could only see that their blood was extraordinary. There were also clear lakes along the way, where spirit fish swam, shining with brilliant luster, and it seemed that there were also big dragons and snakes entrenched. Is this Immortal Lotus sect really a demon sect? Nangguanyao was puzzled. The spiritual energy here is rich, surrounded by fairy spirit, and the monsters are not as ferocious as those in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. It gives people peace and tranquility, like a fairyland on earth. Not only her. On the deck below the treasure ship, the immortal seedlings from various forces looked at the scene in front of them with a look of surprise, not knowing where this was. As they went deeper, the number of monsters gradually decreased. You can see some monks riding spirit beasts and flying with flying tools, wearing exquisite and luxurious Immortal Lotus Sect disciple uniforms. Xianlian Sect. Finally, Nangguanyao saw a 100-foot jade tablet standing in front of him, with 3 big characters Xianlian Sect engraved on it. The writing was vigorous and powerful, revealing a vast and magnificent atmosphere. But if you look closely, this jade tablet is like a crystal jade body, with fairy light lingering and patterns flowing, reflecting everyone coming and going. Buzz! The flag of the treasure ship fluttered, and a holy lotus bloomed, and then passed through the jade tablet, as if through an invisible water curtain. The scene in front of him was still the same as before. But Nangguanyao felt that there was an indescribable difference from before. "Let's go." After a while, the treasure ship stopped, and the White Lotus Master walked out of the attic. Wearing a white lotus dress, outlining the graceful curves, the whole person was bathed in flawless holy light, releasing an indescribable dignity and holiness. Greetings to the true Lord. Greetings to the true Lord. Greetings to the true Lord. Someone on the deck saw the true Lord Bailan and immediately knelt down to pay their respects, looking at Nangguanyao beside her with envy. "Master, which mountain are we on?" Nangguanyao looked at the towering peaks among the mountains and asked in a gentle voice. "We live here." The true Lord Bailan looked up at the sky and tapped his jade finger. "This." Nangguanyao looked up and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him that seemed like a work of nature. A shock from the bottom of his heart arose spontaneously. But above the sky, among the misty clouds, A holy lotus like a mountain sat, with rosy clouds, thousands of auspicious colors, and fairy mist. Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect. This is the real top force. Although the Five Poison Sect is a Yuanying level force, it is like a remote village in a dilapidated mountain compared to the Qingyun Sect. There is a huge difference in foundation. Like the Five Poison Sect, once the leader dies, there will be a Yuanying fault, and the sect will fall into decline. But a force like the Qingyun Sect is prosperous, and I am afraid that there will never be a Yuanying fault. Even if they are willing, they can cultivate Yuanying's engine at any time. Nangguanyao was shocked. Even before she came, she knew that the Qingyun Sect was extraordinary. But after seeing the Qingyun Sect, she realized that she was shallow and ignorant, and her vision was still too narrow. Do you like these people? You can choose 2 as attendants, and the others should be arranged to go to the outer gate. Xianjun Balian looked at the immortal seedlings from various sects on the deck of the treasure ship and whispered to Nangguanyao. As he spoke, a huge divine bridge fell from the sky, leading directly to the front of the treasure ship, accompanied by a dense fairy mist. Nangguanyao came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and recovered from the shock. Looking at the deck, there were immortal seedlings from various forces. He had joined the Qingyun Sect, and in the future he would compete with the Xianjiao here, so he naturally needed help. So these 2 attendants must be able to help him. Yao listens to the arrangements of the master. Nangguanyao played a little trick, and said with a well-behaved and sensible face. It's just an ordinary chores, handling daily affairs for you, so you can do whatever you want. Balian Zhenjin seemed to see Nangguanyao's thoughts, and said in a soft voice. However, she was quite satisfied with the cautious mentality of her apprentice. Nangguanyao heard this and knew that she thought too much. But she still looked at it carefully. She selected 2 women with excellent talents and beautiful appearance, and did not choose the disciples of the Five Poison Sect. After all, the Five Poison Sect had not been selected by Balian Zhenjin, and it was not known whether they were in line with the inheritance of the Qingyun Sect. The others were all selected by her master. It means that they are talented and in line with the inheritance of the Qingyun Sect. Balian Zhenjin didn't say anything. At this moment, a divine rainbow shot out. A middle-aged man with a refined and handsome appearance bowed to Balian Zhenjin and said, "Greetings, master. You arrange these people to the outer gate." Balian Zhenjin was tall and graceful, bathed in hazy holy light. His beautiful face seemed to always have a charming smile, and holiness was overwhelming. "Yes." The middle-aged man responded respectfully. Except for the 2 women selected by Nangguanyao, the others were taken to the outer gate. These people looked surprised and suspicious. They were all geniuses from various forces. They thought that they could soar to the sky when they came to Qingyun Sect. They never expected that they would have to start from the outer gate. As for the 2 women selected by Nangguanyao, they had mixed feelings. They were the daughters of heaven in the sect before, but now they are being treated as maids. However, thinking that Nangguanyao was accepted as a disciple by Balian Zhenjin, her status was very different from theirs. She bowed and said, "Huao, Li Huayan, meet the young lady." "Yes." Nangguanyao was wearing a purple dress, with a beautiful figure and graceful posture. She nodded calmly. Immediately, Balian Zhenjin took Nangguanyao and the 2 women to the rainbow bridge. The rainbow light of the divine bridge flowed, and it broke through the air in an instant. Several people came to the holy lotus in the sky. This place is like a pure land, beautiful and beautiful. You can see caves, buildings, and sacred mountains. This seems to be a star vine. Nangguanyao looked around and saw a vine rooted in the cracks of the rocks not far away, which was as gorgeous as starlight. She was immediately surprised. This is a very rare vine. She once saw it in an ancient book. But at this moment, it seems to be planted here casually. Not only her, but also the 2 women she chose as attendants, looked around in amazement. With a wave of his hand, the White Lotus Master came to a majestic mountain shrouded in a hazy auspicious aura. On the mountain peak, there were all kinds of crystal clear, magnificent and precious spiritual medicines, spiritual plants, and many spiritual birds and beasts flying around. Painter pays homage to Master. At this time, a woman with a beautiful face, hazy holy light flowing through her body, and a temperament somewhat similar to that of the White Lotus Master appeared and bowed to the White Lotus Master respectfully. Painter, This is your junior sister, Nangguanyao. You take her to familiarize herself with the affairs of the sect." The White Lotus Master said to the woman in white in front of him, and then turned into hazy holy light and disappeared. "Nangguang junior sister, right? I am your second senior sister Yang Shenpin, please follow me." The voice of the woman in white was very gentle, like the warm spring breeze blowing Nangguanyao's body and mind, making her subconsciously have a good impression of the senior sister in front of her and want to get close to her. However, this closeness immediately made Nangguanyao alert, realizing that the other party had cast a spell. Yao greets the second senior sister. Nangguanyao saluted the senior sister in front of her with an innocent face. Immediately, Yang Shenpin introduced the situation of the Xianlian sect to her and arranged her to a new cold palace. After the senior sister left, Nangguanyao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if she had experienced a battle and was exhausted. Just now, the second senior sister's every smile and every move were filled with an indescribable charm and affinity. But reason told her that there was a problem. The other party might deliberately affect her mind, or it might be that the master was testing her. Although the Xianlian sect seems to be a pure land on earth with a fairy-like aura, it is ultimately a demon sect that emphasizes the law of the jungle. My two senior sisters are not ordinary people who can be accepted as disciples by the master. They are in a competitive relationship with me, so they must not be taken lightly. Nangguanyao murmured in her heart, and the effects of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body and the heavenly fragrance goo were quietly released. Coming to the Xianlian sect, a sect where everyone releases charm, she does not need to cover up her spiritual body effect as she did in her early years. Moreover, she now needs the effect of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body to help herself better integrate into the Xianlian sect. In an instant, Nangguanyao's white jade skin seemed to have a few more crystal clearness. The whole person is like a female fairy who is spotless, with a flawless and ethereal temperament. Moreover, a fragrant fragrance permeated from her body, like a secluded orchid in the valley, refreshing the heart. After a while, Ho Wu and Liu Yin saw Nangguanyao in front of them and were surprised. Although her appearance is similar to before, she is still very beautiful. But there is an indescribable beauty. It's like the most perfect work of art in heaven, flawless and spotless. All the beautiful things in the world pale in comparison to her. What's wrong? Nangguanyao smiled lightly, like a fairy flower blooming, so brilliant that the two women couldn't help but lose their minds for a short time, and a strange feeling vacated in their hearts. No wonder the young lady was accepted as a disciple by the true Lord. The two women looked at Nangguanyao, who was like a dream and beautiful, almost demonic, and suddenly understood why she was favored by the true Lord Bailan and accepted as a disciple. Before she started practicing the inheritance of the Xianlian sect, she already had some similar temperaments to the true Lord Bailan and Yang Shenpin. If she switched to practicing the inheritance of the Xianlian sect, she would probably soar to the sky. At this moment, the two women surrendered to Nangguanyao, knowing that becoming a maid is also an opportunity for the two of them. As long as they perform well, Nangguanyao will have a firm foothold in the Xianlian sect in the future and have a place, and the two of them will never be bad. Besides, they are now Nangguanyao's maids, and there is no other choice. On the top of the mountain, in the exquisite and luxurious hall, the dignified and holy Lord Bailiang chuckled as his whole body was bathed in hazy holy light. Chapter 505 Lingzixio, is this the daughter of my husband and master Nangang? Jiang Country, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. A brilliant golden light swooped down from the nine heavens gale layer, tearing the void and stirring up a violent gale. Above the golden light, two figures stood side by side, like a man and a woman. Both of them were covered with a layer of hazy starlight, which made it difficult to see their faces, but only their tall and straight figures could be seen. Dao Ialu, let's say goodbye here, Chu Chengyi pursed her red lips and said in a low voice. She was wearing a blue and white dress, with a tall and graceful figure, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, and was very beautiful. She had both the softness of a woman and the cool and heroic spirit of a neutral man. But now, the cool and arrogant air between her eyebrows disappeared, and she had a bit more gentle and virtuous color. Okay. Lu Changsheng did not force him to stay. He had caused quite a stir in the Yinming ghost sect before. If he and Chu Chengyi rode the golden-winged Skypeng back to the Qingyun territory together, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. And he also saw that after returning to the territory of Jiang Country, Chu Qingyu began to think about it again. Qingyi, I'm grateful to you for this trip, otherwise I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Lu Changsheng held Chu Qingyi's hand and said, do you still remember the wisp of origin energy when I helped you condense the golden elixir? Chu Qingyi's heart paused and her cheeks blushed when she heard Lu Changsheng talking about the previous condensation of the golden elixir. She remembered that when Lu Changsheng helped her condense the elixir, a very mysterious origin of the great Dao entered her body during the process. As a result, when she and Lu Changsheng practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art in the past few months, the golden elixir resonated and fit in perfectly. This wisp of origin energy has the effect of warming and nourishing the golden elixir. Now that my injury has healed, I have also nurtured a wisp of origin energy. Qingyi, you are now a second-grade golden elixir, and you are only half a step away from being promoted to first-grade golden elixir. If you nourish it frequently, you may be able to be promoted to first-grade immortal golden elixir. Lu Changsheng said with a serious face. Nourish the golden elixir. Chu Qingyi was surprised. You know, whether it is the natural treasures for warming up the foundation of Taoism or the golden elixir, they are all very precious and in short supply. Especially the natural treasures for warming up the top-grade golden elixir are even rarer. She didn't expect that Lu Changsheng's origin energy could actually warm up the top-grade golden elixir. Isn't this person deceiving me again? Chu Qingyi thought so in her heart. However, as soon as this thought came out, she immediately rejected it. Although the other party was very dishonest and bullied herself in different ways, there was no need to make up such a reason to deceive herself. Moreover, when the other party condensed the golden elixir for herself, the wisp of origin energy seemed to have this effect. No need. Qingyi thanks fellow Taoist Lu for his kindness. Chu Qingyi shook her head and said. On the one hand, she felt that she owed Lu Changsheng too much and was really unworthy of it. On the other hand, she also believed that this kind of origin energy would damage Lu Changsheng's own origin. The second-grade golden elixir and the first-grade golden elixir seem to be one grade apart, but there is a world of difference between the two. The road is long. I hope to walk hand in hand with Qingyi in the future, even if Qingyi you don't want to accept me now. Lu Changsheng looked at her and said affectionately. After this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the relationship between the two has improved a lot and has become stable, even a bit like an old couple in love. But Chu Qingyi is still hesitant about their relationship. She is concerned about her junior sister Xiao Ziyu and her master Yun Wansheng. Even if Xiao Ziyu doesn't mind, she doesn't know how to face her master. After all, her master Yun Wansheng raised her and taught her, but in the end she married the same person as her junior sister and became a Taoist couple with the same person, which is simply a loss of the dignity of the master. Dao Lu Chu Qingyi pursed her red lips lightly, wanting to say something but stopping. Just as Lu Changsheng guessed, she not only cared about her junior sister Xiao Ziyu, but also worried about her master. If the master knew that she and her junior sister fell in love with the same person, I don't know how disappointed he would be. She was raised by her master since she was young, and what she feared most was that her master would be disappointed. Moreover, if her master knew that she and her junior sister were both with this person, he might be angry and make trouble for him. Don't think too much, the boat will be straightened out when the time comes. One day, I will go to Qingyun Sect with you openly and get the recognition of the real person. Lu Changsheng did not press step by step, and said in a gentle tone. He was also very troubled by the relationship between the master and the apprentice, and didn't know how to solve it. Although he had the golden-winged Sky Peng, his fighting power was not afraid of Yun Wansheng. But the love between men and women could not be completely based on fighting power. As for the relationship between Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi, he could not fight with Yun Wansheng, at most he would talk back a few times. And there was another problem. What would Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi's attitude be after they knew about his relationship with Yun Wansheng? Alice Lu Changsheng sighed secretly, looking at Chu Qingyi, who was silent with her head slightly drooped, without saying much, holding her delicate cheek, leaning over, and kissing her two bright lips. Chu Qingyu now no longer has much rejection of such things, or has gotten used to it. Even if she thinks it shouldn't be so unclear, she will still find a reason for herself and finally accept it. In the awkward response, Lu Changsheng opened his pearly teeth. Even though it has happened several times, Chu Qingyi's body is still tense and stiff, at a loss. Her long and thick eyelashes are like a cattail leaf fan, covering her clear and beautiful eyes, and she snorts with a greasy sound from her nose. No, don't do it here. After a moment, Chu Qingyi's white and greasy face turned red like clouds, her beautiful eyes opened a little, and she said in a mosquito-like voice. Lu Changsheng immediately raised his hand and the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus appeared, taking Chu Qingyi into it to help her warm up the golden elixir. HMPH. In the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, Meng Xiaojun saw the scene, pursed her lips, and snorted with some jealousy. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is dangerous, so she has been in the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus all this time. Now that I finally saw Lu Changshen, he was being intimate with Chu Qingyi again, and I felt a sour and bitter jealousy in my heart. It was obviously me who did it first. But now Yao is so big, and I still have to wait a few days. Qingyi, I can cultivate a ray of origin energy in about 3 or 4 months. I will contact you then. Lu Changsheng hugged the warm and soft jade in his arms and said softly. Or, don't do it. Chu Qingyi said in a trembling voice. She could feel that her golden elixir's Daorime was condensed a little. But if she wanted to be promoted to the first-grade immortal golden elixir, she would have to do it at least dozens of times. Although for the first-grade immortal golden elixir, this was already incomparable. But it was not clear to continue like this. What kind of talk was it? Listen to me on this matter. Lu Changsheng said directly, his voice was strong and unquestionable. Chu Qingyi's heart trembled, and she pursed her lips and said nothing, a bit like a wronged young wife. By the way, Qingyi, I need to trouble you with something as well. Lu Changsheng continued, his voice gentle, asking Chu Qingyi to help him collect materials for refining the yin-yang Dao diagram. He had let it go before. But during this trip to Jin State, he also realized his shortcomings in fighting. If he could refine the yin-yang Dao diagram, then he could make up for this shortcoming. And he saw that Chu Qingyi had always felt indebted to him, so he found something for her to do. What is it? Chu Qingyi raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes, as clear as water, looked at Lu Changshen, seeming to reveal a bit of expectation. My previous life magic weapon has been abandoned, and now I need to refine a new life magic weapon. Lu Changsheng said, and told him the materials he needed. Ice soul cold crystal, voidstone, 10,000 years golden silk, burning sun soul gangsha, nether cold erosion gangsha. Chu Qingyi had never heard of many of these materials, and knew that the life magic weapon that Lu Changsheng was going to refine was not simple. But she was a little happy about this. I felt that I could finally help Lu Changsheng. Well, okay, I'll go back to the sect and see if there's anything in the treasure house. Chu Qingyi nodded and said, her clear voice was a bit lazy and gentle. Soon, the two of them were intimate for a moment. Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi stood up, looked at Lu Quanzhong's situation, explained a few words, and then walked out of the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. Dao Ialu, I'm going back first. Chu Qingyi whispered goodbye to Lu Changshen. For some reason, she felt a little reluctant in her heart. Okay, be careful on the road, and you can send me a message if you have anything, understand? Lu Changsheng stroked her black hair and said in a gentle voice. After that, he pretended to be fierce and continued, if I find out that you are doing something dangerous without telling me, don't blame me for serving your husband's family law. Chu Qingyi's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes were shine angry. This man was talking nonsense again. But she still whispered like a little wife, I know. Okay, go. Lu Changsheng hugged her again. Chu Qingyi nodded, then glanced at Lu Changshen, turned into a sword light, and broke through the air. Looking at Chu Qingyi who was leaving, Lu Changsheng suddenly realized that the women he met were all very well-mannered and had good personalities. The more people got along with them, the more they liked them, and he wanted to take them all home. But thinking of Chu Qingyi and Yun Wanshang's situation, he had a headache again and came to the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. Xiaojun. He naturally noticed that Meng Xiaojun had a little temper. He also felt that he had neglected the other party. After all, she gave up the true teachings of the Five Poison Sect and came to Zheng Kingdom with him from afar. As a result, he spent most of his time thinking about Chu Qingyi, which was really sorry for Meng Xiaojun. Fortunately, Meng Xiaojun had a deep affection for him and was very easy to coax. After a while, her face was full of happiness and sweetness. 10 days later. Xiaojun, this is Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaojun, dressed in black robes, fell from the sky and pointed to Qingzhu Mountain below. Yet, Meng Xiaochen looked at Qingzhu Mountain in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of joy. Not long ago, Lu Lang promised to hold a wedding with her after returning to Qingzhu Mountain, so she was looking forward to it these days and was very happy. The Shianetun Bao Herong lotus appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, with a layer of invisible ripples. Lu Quanzhen, dressed in a black robe, appeared. Although he was pale and looked much thinner, his snow-white hair and scarlet eyes were all normal. This was not because the situation had recovered. It was disguised by magic tools. Otherwise, his appearance would be related to the devil at a glance. And if Chu Hansun saw her son like this, she would definitely be sad and nagging. Even though he became a giant and cultivator and was now invincible under the Yuanying, Lu Changsheng was still afraid of his wife's nagging. Let's go. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly to his son, and then led the two of them into the Qingzhu Mountain quietly. However, as soon as he entered, Ling Xiao, who was in charge of the family formation, felt something in his heart. My husband is back. Ling Xiao came to the Bian Peak. After a moment, he saw Lu Changshen, Lu Quanzhen, and Meng Xiaochen. Huh? Ling Xiao was a little surprised when she saw Meng Xiaochen, who was wearing a purple dress, with delicate features and ethereal spirit. She naturally knew Meng Xiaochen. When the two met at the beginning, they didn't like each other. But didn't my husband go to see my daughter? How could he bring such a demon witch home? And why did Lu Quanzhen come back with my husband? Xiao. Lu Changsheng saw Ling Xiao and immediately stepped forward and shouted. Did my husband say he was going to Jin to see his daughter? Is this the daughter of my husband in Nangong's Henrun? Ling Xiao was dressed in a blue palace dress, with a tall and graceful figure, elegant and dignified manners. Looking at Meng Xiaochen, she smiled and said, Lu Changshen, what are you talking about? Ling Xiao had seen Meng Xiaochen in his early years, and he also knew that Nangguang Millie was pregnant, so how could he admit his mistake? It was simply because he was unhappy with Nangguang Millie and his apprentice when he was in Lingqi, so he deliberately teased Meng Xiaochen. Or to give this new sister a head start. Humph. Meng Xiaochen didn't mock back for Lu Changsheng's sake, but she also looked at Ling Xiao with a bad face. Although she was obedient and submissive around Lu Changshen, she was not a good person to the outside world. Otherwise, how could she break through the foundation from a casual cultivator? Then she went to Jin State alone, joined the Five Poison Sect, and grew to where she is now. Lu Quanzhen next to him pretended that he didn't see anything. He couldn't help but secretly thought in his heart that his father was like this. Where would he have the time and energy to practice? Xiao, is there anything going on at home these days? Lu Changshen, Lu Quanzhen, Meng Xiaochen, and Ling Xiao entered the mansion. Husband. Master. Dad, father. Hey, brother Quanzhen, you're back. In the mansion, the wives, concubines and children were not too surprised to see Lu Changshen. During the time he was away, Ling Xiao and Lu Miaoan occasionally let the thousand-faced fox puppet disguise himself as him and show up, so many concubines and children did not know that he had left. Nothing happened at home, but Qingshan and Qingzhu came back half a year ago. Ling Xiao said so. Although she paid attention to family affairs, she did not pay attention to trivial matters. Oh, Qingshan and Xiaozu are back. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and was a little happy. But why do these two children come home every time he goes out? Qingshan and Qingzhu are still in Hemming Mountain. They will probably be back in a few days. Ling Xiao briefly talked about the things in Hemming Mountain. Husband, sister Ling, hey, Quanzhen is back too. When Lu Miaoan came to the mansion and saw Lu Quanzhen, she was a little happy and surprised. She and Chu Hansun were like sisters. She watched Lu Quanzhen grow up in her early years and completely treated him as her own son. But the next moment, she looked at Lu Quanzhen in front of her, frowning slightly, and felt something was wrong. The other party seemed to be filled with a strong blood color, and his face was not pale, but pale and bloodless. Just as her eyes were shining with crystal light, and she checked Lu Quanzhen's situation, Lu Changsheng's voice sounded in her mind, shaking his head at her. Lu Miaoan practiced a method of longevity in heaven and earth, and sacrificed the spiritual tree to become her life root. After breaking through the foundation, she condensed the seeds of the foundation and gained the ability, the eye of spiritual light, which can see through illusions, and cover up methods. So at this time, she saw through Lu Quanzhen's disguise directly. And Lu Quanzhen bowed. I don't know how many letters I have written back in all these years. Your mother has been worried about you." Seeing this, Lu Miaoyan knew what Lu Quanzhen should have encountered, and said softly. Then he saw Meng Xiaochen on the side, and was a little surprised. He said without confirmation, "You are Miss Xiaochen." In the early years, when the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Chen family of Hongai Valley fought, if Meng Xiaochen had not turned against them, the Lu family would have been unable to destroy the Chen family. In this battle, Meng Xiaochen finally called Lu Changsheng Lu Lang tenderly, so they had a deep impact on Meng Xiaochen. "Xiaochen, this is Yuner, Lu Miaoyan, back then." Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, introducing Meng Xiaochen. Because of the things in the early years, Lu Miaoyan had a good impression of Meng Xiaochen in front of her and responded with kindness. In this regard, Meng Xiaochen was also very friendly, and there was no sign that she was a demon woman. Immediately, Lu Miaoyan told Lu Changsheng what happened in the family during his absence. For example, when Yu Fei was 3 months away from giving birth, Lu Miaoji and Qianmian Fox Puppet took her to Bihu Mountain. Now the child has been born, and it is a girl. Xiao's Hidayu, Zhao Qingqing and others' children have also been born, but Bai Ling's child is still not born. Then there are things like Lu Xingchen and other Lu family members getting married. Ling Zixio doesn't pay much attention to these family trivia, but Lu Miaoyan knows them all. Yuner, Zixio, you've worked hard these days. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said sincerely. Although he is the head of the family. But in terms of the family, except for some plans and general directions, he rarely asks about other things, and his wife has always been worried. A moment later, Chu's Hansun came. "Quanzhen, you finally came back. Mother thought you had an accident." Chu's Hansun looked at her son with red eyes. At the beginning, her son said that he would come back after a few years away. But this time he left for more than 20 years. Except for a few letters he wrote back at the beginning, there was no news afterwards. If Lu Changsheng hadn't said that Lu Quanzhen was fine, she would suspect that her son had an accident. But as time went by, there was no news, and she gradually acquiesced that this son was like her brother Chu Chengge, and would never come back. So when she saw her son coming back, she was very excited and cried with joy. "Mother, I'm sorry for making you worry." Lu Quanzhen knew his mother's temper and said with shame. He was alone outside, although it was dangerous, but he forgot the people at home who always cared about him. "It's good to be back. What's wrong with your face? Are you injured? You've lost weight." Chu's Hansun saw that her son's face was a little pale, and said with some distress. "When I met Quanzhen before, he just came out of a secret realm and encountered danger, so he was injured. This time he will be fine after resting at home for a while." Lu Changsheng spoke up to explain for his son. "I said how can there be no danger when going out, but it's good to be back, it's good to be back, this time just stay at home and recuperate, don't go anywhere." Chu's Hansun didn't nag too much, and said softly. "Then tell him that Kaizhan and Zuanji got married and gave birth to a son and a daughter. Huizhan and Yuzhan also got married and gave birth to children, and asked him if he had met someone he liked in these years. If not, settle down after returning home this time, and don't go out and wander around anymore. Now that the family has grown a lot, there is no need to fight too hard." Lu Quanzhen. Lu Changsheng's face twitched slightly, but he didn't think of interrupting to stop it. Meng Xiaochen, on the other hand, found this scene funny. When in Jin State, Lu Quanzhen used the pseudonym Chu Changsheng and killed countless foundation-building cultivators. Even under the pursuit of more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators, he killed Teng Li, who was at the peak of the foundation-building stage, with a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator. He was quite notorious. But at this time, he lowered his head and kept silent, being nagged by his mother, telling her about starting a family. She suddenly looked a little dazed, remembering that when she was young, her grandmother also cared about her like this, hoping that she could find a lover. Meng Xiaochen's beautiful eyes were stunned, looking at Lu Changsheng, who was handsome and tall next to her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Yun Wansheng, Why Does Qingyu Smell Like Him? After Lu Changsheng chatted with his wives and concubines for a long time, he asked Lu Miaoyan to hold a family dinner in the evening, and took Meng Xiaochen to get familiar with it, and then came to Zumi Cave Heaven. The spiritual energy in the cave heaven was much richer. It is estimated that it will not take long to be promoted to the third level middle grade. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng released the mountain and river tripods filled with the spiritual veins in the storage ring, and let Zumi use them to upgrade the spiritual veins. With the previous spiritual veins, plus these, Zumi Cave Heaven is enough to upgrade to the third level late stage. In this way, if there are few more giant monks in the family, there is no need to worry about the spiritual energy problem. Young Master. At this time, a woman in a red dress with gold and silver silk embroidery and a wide skirt winding behind her, with an elegant and luxurious posture, walked out of the Changsheng Hall. She wore a peach blossom pearl crown on her head, and her 3,000 black hair was scattered like a waterfall. Her face with a hazy luster was extremely beautiful and had an indescribable moving charm. Honglian. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian in front of him, and his eyes revealed a touch of surprise. Although it is difficult to have a difference in a woman's appearance when she reaches a certain level. But Honglian's appearance is unparalleled and she is extremely beautiful. After the peach wood spirit fetus reshaped her body, her appearance and figure have reached a higher level, which is simply flawless and impeccable. In addition to her appearance, as her cultivation level improves and the years settle, every woman will have her own unique divine will and temperament. Lu Mioj is beautiful and gentle, with a temperament like water, tolerant of everything. Ling Zixio is dignified and generous, like a blooming peony, and like a plum blossom blooming alone in the cold, admiring her beauty and graceful. Zio Ziyu is like a bright and lonely moon, cold and noble, isolated from the world, and only when she is with him, she blooms with unique tenderness, warmth and softness. Nanguang Mili is enchanting and charming, with all kinds of charm, and Honglian, who was once the Yuanying's Henshin, the master of a palace, like a 9-day divine phoenix, reigning in dignity. But things change, and the nascent soul exploded and fell asleep in the ancient beast-controlling talisman. The whole person has a sense of indifference to the world, and a kind of elegance and transcendence that seems to be close to power. When people face her, they are overwhelmed, and when they feel respect, they also yearn for her, wanting to savor her calmness and transcendent dignity from the inside out. Thank you for your hard work at home these days. Lu Changsheng admired her beautiful face and said with a smile. When he was away, Honglian not only refined the embryo of the magic weapon for his son Lu Lingxiao, but also refined several furnaces of elixirs. You are polite, young master. Honglian's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and there was a light smile on her red lips. Every frown and smile revealed an elegance and dignity, which made people feel like spring breeze. Young master, aren't you going out for 2 or 3 years on this trip? What accidents did you encounter? Lu Changsheng said before that this trip should take 2 or 3 years, and explained a lot of things to her. But now, just over a year later, Lu Changsheng has returned. She has not even started the recasting of the magic weapon and the casting of the flame tower that he asked her to do. Well, the journey was relatively smooth, so I came back early. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, naturally held Honglian's jade hand, sat down with her beside the spirit eye spring, and asked about some of the top sex methods. Brother. After a moment, Bai Ling heard the movement outside and walked out of the Changsheng Hall quickly, looking at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes full of joy and longing. Linger. Lu Changsheng immediately stepped forward to support her, full of care. Although as a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, it is impossible for her to have a miscarriage. But Bai Ling has been pregnant for so long, he still feels very distressed and cautious. Immediately, he hugged Bai Ling and asked her if she was feeling uncomfortable. No. Bai Ling said that she was not abnormal except that she was prone to sleepiness. Even after so long, the baby in her belly is still a ball. Still a ball. Lu Changsheng was stunned and sensed the child in Bai Ling's belly through a spiritual sense. It can be clearly sensed that the child in Bai Ling's belly has not become a baby yet, and is still like a meatball. Does it have to be pregnant for 3 years, and then give birth to a Nezia, and wait for me to split it open? Lu Changsheng was a little confused. The life energy of this fetus is already very strong, not weaker than that of ordinary people. Even with every breath, it seems to be absorbing and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through Bai Ling, which is very magical. Young master, the fetus in Linger's belly should have inherited the blood of the true spirit, so it is different from ordinary people. Honglian said. She has seen Bai Ling's pregnancy. She realized that this fetus is very extraordinary, and the concentration of the true spirit blood is likely to exceed that of Bai Ling. How long will it take? Lu Changsheng asked. I don't know about this either. I guess only the true spirit family knows the way. Honglian shook her head and said. For ordinary cultivators, 1 or 2 years is considered a long time to be pregnant. But it is very normal for monsters to be pregnant for several years, and they may even be pregnant for decades or hundreds of years. Although the true spirit blood is not like that of monsters, it will also have an impact. But Honglian is not sure about the details. I only know that it is very difficult for the true spirit family to reproduce and give birth to a child with rich true spirit blood. Bai Ling was able to conceive such a fetus. It should be that Lu Changsheng gave her some natural treasures. Linger, you have worked hard these years. Lu Changsheng comforted her. Such a long pregnancy is a torment for a woman. Especially when Bai Ling was pregnant with this fetus, the whole person seemed to be much weaker, and her cultivation had not improved at all. Brother, it's not hard. Bai Ling's delicate and pure face gently rubbed Lu Changsheng's chest, full of enjoyment. Although she rarely went out and didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the immortal world, she also knew that the longer the pregnancy, the better the talent of the baby. I hope to give my brother a gifted child, so that when he grows up, he can help the family like Lu Pangan. Lu Changsheng hugged the girl with some distress, and saw that Binger had not appeared, and asked, Where's Binger? Binger is sleeping. Binger has the closest relationship with Bai Ling except Lu Changsheng. But with a pregnancy, Bai Ling now doesn't have much energy to accompany her, so when she is bored, she will enter the crystallized coffin to sleep. It may be that after the spiritual vein of Zumi Cave Heaven was promoted to the 3rd level, Binger now sleeps much more comfortably and can sleep for a long time. Yet, Lu Changsheng did not disturb Binger and said intimate words to Bai Ling. But after a while, Lu Changsheng saw that Bai Ling was a little tired and took her to rest. Lu Quansun and his mother Chu Zhansong walked in Qingzhu Mountain, feeling familiar and strange in front of them. After more than 20 years away from home, Qingzhu Mountain is still the same. But whether it is the mountains, lakes, or buildings, they are all brand new. Your yard, mother has been cleaning it, but the yard is a little old. If you want, you can renovate it. Chu Zhansong said to her son. Thank you, mother. Lu Quanzion's heart was full of warmth, and he whispered with some shame. After so many years away from home, he has always neglected his mother's care for him. Although his mother likes to nag about everything, she really hopes that he will be well. This is the new mountain in the family, called Xuanfu Peak and Balian Peak. The alchemy hall and weapon refining hall in the family are here. By the way, your brother Yun has also practiced a method of longevity in heaven and earth. His spiritual tree is on Xuanfu Peak. You can go and have a look. I heard that this tree is called Dragon Blood Tree. It can emit a dragon's power and temper your will. Chu Zhansong kept introducing it to her son. And said that in addition to Qingzhu Mountain, there is another spiritual place in the family, called Huaguo Mountain, which is full of various fruit trees. Hong Xuanji is responsible for winemaking in Huaguo Mountain. If he is interested, he can also go to Huaguo Mountain to find something to do. Well, Lu Quanzong was a little dazed, and only then did he know that the family had changed so much in these years. But thinking of his mysterious father, he felt that this little change was already considered small. Grandma, Grandma, when the two came to courtyard, several boys and girls shouted to Chu Zhansong. She always liked the hustle and bustle, so the children of her 3 children would often come here to stay. Xiao Yi, Xiao Min, this is your uncle. Xiao K, you call him uncle. Chu Zhansong immediately introduced the children. Uncle, uncle, the girls looked at Lu Quanzong, who was dressed in a black robe, pale and a little thin, and shouted respectfully. Yet, Lu Quanzong looked at his mother with a loving face, and then looked at the girls in front of him, and his narrow and sharp eyes were soft. Deep in his heart, a long-lost inexplicable emotion emerged. At the family dinner in the evening, Lu Changsheng was concerned about his wife, concubines and children as usual. Thinking that the Purple Nether secret realm would be opened in more than a year, he asked his children who had any intention in this regard. It was not that he was eager for the shining fruit and natural treasures in the Purple Nether secret realm. He simply sent some of his children there to hone their skills. After all, once the Purple Nether secret realm was opened, countless cultivators from the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world went there. Even if they did nothing in it, it was a baptism for the cultivators. Being able to see the cruelty of the cultivation world and strengthen their Taoism. It's just that most of the Lu family members who are in the late stage of key refining are away now. He plans to call back the Lu family members at the annual meeting later and give them a medicinal bath. Xingchen, Jinggai. When Lu Changsheng saw his daughter-in-law Li Jinggai, he looked at her a little more. His wife Lu Maiyuan told him before that this daughter-in-law was a foundation-building cultivator in her early years. But not long after she broke through the foundation, the family encountered a disaster, which led to the use of secret methods and her realm fell. But Lu Changsheng could see at a glance that the previous cultivation realm of this daughter-in-law was not caused by the use of secret methods because of the weak foundation of Taoism. "Father, your daughter-in-law greets you." The couple immediately bowed to Lu Changsheng respectfully. "There are not so many red tapes in our family, and Jinggai is still pregnant." Lu Changsheng lifted the two of them with his palm and said with a smile. He just showed a few simple concerns, but did not ask about Li Jinggai's situation. The other party's family background information has been investigated and there is no problem. Although she has concealed something, she has become the daughter-in-law of the Lu family and is pregnant with the heir of the Lu family. As long as it is not a big problem, Lu Changsheng will not say anything. He only mentioned it to Lu Maiyuan afterwards, indicating that this daughter-in-law is not as simple as the information. "Ah, Jinggai has a problem." Lu Maiyuan was surprised. She has a clear eye and did not see any problem with Li Jinggai. It's not a big problem. Her cultivation should not have just broken through the foundation building, and she may even be in the middle stage of the foundation building. But she and Xingchen are truly in love, and she has not done anything to harm the family. It doesn't matter. There is no need to tell Xingchen for the time being. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Although Lu Xingchen is not young, he is devoted to cultivation, has not experienced much, and has a simple temperament. If he is told about such things, it will easily affect the relationship between the couple. It is better for Lu Maiyuan to find an opportunity to talk to Li Jinggai and hint at it. "Well, okay." Lu Maiyuan responded softly. Qingyun Sect, Qin Peak. "Year, why are you back?" Yun Wancheng frowned slightly when she saw her disciple Chu Chengyi coming back, a little surprised. It would take at least 3 to 5 years for the other party to go to Jin State for training, right? How come he came back in less than 2 years? In this time, he went to Jin State completely, and then rushed back with all his strength. And for some reason, she sensed a familiar aura from Chu Chengyi. "Master, this time the disciple went to Yinming Ghost Sect, but encountered some changes, so I came back." Chu Chengyi pursed her lips and said respectfully. "Changes?" Yun Wancheng knew this disciple very well. At a glance, she could see that her change was unusual, as if she was hiding something from herself. The disciple had been obedient since childhood and would not hide things from herself. Now she was fine. How could it be? Wait. Suddenly, Yun Wancheng realized where the familiar aura she felt from Chu Chengyi came from. It was her own yin-yang spiritual energy. And this yin-yang spiritual energy was nurtured by her with the yin-yang origin of Lu Changsheng as the guide. Chu Chengyi has the breath of this origin of energy. Doesn't it mean that she has had a relationship with Lu Changsheng recently? Question mark. This damn little thief. Yun Wancheng was annoyed, and a nameless fire immediately surged in her heart. Chu Chengyi has already gone to Jin State. How could he meet Lu Changsheng? Shouldn't this man be living his life as a breeding pig in Qingzhu Mountain? Well, Chu Chengyi lowered her head slightly, not knowing that her master had seen through her situation, and continued. A cultivator made a big fuss in the Yinming Ghost Sect, which caused the current tense situation in Jin State, so the disciple chose to come back. But according to the disciple's previous investigation, the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect is now in a critical moment of retreat and may impact a nascent soul at any time. Chu Chengyi said so. It is naturally difficult for ordinary cultivators in Jiang State to know about Lu Changsheng's fuss in the Yinming Ghost Sect. But intelligence agencies like the 4 major Immortal Gates have hidden agents in Jin State, Yu State, and even more distant Xiuxin countries, and such things will be reported back sooner or later. Making a big fuss in the Yinming Ghost Sect. Yun Wancheng's beautiful eyes were like water, and she looked straight at Chu Chengyi in front of her, and she felt more and more that something was wrong. When her disciple Chu Chengyi came back from the Qingyun secret realm, his words were unclear, and he said that he met a sword cultivator. Now he only said a cultivator. Could it be that the person who made a big fuss in the Yinming Ghost Sect was Lu Changsheng? Chu Chengyi came back directly because of this matter? But even if that little thief had all kinds of trump cards and means, it would not be enough to make a big fuss in the Yinming Ghost Sect, right? Chu Chengyi pursed her red lips and told the story of the Yinming ghost sect, but did not mention Lu Changsheng's situation. After all, her master would know about such things sooner or later. Master Yangming, the top third-level demon Qingyun Wancheng's beautiful eyes were like water, and she did not speak. In order to avoid her guess being wrong, directly asking and affecting Chu Chengyi's Taoism. She planned to confirm the details of the Yinming ghost sect later. Okay, since you're back, take a good rest this time. Yun Wancheng's beautiful face was a little soft, and she stroked her apprentice's black hair with her jade hands, and said in a gentle voice. Even though the other party has broken through the Jinden stage, in her heart, she is still the little girl she used to be. Master, I'll take my leave. Chu Chengyi felt relieved and relieved. She had never lied to her master. But because of Lu Changshen, she gradually began to hide it from her master, and she felt very guilty. Alice, watching Chu Chengyi leave, Yun Wancheng, who was dressed in colorful palace clothes and was extremely beautiful, suddenly sighed. Although she didn't point it out directly. But seeing her apprentice like this, she was already 80% sure in her heart. Because this disciple never lies in front of her. Now she is so reserved, how could she hide it from herself who has been watching her grow up? Damn little thief. Yun Wancheng's white jade hands clenched under her sleeves, and she felt irritated again. For some reason, whenever she heard news about Lu Changshen, she would easily feel inexplicably irritable and restless, thinking about herself, her apprentice, and Lu Changshen. But thinking about what Chu Chengyi said just now, if that Yangming's Henren was really Lu Changshen, it would be too shocking, right? This little thief has grown to this level in just a short time. Looking at the entire Jing Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, there is no such person. Even Zuanjian's Henjin, who is praised as a rare person in Jing Kingdom in 1,000 years and has taken the Qingyun Sect to a higher level, is somewhat dwarfed by Lu Changsheng's growth. After a moment, Yun Wancheng took a deep breath and discarded the distracting thoughts in her mind. Qingzhu Mountain. These days, Lu Changsheng has been at home with his wives and concubines. This day, after hearing about his son Lu Lingxiao's sparring and training with Lu Qingshan, he paused in his heart, thought for a while, and called his son Lu Lingxiao over. Xiao, come here, let me see how much progress you have made in these days. Lu Changsheng looked at his son who had a resolute face and was heroic and majestic, and said aloud. Yes, father. Lu Lingxiao's eyes were shining, with a golden luster, and black flames were burning all over his body. He attacked Lu Changsheng with a surging momentum. Just use all your strength, let me see your treasure tree. Lu Changsheng raised his hand and directly resolved his son's attack, saying in a deep voice. Boom. Lu Lingxiao heard this and did not hesitate. The dragon roar origin was opened, and the golden fire vine tree appeared in his hand. The whole person was surging with momentum, and the power was tyrannical and domineering, sweeping towards Lu Changshen. Well, not bad. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He thought that it was not a waste for Honglian to refine the golden fire vine tree into the embryo of this magic weapon. The sun god stone he had obtained before was very compatible with this golden fire vine tree. He could sacrifice this treasure tree in the future and make another step forward. Moreover, he had obtained several golden thunder bamboos in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before. After testing his son's strength, Lu Changsheng stopped and said, You can ask your brother Quansun for advice on fighting later. Although Lu Quansun was seriously injured and could not use his magic power, he had been out for so many years, and he had gained experience and fought, which was enough for him to be a teacher at home and instruct the Lu family's children. Yes, father. When Lu Lingxiao was still a child, Lu Quanzin left home to travel, and he had no impression of this brother. But his father said so, knowing that this brother must have something extraordinary. Although Lingxiao's character lacks the domineering spirit of being the only one, he has the spirit of moving forward, being invincible, and never admitting defeat. If the magic seed Xianzi Wonqi is given to him, then he will definitely be able to ride out the dust and become the Yuanying seed of my Lu family, and look down on his peers. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart, and prepared to give the Xianzi Wonqi magic seed to Lu Lingxiao. Although the magic seed can be given to ordinary children to create a genius, it can only be maximized when it is given to children with excellent talents. So Lu Changsheng considered the gifted children in the family. Among the current Lu family children, apart from Lu Qingshan and Nangguanyao, Lu Lingxiao's talent is the best. Of course, there is also his preference. He never hides his preference for his wives such as Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Xiao Xiao, and Ling Xiao. He will be a little partial to the children they gave birth to. So when he got this magic seed, the first candidates he thought of were Lu Qingxuan, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Lingxiao. However, among these people, Lu Lingxiao's personality is the most suitable. Lingxiao's temperament is like his mother. In fact, he is a bit domineering in his bones, but the education of the Lu family has caused his personality to be suppressed. Lu Changsheng knew that his wife Ling Xiao seemed sickly in her early years, but she had a majestic demeanor. It was just that due to the body of Longian, her edge was restrained. Lu Lingxiao has been influenced by the gentle education of the Lu family for a long time, so it is normal that he lacks the edge and domineering. He did not directly give the Emperor's key-seeking seed to Lu Lingxiao, but planned to communicate with his wife first. After all, although the seed is good, the impact on personality is not small. Emperor's seed. Ling Xiao was very surprised to hear her husband's words. I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in the world of cultivating immortals. But the next moment, an indescribable joy and emotion surged in her heart. After her husband obtained this divine object of heaven and earth, he chose to give it to his son Lu Lingxiao at the first time. Yes, this kind of seed has advantages and disadvantages. It can make mediocre people become geniuses, but it will have a certain impact on the mind. Lu Changsheng said directly. The seed is indeed a big deal. If it is spread out, it may attract the covetousness of the immortal gate and even the Yuanying's engine. But after so many years of husband and wife, he has absolute trust in his wife. Sharp and domineering, I am the only one who is supreme, Ling Xiao muttered to herself, constantly repeating this mental influence. In her opinion, compared with the effect, this mental influence is nothing. On the one hand, her son has this tendency. On the other hand, as a genius, who doesn't have some sharpness, arrogance, and domineering? People like Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingyan are very rare, like rare birds. If your son fuses this magic seed, he will have a chance to become a true nascent soul in the future. My dear, let Xiao choose this matter himself. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said. She couldn't refuse, but after thinking it over again and again, she let her son choose for himself. Chapter 507, Lu Lingxiao integrates the Emperor's vision, and Lu Quanzhen comprehends the Zuanshan Ling 10. Bian Peak, Lingxiao Pavilion. With the promotion of the Zumi Cave Heaven spiritual vein to the third stage, all Lu family disciples who break through the foundation building will obtain a foundation building cave. It's not that the cave heaven can't accommodate them, it's simply more convenient outside the cave heaven. The son of heaven's Dharma seed. Lu Lingxiao was shocked to hear his parents' words that there was such a spiritual object in the world. Dad, after fusing with the Dharma seed, will I still be myself? Lu Lingxiao asked after a moment of silence. Of course, the Dharma seed will only have a certain influence on your character in the process of fusing with you, just like some skills and techniques, you are still you. If your character is not compatible with the Dharma seed, there will be rejection. Lu Changsheng said so. Dad, I am willing to fuse this Dharma seed. Hearing this, Lu Lingxiao's eyes were bright and his expression was firm. He had an intuitive understanding of his own personality. If the influence of this son of heaven's Dharma seed on him was limited to this, then it would be nothing at all. Because this is his nature. It's just that my parents prefer my elder sister Lu Wangshu's quirky and likable personality, or my younger brother Lu Qingxuan's modest, gentle and generous personality. His personality is completely different from the two. He is not good at expressing himself, and he can't please his parents, nor can he get along well with his brothers and sisters, and be comprehensive. So he can only try to be calm and introverted. Okay. Lu Changsheng chuckled, and a light ball of light with a light golden color, the size of a thumb, flowing with dragon-shaped energy appeared in his palm. Then he slapped it into Lu Lingxiao's brow. Boom. In an instant, Lu Lingxiao's mind roared, and 4 golden characters appeared, full of the majesty and domineering atmosphere of the Emperor. The Son of Heaven looks at the energy. The 4 characters were like strands of the Emperor's dragon energy, flowing to Lu Lingxiao's soul, body, limbs and bones. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, Lu Lingxiao's dragon body awakened on its own, the origin boiled and roared, the foundation of the way bloomed with thousands of feet of rosy clouds, and the magic power and dragon yang energy surged like a great river. Boom boom boom. A high and mighty aura surged from Lu Lingxiao, rising and spreading. Ling Xiao, who was standing next to him, looked at his son's situation with a somewhat nervous expression, and tightly held Lu Changsheng's palm. "Don't worry." Lu Changsheng squeezed his wife's hand, put his arm around her jade shoulders, and comforted her in a gentle voice. "It should be because Lu Xiao has the foundation of cultivation. This fusion process is much longer than Lu Qingxun. Of course, it may also be that Emperor's looking at Qi is different from Sword's fighting bulls, which includes many fighting experiences and a natural magical power." Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it has been. Boom. Lu Xiao's cultivation broke through the third level of foundation building from the second level of foundation building. Then it continued to rise to the peak of the third level of foundation building before gradually subsiding. The tall and strong body seemed to be a little more majestic, straight and powerful. With every breath between the mouth and nose, there was a dragon-like airflow surging. The body was filled with destruction, and the broken destruction flame gradually formed a dark gold color, and the whole person had a noble majesty of embracing the sun and the moon in the sky. "Father, mother." After a moment, Lu Xiao opened his eyes. The deep golden eyes seemed to have the sun and moon rotating, and the stars were extinguished, making many people unable to look directly at him. However, when he looked at his father in front of him, he only felt a round of immortal sun in front of him, brilliant and magnificent, with mighty power rushing to the sky, and his eyes stung. He knew that he had just merged the seeds of the law and had not yet fully mastered this ability. Moreover, his father's cultivation was much higher than his own. And there were magical treasures to suppress the spirit, so that people could not peek. If he peeped forcibly, it would only bring disaster to himself. Is this the strength of my father? Through his master and mother, Lu Xiao always knew that his father's strength was unfathomable, not the late stage of foundation building as rumored by the outside world. But at this moment, he deeply realized the horror of his father. Lu Changsheng chuckled. He has Tai soul and Jiu Bao Ruai bone, and even giant and cultivators can hardly peek at his situation. What's more, there's Yuankong robe, and Shinetun Bao Huang Lotus confuses the heavenly secrets and blocks the calculation. If it were someone else, he could seriously injure or even kill the other person with just a thought. However, his son's magical power is quite good. It is estimated that he cannot pretend in front of him before the Danjin stage. "Xiao, how do you feel?" Ling Xiao immediately asked with concern. "Mom, I feel very good, but the magic seed has just been integrated, and there are still many things that need time to digest and master." The sun, moon and stars in Lu Xiao's golden pupils disappeared, just like ordinary people. In his early years, his pupils always glowed with a light golden luster. Now that he has integrated the Xianzi Wonky magic seed, he also controls his own pupils without relying on magic tools to cover them. However, his eyes are still very extraordinary. Like two magic lamps, they are bright and can attract countless rays of light. "Okay, you digested well." Ling Xiao heard this and knew that such a divine object of heaven and earth could not be easily integrated at once, so she did not disturb her son. "My dear." After walking out of Ling Xiao Pavilion, Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng with great emotion. Through the situation just now, she saw some magical things in her son and knew that her son's rise in the future would be unstoppable. "This is our son. It would be inappropriate to say thank you." Lu Changsheng held her hand and smiled gently. For decades, he remembered all the contributions Ling Xiao had made to his family. Many things that he could not give to his wife would be given to his children as a kind of compensation. Deep in love, Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao came to Zumi Cave Heaven, lingering and tender. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng suddenly missed his daughter Lu Ling. This daughter usually sticks to Lu Pinggan and Lu Wangshu. So she went to Qingzhu Mountain again some time ago. Lu Changsheng thought for a while and asked Lu Xingyang to send a message, asking Lu Pinggan to bring Lu Ling back, and bring the 9 Nether Mastiff back with him. In the early years, the 9 Nether Mastiff took a bottle of Beast Yuan Den and was promoted to the late 2nd stage. But if you want to continue to improve and break through the 3rd stage, it will take at least 100 years. Among the 3 demon kings killed by Lu Changsheng during this trip across the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there happened to be a dark moon wolf, whose attributes were similar to those of the 9 Nether Mastiff. So Lu Changsheng was going to give this demon pill to the 9 Nether Mastiff. In this way, the growth time of the 9 Nether Mastiff could be greatly shortened. Yes. Lu Xingyang was a little surprised when he heard that Lu Pinggan and the 9 Nether Mastiff were called back. But since his father said so, he didn't ask any more questions and immediately sent someone to pass the message. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng went to see his son Lu Quanzhun's condition. His condition was still only stable, and there was no obvious improvement. He could only rely on slow recuperation. Quanzhun, come with me. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and took Lu Quanzhun to the top of the Bian Peak. Lu Quanzhun looked at the Zumi tree king in front of him, not knowing what to do. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng called softly, and the top of the mountain seemed to tremble slightly, and then a tunnel as wide as a person appeared. Huh? Lu Quanzhun looked surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to the Zumi cave heaven, his main peak actually had such a secret place. Come with me. Lu Changsheng said nothing and entered the tunnel. After a while, Lu Quanzhun and Lu Changsheng came to the spiritual vein area of Bian Peak. Feeling a pure and rich vitality, he saw the Zhuanshan Lingtang rooted in the spiritual vein. This is. He looked at the Zhuanshan Lingtang in front of him and instantly captured some extraordinary Tao rhyme. It seemed that all things were full of vitality, repeating over and over again, and finally all things withered and returned to the root of heaven and earth, which was very mysterious. This vine has a pure and rich vitality. You can come here to recuperate on weekdays. It's good for you. Lu Changsheng said. The Zhuanshan Lingtang exudes a vigorous vitality at all times, nourishing the spiritual vein. Monks have lived by the spiritual vein for a long time, meditating and practicing, and even have the effect of prolonging life. So he asked Lu Quanzhun to come to the Zhuanshan Lingtang to recuperate more often to see if it helps. Lu Quanzhun was stunned. He didn't expect that his father just let him recuperate through this vitality. The Dao rhyme of the spiritual vines in front of him interweaves and flows, as if evolving some kind of principles and rules. It is too extravagant to just use it to regulate the body, right? However, he saw that this Dao vine was rooted in his own spiritual vein, and it should be warming the spiritual vein. He was just using the overflowing majestic vitality to regulate his body. Thank you, Father. He bowed, then looked at the veins on the Zhuanshan Lingtang and asked, Father, this vein is a kind of Dao rhyme of the rules of heaven and earth. He had heard that some divine objects of heaven and earth would have the imprint of the rules of the Great Way, such as the patterns of flowers, birds and beasts, which were the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth. Many cultivators' skills and supernatural powers were comprehended through such fundamental principles of heaven and earth. The Zhuanshan Lingtang in front of him instantly reminded him of this aspect of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Well, there should be a Dao rhyme of the withering and flourishing of time on it. If you are interested, you can try to comprehend it yourself. Lu Changsheng said directly. He had already seen the patterns of the rules of heaven and earth on it, but he didn't have the leisure to comprehend it. Thank you, Father. Hearing this, Lu Quanzhun took out a cushion from his storage ring and sat cross-legged beside it. Then the Vajra relic and the nine-eyed Bodhi seed appeared in his hands. This Bodhi seed actually trembled slightly and felt a little hot in front of the Zhuanshan Lingtang. Immediately, a wonderful feeling surged into Lu Quanzhun's heart. Lu Quanzhun was surprised. This nine-eyed Bodhi seed was a gift from his uncle Chu Changsheng. At the beginning, he was able to comprehend and cultivate the 5 elements Qingzhu thanks to this Bodhi seed. In the subsequent cultivation of the skills and techniques, this Bodhi seed also provided a lot of help. But in all these years, this situation has never occurred before. Lu Changsheng, who was about to walk out of the tunnel, also raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the Bodhi seed in his son's hand seemed to resonate with his Zhuanshan Lingtang. But after a look, it should be that the Bodhi seed helped Lu Quanzhun to comprehend the veins and Dao rhyme rules on the Zhuanshan Lingtang, and did not cause any effect on the Lingtang. Tisk, it seems that Quanzhun has a great opportunity. Lu Changsheng chuckled, not caring too much, but thinking that he could arrange for other children to comprehend the rules and rhymes of the spirit vine in the future. He then said to Zumi, letting it look at Lu Quanzhun and Zhuanshan Lingtang. Lu Quanzhun sat cross-legged in front of Zhuanshan Lingtang. His eyes seemed to flow along the trajectory of Zhuanshan Lingtang's rhymes, from dark and deep to empty and soulless, and then gradually became bright and energetic. It seemed that there were mysterious and wonderful patterns emerging in front of him, but they were blurred and difficult to capture. Lu Quanzhun was not anxious, but calm, quietly comprehended, carefully observed, and at the same time verified his own practice. From flourishing to withering and dying, the years were withering and flourishing, and the prosperity was gone. He thought of his yin-yang kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art, which was divided into yin-yang 5 elements Kunpeng-ju and Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art, which was one positive and one demon. He also thought of his physical condition, which was like withering and flourishing, from flourishing to withering. Just like this, his heart was empty and he sat cross-legged quietly without moving. Only the pure and rich vitality of the spiritual vines nourished his dilapidated body, eroded by the blood evil. 3 days later. Dad. Lu Pingyan took Lu Ling and Jiu Iao Mastiff back to Qingzhu Mountain. Dad, Mom. Lu Ling had taken the anti-aging pill and still looked like a girl, with 2 cute buns and innocent. Xiao. Every time Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's overflowing smile, he felt a sense of healing. He stepped forward and rubbed her 2 buns, asking about a recent situation. Dad, I broke through the 9th level of key refining. Lu Ling said with her little head tilted up, sharing the joy. In her early years, because of the dragon yin body, Lu Changsheng did not dare to let her practice normally, so her cultivation was far behind Lu Lingxiao. But after solving the dragon yin body, she had a first-grade spiritual root, a broken spiritual body, and the physical foundation laid in her childhood, which can be said to be rapid progress. My Xiao is awesome. Lu Changsheng praised immediately. Daddy, this is for you. Lu Ling laughed, then opened her sachet and handed a medium-grade spirit stone to Lu Changsheng. Why are you giving Daddy a spirit stone? Lu Changsheng asked with a smile on his face. I saw that Xiao and the others would give pocket money to their parents after they receive their salary. Now that I can make money, I also give Daddy and Mom pocket money every month. Lu Ling handed the spirit stone to Lu Changsheng with her white and tender palm. She was not just playing in Qingzhu Mountain. Occasionally, she would go to the Black Cloud Mountains with a hunting team to hunt monsters, or help cast magic puppets. It was just that she could earn spirit stones because Lu Qingzhu or Lu Pingyan gave her more spirit stones. Lu Changsheng's heart was instantly touched, thinking that this daughter was still considerate, and she would always be the old father's little cotton-padded jacket. Oh, Xiao, this is not just a little spirit stone, it's too much, and you have to spend money yourself. Lu Changsheng said immediately. How could he ask his daughter for spirit stones? This daughter is a bit like Lu Wongshu, she is a hamster and likes to collect treasures. But compared to Lu Wongshu, this daughter is very generous. No, Daddy, you keep it, this is my heart. Lu Ling tilted her little head and insisted with a pout. No, it's too much. Lu Changsheng continued to refuse. Several people around saw the father and daughter, shook their heads and smiled. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that his daughter was also good, worry-free. Father, you want a lot of medicinal materials, and the spiritual stones that can be used at home are not enough. There is still a shortage. At this time, Lu Xingyan came and saw Lu Changsheng, and said with a bow. The main materials for preparing the medicinal bath are the essence and blood of the 3rd-level Demon King and the bones. But there are many auxiliary medicines that need to be collected and purchased by yourself. And Lu Changsheng is going to baptize all the children in the late stage of key refining and the foundation building at home, so the spiritual stones needed are naturally not a small number. Xiao, you give Xingyang 300,000 spiritual stones. If it is not enough, come to me later. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, indicating not to disturb him. Then he continued to bargain with his daughter. He said that 2 low-grade spirit stones would be enough, and 1 medium-grade spirit stone was too much. Her friends must have given so much to their parents. Lu Ling said that he earned a lot, so it was right to give more, and his mother also had so much. At this time, Lu Xingyan next to him suddenly realized that he came at the wrong time. However, seeing that his father casually gave him 300,000 spirit stones, but he and his sister Lu Ling said that 1 medium-grade spirit stone was too much, he didn't know what to say. Okay. Ling Xiao was in a very good mood, smiled, and went to the cave to get the spirit stones. Lu Changsheng often gave spirit stones to the family in his early years. But now he handed the private treasury to Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoan, and Ling Xiao, and separated it from the family funds. The family needs to report to him or the 3 girls for large spirit stone expenditures. Thank you, my Xiao. Lu Changsheng finally accepted 10 low-grade spirit stones from his daughter, pinched her white face, and asked her if she wanted any gifts. Dad, I have everything. Although Lu Ling is not as rich as Lu Wongshu, she is also a wealthy woman. There is no shortage of magic tools, puppets, talismans, spiritual stones, etc. Okay, when my little he breaks through the foundation, Dad will prepare a gift for you. Lu Changsheng stroked her little head, thinking about customizing a set of spiritual tools for his daughter. The wind and fire wheels and several magic tools he made for her before are not suitable for fighting. Thank you, Dad. Lu Ling is very easy to satisfy and nodded happily. At this time, Lu Changsheng remembered that he had something important to do when he called his son Lu Pingyan back. He took out a dark golden iron tower from the storage ring, threw it to him, and said, Pingyan, I prepared a medicinal bath for you, don't rush back. Ah! Lu Pingyan reached out to catch this magic weapon that weighed 1,000 pounds, and then said, Dad, isn't this too wasteful? He knew that his medicinal bath was very resource-consuming. It was only 3.5 years since the last time, and now it's another time. It's simply a waste of money. Just listen to my arrangements. Lu Changsheng said directly. His son is now at the 8th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Only after breaking through the 9th level can he withstand the great wilderness dragon spine. Although it is difficult to break through the 9th level through 1 or 2 medicinal baths. But he is not short of resources in this area now, and is willing to spend money to first get a 3rd level body refining. And he is also a little curious. When his son was in the 2nd level body refining, the system gave him a high level lottery. Will there be a higher level lottery for the 3rd level body refining? Come on, Zia Ohoi. Then, Lu Changsheng threw a dark purple, fist-sized pill with a dark and fierce aura to the 9 nether mastiff. Roar. Seeing this, the 9 nether mastiff roared in fear, and then tried to bite the demon pill with some joy. Be careful. Lu Changsheng said. Although demon beasts can directly take demon pills of the same attribute to accelerate growth, break through grades, and even purify blood. But the 9 nether mastiff is only at the 2nd level. Taking such a complete 3rd level demon pill still has certain risks. Roar. The 9 nether mastiff roared, and then tentatively absorbed the demonic power from the demon pill. Pingyan, keep an eye on Zio Hei. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Pingyan. Although the 9 nether mastiff was called Jiu to the outside world, he was used to it and was too lazy to change his name. Yes, Dad. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan nodded quickly. Fortunately, there was no one else in the hall at this time, otherwise seeing Lu Changsheng's hand, I'm afraid they would be shocked and speechless. Chapter 508, 2nd level formation skills, Lu Qingshan vs Lu Pingyan. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, apart from accompanying his wife, concubines, and children, Lu Changsheng spent all his time on refining equipment. He began to cast the flame-burning tower he had envisioned, and also refined the wind and thunder wings from the wings of the wind and thunder hound, and other magic weapons. After all, as a giant and cultivator, he does not have many magic weapons at present. Moreover, after refining such functional magic weapons, he will not need them in the future, and can pass them down in the family. Dang 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 dang. At this moment, next to the Bian Peak, several Lu family children, craftsmen, and equipment refiners were building a 9-story tower under the command of Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio. Like the flame-burning tower, if it is completely refined as a large magic weapon, it will not only take time, but also waste materials. So after Lu Changsheng discussed with Honglian, he first used Wu Shi Jingtai to build a 9-story exquisite tower, and then added other materials to cast, layout array patterns, and prohibitions. This is not only simple, but also can meet Lu Changsheng's needs, and is enough for the Lu family's children to use. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a 2nd level puppet master and getting a chance to draw a lottery. 2nd level puppet master. At this moment, Lu Changsheng didn't know which of his children in the family had been promoted to 2nd level puppet master. Because the puppet business is the pillar of Qingzhu Mountain, many Lu family children with average talents have devoted themselves to puppetry in the early years. And before that, he came back from the Qingyun secret realm and brought back the 4th level puppet inheritance, which made the family's puppet craftsmanship go further. I seem to have forgotten Qingyu's lottery before. At this time, Lu Changsheng remembered that Zhao Qingqing's son was born before, with a greenwood spirit body, and he won an ordinary lottery. But he was chatting with Chu Qingyi at the time, so he didn't distract himself from the lottery, and he forgot about it afterwards. System, lottery. Immediately, Lu Changsheng silently said in his heart, preparing to use both lotteries. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of foundation building pills. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A bottle of foundation building pill. Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. If it was decades ago, he would probably be excited for a long time if he drew a bottle of foundation building pill. But now my family also needs some foundation building pills. Lu Changsheng didn't feel it was a pity. After all, it was just an ordinary lottery, and the value was limited. And if you really want to calculate the value, a bottle of foundation building pill has 10 pills, which is already very good. Speaking of being able to draw a bottle of foundation building pill, can I draw a bottle of crystal condensing pill in the advanced lottery? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Compared with foundation building pills, the difficulty of obtaining crystal condensing pills is much higher. The way he can get crystal condensing pills now is to buy the medicinal materials of crystal condensing pills from outside, and then find Honglian to refine them. But the materials of crystal condensing pills are very rare. And the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain is not convenient to buy the spiritual medicine of crystal condensing pills openly. If he can get a bottle directly through the advanced lottery, then he doesn't have to worry about his wife, concubines, and children at home breaking through the den. Continue. Lu Changsheng's heart moved slightly, and he continued to draw. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining second-level formation skills. The rewards have been distributed in the system space, and the host can check them at any time. Lu Changsheng was completely speechless. I didn't expect that both draws today were so useless. Or rather, ordinary draws are useless to me now. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. In the early years, whether it was a bottle of foundation building pills or second-level formation skills, they were all rewards he looked forward to. If he got these two rewards, he would be excited for a long time. But now, with the improvement of his cultivation strength, he has no shortage of foundation building pills, and he can use the one-ling bottle to catalyze and refine them. The same is true for the second-level formation. Not to mention relying on his own research. At present, there is Ling Xiao and Honglian at home, so there is no need for him to master the formation. Besides, it is only the second-level formation skills. But it's better than nothing. Lu Changsheng sighed and comforted himself. With a second-level formation skill, at least in the future, when he encounters formation problems, it will be much easier for him to crack them. Or if there is any special situation and a temporary formation needs to be arranged, he can also help. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to Bian Peak. His mind moved slightly, and he took out the foundation building pills he had just drawn. 10 top-grade foundation building pills, not bad. Lu Changsheng glanced at the foundation building pills in the porcelain bottle and nodded with satisfaction. When the Xiao secret realm is over, these 10 foundation building pills can be used directly. Inheritance. Lu Changsheng's heart moved slightly, and he inherited and used the second-level formation in the system space. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge and information poured into his mind. The beginning of formation, the complete collection of basic formations, the complete collection of first-level formations, the complete collection of second-level formations, on formation patterns and arrangements formations. From entry to entry after a long time, Lu Changsheng's mind had a lot of knowledge and information about formations. This information was very complicated, and even he needed some time to digest it now. Immediately, Lu Changsheng used the formation knowledge inheritance in his mind to observe and analyze his own Zumi fantasy heaven formation. Before, he could only see a vague picture of the whole formation. But now that he has inherited the second-level top formation, he instantly understood many principles. However, this Zumi fantasy heaven formation is a simplified third-level formation, ranked as quasi-third level, and he still has some difficulty observing and analyzing it now. Buzz. Lu Changsheng slightly used his magical power, the fire eyes and golden pupils, and the patterns of the formation in front of him instantly became much clearer, as if he could see through the essence. As long as he is given enough time, he can analyze the situation of this formation. With the fire eyes and golden pupils, Tai's soul, if I am given enough time, I can even analyze and find loopholes in the third-level formation. But once the formation is in operation, the situation changes rapidly, and the situation will be different at that time. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, realizing that the help brought to him by the second-level top formation is not only to set up the formation, but more to see through the essence and how to break the formation. Sister Mayaoj is back. At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly saw the mountain gate. Lu Mayaoj, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingxun, Lu Qingqi, and Lu Wangshu came back. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng flew away immediately, shouted, and looked at his children with a smile. Dad, Dad, Daddy. Several children shouted at Lu Changsheng, with different expressions. Lu Qingshan grinned, and the whole person was unrestrained and uninhibited. Lu Qingxun bowed slightly. His movements were gentle and elegant, showing respect without making the father-son relationship seem unfamiliar. Lu Qingzhu's eyebrows were full of joy, but he did not throw himself into his father's arms as he did when he was young. He just looked at his father with admiration and joy. Lu Wangshu's pink and white dress fluttered, and her expression was somewhat similar to Lu Qingzhu, but her eyebrows were more lively and charming. Lu Qingqi was different from her two sisters. She had no ladylike image. She shouted, then quickly came to the old father, pointed to the burning flame tower in the distance, and asked what it was doing. This, Daddy is going to name it the Flame Refining Tower, which can help with cultivation and tempering spiritual power. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, asking her if this trip was fun. Not fun, my brother and sister have always been busy, and they haven't been able to take me out to play. The girl said with a pout. She was thinking about going out to have a good time this time. But when she arrived at Qingzhu Mountain, her brother and sister were busy. And her younger brother Lu Qingxun has been dealing with Qingzhu Mountain, Linghu society, and surrounding forces with her brother and sister, causing her to be alone and bored. Ha, wait a while, Daddy will take you out to play. Lu Changsheng rubbed her head and said with a smile. After a while, he will almost completely refine the Qingyun Huang lotus. By then, he will solve the problem of the heaven and earth immortality method and prepare to take Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maihun, and choose Hansun out for a walk. Daddy keeps his word. Although Lu Qingqi is the same age as Lu Qingxun, she is even half a year older. But maybe Lu Changsheng treats his sons and daughters differently, so the favored daughters in the family mature relatively slowly. Of course. Lu Changsheng smiled, looking at the other children and asking them about the current situation in Qingzhu Mountain. Nothing, just the Sima family secretly makes trouble, and we frightened them a little. Lu Wangshu raised his head slightly and said lightly. But Lu Changsheng heard a bit of praise from it. With my Wangshu here, your father is naturally relieved. This time I prepared a few small toys for you. Do you like them later? Lu Changsheng never hesitates to praise and reward. Thank you, Dad. The fairy Wangshu, who is usually cold and elegant and unattainable by many people, suddenly laughed like a pretty girl, without the dignified attitude just now. You all have it too. Lu Changsheng saw Lu Qingqi looking at him eagerly, pinched her delicate face, and said with some amusement, and came to the Lu family mansion with several people. After they sat down, Lu Maiyuan and Lu Changsheng briefly talked about the situation in Qingzhu Mountain. These days, they mainly stabilized the situation in Qingzhu Mountain and took over the industry of Linghu Club. Linghu Club. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, not caring too much. After all, in his opinion, these were just minor fights, and his children could just deal with it themselves. Qingshan, Zia Azur, when are you going to go back this time? Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Qingshan and asked. He knew that the two children could not stay at home for too long. They had been home for more than half a year this time. Counting the time they traveled back and forth, it would probably not take long to go back. Zia Azur and I have been out for a long time this time, and we plan to go back in a few days. Lu Qingshan glanced at his sister and said. Well, if it's not urgent, you can stay a little longer. Lu Changsheng said so, asking about the two people's life in Qingyun Sect. Knowing that everything was fine for his children in Yu State, he didn't ask much. Dad. At this time, Lu Qingshan also talked about the purpose of his return. Okay, give me the sword embryo. Lu Changsheng said. He had said before that he would help his son recast it. Now that Honglian was here, he could help. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Lu Qingshan immediately grinned and handed this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo and many spiritual materials he had collected to Lu Changsheng. Okay, you have been busy for so long these days, take a good rest. There will be a medicinal bath at home later, you can also experience it, it will be good for you. Lu Changsheng looked at the refined gold in his son's storage bag and thought that his son was quite rich. Medicinal bath. Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows, knowing that this should be some kind of secret recipe for baptizing the body and stabilizing the foundation. This secret recipe also exists in the Qingyun Sect. However, most of them are useful for key refining cultivators, but not for foundation building cultivators. However, since his father said so, he did not ask more questions and prepared to experience it later. Here, this is a gift for you. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at his bored daughter Lu Wangshu next to him, and threw out 3 gu jars, one for her, Lu Qingqi, and Lu Qingzhu. This daughter has a wide range of interests and hobbies. In addition to making talismans, she also studies alchemy, refining tools, puppets, formations, spiritual plants, music, and winemaking. Oh, and fishing. So this time in Jin State, Lu Changsheng saw that the gu worms that Nangguang Li used for Lu Quanzhong were quite interesting, so he asked for a few gu worms from her and prepared to give them to his daughters as gifts. But now that there are multiple daughters here, it is natural to divide them equally. Huh? This is a gu worm. Lu Wangshu opened the gu jar and saw a blue crystal lying inside that was curved like a moon and surrounded by a faint glow. That's right, this gu worm is called Moon Rainbow Dress. After using it, it can form a moonlight dress to resist a foundation building technique and cover up the breath of mana. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Dad, how can you give someone a gu worm as a gift? You don't understand the customs at all. Lu Wangshu wrinkled his delicate yellow nose and said so. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Lu Changsheng didn't indulge her and said directly. How can I take back a gift I have given away? Lu Wangshu immediately closed the gu jar in his hand and put it in his pet bag. Lu Qingzhu next to him chuckled and looked at the gu jar in his hand. Zia Azur, yours is called the calming butterfly, which can calm your mind and resist spiritual attacks. Zia Oki's is called the wandering butterfly gu, which can turn into a butterfly to take you flying, but your cultivation is too low now, so you can't refine it yourself. Ask your brother to help refine it later. Lu Changsheng introduced. These gu insects are not rare and precious, but they look good and have good effects. After all, these gu insects are small gifts prepared for children. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Both girls thanked. Dad? What about me? What about me? Lu Qingshi next to him immediately stepped forward. Go away, what do you want this thing for? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said directly. This gu insect is not enough for his son's sword, and it's useless to take it. But after thinking about it, he gave one to his son Lu Qingxun and let them play with it by themselves. Changsheng, did you encounter any unexpected situation on this trip? After the children left, Lu Miaoj, who was dressed in a plain white dress and was elegant, said softly. Lu Changsheng said before that this trip to Jin State might take 2 or 3 years. Now he has returned in just over a year, and subconsciously thought that something happened. It was relatively smooth, so I came back early. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and told Lu Miaoj about Meng Xiaoqin's affairs, saying that he was going to marry Meng Xiaoqin. Miss Xiaoqin. Lu Miaoj was also surprised to hear that Meng Xiaoqin came to Qingzhu Mountain. After all, she was deeply impressed by Meng Xiaoqin's affairs in Qingzhu Mountain and Hongai Valley in the early years. It should be so. Lu Miaoj didn't know about the grudge between Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaoqin. She thought that the two loved each other in their early years, and they were separated because of some things later, so she had no opinion. And said that since Lu Changsheng married Meng Xiaoqin, he might as well give Xiaoziharu another wedding. Xiaoziharu gave birth to 6 children for Lu Changsheng, all of whom had spiritual roots. Now that his children Lu Xingyu and Lu Xingchen have broken through the foundation building, the others are also expected to build the foundation, so this is also a kind of reward. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded after a slight hesitation. By the way, Changsheng at this time, Lu Miaoj and Lu Changsheng talked about the problem of their son Lu Qingxun. This son's personality is carefree and unrestrained in front of them. But through these days of observation, she also saw that this son is indeed a little arrogant, even arrogant, and conceited. This kind of arrogance is not arrogant and domineering. It is a state of mind. Except for the sword and the people he cares about, other people and things are ignored and indifferent. The whole person is like a bright moon in the sky, the scorching sun shining, and he regards the people of the world as rice grains. As long as people are not as good as him, they are nothing more than rice grains that are bigger or smaller. Although Lu Qingxun has this capital. But as an elder, she thinks this is not good. Especially after being married to Lu Changsheng for so many years, She deeply knows that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. With such a temperament, it is easy to ignore potential dangers. Maybe one day he will suffer a great loss because of this, so he hopes that his father Lu Changsheng will come to teach him a lesson. Do you regard the heroes of the world as grass? Lu Changsheng thought that his son Lu Qingzhu's situation was very normal. This son was a lawless and daring person when he was young. When he grew up a little, he was valued by Qingyun Sect and accepted as a disciple, and he made his mark in Qingyun Sect. Later, he obtained the Dharma seed, his talent was further improved, and his mind was subtly influenced. In this case, it would be a problem if he was not arrogant. But what Lu Miaoj said also made sense. There are many heroes in the world. Although Lu Qingzhu is powerful, he can't be truly invincible. There are always some freaks in the world of cultivation, top monsters, whose strength is far beyond him. Maybe one day he will fall. And who in the world of cultivation would compete with you among peers? Maybe some old immortals will play tricks on you. Okay, I'll talk to him later. Lu Changsheng thought about it and felt that it would be better to suffer a little at home and be modest than to suffer outside. In this way, his son will not look down on the world all day long. The next day. Bian Peak, Back Mountain. Dad, you called me here so early in the morning, what's the matter? Lu Qingzhu has now changed into the robes of Qingyun Sect, wearing a green robe, with an upright figure. The whole person is like an unruly swordsman. Yes, Big Brother is here too. He saw Lu Qingzhu, who had a calm face, tall stature, and a strong physique beside Lu Changsheng, raised his sword eyebrows and laughed out loud. Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu smiled and nodded slightly, very friendly. Your achievements in Qingyun Sect, your father has also heard about it, and I want to see how strong you are now, so I asked your big brother to practice with you. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe, handsome, gentle tone, chuckled. Oh. Lu Qingzhu raised his eyebrows, looked at his elder brother, raised his mouth slightly, and then said, I heard that elder brother has reached the quasi-third level in body refining. Just with the help of external objects. Lu Qingzhu smiled, without any arrogance. He knew very well how his body refining strength came from. It was only by relying on the massive resources invested by his father that he could cultivate the 100 refining treasure body art to this level in just a few decades. Brother, you are too modest. In 30 or 40 years, you have cultivated your body to the quasi-third level, and practiced both the body and the magic. Even if you let the whole Jiang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom go, it is rare. It is very rare. Although Lu Qingzhu's eyes are high and he doesn't take other people seriously. But Lu Qingzhu's achievement is still worth his attention. At this time, he heard his father calling him to come here to practice with his elder brother in front of him, and his eyes were also filled with a bit of fighting spirit. I want to see how strong the other party is in the quasi-third level of body refining. In that case, you two brothers can give it a try. Qingzhu, you can also compare and see how your elder brother's combat power compares with other body refining cultivators and fake pill cultivators in the outside world. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Among so many children in the family, he currently pays the most attention to Lu Qingzhu and Lu Wangshu. As the two children grow up and become famous, he, as a father, is not only pleased, but also a little complacent. Since Dad said so, then I won't be polite. Lu Qingzhu's whole aura was stern, and the platinum magic sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Lu Qingzhu and said in a deep voice, Brother, please give me some advice. Chapter 509, Lu Changsheng teaches his son, the art of withering and flourishing. Please. Lu Qingzhu stood tall and stretched out his hand. His body seemed to be much stronger in an instant, with a faint precious light flowing, and the whole person seemed to be cast from fine iron, giving people a sense of indestructibility. Swish! A white gold sword light broke through the air, sharp and sharp, like a long rainbow suddenly appearing from the sky, slashing the sky. Dang! Lu Qingzhu's body did not move, and his palm with precious light slapped, colliding with the sword light, bursting out a harsh sound of metal and iron clashing, sparks flying, and then the sword light dissipated. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's magic sword in his hand trembled, and the sword light shone everywhere. Within a few feet, it was all his sword light. At the same time, he tapped the storage bag lightly, and a flying sword that looked like gold and bamboo appeared, shooting towards Lu Qingzhu like a swimming dragon. Two flying swords, one attacking and one disturbing, hiding murderous intent, mysterious and amazing. Facing such an offensive, Lu Qingzhu remained motionless. His body was shining brightly, as if he was wearing a golden armor, allowing the sword light to ravage his body. Then his right arm suddenly rose up, like a dragon and snake taking off from the ground, a hawk swooping down on a rabbit, and directly grasped a dragon-like Yonzinayan bamboo sword. Buzz buzz buzz, this second-level flying sword was grasped by Lu Qingyan, struggling and trembling, as if crying. What? Lu Qingyan saw this scene, his face changed slightly. This Yonzinayan bamboo sword was the flying sword he obtained from the Sect sword test competition that year. Although it was only a second-level middle grade, it was a top-grade flying sword, and its power was even better than many second-level top-grade flying swords. But now, it was directly held in Lu Qingyan's hand. For a sword cultivator, if the flying sword is taken away by someone, it can be said that half of it has been lost. Qingyan, it's true that your elder brother is refining his body. You can use some real skills. With your father watching, you don't have to worry too much. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black and luxurious robe, stood with his hands behind his back and said with a chuckle, "Practice and training are different from life and death fights. It is impossible to go all out, otherwise it is easy to lose control." But Lu Qingyan practiced the 100 refinements treasure body art, and there was no flaw in his body, restraining all kinds of fancy tricks. So this competition depends on whether Lu Qingyan's sword can break Lu Qingyan's defense. In this case, I won't be polite. Lu Qingyan heard the words, took a deep breath, his sword eyes were majestic, and his face showed a serious look. Immediately, the whole person's momentum rose, rushing into the sky, like a shocking divine sword out of the sheath, with cold air overflowing. No one can stop it, and want to tear the sun and moon sky. Ordinary foundation building cultivators will lose their minds and their momentum will be weakened by 3 points when facing his shocking sword intent. But Lu Qingyan's face was firm, calm and heavy, and he was not affected, and he released the Yonzinayan bamboo sword in his hand. In the tall body, it was like a volcanic furnace, brewing some great terror, rumbling. In theory, Lu Qingyan had no possibility of defeating him. But the lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. This is not only his own principle, but also a respect for his younger brother Lu Qingyan. Clang clang clang, Lu Qingyan made a gesture with his hands, and 5 more flying swords appeared, soaring into the sky, exuding a sharp breath. "Brother, be careful." Lu Qingyan shouted coldly with a sharp look. The 7 flying swords trembled, the sword energy rushed into the sky, the murderous intent was shocking, and there was a rumbling thunder. There seemed to be a sense of killing between heaven and earth. At this moment, even if Lu Qingyan's body was unparalleled, he felt a sense of cold and cutting from the invisible sword energy. 100 refined armor. His body was boiling, and a golden armor appeared on his body with precious light flowing, making his tall and burly body more majestic and domineering. This kid, he really has something. Lu Changsheng's eyes were filled with a smile. From the means used by Lu Qingyan, we can see some of the flavor of the 7 stars sword formation. It's just that the effect is much simpler, and then the means such as sword energy like rainbow, sword energy transformation, sword energy thunder sound, etc. are added. Apart from anything else, this exquisite method alone is enough to make him look down upon his peers. However, he still has confidence in his son Lu Qingyan. Swish, 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 7 flying swords slashed towards Lu Qingyan one after another, and the sword light in the sky was like a raging sea, one wave higher than the other, making it difficult to capture and impossible to defend against. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Qingyan's face was calm, and his golden fists blasted out, bursting with brilliant luster. The black dragon roared, the wind and thunder stirred, breaking through the layers of sword light. Lu Qingyan's 7 flying swords kept trembling, swallowing and spitting out sharp sword light, slashing out one sword after another. Every wave of sword light was breathtaking, sharp and brilliant, forming a terrifying sea of sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Qingyan stood in the sea of sword energy, his body bathed in golden divine light, like a peerless god of war. His fists opened and closed, and the sword light in the sky collapsed and dissipated. This is the 100 refining treasure body art. There is no weakness in the whole body, which is stronger than any magic weapon or spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan's sword light swallowed and spit, interweaving and roaring, forming a terrifying net of heaven and earth, and continued to kill Lu Qingyan, and the sword energy that soared into the sky seemed to split the sky and the earth. Boom boom boom, just like that, the 2 of them bombarded head-on, and the terrifying fluctuations of magic power swept the entire back mountain crazily, causing Bian Peak to tremble slightly. What's the noise? Someone is taking action, and I feel a sharp sword energy. This, it seems to be Qingyun sword energy. Is Qingyun practicing with someone? The back mountain is a place for the children of the Lu family to practice magic and practice. Although it was still early at this time, the movement of Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingyun's fight still attracted the attention of many people. If there was no formation to suppress the aftermath of magic power, the movement of the two fighting would probably be felt by the entire Bian Peak, and even the people of Qingzhu Mountain. Hiss, it's Big Brother. Qingyun is fighting with Big Brother. Big Brother is fighting with Qingyun with bare hands. Is this the strength of quasi third level body refining? Some Lu family members came curiously and exclaimed when they saw the two people sparring in the distance. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and the invisible magic power pushed all these people out of the back mountain, forming an invisible curtain. Why are you joining in the fun instead of meditating and sleeping in the morning? Lu Changsheng spoke, and his calm and gentle voice sounded in everyone's ears. His son Lu Qingyun has an arrogant personality. If he loses in the sparring with Lu Pingyan, then he loses. If everyone saw Lu Qingyun lose to Lu Pingyan in public, they would lose face. This is also the reason why Lu Changsheng only called Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingyun to come over. Otherwise, the two of them sparring like this can also be seen by other Lu family members, and they will be modest and impatient. Dad, we just heard the noise and came to take a look. Yes, we are just curious to see. A Lu family member shouted loudly, curious about the fight between Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingyun. This level of fighting is not something you should get involved in. Go back honestly. Lu Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, continuing to watch his two sons sparring in front of him. At this moment, Lu Qingyun also realized that his methods could not break Lu Pingyan's body at all, so he used his last resort. Zhenjin sword formation. He cast a series of spells, and the 7 flying swords trembled, splitting into 36 similar flying swords, emitting rainbow-like sword light, and killing Lu Pingyan grimly. Lu Pingyan's body roared continuously, and precious light flowed throughout his body. He was wearing a golden battle armor, exuding an indestructible and cold luster. Boom boom boom, his fists were like the most dazzling divine iron, and he smashed hard, and 2 black dragons loomed, giving people a sense of overwhelming and turbulent waves, and knocked the flying sword in front of him away. Zhengjin instant sword technique. Great free sword energy. Lu Qingyun's robe fluttered, his expression was majestic, his body was radiant with sword light, resonating with the 7 flying swords, and then made the 36 flying swords slash at Lu Pingyan, submerging him completely. Wind and thunder, open the mountain. Lu Pingyan's blood and ki roared, like thousands of troops roaring, and the blood and ki smoke rushed straight into the sky, like a black dragon entrenched. The majestic body like a mountain was flowing with golden light, filled with the charm of Vajra's immortality. He punched out, endless wind and thunder rolled, and the black dragon above his head roared, forming a dragon-shaped axe, carrying the power of wind and thunder, and slashing out with his fist. Buzz buzz buzz. Lu Qingyun saw his 7 flying swords trembling, and the 36 flying swords that were separated were directly collapsing. Immediately, a violent and domineering force, stirring the wind and clouds, and the majestic and powerful divine power enveloped him. If he had not been a sword cultivator, fused with giant Changdown Yu, and been immune to all kinds of pressure, he would have been unable to move and breathless at this time. It's just a sparring between brothers, just stop at a certain point. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Lu Changsheng appeared in front of Lu Qingyun. With a raised hand, Lu Pingyan's fist and the dragon-shaped giant axe that spanned the sky and the earth instantly dissipated like the breeze and white clouds. Qingyun, are you okay? Lu Pingyan's body light dissipated, and he looked at Lu Qingyun and said with concern. In a normal sparring, he would definitely not use heavy hands. But just now his father sent a message, asking him to be serious and not just defend without attacking. I'm fine. Lu Qingyun let out a long breath, his face slightly pale. Just now, except for not completely killing him, he can be said to have used all his strength and consumed a lot. Thinking that he not only failed to break Lu Pingyan's defense, but also failed to block a punch, Lu Qingyun felt mixed emotions. In their early years, the two met in the Xiao secret realm, both at the 9th level of ki refining. But now, I am at the 6th level of foundation building, 2 levels higher than Lu Pingyan. But the other party's body refining has directly reached the quasi-3rd level, crushing me. You know, The difficulty of improving body refining is higher than refining ki, and the other party is also practicing both magic and body. Dad, I lost. I am far inferior to my elder brother in strength, and I can't judge his strength compared with other fake pill cultivators. Lu Qingzhu is not someone who can't afford to lose, so he said out loud. Oh. Seeing that his son didn't look like he was hurt at all, Lu Changsheng smiled and said, I thought you would be hit. It's just a win or loss. I'm not so easily hit. Besides, who can be undefeated forever? Lu Qingzhu put away his flying sword and said calmly. Although he was conceited about his extraordinary strength, he never thought he was invincible. Besides, Lu Pingyan was at the quasi-third level of body refining, and he was only in the middle stage of foundation building. The difference in strength between the two was normal, so it was normal for him to lose. But when he thought of the gap in strength between the two, Lu Qingzhu still felt a little disappointed. It's a good idea for you to have this idea. There are so many geniuses in the world, and we must not underestimate everyone. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, Dad, I know you think I'm too arrogant and want to teach me a lesson, but I often remind myself to reflect on myself and not underestimate everyone. But this kind of thing is easier said than done, so I rarely make enemies with others on weekdays. Lu Qingzhu, dressed in a blue sword robe, was free and unrestrained, and said helplessly. He was able to get to where he is today, so he is naturally not a reckless man who only knows how to fight with others by relying on his talent. He has long been aware of his character problems. His master, Qingyun Sect, has also reminded him several times. But he has been gifted since he was a child. He became a disciple of Qingyun Sect, and later obtained the Dharma seed, and soared to the sky, looking down on his peers and having no rivals. In this situation, it is difficult not to develop this kind of character. As a sword cultivator, it's normal to have a bit of arrogance, and you have the capital to be arrogant. But your arrogance is not wanton arrogance, but a kind of fearless, arrogant, and conceited arrogance that does not take others seriously. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said softly, this kind of arrogance will make you gradually look down on everything, and even if you meet a monster, you will be careless. Just like your eldest brother, if you meet him somewhere else, do you think he can grow to this point in a few decades? Lu Changsheng glanced at Lu Pingyan next to him and said aloud. Lu Qingzhu did not speak. As Lu Changsheng said, if he hadn't known Lu Pingyan's record and had not fought against him today, he would find it hard to believe that someone could grow so fast. Lu Changsheng sighed lightly and continued, you said that you rarely make enemies with others on weekdays. Then let me ask you, if your brothers and fellow disciples in your family are unhappy with your behavior, jealous, and resentful, will you care? No. Lu Qingzhu said in a low voice. Not only will you not care, even if you realize it, you won't take it to heart. You will only think that they are just a group of jumping clowns. If they dare to do anything, just kill them with a sword. Lu Changsheng patted him on the shoulder and said, Qingzhu, you are in the Qingyun Sect, with the protection of the sect, so it doesn't matter. Even if your fellow disciples are unhappy with you and jealous of you, it won't matter. But what about the cultivators of other sects? This world has never lacked geniuses, but how many of them have finally broken through to the Qingyun stage and are known to us? I don't know how many top monsters died halfway, their bodies and ways disappeared, and turned into a pile of dry bones. Maybe many little people who were not taken seriously by you have obtained opportunities, become late bloomers, and emerged as a new force. Not to mention the distant past, just your eldest brother, his spiritual roots were invisible in his early years, and he wasted more than 20 years in the secular world, but now his strength is far beyond yours. If you have a grudge with such people and he makes trouble for you, what should you do? Lu Changsheng said earnestly. It's a good thing to be sharp and energetic. As a sword cultivator, his son Lu Qingzhu is on the road of forging ahead and advancing bravely, and he also needs such a sharp spirit. But as the saying goes, being too rigid will break easily. If the other party encounters any accident in your state, he, as a father, really can't do anything. Just like Lu Quanzhen. If he hadn't happened to go to Jin state, he would probably be dead or alive now. He doesn't want to see Lu Qingzhu in the future when the other party is half disabled or even has bad news. Dad, I understand what you mean. Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath and said so. He knew all these principles. But when his father pointed it out at this time, he was still a little touched. Dad, after I break through the 7th level of foundation building, I will spend 3 years to sharpen my sword heart. He looked at Lu Changsheng in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Just keep these in mind." Lu Changsheng patted him on the shoulder and said in a warm voice, "For this kind of thing, just a word is enough, no need to say too much. Your father once told you that if you only pursue the edge of the sword, it will be too hard and easy to break. Sometimes you can hide the edge in the sheath, show it to others with dullness, and use the edge to guide yourself. I have another sword formula here. You can go and comprehend it. It should be helpful to you." Lu Changsheng took out a jade slip from the storage ring and handed it to Lu Qingshan. At that time, Xianyun's Henjin gave him all his inheritance and asked him to help find a successor. The other party's inheritance is very broad, which is somewhat similar to his Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. It emphasizes a balance, comprehensiveness, and wide coverage. In the inheritance of Xianyun's Henjin, there is a set of Xianyun sword formula. This set of sword formulas is different from many sword formulas. It does not pursue the edge of attack. It emphasizes understanding the method, peeping into its mystery, distinguishing creation, and even involves numerology. When fighting with others, great ingenuity is not skillful, and keeping simplicity is not sharp, but when you see through the enemy's flaws, it is a stone-breaking and sharp edge. This sword formula is difficult to cultivate without outstanding talent and amazing comprehension. But Lu Changsheng felt that it was very suitable for Lu Qingshan to study now. If he could comprehend and cultivate it, it would be of great help to him. As for the other inheritances of Xianyun's Henjin, they were not suitable for Lu Qingshan. "Thank you, Dad." Lu Qingshan took the sword formula and looked at it, grinning. Then he said with a playful smile, "Dad, I think Big Brother and Link Xiao should practice the same body refining technique, right? This technique looks good, you can teach me too." Lu Changsheng glanced at him and said, "You are a sword cultivator, why do you practice this technique? Didn't you say that heroes in the world should not be underestimated? So I thought about refining the body, having more methods, and also tempering my state of mind through body refining." Lu Qingshan said with a serious face. Just now, he saw that Lu Pingan's body refining technique was extraordinary. Moreover, Lu Pingan and Lu Lingxiao both practiced both the law and the body, but they made such a fast progress in the body refining technique, which must be related to this technique, so he had an idea. "Okay, Pingan, you teach Qingshan." Lu Changsheng didn't care too much when he heard it, and said to Lu Pingan next to him, "Yes, father." Lu Pingan grinned and asked Lu Qingshan if he wanted to rest. He saw that Lu Qingshan had just fought and consumed a lot of energy, and his magic power was a little disordered. "Okay, then I'll come to ask Big Brother in a few days," Lu Qingshan said with a casual look. Immediately, Lu Changsheng snapped his fingers and untied the invisible curtain of the back mountain. "Dad, what is your current cultivation level?" Lu Qingshan asked curiously. Just now, seeing his father's methods, he knew that the other party was not what the outside world rumored, that he had just broken through the 7th level of foundation building. He must have broken through to the formation of Dan. "What do you think?" Lu Changsheng asked back. "It shouldn't have reached the nascent soul, right?" Lu Qingshan touched his chin and said tentatively, "You really dare to think that your father is just an ordinary formation of Dan?" Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, Dad is really extraordinary. He has just broken through to the Jinden stage. If the news gets out, I'm afraid countless people will be shocked." Lu Qingshan grinned. Although Lu Changsheng said that he had just broken through to the Jinden stage, he felt that he was a little modest. However, according to his father's conditions, being able to form a Jinden at this age is already considered a top genius. He paused in his heart, and suddenly felt that his father was the real peerless monster. He couldn't help but look at him sideways. But the effect of his sword heart was completely ineffective in front of Lu Changsheng, and he couldn't sense any key situation. Some Lu family members outside the back mountain of Baiyan Peak were surprised to see the battle stop, and wanted to know who won and who lost. However, his father's behavior just now obviously didn't want them to know, so he didn't dare to ask more. It was just a guess that Lu Pingan had a record of defeating the Sima family ancestor, and it was likely that Lu Pingan would win. Otherwise, Lu Qingshan was too evil. It was equivalent to being able to fight against a fake Danzunren at the 6th level of foundation building. Husband. Pingan, Qingshan. After Lu Changsheng brought Lu Pingan and Lu Qingshan to the Lu family mansion, Lu Miaozhen, Lu Miaohuan and other girls immediately stepped forward to show their concern. They naturally sensed the movement in the back mountain just now and knew what was going on. Lu Wangshu and others not far away were also very curious and wanted to know how the two brothers fought. Mayao's sister, Huan Huan. Lu Changsheng did not say anything about the two brothers' competition. After chatting for a while, he took Lu Mayaoj to help Lu Quanzhong heal his wounds. After seeing Lu Quanzhong's condition, Lu Mayaoj's beautiful face was surprised. I didn't expect Lu Quanzhong to be so seriously injured during this trip. His condition was not much worse than Ling Xiao's in his early years. Don't let Xianzhou know about this. Lu Changsheng briefly explained Lu Quanzhong's condition. Then he used the healing divine light and Lu Mayaoj's Tai true water to heal Lu Quanzhong. Under the double treatment of the two, Lu Quanzhong's condition suddenly eased a lot. Thank you for your hard work, father, and Lu Quanzhong said with a pale face. Quanzhong, have you realized anything during your recuperation in the spiritual vine these days? Lu Changsheng asked with some curiosity. Reply to Father Lu Quanzhong said that he had comprehended a secret method some time ago. He named this method the art of withering and flourishing. Once it is activated, the whole person can turn his body into dead wood like the turtle breathing technique, without any breath. And in daily operation, the body can be maintained to the point where only the minimum vitality is consumed. Of course, when seriously injured, one can also forcibly activate his life potential. The art of withering and flourishing. Lu Changsheng thought this technique was not bad. Although it was not very mysterious, it was already considered top-notch among the foundation-building techniques. He said that he was willing to put it in the family's sutra pavilion for other Lu family members to practice. Yes, father. Lu Quanzhong nodded and continued to speak, saying that when he was comprehending, he felt that this way of withering and flourishing was somewhat similar to the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art he practiced, one positive and one evil. But he has never been able to get it right these days. Withering and flourishing, positive and evil. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment, and then told him about the Yin-Yang Dao based on the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra he practiced. Yin-Yang interacts, confirms each other, and all things are born. Lu Quanzhong heard this and thought about something. He felt that if he could completely understand it, it would be much easier to practice Yin-Yang 5 elements Kunpengju afterwards. Lu Changsheng did not say much to him. This kind of thing still depends on him to understand. Xiaolinger. After leaving with Lu Mayaoj, Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven to visit the pregnant Bai Ling. Calculating the time, Bai Ling has been pregnant for almost 3 years. But there is still no sign of giving birth. This made Lu Changsheng look forward to this child more and more. After accompanying Bai Ling, Lu Changsheng went to accompany Meng Xiaochen for a while. He said that their wedding would be in 2 months. If she was bored these days, he could open a poison room for her in Qingzhu Mountain, or a cave to cultivate poisonous insects. Thank you, Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen was overjoyed when she heard about the wedding. She had waited for this day for too long. After being busy, Lu Changsheng finally found Honglian and prepared to help his son Lu Qingshan recast his Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo. Chapter 510, Reforged Sword Embryo, List. Qingzhu Mountain is very lively these days. On the one hand, there are things about the Ziao secret realm and the family annual meeting, and many Lu family members have returned to the clan. On the other hand, the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Changsheng, is about to get married. For so many years, the ancestor Lu has basically not married except for concubines and maids. Suddenly getting married at this time immediately aroused suspicion and surprise from many family forces. They want to know what is so outstanding about this woman that she can become the wife of the ancestor Lu. After all, the wives of the ancestor Lu, except for a few wives in his early years, are not simple. The mistress of the Lu family, Lu Mayaoj, is a second-level talisman master. She practices joint cultivation with the ancestor Lu and can fight against a fake Danxianrun. The mistress of the Lu family, Ling Xiao, is a second-level formation master. In her early years, she presided over the Qingzhu Mountain formation and killed the Xiahao demon. A few years ago, she laid a formation again and worked together with Lu Pinggan to suppress the ancestor of the Sima family, Sima Tong. Although the mistress Lu Mayaoyan does not have many outstanding qualities, she manages the Lu family's backyard in an orderly manner and is also a foundation-building cultivator. Alice, not only is the Lu family giving birth to babies like crazy, and their children are gifted, but Lu Changsheng also keeps luring great foundation-building cultivators from outside. How can this be possible? Yes, I can understand Lu Mayaoj and Lu Mayaoyan, But I don't understand that a formation master like Ling Zixio is willing to marry Lu Changsheng. Have you forgotten that Lu Changsheng has a Taoist partner in Qingyun Sect named Zhao Qingqing, who is a foundation-building cultivator? You are out of date. I heard that the two owners of Yan'an Market are both married to Patriarch Lu. What, isn't it only the owner of Yu who married Patriarch Lu as a concubine? How come the owner of Yan also married Patriarch Lu? I heard that the owner of Yan in Yan'an Market has the 6th level of foundation-building cultivation. The reason why Yan'an Market can be what it is today is mainly because of her. She actually married Patriarch Lu as a concubine. Although this matter has not been settled, I heard some rumors before, and it seems to be the case. Besides, Lu Changsheng is a lustful person. How could he let go of either of his sisters? If so, what is the background of this woman who married Lu Liaozu as his wife, and what is her status and strength? Isn't she another Lu Miaoji or Ling Zixio? Damn, where did Lu Changsheng get so many amazing women from? Many people are paying attention to Lu Changsheng's marriage. While they are envious, jealous and hateful, they are also worried that Lu Liaozu didn't know where he got a powerful wife from, so that Qingzhu Mountain can become stronger. However, despite their fear, these family forces still sent people to give gifts after hearing the news that Lu Liaozu got married. Take this opportunity to see what is so special about Lu Liaozu's wife. Lu Changsheng is not aware of the attention from the outside world, nor does he care. At this time, he and Honglian are in the weapon refining hall, offering sacrifices to a 3-foot-long sword embryo with a shining starlight. Buzz buzz buzz, on the black gold forging platform, a blazing flame burned, and all kinds of Zhengjin, refined gold, and refining crystals were integrated into this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo. This makes the sword embryo, which originally seemed simple and dull, reveal a sharp aura. However, if the sword embryo wants to become a flying sword, Lu Qingshan still needs to slowly nurture and refine it. All Lu Changsheng can do is to make this flying sword more compatible with him. If the sword embryo is directly cast into a flying sword, Lu Qingshan's current strength is not enough to use it. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it has been. Buzz, the sword embryo fell into Lu Changsheng's hands. Almost done. Lu Changsheng held the sword embryo and waved it twice. However, this sword embryo recognized Lu Qingshan as its master, and he couldn't use it. At most, he could control it by force with yin and yang magic. The owner of this sword embryo should have been strong before his death, but it has been too long, resulting in almost no spirituality. Honglian next to him spoke. Her voice was elegant and soft, very pleasant to the ear. It is precisely because of the almost no spirituality that Qingshan can barely use it. If this sword embryo still has 1/10 of its original power, he can't control it either. Lu Changsheng chuckled, but there was no pity. He knew too well the pain of being unable to use something that was too high in grade. It's better to make it simple and ordinary so that it can be used now. Yes. Honglian nodded gently. After simply recasting the sword embryo, Lu Changsheng went to find his son Lu Qingshan and prepared him to try it. However, when he heard that Lu Qingshan was taking a medicinal bath, he did not disturb him and came to the cave to accompany Bai Ling. Brother. Binger woke up from her deep sleep at this time. After seeing Lu Changsheng, she immediately hugged him with joy, rubbing her delicate face like an ice sculpture against his chest and sniffing his breath. Binger. Lu Changsheng smiled and embraced the girl, feeling her icy and graceful body. Although the other party had been sleeping for a long time, she looked the same as when she was brought back, and there was no change. Honglian guessed that it would take a long time for Binger to grow up. Brother, I also want to have a baby. Binger was very envious of Bai Ling's pregnancy, and looked at Lu Changsheng with hope. Lu Changsheng looked at her still ignorant, pure and flawless beautiful eyes, and a bit of inexplicable guilt surged in his heart. Binger is still young now, and she will be able to have a baby in the future. Lu Changsheng comforted her. He actually wanted to see if he could have a child with Binger. But after so many years of getting along, he was sure that Binger's situation was similar to Bai Ling's. It was almost impossible to get pregnant without external help. But it was also luck that he got the yin-yang wrongling pill. How could there be such a pill to help Binger get pregnant now? And he suspected that Binger might not even be able to get pregnant. Woo, Binger is not little anymore. Binger's eyes were red, and she said pitifully. Okay, Binger is not little anymore, brother will play games with you. Lu Changsheng held the pale jade-like, delicate and exquisite face, moved closer, and then held 2 petals of ice and cool, grabbing the girl's sweetness. Wu the girl instantly became like a child who got candy, her face full of joy, quietly feeling Lu Changsheng's gentle treatment. Lu Changsheng hugged the girl and came to sit next to the bed. Brother. After a moment, the girl squatted down, her hands rustling, her white face like a porcelain doll bulging and sinking, and she was eloquent. Bai Ling, who was standing next to him, also came over when she saw this. However, she was pregnant now, so it was very inconvenient, and her movements were slightly inferior to Binger. Lu Changsheng looked at the face that looked like a pair of lotus flowers, and felt refreshed physically and mentally. After the two women finished serving, Lu Changsheng praised them and supported Binger's slender waist, which was like a willow in the wind. Although the girl was slender and seemed weak and powerless, her body was very strong. It was like a small boat in the stormy waves. No matter how it was bumped up and down, it still stood tall and was not submerged by the rolling river water. Bai Ling, who was standing next to him, looked at Binger, who was unconsciously tearful, and comforted her gently like an older sister. Afterwards. On the bed, Binger was like a gentle and well-behaved kitten, snuggling tightly in Lu Changsheng's arms. After comforting the girl a little, Lu Changsheng looked at Bai Ling, whose cheeks were flushed, skin was flawless, and eyebrows were full of moving charm. Although Bai Ling was pregnant. But for so many years, Ancestor Lu has been familiar with parallel parking. After a while, Bai Ling's eyes were filled with tears, her cheeks were flushed, and her body curled up. After comforting the two girls, Lu Changsheng walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and came to the Lu family mansion. He saw his daughter Lu Wangshu talking and laughing with Meng Xiaochen. Sister Xiaochen, do you have any unique poison that can make Jinden's Henrin unable to solve it? Although Lu Wangshu is usually very cold and looks like a stranger is not allowed to enter. But as long as she is willing, she is very familiar and can get along with anyone. If it is just difficult for Jinden's Henrin to solve it, it can be refined, but it is very difficult to make Jinden's Henrin unable to solve it. Meng Xiaochen came to Qingzhu Mountain for the first time, and she was very friendly to these Lu family children who took the initiative to make friends with her. Moreover, Lu Wangshu in front of her reminded her of Nangguan Yao, so she was a little closer, saying that she had a poison that could check and balance the foundation building cultivators, and guaranteed that 90% of them could not solve it. Even if a Jinden's Henrin took action, it would take a lot of mana. Xiaochen, don't listen to her nonsense. Lu Changsheng saw this and said immediately. It's fine that his daughter plays with alchemy, refining, and puppets in her spare time, but now she wants to play with poison, which is simply not doing her job properly. Lu Lang. Hearing this, Meng Xiaochen immediately grabbed her skirt, as if she had done something wrong. Dad, I just want to understand. Lu Wangshu is not so afraid of her old father. She put her hands behind her back and said with a pout. Don't I know you? Lu Changsheng stepped forward and knocked on her fair and smooth forehead unhappily, saying, if you don't master this kind of poison, it is very easy to hurt yourself. And the use of poison is feared by many forces, so it's better to use it less. As a righteous force, the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world is still somewhat taboo about the use of poison. It's not that it is regarded as a demonic way. It's that this kind of means is too vicious and hard to guard against. It is feared by many forces and regarded as a low-level means. As a casual cultivator, it is okay to use such insidious means. But if a family cultivator uses such means, it will greatly affect his reputation. Moreover, there are few masters of poison in Jiang country, and most poisons on the market can only have some effect on foundation building cultivators. If I can make a poison that can directly poison foundation building cultivators. Hiss, it seems to fill a blank market directly. Medicine and poison are inseparable. For example, Qingzhu Mountain mainly focuses on alchemy, so they naturally know many ways to use poison, but they will not put these on the table. Lu Changsheng shook his head and did not think about opening up a poison business. Although it is very profitable and has a large market, this kind of business will also cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. I know, I just want to protect myself. Lu Wangshu said so. You still lack self-defense means. Lu Changsheng said with some amusement. Although my daughter has some means, she feels insecure when she thinks of the time when she met that evil cultivator who had formed a den, so she wants to prepare more trump cards. Lu Wangshu immediately said with a wronged look on his face and was very scared. Even though Lu Changsheng knew that his daughter was acting, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He stroked her long black hair and said in a gentle voice, "The main thing is that you should practice well now. When you break through the middle stage of foundation building, I will make you a magic weapon embryo for self-defense." Thank you, Daddy. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangshu immediately took his old father's wrist and thanked him coquettishly, without any sadness or grievance on his face. Lu Changsheng shook his head and smiled. Meng Xiaojun, who was standing next to him, looked at the father and daughter and suddenly missed Nangguanyao Iao. When Nangguanyao Iao was with her before, she was also so quirky and acted coquettishly to her to please her. However, looking at Lu Changsheng's handsome face, she suddenly looked forward to the scene of having a child. The child acted coquettishly to her and was happy to be with her. After sending Lu Wangshu away, Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaojun relaxed in Qingzhu Mountain and asked each other about poison. Although the reputation of using poison is not very good. But as Lu Wangshu said, it can be used for self-defense. Prepare some and keep them at home for Ling Xixiao, Lu Miaoji and others to manage. Facing Lu Changsheng, Meng Xiaojun naturally would not hide and told him the inheritance of the poison she mastered. The fierce poison in her hand must be used together with a poison worm. However, Qingzhu Mountain is not suitable for refining poison, so the poison refined is limited in power and can only be effective against foundation building cultivators. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He indicated that Meng Xiaojun could refine it herself, but not to let the Lu family children play with it. I know, Lu Lang. Meng Xiaojun was wearing a purple dress, like a pure fairy, ethereal and out of the world. There was no sign that she was a demon cultivator or a master of poison. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a stream of mana flow into his body out of thin air. Based on this mana, it was guessed that his daughter Lu Qingzhu's cultivation had broken through. These days, the family has been taking medicinal baths one after another, so from time to time, there are breakthroughs for children. It's just that his current cultivation is too far ahead of his children, resulting in these cultivation bonuses, which are better than nothing. I wonder if Qingzhu can break through. Lu Changsheng thought of his son Lu Qingzhu. Considering his situation, he is now at the 6th level of foundation building, so he gave him a lot of powerful ingredients in his medicinal bath, including the essence and blood of monsters, and natural treasures. If Lu Qingzhu can hold on, he may be able to break through to the 7th level of foundation building. A few days later, Lu Xingyang heard that Lu Changsheng was done with his work, and immediately came to see him. He said that at the annual meeting, he had confirmed with all the Lu family members their intention to go to the Xiao secret realm. After that, he handed a jade book to Lu Changsheng. Lu Qingyan, Lu Yanfei, Lu Qingyu, Lu Chensha, Lu Kings. It is not known whether it is due to the lack of beatings or unwillingness to fall behind. Most of the children in the late stage of key training in the family have the intention and are willing to go to the Xiao secret realm. Lu Changsheng also saw the name of his daughter Lu Ling in the book. Did you ask Xiao? He looked at Lu Xingyang speechlessly, not knowing whether to praise him for being rigorous or what. With his daughter's temper, I'm afraid she will get lost after entering. Moreover, his daughter Lu Ling is different from other cultivators. She is pure and innocent. Therefore, Lu Changsheng and Honglian agreed that this daughter does not need to enter the world to experience. Lu Xingyang also knew about his sister's situation. She was very much loved by her father. He said with a stiff face, Xiao has the 9th level of key refining, so I asked her about it. In the future, try to avoid Xiao in such things. Lu Changsheng did not blame him and said aloud. The main thing is that if his daughter knows, if she makes a fuss about going, he will have to spend time coaxing her. Yes, father. Lu Xingyang said with a bow. I will confirm the list later. Lu Changsheng looked at the booklet in his hand and said after a moment of silence. Although sending his children to the Xiao secret realm is mainly for experience. But a few days ago, he talked about this with Lu Miaoj, Ling Xixiao and others, and Ling Xixiao thought that it should be treated well. Although his family is low-key. But over the years, his family has actually been low-key. In other words, there is no need to be too low-key. Sometimes you can show off the power of the fake Dam family in your own vigor. Otherwise, if you are too low-key, everyone will know that you are playing dumb. This trip to the Purple Nether secret realm is a good opportunity. In the next 10 years, the Lu family will usher in another wave of foundation building. Even if there is an alchemy master in Qingzhu Mountain who can refine foundation building pills, so many people breaking through the foundation building will also attract attention. So this trip to the Purple Nether Secret Realm, if the Lu family can show their power and shine, it can also explain the foundation building a little. Chapter 511 Lu Qingshan breaks through, Holy Maiden Yaoyu. Honglian, which people do you think are suitable to go to the Purple Nether Secret Realm? Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven, handed the list to Honglian, and asked. As the other party was the Dharma master of his family, he knew the situation of the Lu family's children very well, so he wanted to hear his opinion. Qingyun has a late-stage first-level body refining, which is suitable for going to this kind of secret realm for training. Changsheng not only has a 1,000-legged centipede, but also 800 iron fire ants and 2 pairs of iron-backed mantises. If they go all out, even a foundation-building cultivator can compete. He and Qingyun are together, and the two complement each other. As for the others, you can arrange them as you see fit. Honglian said with a slight hesitation. In her eyes, these Lu family children are all the same, with no big difference. Maybe they are good in the area of Qingzhu Mountain. But looking at the entire Jing Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, they can only be considered average, not outstanding. Moreover, the Lu family children lack actual combat and the baptism of blood. It is really hard to say how they will perform after entering the secret realm. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Body refining monks have certain advantages in both the early and middle stages, especially when entering the dungeon secret realm. So my daughter Lu Qingyun is indeed a good candidate. Moreover, she has served as a law enforcement monk in the Red Leaf Valley market for many years and has a lot of practical experience. Although my son Lu Chensha has not had much actual combat, he has extraordinary spiritual awareness and has cultivated the 1,000-legged centipede in his hand to the late stage of the first stage. In addition to the 800 iron fire ants, it is enough to face many cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. In the Purple Nether Secret Realm, only key refining monks can enter, which is basically the first-level combat power. The only thing to say is that they may lack some character. But this is also the purpose of going to the secret realm. In this case, let's go with these 6 people. Lu Changsheng looked at the booklet in his hand, thought for a moment, and selected 6 people. Although many Lu family members are suitable at present. But the Purple Nether Secret Realm is still quite dangerous. It is impossible to send everyone in at once. If something unexpected happens, the consequences will be unimaginable, and the family will be directly broken. This is why most family forces only select 3 or 4 people, 5 or 6 people to enter the secret realm. Safe. After walking out of Zumi Cave Heaven, Lu Changsheng called his son Lu Pingyan. He signaled him to take these people to the Black Cloud Mountains to train and experience more actual combat when he returned to Qingzhu Mountain later. Dad, do we need to make some more preparations? Lu Pingyan asked. He had been to the Purple Nether Secret Realm and knew that it was very dangerous. Moreover, given his family's current situation, once they went to the Purple Nether Secret Realm, they would be easily targeted by other family forces. Sooner or later, we will have to go through wind and rain. If we can't even deal with these dangers, how can we achieve Dan in the future? Lu Changsheng said softly. His family has the foundation to cultivate foundation building. But if his children want to achieve Dan, they must rely on their own efforts. If they can't stand out in the Purple Nether Secret Realm, their future achievements will be limited. Yes. Lu Pingyan also understood these principles and responded in a deep voice. It's a pity that Qingyun is seriously injured and can't use his magic power now. Lu Changsheng watched his son leave and sighed in his heart. In his opinion, it would be better to leave this matter to Lu Qingshan. However, Lu Qingshan needs to be nurtured for at least several years before he can use his foundation-building magic power. The actual combat experience will have to be made up sooner or later. Lu Changsheng looked up and looked at the vast Bishu Lake, thinking to himself. At present, the biggest shortcoming of the Lu family's children is the lack of actual combat training. Especially for a few talented seedlings. Big family forces like Xianmen and the Su family of Yashao have stationed bases in the Wanshao Mountains. When the children of the family grow up, they can be sent to the mountains for training and tempering. This is why the children of Xianmen and Jinden families are generally better than small family forces. Not only in the practice of skills, but also in many other aspects. Qingzhu Mountain is not inferior to Xianmen in skills, resources, and the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. But in terms of the training system, there are still many shortcomings. This is the foundation. No matter what, it can't be achieved overnight. Lu Changsheng sighed. In a few years, He will arrange for some children to go to the Qingyun Sect to open up the territory, establish a branch family, and open up a base in the Qingzhu Mountains. As more and more people in the family build foundations, they must be sent out to explore on their own. Otherwise, the late stage of foundation building will be the end of them. Moreover, in the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain, too many foundations will become a burden, and they must expand outward. Alchemy Hall. In a huge alchemy furnace with 3 legs and 36 golden crows engraved on it, there are bursts of precious light, as if there are fierce beasts roaring and trying to break out of the furnace. Qingyun sat cross-legged in the alchemy furnace, his body floating in the dark golden slurry, accepting the baptism of the medicine bath. This furnace of medicine bath is very overbearing. It is made of the precious bones and blood of the 3rd-level demon king as the main medicine. Even though Qingyun has the 6th level of foundation building, he can't bear it. His face is full of pain, and his body is trembling with spasms. The red body seems to be ulcerated and blood is overflowing. However, as the golden juice flows into the body, the flesh, bones, meridians, and internal organs are all baptized and repaired, becoming more tough and solid. At this moment, the sword energy around Qingyun was sharp and elegant, like layers of waves, one wave more turbulent than the other. The liquid mana in his Qi Dantian finally expanded to the limit of the 6th level of foundation building, and began to break through the barrier on its own. Qingyun did not use this energy to break through. Instead, he operated the Dazhengjin Jianju and continued to condense the mana. Until the mana was completely unable to improve, he released the suppression and naturally began to break through the barrier. Boom! At this moment, there was no need for the external world's spiritual energy to gather in the Qi Dantian to break through the realm. The whole person's cultivation realm naturally broke through the 7th level of foundation building. 7th level of foundation building. Qingyun took a deep breath and began to consolidate his cultivation realm. With his accumulation and breakthrough, there was no need to consolidate it. But since he had the conditions, he would naturally not waste it. Feeling the baptism and impact of the medicinal bath on his physical meridians, Qingyun couldn't help but wonder in his heart where his father got the secret recipe. It was simply extravagant to use the 3rd-level demon king's precious bones and precious blood as the main medicine to make such a medicinal bath to cleanse the foundation of the body. Even if he was in the Qingyun Sect, he had never seen such a handicraft. In other words, even if the Qingyun Sect had such a secret recipe, it would not consume the 3rd-level precious bones and precious blood to cleanse the foundation of the disciples' bodies. After all, the 3rd-level demon king's precious bones and blood are precious and rare, and rarely flow into the market. After a long time, Qingyun felt that his body had reached its limit, and it might be too much to absorb more, so he walked out of the alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is at least a 3rd-level alchemy furnace. He looked at the huge white gold alchemy furnace in front of him for a moment, thinking to himself. Then he walked out of the alchemy hall. Brother. Wow, brother, why did you soak for so long? Doesn't it hurt? Qingzhu and Qingyi, who were chatting outside the hall, saw him and immediately shouted with joy. Especially Qingyi. Now when the children of the Lu family are young, they will arrange a medicinal bath baptism. So Qingyi clearly remembered that she was in so much pain in the medicine cauldron that she was completely confused. Zaya Azur, Zaya Oki. Qingyun grinned. It felt good to have someone care about her after she had just broken through. What's the pain? It's just a little water. He pinched his sister Qingyi's white face and said lightly, naturally not saying that he was grimacing in pain. You are worthy of being my brother. Qingyi's eyes were full of little stars, and she admired him very much. These days, she has completely become her brother's little fangirl. Qingyun, come see me. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in his mind. Qingyun immediately realized what was going on and said with a smile, Dad called me, I'll be there soon. Immediately, he raised his palm lightly, and a flying sword appeared under his feet. Then he stood with his hands behind his back, and flew towards the Bian peak with a straight and elegant posture. Qingyi clapped her hands and shouted handsome. Qingzhu next to him pursed her lips and smiled. She thought that her brother liked to show off in front of them. Otherwise, this distance can be reached directly by flying in the air, why would it need to fly with a sword? Dad. Qingzhu came to the top of Bian Peak and saw Changsheng, who was wearing a black robe, with a slender figure, a solemn demeanor, and a deep and majestic appearance. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Qingshan in front of him and praised him. At present, medicinal bathing can be said to be the best way for the Lu family to strengthen their foundation. But many Lu family members have never been beaten, and they don't know the rarity when they were young, and they can't stand the pain. This pain is nothing, Dad, let me tell you, I practiced the Great Freedom Qingyun Sword Ki before, and it was much more painful than this. Lu Qingshan grinned. Although this is true, in order to practice the Great Freedom Qingyun Sword Ki, the whole person was directly screaming in pain and couldn't bear it. In the end, his master, Qingyun Sect, instructed him to forget the pain through mental concentration, and achieve the state of calm and immovable like the earth, deep and profound meditation like a secret treasure, and then he gradually adapted. Lu Changsheng shook his head and chuckled, throwing the recast Zhaoshan Xingdao sword embryo to him, saying, "Try it." Lu Qingshan took the sword embryo with some joy and injected the sword energy and magic power into it. In an instant, the sword embryo burst into vast and brilliant light, and a sharp aura was revealed. After he simply waved the sword twice, he felt much more comfortable. Although the previous Zhaoshan Xingdao sword embryo could be used, it was only 70% compatible with him. Now that it has been integrated with Qingyun, it has this sharp aura. Not only is it much easier to use, but it will also be much easier to cultivate the sword embryo in this direction in the future. Dad, you have worked hard, don't worry, when I break through the Qingyun Yuanying, I will definitely be filial to you. If you need any fairy witch, just tell me directly. I heard about the Beast God Mountain in Liang country before. Lu Qingshan laughed. In his early years, he was still thinking about breaking through the Qingyun one day, and when he returned home, the whole family would be shocked, and then help the family rise in rank among the noble families. But now that he has seen his family's foundation and knows that his father has broken through to the Qingyun stage, he has lost interest in this aspect. Knowing that his current ability cannot help the family, he might as well chat with his father and make big promises. You are so disrespectful. Lu Changsheng thought that his son was usually quite serious and had the demeanor of a sword fairy, so why didn't he behave in front of him? He immediately waved his sleeves and used the Qingyun level magic power to send him back to the mountainside. Beast God Mountain. However, when he heard about this force, his eyes narrowed slightly. In his early years, his daughter Lu Wangshu was abducted by a Qingyun demon cultivator. Later, through Xiao Xiao, he learned that this person was called Black Crow True Man and came from Beast God Mountain. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took his son Lu Qingshan back with his big hand and asked him how much he knew about Beast God Mountain. Dad, are you really interested? This Beast God Mountain is not simple. Not only is there a Yuanying True Lord sitting in charge, but I heard there is also a 4th level Beast King. Lu Qingshan shouted immediately after hearing this. I'm asking you seriously. Lu Changsheng was speechless. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan looked at his father suspiciously, and then told him about the situation in Beast God Mountain. However, Lu Qingshan knew more about Beast God Mountain than Lu Changsheng. I heard from Master that Beast God Mountain may have given birth to the 2nd Yuanying Zhenjin. That's why Liang State has been testing Yu State in recent years, intending to launch an invasion war. Originally, the war was about to break out, but the incident of Qingyun's secret realm in Xiansha's Zhenjin caused the war to stop again. But if the 2nd Yuanying Zhenjin was really born in Beast God Mountain, this invasion war would be unavoidable. Lu Qingshan said so. Lu Changsheng knew about the attack of Xiansha's Zhenjin. But he didn't expect that this matter was directly related to Beast God Mountain. He asked aloud, aren't you, Liang, and Wu in a 3-way confrontation? Even if there is one more Yuanying Zhenjin in the Beast God Mountain, it can't break this situation, right? There were rumors before that the Yuanying ancestor of the Wu Kingdom's Wu Sect will not live long. Maybe that's why Liang has the confidence. Of course, it is also possible that in addition to Liang, there are other forces that intervene and interfere with Wu. I don't know the details, but I heard from my master that the cultivators in the Beast God Mountain are not simple. Although they are neither human nor monster, their strength is among the best in the same realm. If the 2nd Yuanying Zhenjin is born in the Beast God Mountain, he can't be regarded as an ordinary Yuanying. Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, although he is the true disciple of the Qingyun Sect and a Qingyun seed, he still knows a lot of news through his master. If it involves high-level secrets, he doesn't know. Wu Sect Yuanying ancestor Lu Changsheng only knew that Liang and Wu had such a big movement. Although he had heard of these two forces, they were separated by Yu, and he didn't even know how many Qingyun Yuanying they had. By the way, Dad, where did Xiaohe come from? I saw Xiaohe before, and he seemed to be somewhat similar to the Yaoyu Heavenly Wolf of Yaoyu Saint Maiden and Beast God Mountain. At this time, Lu Qingxin suddenly said, Yaoyu Saint Maiden. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and explained simply, I bought it from a stall at the casual cultivator market. It should have experienced a return of bloodline. I also thought it was somewhat similar to Yaoyu Wolf. Lu Qingxin was speechless. Although he had heard his mother say when he was young that Xiaohe was picked up by his father. But seeing the increasingly extraordinary appearance of the 9-nether mastiff, he felt it was very outrageous. Even if it was just a Yaoyu wolf, it was also a top-grade bloodline demon beast of the earth rank. Who is the Yaoyu Saint Maiden you are talking about? Lu Changsheng asked. He vaguely remembered that when he killed a Black Crow master, he used the Thousand Faces fox puppet to influence his mind, and the other party called her Her Highness the Saint Maiden. This Yaoyu Saint is the nascent soul seed of Beast God Mountain. Because she has a Yaoyu Heavenly Wolf whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral state, she is named Yaoyu and is called the Yaoyu Saint. Lu Qingxin said. Chapter 512, The Ancestor Merit Again, the Third Generation of Spirit. Dad, if Xiaohe continues to grow like this, you should be careful. If there are cultivators from the Beast God Mountain who see that Xiaohe is similar to the Yaoyu Heavenly Wolf of the Yaoyu Saint, they might cause trouble. Lu Qingxin continued to remind his father. The most common way for monsters to advance and accelerate their growth is to feed them the essence of the flesh and blood of other monsters, and the crystal core of the monster pill. The flesh and blood monster pills of monsters with similar bloodline attributes have the best effect and can even purify the bloodline. The 9-nether mastiff is similar to the Yaoyu Heavenly Wolf of the Yaoyu Saint. If it continues to grow and is known by the other party, it might attract covetousness. Well, I know this. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. With the things that happened to Lu Maioyang in his early years, he has always paid attention to this aspect. Over the years, the 9-nether mastiff was rarely taken out, and basically kept at home. Even though it is now in the late second stage, it is still in the early second stage to the outside world, comparable to the middle stage. However, as it grows, cultivators with a little knowledge can see that the bloodline of the 9-nether mastiff is extraordinary. If you encounter a demon cultivator who raises a similar spirit pet like the Holy Lady of Yaoyu, you may really be coveted and cause trouble. Alice, it's not easy to raise a spirit pet. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Before, his son Lu Quanzhong was hunted down in Jin State. In addition to the ghost demon Immortal, it was also related to the 6-winged golden silkworm. This kind of heavenly bloodline spirit pet can only be considered ordinary in his Qingzhu Mountain, and can be a playmate for his children. But in the outside world, countless people flock to it. Dad, if you really have an idea, wait until I break through the Qingzhu stage, and then suppress this Holy Lady of Yaoyu and make her your maid. Lu Qingxin saw that his father didn't say anything, thinking that he really had this idea, and said with a smile, get out, you are so unruly all day long. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng flicked his sleeves again and told him to get back to the mountainside. Maid. Lu Changsheng touched his chin, then shook his head and chuckled. He was not interested in the Holy Maiden Yaoyu. He was simply curious. Would the inheritance of the Beast God Mountain, which integrates a monster beast into one's own body, cultivate people into half-monsters? Would the child born be a human or a monster? Seeing that things at home had come to an end for the time being, and that he had been back for so long, Lu Changsheng also felt that he should go visit Xiaoziyu. Moreover, in a few days, his daughter Lu Wangshu would also return to Hemming Mountain. Half a day later, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect. Considering that Yun Wanshang and Chu Qingyi were both in the sect, and Yun Wanshang might know about his relationship with Chu Qingyi, Lu Changsheng did not go in directly. Instead, he took out the yin-yang sense token and sent a message to Xiaoziyu. Meetings, Master Lu. Does Master Lu have anything that we need to report? The patrolling disciples stationed at the gate of the mountain knew Lu Changsheng. Seeing him waiting outside, they were a little surprised and asked politely. No need for that. I have sent a message. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green brocade robe, with a tall and slender figure and a handsome face, said with a smile. While speaking, he threw a few medium-grade spirit stones from his storage ring to the patrolling disciples in front of him. Thank you, Master Lu. Several people immediately bowed politely. About a quarter of an hour later, Xiaoziyu, wearing a moon-white dress and fluttering black hair, like a fairy from the moon palace, came riding on a light. Her face was beautiful, like the bright moon in the sky falling on the earth, cold and noble, without any makeup. The tall and graceful jade body was wrapped in a dress, like the hazy bright moonlight, with a beautiful and graceful figure. Both men and women would marvel at her beauty and be moved by it. Changsheng. Usually, in public, Xiao Ziyu would control her emotions when she saw Lu Changsheng. But as the artistic conception of the Tai Shuangwen Qingzhu's skills went against the grain, the feelings of Da Dao Wu Qing and Lu Changsheng formed a balance. After not seeing each other for more than a year, they immediately shouted with joy. The Qingyun Sect disciples stationed at the mountain gates are usually called in Holy Fairy Xiao, who is like the Guangyang fairy and kept people away from her, calling Lu Changsheng affectionately with eyes full of longing and affection. Their eyes suddenly widened, as if they had seen a ghost, and they took a deep breath. What the hell is this? In the early years, the sect rumored that Fairy Xiao and Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain, had a close relationship, not an ordinary Taoist relationship. Could this be true? They seemed to have set off a huge storm in their hearts, full of disbelief. But the next moment, they looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, pretending not to see it. In the early years, there were rumors about Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng in the Qingyun Sect. However, not long after the gossip came out, Master Qin ordered the law enforcement disciples to arrest all those who were discussing it and put them in the law enforcement hall. The few people who started the rumor were probably released only now, or they didn't know where they were mining. So they had their guesses in their hearts, but they didn't dare to look at or spread it randomly, so as not to cause trouble. Xiao. Lu Changsheng shouted with a smile, glanced at these people, and then took Xiao Ziyu away in the spirit boat. Hiss. Uncle Xiao and this Lord Lu, could it be? How could senior sister Ziyu like Lu Changsheng? After Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu left, these people looked at each other, with envy, jealousy, emotion, and unwillingness in their eyes. As the true disciple of Qingyun Sect, Xiao Ziyu not only has excellent talent, but also has excellent appearance, figure, and temperament. I don't know how many people admire her and regard her as a fairy and goddess. But now, the fairy and goddess in my heart actually have a close relationship with a clan cultivator under the rule of my sect. Although Lu Changsheng is extraordinary and now Qingzhu Mountain is in its heyday, they feel heartbroken when they think of his many wives and concubines. Especially this Lu Shan's who is lustful and likes children very much. His wives, concubines and Taoist partners all want to give birth to several children. Thinking that their goddess will also be pregnant by Lu Changsheng in the future, they feel like their hearts are broken. Alice, how could Master Ziyu like such a person? I didn't expect the rumor to be true. SHH, keep your voice down, don't talk nonsense about this. After a few whispers, several people sighed deeply and said that this matter should not be spread outside. Otherwise, if it is heard by the law enforcement hall, there will be no good consequences. Changsheng, you are back. On the spirit boat, the fairy Xiao, who is usually high above, like the bright moon in the sky, now said to Lu Changsheng with joy in her eyes like a girl in love. Although Lu Changsheng has been back for a long time, there are even rumors that he has married a wife. But she had been in seclusion in the sect these days, deducing the situation of the exercises, so she was not aware of the situation in the outside world. Well, because things went smoothly, I came back early. Lu Changsheng held her soft and boneless slender hand and said gently. He then whispered to her, exchanged feelings, and asked about the Supreme Forget-Loved. When he went to Jin State before, he said that Xiao Ziyu could go to Qingzhu Mountain to find Honglian to discuss the exercises. But he asked Honglian, and Xiao Ziyu did not find her. This is normal. Xiao Ziyu has a cold and arrogant personality. Only when facing him will she confide her heart. How could she come to Qingzhu Mountain alone to find Honglian to deduce the exercises? After leaving Qingyun territory for 100 miles, Lu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense and saw that there was no one in all directions, so he put away the spirit boat, sacrificed the star disk, and took Xiao Ziyu to break through the air in the direction of Qingzhu Mountain. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng discussed with Xiao Ziyu. He told her about the great yin-yang Dao, where yang holds yin, male and female need each other, Can and Li are the crowns, and light shines down. Xiao Ziyu listened very carefully. When she heard the profound and mysterious parts, she would hum and cry in unison. The two of them discussed the Dao more and more deeply. Gradually, In the cave, a sun and a moon rotated, shining and responding to each other, playing the yin-yang music of the soul and the flesh. A few days later, Lu Changsheng finished his lecture and taught her all his wonderful yin-yang theories. Then he took Xiao Ziyu's hand, walked out of the Changsheng Hall, and asked Honglian for the Supreme Forgetting Love Sutra. The Supreme Forgetting Love Sutra, there is love and no love, which is yin-yang. After listening to the general idea of this technique, Honglian carefully thought about Lu Changsheng's yin-yang concept and was amazed. This Supreme Forgetting Love Sutra is very exquisite. It emphasizes that the Tao is ruthless, there is love and no love, love is destroyed and the law is born, which is extremely terrible. And Lu Changsheng, facing this kind of technique, actually wants to form a balance by going against this extremely ruthless intention. That's fine. As a result, the other party really succeeded, reversing the technique and taking the first step. Such a method, even though she was a Yuanying Zhenjin before, could not help but be shocked. What kind of technique did the young master practice? Honglian was surprised. After spending so much time together, she naturally saw that Lu Changsheng was not clear about many things in the world of cultivation. But when it comes to techniques and the hundreds of arts of cultivation, he is gifted, as if he was born with it. Apart from anything else, just this theory of yin and yang is beyond her knowledge. Since the young master has taken the first step, it means that there is no problem with the technique. The only thing to do is to maintain the balance of yin and yang. Honglian said with a slight hesitation. The Supreme Forgetting Love art is already exquisite and profound, and now under the interference of Lu Changsheng, it has moved towards an unknown direction. Even though she was a Yuanying Zhenjin before, she could not give too many suggestions for a while. Ziyu. Lu Changsheng heard this and signaled Xiao Ziyu to directly tell the technique, so that it would be convenient for further discussion. Yes. Xiao Ziyu did not hide anything and told the Supreme Forgetting Love art openly. Then he told her ideas of the past year. After listening carefully, Honglian sacrificed the Dongxun treasure mirror given to her by Lu Changsheng to reflect and check the situation of Xiao Ziyu's practice. For a long time. Young master, in theory, as long as Xiao Dao follows this concept, there will be no problem. But if you continue to practice the Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu, breaking through the Jiandan and Yuanying, it will inevitably affect Xiao Dao. So it is best to prepare something to maintain balance. Otherwise, not only will you break through the realm, but if you encounter any unexpected situation, the soul attack may also cause instability in the sea of consciousness. Honglian sat in a red dress embroidered with the gold and silver threads, wearing a peach blossom pearl crown on her head, her body flowing with a hazy luster. Her demeanor is peerless, luxurious and elegant. In her opinion, although Xiao Ziyu's practice is contrary and heading in another direction, it is still based on the Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu. The other party is only in the foundation building stage now, so there may not be any problems. But continuing to practice and breaking through the Jiandan and Yuanying will inevitably cause other effects. The same thing. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and said, Honglian, what do you think of the Dao seed in Maya Oji's body? When he and Xiao Ziyu tampered with the Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu, they referred to many concepts of the Tai Yi Shang Shui Ju. Under the influence of the Tai Yi Dao seed and the Yin Yang Creation Sutra, Lu Maya Oji's current Shuangshan Ruo Shui Ju even surpassed many authentic level exercises. So he immediately thought that he could simulate the Tai Yi Dao seed and condense a Yin Yang Dao seed to maintain the Yin and Yang balance of Xiao Ziyu's sea of consciousness. I can't judge it either. I need to deduce it continuously to know. Honglian said softly. It is very difficult to innovate and deduce a new path based on a technique. Only those with outstanding talents can do it. For the techniques of some large sects, every step of modification and adjustment must be tried by several generations. Well, Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, and took Xiao Ziyu to live in Qingzhu Mountain. When he had time, he would sit and discuss with her and deduce the Taishuang Wen Qingzhu. Half a month later, Qingzhu Mountain was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Today was the wedding day of Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiachen. The wedding was very lively. Even though Lu Changsheng did not intend to make a big deal, with the current reputation of Qingzhu Mountain, countless people came to congratulate. Alice, after so many years, Lu Laozu still did not forget his original intention. I don't know where this Mrs. Lu came from. It must be extraordinary to be the wife of Lu Laozu. Alice, If this continues, all the female cultivators in the Qingzhu Mountain area will be married off by his Lu family. Basically, all the well-known family forces in Qingyun territory sent people to congratulate. Even the Jin family and Sima family, who were at odds with Qingzhu Mountain, sent someone to congratulate, but they did not prepare heavy gifts. Roar, roar, roar. As everyone was looking forward to it, the roar of dragons suddenly came from Bihayan Peak. 3 dragons, all black in color, covered with fine dark scales, with bodies about 3 feet long and as thick as buckets, flew out of the clouds. Behind it was a luxurious and exquisite red sedan chair, revealing a terrifying second-level spiritual pressure. Hiss, this is a second-level monster. What? There are actually 3 second-level monsters in Qingzhu Mountain. What a big deal, 3 second-level monsters are pulling a sedan chair. Qingzhu Mountain has only been established for more than 40 years, how can it cultivate 3 second-level monsters? These 3 monsters look similar, they should have been cultivated through some secret method. This Qingzhu Mountain actually has such a beast control inheritance. All the cultivators present were shocked when they saw this scene. Even though they all knew that Qingzhu Mountain was not as simple as it seemed. But they never expected that Qingzhu Mountain had such a foundation. 3 second-level monsters are equivalent to 3 foundation-building cultivators. You know, for most foundation-building families, a second-level monster is enough to suppress the family for 100 years. And Qingzhu Mountain actually had 3 at once. I've never heard of such a method in Qingzhu Mountain before. Could it be the dowry of this new lady? Some cultivators speculated in a low voice, thinking that Qingzhu Mountain could not cultivate 3 second-level monsters in such a short time. These 3 monsters have similar auras, how come they look a bit like Dao soldiers? It's impossible. Even if Qingzhu Mountain relies on talismans, puppets and alchemy, and has a lot of money, it is impossible to support the cultivation of Dao soldiers. Yes, this should be some kind of secret method of beast control, and it is definitely not a Dao soldier. A foundation-building cultivator from an old family was shocked and couldn't believe it when he saw that the 3 black water dragons had the same aura and looked a bit like Dao soldiers. After all, Dao soldiers can be said to be the benchmark for measuring the foundation of a force. Ordinary families have no foundation and resources to cultivate. Like the 3 major giant families in Jiang Kingdom, only the beast-controlling Su family has cultivated 2 Dao soldiers. In the crowd, Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family, looked at the 3 black water dragons, and the whole person was a little dazed. He had accumulated so many years in Banyo Lake, and only cultivated a second-level spiritual bird 3 years ago. However, Qingzhu Mountain has unknowingly cultivated 3 second-level monster beasts. This strength and foundation is simply amazing. As long as we make friends with Qingzhu Mountain, my Bai family will have no worries for the next 100 years. Bai Yunang was grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he did not have a bad relationship with Lu Changsheng in his early years, and took the initiative to show goodwill to Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, his family would not be where they are today. However, when he saw Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a bright red wedding robe on the black water dragon, he still felt unreal. He and the crowd, Lu Chengxia, saw other people talking about it and looking horrified, and laughed softly. Others don't know how many black water dragon soldiers they have, but he knows it very well. There are currently 9 second-level black water dragons, and 72 first-level late black water dragonfish and dragon snakes. This is because his father slowed down the training in this area. Otherwise, with the ancient beast talisman, these 72 black water dragonfish and dragon snakes can all be promoted to second-level black water dragons in at most 20 years. Chengxia, tell me, how many black water dragons are there in the family now? At this time, Lu Wangshu appeared and asked Lu Chengxia in a low voice. Sister Wangshu, Dad told me that this is a family secret, Lu Chengxia whispered immediately. Can't I tell it either? Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, and her face was bright and delicate. Dad specifically told me not to let you know. Lu Chengxia thought to himself. But he still said with an apologetic look on his face, Sister Wangshu, please don't embarrass me, otherwise if Dad finds out, I'll be finished. Under the gaze and discussion of everyone, 3 black water dragons pulled the sedan chair down to Bain Villa. Lu Changsheng, wearing a bright red wedding gown, walked down from the top of the black water dragon. Then he lifted the sedan chair and walked out with Meng Xiaojun, who is wearing a phoenix crown and bridal robe. Congratulations to Master Lu. Congratulations to Madam Lu. Congratulations to Ancestor Lu. Immediately, Countless cultivators spoke out to congratulate, and their voices rose and fell. However, at this time, many foundation-building cultivators were paying attention to Meng Xiaoqun, wanting to know her identity. Who is this woman? How come I've never seen her before? From her appearance, she should be a foundation-building cultivator, but I can't tell her level. Alice, with such a beautiful face and cultivation level, why did she marry Lu Changsheng? Damn it, Lu Changsheng already has so many wives and concubines, why is he marrying another one? The cultivators in the field were envious and jealous of Lu Changsheng. There have always been more men than women in the world of immortal cultivation. As the level of cultivation increases, this situation will become more obvious. Therefore, many foundation-building ancestors marry wives and concubines, most of which are just female key-refining cultivators, and very few are foundation-building cultivators. After all, not all foundation-building cultivators are like Lu Changsheng, who is in his prime and favored by countless female cultivators. Most of the foundation-building cultivators who have married have no future, so they choose to start a family and build a career to reproduce for the family and continue their bloodline. So when they saw that Lu Changsheng had several foundation-building wives, but he was still able to marry a foundation-building wife, they were envious and jealous. This is Elder Lu, he is really handsome like a fairy. Alice, seeing Master Lu once ruined my life. It's a pity that I was born 40 years later, otherwise, I might have the honor to be favored by Elder Lu. In the villa, many women looked at Lu Changsheng's handsome face with gloomy expressions. Because Elder Lu had taken some female cultivators from small families as maids in the early years, so this wedding, many family forces still brought their own women to try their luck. They hoped to be favored by Elder Lu and taken in as maids. But now Elder Lu no longer looks down on these female cultivators. Since both of them are foundation-building cultivators and there is no elder to preside over the wedding process is simple. Meng Xiaoqun offered tea to Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaohan, Ling Zixio, Chu Hansun and others. After completing the process, Lu Changsheng took Meng Xiaoqun to meet the guests. But now Meng Xiaoqun's name is Meng Xiangzi. Not only the name, but also Meng Xiaoqun's appearance has been simply processed. After all, she is the true disciple of the Five Poison Sect. She once came to Jiang country's immortal cultivation world with Nangguang Mili and was wanted by the Heavenly Sword Sect. If she used her real appearance and name, she might be recognized and get into trouble. Congratulations to Master Lu, congratulations to Madame Lu. These cultivators congratulated her, but some people also tried to find out Meng Xiaoqun's origins by asking indirectly. Lu Changsheng would not reveal this, but just smiled faintly. Now, apart from Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan and others, only Lu Quanzhen knew Meng Xiaoqun's identity. That night, in the cave. Xiaoqun, it takes 10 years to cultivate to be able to cross the same boat, and 100 years to cultivate to be able to sleep on the same pillow. You and I are married today, and we will spend the rest of our lives together. Come, drink this cup. Lu Changsheng handed the wedding wine to Meng Xiaoqun. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaoqun raised her delicate face, her beautiful eyes were full of water, and she looked at Lu Changsheng tenderly. After the two drank the wedding wine, Meng Xiaoqun said shyly, Lu Lang, Xiaoqun wants to have a baby for you. For Lu Changsheng, this was the most affectionate confession. At this moment, no more words were needed. Wu Meng Xiaoqun's cheeks were as hot as fire, and the beautiful eyes under her thin eyebrows trembled slightly, then slowly closed, and a sweet hum came out of her nose. After a while, there was a rustling sound. The big red phoenix robe was untied, and in the embroidered shoes and silk stockings, 10 toes as tender as crystal bamboo shoots were shyly curled up, red and soft, just like Meng Xiaoqun at this moment. As Lu Changsheng's wedding ended, the guests of Qingzhu Mountain gradually left. In addition to the guests who congratulated, many Lu family members also left Qingzhu Mountain one after another, each taking up their own duties. Lu Pinggan also took 6 Lu family members to Qingzhu Mountain, preparing to take them to the Black Cloud Mountains for training. However, Lu Ling saw Lu Pinggan taking Lu Qingyan, Lu Chensha and others to Qingzhu Mountain, and said that he wanted to go too. Lu Changsheng immediately called Lu Wangshu to persuade his daughter Lu Ling. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome if his daughter knew that the 6 people were going to the Xiao secret realm later. Xiao, you stay at home, and your sister will take you to Hemming Mountain later. Lu Wangshu put his arm around Xiao's shoulders and told her about the situation in Hemming Mountain. Okay. Lu Ling nodded his head under Lu Wangshu's sugar-coated bullets and waved to his elder brother. Not long after, Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu also prepared to go back. Okay, be careful on the way. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said. If he hadn't made too much noise in the Yinming Ghost Sect, he could have asked the golden-winged Sky Peng to send the two back at this time. However, if the two went back too quickly, their whereabouts would be unpredictable, and they might get into trouble, so Lu Changsheng didn't see them off. He just said that he would visit them in the Qingyun Sect in a few years. However, Lu Miaoj saw that her son Lu Qingsun and daughter Lu Qingqi looked reluctant, and thinking that they had not been to Qingyun Market yet, she took them to send the two children on a trip. Sister Miaoj, be careful on the road. Lu Changsheng said, and asked Lu Miaoj to take the thousand-faced fox puppet with her. In the following days, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time on Meng Xiaochen, preparing to fulfill her wish to get pregnant. However, seeing that Meng Xiaochen was now at the 9th level of foundation building, if she practiced dual cultivation with him and consolidated her foundation through the two yin and yang energies, it was estimated that in 3 to 5 years, she would be ready to break through to the formation of the elixir. Lu Changsheng also considered whether to wait for her to break through to the formation of the elixir before getting pregnant. After all, not only did he have the crystal condensing elixir, but the 5-element fruit tree at home would mature in 3 years. Under such circumstances, the probability of Meng Xiaochen breaking through to the formation of the elixir was as high as 70% to 80%. If he passed on the yin-yang yuan dan method to Meng Xiaochen and asked her to sacrifice the yuan yuan bao wang liang to refine it into the second elixir field and condense the man yuan dan, the probability could be increased, and there was even hope for a top-grade golden elixir. However, if he did this, it would take a long time to prepare. It was estimated that it would take 7 or 8 years to break through to the formation of the elixir. Just as Lu Changsheng was thinking, suddenly a very strong mysterious throbbing surged into his body. In addition, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to a spiritual offspring, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Detect that the host's current spiritual body is defective, the attributes are overlapping, and it can be fused. Do you want to fuse? Right square bracket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 The Body of the 5 Elements, The Filthy Divine Insect. Spirit Body. Lu Changsheng was stunned, a little confused. He didn't expect that his children suddenly gave birth to a spirit body. This is too sudden, right? And this throbbing is very strong, far exceeding the previous Qingmu spirit body. It is likely to be a high-quality spirit body. But this spirit body was born by his children, and only half of the bonus. Doesn't it mean? Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly became ecstatic, and then he silently said the system and opened the system interface. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, Lord of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, 3rd level of Jinden. Lifespan, 83/701. Spiritual roots, Earth spiritual roots. Constitution, Zhaoqing spiritual body. Lower level, Zhengjin spiritual body. Middle level, Qingmu spiritual body. Middle level, Zufu spiritual body. Superior level, Taiyi soul body. Superior level, Wuqi Xiangxian body. Top level, Longyan body. Top level, Pseudo 5 elements body. Superior level, Kung Fu, Yin Yang Creation Sutra. 3rd level, Bailian Baodiju. 10th level, Taiyi Shang Shuju. 2nd level, Xianziju. Great success. Spells, Yin Yang Yiki Great Capture. Yin Yang Mysterious Divine Light. Inverted Yin Yang Glazed Wall. Items, Lu Family Tree. Wanling Bottle. Great Wilderness Dragon Spine. Xianun Bao Wang Lotus. Xianun Bao Huang Lotus. Pope Hill. Demonic Curse Book. Substitute Life Talisman. Magic Weapons. Wuxiang Baolin. Yuankong Dharma Robe. Star Disc. Kiao Heart Lamp. Kenghe Pearl. Skills. Refining. Level 3. Music. Level 3. Talisman Making. Level 3. Formation. Level 2. Alchemy. Level 2. Puppet. Level 2. Spirit Slaughter. Level 2. Spirit Cooking. Level 2. Winemaking. Level 2. Dragon Hunting. Level 2. Spirit Pets. Zumi Tree King. Golden Winged Sky Peng. 9 Nether Mastiff, Peach Blossom Goo, Bloodline Effect, probability of offspring spiritual root plus 30%, probability of reproducing offspring plus 30%, spirit inheritance rate plus 12%, offspring comprehension plus 6%, family members. 4613, 5 elements body. When Lu Changsheng saw the extra spirit in his own constitution column, he immediately knew what kind of constitution this child had. Top level spirit, 5 elements body. However, for 3 generations of the Lu family, he only had half of the bonus. So this spirit had an extra fake character, and the effect was only that of a superior spirit. My family has a body of 5 elements. Lu Changsheng was a little confused. When he won the 5 elements Yuan Sutra in the lottery in his early years, he thought it would be interesting if his family had a body of 5 elements. Unexpectedly, it really appeared. And it came so suddenly. Does this count as a golden light coming out of the ancestral tomb? Lu Changsheng was delighted. After so many years, the number of the 3rd generation of Lu is almost 2,000. But in terms of quality, it is simply hard to describe. There are only a few middle-grade spiritual roots, and no top-grade spiritual roots. But now, I have a top-level spiritual body. You know, after so many years of hard work, he has only given birth to 8 spiritual descendants. And among the 8, only his daughter Nanguanyeo is a real top-level spiritual body. Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ling's dragon yin body is defective, so they can only be regarded as top-level spiritual bodies. Sure enough, as long as you have more children, there will always be a few with good talents. Lu Changsheng glanced at the Bian Peak, wondering if it was related to the luck gathered by the Zuanshan Ling 10. After all, his own cultivation strength is here. And there is a system to improve the spiritual roots, talents, and spiritual inheritance probability of offspring. But most of my daughters are still in the key refining stage. Few of the children who have established their foundation have married. The few children who have established their foundation have their partners are also key refining cultivators. With this probability, it is too difficult to give birth to a child with extraordinary talents. You can only rely on luck. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it. He looked at his system family interface, wanting to know which child this grandson came from. But now he has nearly 300 children in total, and he doesn't know who gave birth to them for a while, so he can only look at the descendants one by one. Wang Yanjing. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw that there was an extra child under the name of his son Lu Xingchen. But when he saw the name of Lu Xingchen's wife, his brows frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that the name of this daughter-in-law was Li Jinggai. Why is the name Wang Yanjing in the family list? Could it be that this is her real name? Although Lu Changsheng knew that the system had this function, he really didn't study it on weekdays. The main reason is that he has too many children and descendants now, so how can he pay attention to these things? If the other party had not married Lu Xingchen, he would have had some impression of her. He really couldn't remember the names of several daughters-in-law. Name, Wang Yanjing, lifespan, 68/184, talent, 3rd grade spiritual root, small 5-element body, medium spiritual body, cultivation, key refining level 7, talent, 5 elements magic, 71%, 3rd grade spiritual root, small 5-element body. Lu Changsheng looked at the daughter-in-law's panel and was a little surprised. Not only is she a top-grade spiritual root, but she also has a spiritual body. Such a woman, no matter where she is a top-level genius, a Dan-forming seed. But such a genius actually married his son Lu Xingchen? Although Lu Xingchen has good talent and has a 3rd-grade spiritual root. But compared with the other party, he is not at the same level at all. So, the 5-element body is her and Xingchen's child. Lu Changsheng looked at the child under their names. Name, unnamed, lifespan, 1/88, talent, 2nd grade spiritual root, 5-element body, top-level spiritual body, cultivation, none, talent, magic, 51%, sure enough. It seems that this child has a 5-element body, which is also related to his mother. Lu Changsheng looked at the child's interface and thought to himself. Although the probability of spiritual inheritance is very small, there is still a certain possibility. Moreover, this daughter-in-law was a foundation-building cultivator in her early years, which can also slightly improve the qualifications of her children. 2nd grade spiritual root, 5-element spiritual body, my grandson has the potential to be a nascent soul. Lu Changsheng exclaimed. The five-element body is one of the most well-known top-level spiritual bodies. Compared with the top-level spiritual bodies such as the Dragon Yin body and the Immaculate Heavenly Fragrance body, it has the simplest, most direct and practical effect. Practicing the five-element exercises and five-element magic, all progress rapidly, and the power is far beyond that of ordinary people. Like his son Lu Qingxun, who has a 6th grade spiritual root, but has a Qingyun spiritual body, his cultivation speed is not inferior to that of the top grade spiritual root. And this child has a 2nd grade spiritual root and a 5-element spiritual body. His cultivation speed is estimated to be comparable to that of a heavenly spiritual root. Back then, the 5 elements Wang family was just a small, unknown key refining family. It had no resources and no inheritance of skills. But under such circumstances, the ancestors of the Wang family rose strongly and became the famous Jiandans Henren of Zheng State, casting the name of the 5 elements Wang family. This also shows that the 5-element spiritual body is not so dependent on resource inheritance compared to other spiritual bodies. And my Lu family not only has abundant resources, but also has the top 5-element skills inheritance. So this child has a promising future uniting under the cultivation of my Lu family. Lu Changsheng was very happy at this time. Even happier than giving birth to a top-level spiritual body. Because unexpected surprises always make people more excited. And the birth of this child means that the 3rd generation of my family is finally going to make a move. In the future, there will be more Xianjiao appearing in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th generations of my family. Does this 5-element body have the same properties as the Qingyun spirit body and the Qingmu spirit body? After a moment, Lu Changsheng looked at the pile of spirit bodies on his physical column and silently chanted fusion. Boom! In an instant, he seemed to enter a mysterious state. The spiritual essence in his body seemed to be interweaving and interpreting, forming complex Dao patterns and blooming 5-element rays of light. This process did not last long, just like a few breaths. That's it. Lu Changsheng looked at his system physical column. The Qingyun spirit body and the Qingmu spirit body had disappeared. But the 5-element body still had a fake word, which was a superior spirit body. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced his changes, the effect of this 5-element body. Suddenly, he felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was much more natural. The 5-element elements seemed to actively rush towards him. Even with every breath, the 5-element elements entered his mouth, nose, and pores. Boom! Lu Changsheng operated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, transforming his whole body of magic power into the 5-element magic power of the 5-element Yuan Sutra. Suddenly, the whole person felt that the mana in his body was indescribably smooth and natural. It's not that his mana was originally sluggish and not smooth enough. And after having the 5 elements body, it was obviously improved to a higher level. Although I had the Qingyun spirit body and the Qingmu spirit body before, I couldn't show the effect of the spirit body when running the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and the 5 elements Kung Fu. Now that I have the 5-element spirit body, whether it is the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra or the 5 elements Yuan Sutra, the power effect is improved to a higher level. Even I can get a small improvement in the effect of yin-yang mana by reversing yin and yang through the 5 elements. Lu Changsheng quietly experienced the operation of mana and could clearly feel the comprehensive improvement brought to him by the 5-element spirit body. Whether it is absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the power of mana, it is far beyond before. He didn't experience too much, and came to the Lu family mansion, ready to see his good grandson. Yuner. Lu Changsheng shouted to his wife Lu Maoyan, saying that he had something to find her. Husband, Jingai gave birth, you come to visit. Lu Maoyan responded immediately. Although Xia Zihai was a concubine, she married Lu Changsheng in her early years and gave birth to 6 children. The children born were also very promising. Now 2 of them have established their foundation, so their status and position are far superior to other concubines. Moreover, Lu Maoyan knew that Lu Changsheng would hold another wedding for Xia Zihai soon and promote her to a wife. Under such circumstances, Lu Xingjian would naturally come to care about the birth of his children. Moreover, Lu Xingjian was a child of the Lu family who had established his foundation. He had a good talent and got married early and gave birth to children. As a concubine, she should come to care and greet him. Oh! Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately came to a small courtyard. Husband, father, master. The wives, concubines, maids, and children of the Lu family outside the backyard room saw Lu Changsheng and immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Husband. Father. In the delivery room, Xiao's Hidayu, Lu Xingchen and others heard the noise and immediately came out. At this time, Lu Xingchen was holding a baby in his arms. As a foundation-building cultivator, his wife Li Jinggai was also a foundation-building cultivator in her early years, so this child is full of spirituality, delicate and beautiful, without any wrinkles of ordinary babies. Haha, Xingchen, congratulations on becoming a father. Lu Changsheng stepped forward to take a look at the baby and patted his shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Thank you, father. Lu Xingchen was still in the excitement of being a father at this time, and the whole person had a silly and happy face and nodded vigorously. Then he seemed to think of something, handed the child to Lu Changsheng, and said aloud, Father, you came just in time, how about giving this child a name? For things like names, you can discuss it with Jinggai yourself. Lu Changsheng took the baby and said softly, although this child is a body of the 5 elements, this kind of spiritual body will only be seen when it grows up. There is nothing special now. Jinggai and I discussed it before, and I thought of you, Dad, to name it. Lu Xingchen said immediately. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son and knew that this was not taught by Xiao's Hidayu, Lu Xinggang, or his wife Li Jinggai. Otherwise, this son's character would not say such words. In this case, let's give him the character Jin. He said after a slight hesitation. In his early years in Ruai County, he set the generation name for his family. So the 3rd generation of the Lu family all had the character Zhuan. Jin. Lu Xingchen, Xiao's Hidayu, Lu Maiyuan and others beside him were all a little surprised when they heard this. The word Jin has a great meaning. Lu Zuanqian. Xiao's Hidayu called the child's name with joy on her face. Thank you father for the name. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Lu Changsheng held the child for a while, then returned the child to Lu Xingchen and asked him to take good care of him. Then he said that Li Jinggai was in poor health, and he would accompany her more these days. If he needed elixirs, he could apply to the family. Did my husband have something to do just now? Lu Maiyuan asked after she and Lu Changsheng walked out of the courtyard. Yuner, send someone to investigate a woman named Wang Yanjing. Lu Changsheng said. His daughter-in-law has a 3rd-grade spiritual root and a small 5-element body. If she is a cultivator of Jiang country, she is definitely not unknown. As long as we go to Xianxi Tower, such an intelligence organization will have a high probability of obtaining its information. Okay. Lu Maiyuan nodded without asking any more questions, indicating that she would send someone to investigate later. System, draw a lottery. After finishing his work, Lu Changsheng thought of getting a chance to draw a lottery, and his mind moved. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dirty god insect larva. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Suddenly, a crystal-clear insect pattern that looks a bit like a spider emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Dirty god insect. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this insect. Then his mind moved slightly and looked at the system space. Strange insect, filthy godworm, rank, lower heaven rank, description, one of the strange insects of the soul. The insect body is tangible but not material, feeds on the soul, spirit and thoughts, and has extremely strong soul perception. Once it encounters a spiritual attack, it will immediately release the filthy god poison to pollute the source of the attack. Strange insect of the soul. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw the effect of the filthy god worm. In the world of cultivating immortals, the natural treasures of the soul are relatively precious and rare. The same is true for spiritual pets. Although this filthy godworm is only of the lower heaven rank, it is not as good as the 6-winged golden silkworm. But its rarity is not worse than the 6-winged golden silkworm. It's a pity that it's just a larva. Lu Changsheng shook his head. If this filthy godworm had the strength of the 3rd rank, he could use it himself. But he had no interest in this kind of larva. Chensha is now at the 9th level of key refining, so you can consider giving this filthy godworm to him. Lu Changsheng thought to himself after a little thought. The other party's cultivation method is called Beast Secret. This technique will change according to the pets contracted by the practitioner, and the level will be upgraded, making the foundation more and more powerful. At present, Lu Chensha has the iron fire ant he gave, the centipede sent by Su Ruian, and 2 pairs of iron-backed mantises collected by the family. But the iron fire ant is a group of strange insects, and the grade is not high. The iron-backed mantis only has high-level blood. The highest grade is the centipede sent by his mother, which has a mid-level earth-level blood. So in Lu Changsheng's opinion, giving this filthy god insect to Lu Chensha will have the best effect, and the other party may be able to condense a perfect foundation. Should I give it to him now, or wait until he comes back from the purple nether secret realm? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart, thinking about whether to see his performance in the purple nether secret realm. But then he thought, Lu Chensha is the one who needs this kind of pet the most at the moment, so just give it to him directly. Even if he is really not doing well, he is still his son. Besides, he is about to go to the purple nether secret realm, and with this filthy god insect, he can also have an extra help. But now Lu Chensha is not in Qingzhu Mountain. He went to Qingzhu Mountain and Heian Mountain range with Lu Pingyan and others. So Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to extract this dirty god insect from the system space, and planned to wait until he came back. At this moment, Heian Mountain range. Lu Pingyan led Lu Qingyan, Lu Chensha, Lu Yunfei and 6 others to hunt monsters. For such an experience, hunting monsters, he naturally would not take action, but just look after the few people to avoid accidents and encounter second-level monsters. Although there are few second-level monsters in Heian Mountain range, you still have to be careful. Moreover, in addition to monsters, there will be many monster hunting teams in this mountain range. If these people encounter lone cultivators, they may directly transform into robbery cultivators and take advantage of the fire to rob. Boom boom boom, in the forest, the tiger roared, raising layers of fishy wind, and the tall trees fell down one by one. If you look closely, you can see a woman holding a spear and a tiger fighting in close combat. After a long time, the violent movement stopped. Lu Qingyan, who was wearing silver armor, had a beautiful face and a heroic demeanor. She pierced the tiger's body with a spear in her hand. However, she was a little embarrassed, and her silver armor was stained with blood. Tisk, this kind of body refining method is really amazing. Lu Chensha and Lu Yunfei next to her side when they saw this. In this battle, Lu Qingyan directly fought with a tiger monster through body refining and successfully killed it. Brother, how did I perform? Lu Qingyan threw down the tiger monster's body and said while enduring the pain in her body. Although her body refining almost reached the peak of the first level, this tiger monster also had the strength of the late first level. So after the battle, she consumed a lot of physical strength and her muscles were sore all over. Not bad. Lu Pingyan said with a smile, his tone was gentle. Then he signaled several people to rest on the spot, and continue to train after eating and drinking. At present, he still separated the 6 people to fight the monster. Otherwise, if the 6 people acted together, even the second-level initial monster would die in the hands of the 6 people. In this way, the 7 people continued to hunt monsters in the Black Cloud Mountains. When it was almost done, Lu Pingyan would release the monster-luring incense to attract several monsters and let them try to work together. However, the Black Cloud Mountains were a remote place after all, and the monsters were of very ordinary quality and bloodline, which had limited effect on the training of the 6 people. Qingzhu Mountain. Bian Peak, Lingxiao Pavilion. The Emperor's Key watching. In the training room, Lu Lingxiao opened his eyes, and 2 brilliant golden lights shot out, as if he saw through all illusions and wanted to see through the wall to see the outside scene. He walked out of the room and looked into the distance. Not only his eyes, but also his 5 senses were much sharper and clearer. Even the subtle movements of ants crawling in the distance could be heard and seen. Buzz, Lu Lingxiao used the Emperor's Key watching technique. Suddenly, a faint golden luster appeared in his pupils, like 2 dragon-shaped air currents rising, like the rotation of the sun and the moon, which was breathtaking. At this moment, not only was the scene in front of Lu Lingxiao much clearer, but he even saw the trajectory of the operation of the spiritual machine of heaven and earth. For example, under the distant Bishu Lake, the spiritual energy is extremely rich, as if some treasure is buried. He continued to look up and looked at the top of Bian Peak. He could see the inverted 5 elements array running at all times on the top of the peak. Although he could not see through the inverted 5 elements array, but he could capture the array's spiritual patterns and its running trajectory. If he was willing, he would study the array now, and it would be estimated that he could make rapid progress and be promoted to 2nd-level array master in the fastest time. I wonder if I can break through Lu Wangshu's talisman array now, Lu Lingxiao thought to himself. But as soon as the thought came up, he shook his head and was not very interested. After fusing the Xianzi Wonky Dharma seed, although his cultivation level did not improve much, he only broke through the third level from the second level of foundation building. But he could clearly feel that his physical body, magic power, foundation, and even the dragon body were all improved. In addition, there were many more fighting experiences in his mind. Although there was no actual combat verification. But he knew that he was not at this level compared to before. He was not very interested in the original challenge target Lu Wangshu. In his heart, he regarded Lu Qingshan and the Yuanying seeds of Qingyun Sect as his goals. Like these people, they were invincible in the same realm. I need to keep fighting and experience the baptism of blood now, so that I can digest these fighting experiences, truly integrate them, and transform them into my own strength. Lu Lingxiao's eyes were like torches, and he was ready to go out for training. Although he had many innate fighting experiences in his mind, but experience is experience, and it takes a process to transform it into strength and instinct. And the best way to achieve this is to fight. Moreover, after integrating the Heavenly Sun seed, he knew that the invincible heart could not be expressed with words. It needed to rely on victory after victory, affirmation of oneself, and slowly nurture. Only in this way can one have a truly invincible heart and invincible momentum. Lu Lingxiao walked out of the courtyard, ready to meet his parents, and told them about the Heavenly Sun's reading of the key and going out for training. At this moment, his steady and powerful figure seemed to have a little more majesty while walking. Chapter 514 Lu Lingxiao vs Lu Wangshu. Puppet Battle Formation. Green Water Lake. With the promotion of the spiritual veins and the nourishment of the 36 Kanghe pearls, the green water lake is now much deeper. The lake is sparkling and rippling, and you can see many spiritual fish swimming in the water, looking full of vitality. Like the island in the middle of the lake where the spiritual energy is the most concentrated, it is hazy and seems to be filled with a faint spiritual mist, quiet and mysterious. At this time, on a small boat, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu held green jade fishing rods and sat side by side, like a pair of immortal lovers, whispering intimately. Not far away, Lu Wangshu, who was sitting cross-legged on the cold green-black tortoise and holding a green jade bamboo pole, saw this scene, curled his crystal-bright lips, and felt that fishing was boring. Immediately, the fishing rod was swung, splashing a little water, and the jade finger was placed next to the red lips, and whistled. Immediately, a long and clear cry was heard. I saw a bird with a slender neck and elegant posture. Its whole body was shining with the luster of green jade. Every feather was like a finely carved phoenix spreading its wings. Lu Wangshu stepped lightly, her skirt fluttering, and landed on the green jade phoenix, changing the place to fish. Lu Changsheng saw the scene and was a little amused, but he didn't care, and continued to enjoy the quiet time with Xiao Ziyu. When the time was almost up, he and Xiao Ziyu took their daughter back to Bian Peak for dinner. Although he had already fasted and didn't need to eat at his level of cultivation. But the desire for food and the habit he had developed over the years still made him eat occasionally. Besides, eating is also a warm moment for the family. My dear, Xiao Dao. As soon as the three returned to the Lu family mansion, they saw Ling Zixiao coming, followed by Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ling. Oh, Xiao is out of retreat. Zixiao, is there something wrong? Lu Changsheng looked at his son and could see that his spirit had changed significantly from before. The whole person had an invisible power and aura. Although this powerful aura has no effect on them. But for ordinary cultivators, there will be an innate suppression force. Just like the blood suppression between monsters. Lu Wangshu next to him frowned slightly when she saw Lu Lingxiao for the first time. She was very familiar with Lu Lingxiao. In an instant, she saw that the mental outlook of this brother was very different from before. But she couldn't tell the specific changes for a while. Xiao has something to discuss with you, my lord. Ling Zixiao, wearing a light blue palace dress, elegant, dignified and graceful, smiled and said. Okay, let's have dinner together first. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, motioning to go in and talk. Several people came to a side hall. Lu Wangshu's eyes were always on Lu Lingxiao. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that Lu Lingxiao in front of her was not right, and she wanted to beat him up. Too arrogant. This brother not only has an invisible aura of power, but also reveals a dragon and phoenix posture when he raises his hands and feet. Especially when walking, that posture, Lu Wangshu didn't know what to say. If you have to describe it, it's 4 words: dragon walk, tiger step. Although this younger brother has always been extraordinary and heroic, He is far from this level. Is it because he hasn't fought for too long this time when he went home? Lu Wangshu pinched her smooth jade chin. She had been busy running around with Lu Lingxiao before. Rushing to support Chernaifang City, the family caravan, taking over Hemming Mountain, and the shops compensated by the Sima family. Later, when he was in charge of Hemming Mountain, his father said that Senior Honglian had awakened and helped Lu Lingxiao to forge a magic weapon embryo and asked him to go home. So after the two separated, they haven't seen each other for almost a year. Lu Lingxiao had noticed the look in his sister's eyes a long time ago. He glanced at her with his bright and deep eyes, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" Lu Wangshu immediately raised his chin slightly, saying, "What's wrong with looking at you?" Lu Lingxiao's eyes were bright and energetic, and deep in his pupils, there was a little golden luster, as if to say, "Try to look at me again." Lu Wangshu was not to be outdone. In her clear and beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a series of complex and mysterious runes intertwined. "Can't you two just be quiet?" Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng paused and said in silence, "These two siblings are simply enemies. They can't rest when they meet. What's wrong with us? Haven't we met for a long time?" Lu Wangshu said innocently. "If you really don't like each other, just go out and fight." Lu Changsheng said, "Dad, how can you do this? Isn't this provoking the relationship between us siblings?" Lu Wangshu spoke immediately, with a sisterly and respectful face. If it were usual, she would have fought with Lu Lingxiao a long time ago. But now, not only her mother, but also her aunt Lingxiao is there. How could she fight? Lu Lingxiao didn't say anything. But he was a little moved in his heart. "It's okay, I think Zaire also wants to practice with you." Lu Changsheng glanced at his son and continued, "And your father also wants to see how much progress you have made." He didn't say anything angry. He really wanted to see the effect of his son's integration of the Emperor's Key, and what progress his daughter has made in so long. "My dear." Ling Zixiao rolled his eyes at Lu Changsheng. She felt that he was a very unruly father. When he saw his children having conflicts, he did not stop them, but even signaled them to fight. However, she was also looking forward to her son fighting with Lu Wangshu to see who was stronger. In his early years, her son had been bullied and suppressed by Lu Wangshu. It was impossible for her, as a mother, to say that she had no emotions at all. But Lu Wangshu knew the limits. It was a fight between siblings, and she, as an aunt, could not say anything. Now that her son had integrated the Heavenly Sun's seed, his strength had been comprehensively improved. Naturally, she wanted to see if her son could beat Lu Wangshu. Xiao Ziyu's delicate and beautiful face was soft, and she did not speak. She practiced the supreme forgetting love art, and her spiritual sense was sharp. She could see the situation between her daughter and Lu Lingxiao. Although she was not very familiar with Lu Lingxiao, but she also knew that he was gifted and was one of the Lu family's dam-forming seeds, and had a good relationship with her daughter. So when brothers and sisters played and fought, she would not interfere, nor did she know how to interfere. What's wrong? Only by encouraging each other can we make progress together. Ziyu happens to be here too, so we can see how Wangshu has improved. Lu Changsheng said nonchalantly. As he spoke, a crystal porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, and he said, "I have a 7-star pill here as a prize. If any of you wins, this 7-star pill will be yours." 7-star pill. Ling Zixiao heard this and said with some doubt, "My dear, they are only in the early stage of foundation building, and they are taking the 7-star pill. Isn't it too wasteful? The 7-star pill is a 3rd-level pill, which means 7 stars shining. After taking it, it can increase the cultivation level and save several years of hard cultivation. It can also eliminate all the hidden diseases and hidden dangers in the body of the cultivator. The effect is a bit like the 3-yang pill, which is called the small foundation building pill. But compared with the 3-yang pill, the 7-star pill has no effect on the formation of the pill. The pill is for people to use." Lu Changsheng said with a smile. This 7-star pill was given to him by an unknown kind-hearted person when he and Nanguang Mili were on their way to Jin State, so he didn't feel bad about using it. "Since you said so, Daddy, Ling Xiao and I will just have a fight." Seeing that her father was not angry, but simply wanted to test her and Lu Ling Xiao's strength, Lu Wangshu said with a smile. "How about it, Ling Xiao?" She looked at Lu Ling Xiao, raised her eyebrows, and asked. "Come on." A little golden luster appeared in the depths of Lu Ling Xiao's eyes, and he was eager to fight. "Look, I said that these two people wanted to fight when they met. Don't worry, let's talk about it after dinner. Lu Changsheng smiled. Then he asked Ling Zixiao what he had just said. Xiao is now at the 3rd level of foundation building, and wants to go out for training. It's just right to integrate this trip into his understanding. Ling Zixiao glanced at Xiao Zhi next to him and said softly. Although Lu Changsheng trusted Xiao Zhi very much, but the Emperor's key-looking method was of great importance, so she just said it vaguely. Experience. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment, looked at his son and said, Xiao, you should get familiar with your sister Wangshu in Hemming Mountain first, or go to your sister Ruiyi to experience for a while, and then consider going far away. And in a few years, your father will have other arrangements for you. Although Lu Lingxiao is now strong enough to go out and experience. But his son still has too little experience, and he is a little worried. So he wants him to accumulate more experience, and then arrange him to go to the Qingyun Sect to open up wasteland depending on the situation. Lu Lingxiao, there are still a lot of things to do in Hemming Mountain now, and you want to run away, right? Lu Wangshu heard this and said with an unhappy face. When she was alone in Hemming Mountain, she was very constrained. Having more Lu Lingxiao can not only relieve boredom, but also make things much more convenient. After all, no matter how much fighting or quarreling, her brother is still trustworthy and can be completely assured. Lu Lingxiao's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and said, I don't mean that. I just feel that I need to fight constantly to improve, so I want to go out for training. In that case, I will go to Hemming Mountain with Sister Wangshu later. Although he wanted to go out for training, he didn't want to ignore his responsibilities. Isn't it easy to fight? When the time comes, you can go with your sister and arrange everything for you. Lu Wangshu said immediately. She and Lu Qingshan had conquered the Linghu Society before. If you want, you can use the power of the Linghu Society to start expanding outward. Once you expand, fighting and fighting are inevitable. I want to go too, I want to go too. Lu Ling, who was eating candied haws next to him and watching his parents, brothers and sisters chatting, immediately raised her hand and shouted. Just stay at home. Ling Zixiao stretched out his hand and pressed her bun, saying unhappily. His son and Lu Wangshu went to Hemming Mountain, not to travel around, so how could he bring his daughter with him? Dad and sister promised me before that they would take me to Hemming Mountain to play. Lu Ling pouted and said a little aggrieved. Hearing this, Lu Wangshu immediately looked up and pretended not to know. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng could only say, since Xiao wants to go, let her go and have a look. If you are worried about Zixiao, you can go with Xiao. Besides, there will be a lot of things to do in Hemming Mountain next time. With you watching, Zixiao, I will feel much more at ease. The daughter and Lu Lingxiao's return to Hemming Mountain is expected to cause a lot of trouble. If no one is watching, it may be serious. Hearing this, Ling Zixiao immediately understood what Lu Changsheng meant. After the end of the Xiao secret realm, several children of the Lu family will break through the foundation. In this case, it is natural to develop some industries to accommodate the children of the Lu family. And Hemming Mountain, Chixifeng City is a good place. She looked at her daughter with gentle eyes, and said helplessly, okay, then mother will take you there. Thank you mother. Lu Ling's sadness came and went quickly, and she immediately looked happy. While talking, a maid brought up the spiritual meal, and several people began to eat. Although Xiao Zhi was next to Lu Changsheng and his daughter, her expression was gentle, not as cold and noble as usual, but she had no topic with Ling Zixiao. Ling Zixiao was the same. If the other party took the initiative, she would still be willing to communicate. But if the other party was not enthusiastic, she would not take the initiative to communicate. So this meal was basically Lu Changsheng and Lu Wangshu finding some topics, and Lu Ling set the atmosphere. Wow, Daddy, do you still have the gravy from last time? Lu Ling's cheeks bulged, and she asked vaguely. Which one? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's cute appearance and said with a smile. In addition to the desire for food, the monks' daily eating and drinking mainly rely on spiritual rice and meals to help them practice. But his daughter Lu Ling really loves food. 3 meals a day, no meal can be missed. Her rapid progress in body training is also closely related to her daily eating and drinking. The purple one with a lot of soup the day before yesterday. Lu Ling looked at Lu Changsheng with her clear big eyes, her cheeks bulging with food, like a cute hamster. The sauce is gone, but there is still some meat. Daddy will make you a pot later. Lu Changsheng smiled. Although there is no shortage of spiritual chefs in the family, he occasionally has the leisure to do it. Wow, thank you, Daddy. The girl's face was immediately full of joy, as if she thought that there would be delicious food in a few days, and her appetite was better. Ling Xiao next to him shook his head and sighed. Xiao Zai looked at the innocent and lovely Lu Ling, and felt a little closer to her. Daughter Lu Wangshu was also so cute and lovable when she was a child. But as she grew older, she gradually became less attached to her parents when she was a child. So like Lu Ling, who always has a childlike heart and is well-behaved and cute, she instinctively has some pity and likes. After Lu Ling had eaten, several people walked out of the mansion and came to the back mountain. Lu Changsheng did not call the Lu family children to watch the battle. After opening the formation, he directly let the two of them fight. Brother, come on. Lu Ling waved her little fist and said. In her opinion, her brother could not beat her sister, so her sister did not need to cheer. Sister Wangshu, I have made great progress these days. You have to be careful. Lu Xiao was wearing a black and red embroidered brocade robe with gold edges. He was tall and majestic, and very powerful. As he spoke, his dark and deep eyes glowed with golden luster, and his body exuded a high and mighty aura. Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, tall and slender, with delicate appearance, without the slightest flaw, giving people just the right softness, bright and generous. Even without Lu Xiao's reminder, she could see that this brother was different from the past. Okay. She chuckled, raised her jade fingers lightly, and outlined the talisman in the void like a swimming dragon. Lu Wangshu was already very skilled at drawing talismans in the air. In just a few breaths, he drew a talisman. Lu Xiao did not make a move at this time. When Lu Wangshu and he practiced, he usually did not use the talismans he had drawn. So he would not go all out at the beginning of the competition. Boom. Seeing that Lu Wangshu was almost ready, the surging magic power in Lu Xiao's dancing was like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by a roar of a dragon. A brilliant golden luster burst out from his body, burning a hot and fierce dark golden flame. A black gold treasure tree with flaming vines appeared in front of him, hazy. Lu Xiao stretched out his hand to hold the golden fire vine tree, which was only a foot long, and then swept it towards Lu Wangshu, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Boom boom boom, the several talisman spells cast by Lu Wangshu were directly defeated and exploded by the golden treasure tree in his hand. At this moment, not only Lu Wangshu was surprised, even Xiao Zhao and Ling Xiao, who were standing next to him, could not help but be surprised when they saw Lu Xiao's strength. It seemed simple and without any skills. But it showed that Lu Xiao's strength was terrifying. Not bad. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. If his daughter did not use the talisman, but only drew the talisman in the air, she would not be able to stop Lu Xiao's attack. Oh. Lu Ling, who was eating candied haws, was also surprised. When did his brother become so powerful? Lu Wangshu's charming face, which was full of smiles, was stern, revealing a serious look. A mysterious pattern appeared on her forehead, blooming with 9 colors of light. Buzz buzz buzz, her skirt fluttered, and ripples appeared in all directions, forming a series of talismans. The talisman just drawn also kept trembling, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, bombarding Lu Xiao. Boom boom boom, Lu Xiao was fearless. The golden fire vine tree in his hand was burning with blazing flames, full of destruction, ruin, domination, and unparalleled domineering aura, sweeping across the world. The dark golden dragon-shaped flame swept all the offensives, and then strode to Lu Wangshu, leaving her no time to set up the talisman array. Sister Wangshu, use the talisman array, otherwise you are not my opponent. Lu Xiao stopped and said in a deep voice. He had always been defeated by Lu Wangshu before, but he could not break her talisman array. Now that he has the Emperor's Key seeing technique, he naturally wants to see if he can break the talisman array. Sure enough, it's better to beat your brother as soon as possible. Lu Wangshu looked at the other party like this, and her heart was a little itchy. I didn't expect that this brother's strength had improved so much in just 1 year. She couldn't help but look at her father, seriously suspecting that her father had given him some special treatment. In that case, sister will not be polite. Her sleeves fluttered, her posture was elegant, and her white pearly teeth were exposed. Then her hands kept outlining, causing talisman arrays to be arranged in all directions. Lu Xiao's eyes were bright, as if the sun and the moon were flowing. At this time, Lu Wangshu's talisman key began to blend and form a talisman array. But the entire operation process, the trajectory of the key, was clearly visible in his eyes. He even found that when he was concentrating, the operation trajectory seemed to be much slower, allowing him to capture some flaws. For example, the talismans that Lu Wangshu painted with magic power were not all of the same level, but used illusions, and many were disguised by fake talismans to create a false impression. No wonder her talismans seem to be endless, and the talisman array is formed so quickly. Lu Lingxiao suddenly realized, although he had practiced pupil skills earlier, he had never been able to see this flaw. It can only be said that Lu Wangshu's talisman array technique is too exquisite. During the blending of qi, it has achieved the effect of being real with fake, and the real and fake are just a thought. 9. The mysterious talisman array. The golden light will not urge the heaven and earth to end. Lu Wangshu pinched his hands and shouted. Suddenly, talismans from all directions swirled, and the qi blended together, forming an extremely solid golden barrier, framing Lu Lingxiao inside. Sure enough, one of the 49 Xianyan escaped. How could there be no flaws and loopholes in such a hasty talisman array? Lu Lingxiao's eyes were like two torches, burning brightly and dazzlingly. Then the dark golden flames in his body surged, and the golden fire vine tree in his hand swept out, bursting out with a blazing sun. Boom boom boom, the golden talisman array began to shake, and the luster dimmed. Is this the Emperor's key watching? Ling Zixiao, who was not far away, looked at his son, surprised and delighted. Lu Wangshu's talent in talismans and arrays was unquestionable. Even she found it difficult to find the weak point of this talisman array in the first place. But his son found the weak point so quickly and broke the array. Seeing her son finally surpass Lu Wangshu, some of the little dissatisfaction she had accumulated in her early years also disappeared at this moment. It's just that. She looked at Lu Changsheng with a half-smile, thinking that her husband would have to coax her daughter again. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything. After his son merged with the Emperor's vision key, his combat power really restrained his daughter. Xiao Xiao, who was standing aside, couldn't help but be shocked. As one of the 4 major sects of Zhang country, Qingyun Sect naturally has many competitions. But her daughter's competition with Lu Lingxiao has already defeated countless Qingyun Sect disciples. Even when she was in the early stage of foundation building, she didn't dare to say that she had defeated the two. Lu Ling was relatively calm, just wondering why her brother was so much stronger. He had always been beaten by his sister before. The heavy water 3,000 lakes are vast. The blazing fire burns endlessly. Golden lotuses planted in the water and fire realm. Lu Wangshu's pretty face was serious, and her hands kept pinching the seals. In the Qi Si Danshan, the Zuanitan pearl vibrated wildly, and the magic power poured out like a surging river. She even felt that the talismans she derived were not enough, so she threw out a stack of talismans from her storage bag to stabilize the situation. Boom boom boom, Lu Lingxiao held the golden fire vine tree and swept across the world, defeating all the attacks of the talisman formation, making the talisman formation rumble and dim. At this moment, his eyes opened and closed, and a mysterious and domineering power bloomed, as if the heaven and earth were resonating together. Buzz! Lu Wangshu felt that at this moment, his talisman formation was actually sluggish, difficult and unbearable, and his ki was disordered, almost collapsing under Lu Lingxiao's attack. What kind of method is this? Lu Wangshu was horrified, and her face, which had always maintained a light smile, was slightly stunned. If it weren't for her blood talisman spirit body, which had a bonus effect on actual combat talismans, she felt that the talisman formation would have been broken just now. Sister Wangshu, you'd better use all your strength. Lu Lingxiao's eyes were bright, as if the stars were shattered, the sun and the moon were rotating, and it was unfathomable. He could indeed rely on the Emperor's key viewing technique to defeat Lu Wangshu unexpectedly and fiercely. But the two were siblings and had no great hatred, just some playful fighting. Moreover, relying on the seeds of magic given by his father to show off his power, Lu Lingxiao disdained it and could not do such a thing. It seems that I have to use some real skills today. Lu Wangshu took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on his exquisite and beautiful face. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was ready to persuade his daughter to use the second-level top talisman at any time to prevent his daughter from using the second-level top talisman. No matter how powerful Lu Lingxiao was, there was a limit. If his daughter stacked a few second-level top talismans into the talisman formation, Lu Lingxiao would not be able to withstand it anyway. Seeing this, Ling Zixiao and Xiao Zi'er next to him also showed a solemn look to prevent the two from fighting uncontrollably. However, Lu Wangshu's next behavior was beyond the expectations of several people present. 4 second-level puppets appeared. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Wangshu made hand gestures, and the 4 puppets revived like war machines, roaring and gathering a powerful momentum, suppressing Lu Lingxiao. Puppet battle formation. Small 4 elephants battle formation. Wangshu's divine consciousness Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao immediately recognized that the means used by Lu Wangshu came from the puppet inheritance of Xianyun's Henjin. This puppet inheritance is very complete. Not only does it have many puppet skills and casting methods, but it also has battle formations similar to those of cultivators, puppet battle formation methods. It can make the puppets form a battle formation, and the power effect is even higher. But they don't know when Lu Wangshu studied this puppet battle formation. Moreover, the most surprising thing is that when Lu Wangshu cast the talisman formation, he can actually control the puppet battle formation. You know, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building can only control 3 second-level puppets at most. Even if Lu Wangshu's divine consciousness has long reached the middle stage of foundation building, this method is amazing. This not only consumes a lot of spiritual consciousness, but also requires a high level of spiritual consciousness. One must multitask and control it in detail. Lu Lingxiao, come. Lu Wangshu said, and his magic power surged wildly, outlining a series of talismans, bombarding Lu Lingxiao through the talisman formation. The 4 puppets formed a battle formation, guarding in front of her, and suppressed Lu Lingxiao through the power of the puppets. Among these 4 puppets, one came from Lu Changsheng, which was a second-level upper grade, and the other 3 were purchased by himself, which were second-level lower grades. The power of the puppets after forming a battle formation is equivalent to the frontal interference of a late-stage foundation building cultivator. Boom boom boom, under such a double attack, even if Lu Lingxiao was powerful and domineering, it was difficult to break through the siege for a while. And just as he was about to move forward a few points, the archer among the 4 puppets shot a sharp arrow at him. Okay, let's do this. If you continue like this, no one can do anything to the other, so this battle is a draw. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng said, and he could see that his daughter was struggling. If they continued, they would both lose. He immediately raised his hand, and the giant-level mana surged, dissolving the offensive of the two. Lu Lingxiao let out a long breath, and the dark golden flames on his body dissipated, and his mana was disordered. Although he could see through the sister's talisman formation, and even break it, the other party had too many external means. If he tried his best, he would not be a match at all. But if the two of them fought to the death in the wild, it would be another matter. Lu Wangshu floated down and snorted at Lu Changsheng. Wangshu, when did you learn the puppet battle formation? Lu Changsheng pretended not to notice his daughter's temper and smiled lovingly. This battle formation has many similarities with the talisman formation. You can learn it after a little study. Lu Wangshu pouted slightly, and his voice was a little bit of temper. Tisk. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Zi'er and Ling Zixiao, and all shook their heads with emotion. His daughter's comprehension is simply amazing. Lu Changsheng has always believed that if his daughter had not been distracted too much, she could have made further progress in the way of talismans, and even tried to impact the third-level talisman master in the middle stage of foundation building. But there is no way to do this kind of thing, it can't be forced. Lu Wangshu can focus on the way of talismans, and the current progress is enough. Since you are interested in the battle array, I will ask my family to make a few more puppets for you later. Lu Changsheng's voice was doting. The puppet battle array is very suitable for positional warfare, and it can be said to be a perfect match with the talisman array. Then he looked at Lu Lingxiao and said, Zi'er, you performed very well just now, but if you are outside, you should be more restrained when using such means. Later, your master and I will customize a magic weapon for you to cover it up. His son Lu Lingxiao's fighting method was too magical, and anyone could see that there was something wrong. Although there was no big problem, Lu Changsheng thought it would be better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it is easy to be noticed by high-level cultivators. Yes, father. Lu Lingxiao responded with a bow. Lingxiao, you just disturbed my talisman formation. What method did you use? Lu Wangshu asked Lu Lingxiao. The most shocking thing about the fight just now was that Lu Lingxiao suddenly interfered with her talisman formation. If she suddenly encountered this situation when fighting with others, it would be fatal. This is a magical power I passed on to Xiao, called the Son of Heaven's vision of Qi. It can see the flaws of magical power, the flow of magic power and Qi, and even interfere with the operation of spiritual power. You were too hasty in the talisman formation at that time, and Xiao saw through the flaws, so your Qi was disturbed. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son and said so. With the magical power of the fire eyes and golden pupils, even if he didn't use the magical power just now, he saw the process clearly. Magic power. Lu Wangshu was surprised. You know, only Jinden's Henren can master the magical power. Lu Lingxiao actually got a magical power. But Ling Xiao was right next to her, so she couldn't act like a spoiled child and ask too much, just raised her chin slightly and snorted. Okay, it's just a competition between siblings. Although this battle ended in a draw, you both performed very well. Your father is very satisfied. I will prepare a reward for each of you later. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's black hair, patted his son's shoulder, and smiled warmly. After that, he looked at Lu Ling, who looked cute and well-behaved, and smiled. My Xiao has won too. Daddy has promised to make me delicious food in a few days, so I don't want it. Lu Ling said crisply, not greedy at all. Lu Changsheng patted her little head, then took her by the hand and returned to the Lu family mansion with his wife and children. You have consumed a lot, go back and have a good rest. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao. I know. Yes, father. The two looked at each other, both of them seemed a little unconvinced. Alice. Seeing that the two looked like enemies, Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. As you said, Wangshu and Xiao can only make progress together if they encourage each other. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Although it was a tie just now, in her opinion, her son won. If Lu Lingxiao hadn't stopped several times to give Lu Wangshu time to prepare, he would not have been able to resist his son's attack. Yet, Xiao pursed her lips and smiled softly. Although her daughter was gifted, she loved to play on weekdays. Having such a younger brother to put pressure on her can indeed have a significant urging effect. And even though the two of them were playing around, they knew their limits. Chapter 515, Seek Good Fortune and Avoid Disaster, Great Opportunity. Qingyun Market, North Gate. A 3-story, 50 or 60-foot high, azure spiritual ship surrounded by the spiritual light of the formation slowly descended from the high-altitude clouds. Qingshan, Xiao, you must take good care of yourself outside, and write to your family if you have any problems. Lu Miaoj, wearing a plain white dress, with a beautiful face and gentle eyebrows, said. A mother worries when her son is thousands of miles away. Although both of her children are foundation-building cultivators, and Lu Qingshan has even broken through the 7th level of foundation building, she, the ant, is no match for him, but she still can't let go. Mom. Lu Qingzhu hugged her mother and nestled in her arms, reluctant to leave. Lu Qingshan next to her side secretly, then his eyes were bright and he said heroically, and, don't worry, I will take good care of Xiao. After that, he said with a light expression, wait until I break through the Jinden, and then it will be easy to come back, and Xiao can go home and live there. He knew that his sister was very homesick. In the early years, he even asked the master if he could let his sister go home. But his sister Lu Qingzhu was unwilling, worried that he would be too lonely in Qingyun Sect. Qingshan, practice step by step, relax and work hard, don't be too anxious, sometimes you can slow down appropriately. Lu Miaoj looked at her son who was full of vigor and confidence, and said in a gentle voice. The previous incident with Lu Quanzhan also made her worry that her son would have a similar situation. And compared with Lu Qingshan, Lu Quanzhan was already much more low-key and stable. Auntie, don't worry. Lu Qingshan grinned, his sword eyes were full of confidence and sharpness. After talking to Lu Miaoj for a few words, he looked at his younger brother and sister next to him, pinched Lu Qingqi's face, and said, Xiaoqi, listen to your parents at home, okay? Brother, don't worry, I've always been obedient. Lu Qingqi nodded vigorously. Haha. Lu Qingshan smiled when he heard it. After spending so much time together, he naturally knew what kind of personality the sister had, a pure naughty and mischievous girl. Qingshan, practice well and take good care of Xiaoqi. He patted Lu Qingshan's shoulder again. This younger brother is superior in both talent and interpersonal skills. He even understands the ways of the world better than him, so he doesn't need to say too much. Brother, I am older than Xiaoxun, so I should take care of him. Lu Qingqi next to him immediately said, unconvinced. As a man, you naturally have to be more responsible. Lu Qingshan chuckled. Brother Qingshan, don't worry, you and Sister Qingzhu should also take care of yourselves. Lu Qingxun was wearing a green brocade robe, with a gentle and polite temperament, and generous. Brother Qingshan, you talked about the Lion Kingdom before. There may be a war in the next few years, so Brother Qingshan, you must be careful and prepare for this in advance. He continued. War? I'll look forward to this day coming sooner. Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows when he heard this, and his eyes were a little sharp. War is the fastest sequence for promotion. Once the war begins, the major immortal sects will open their treasuries and release rare treasures. And according to his guess, Qingyun Sect is also looking forward to the outbreak of this war. Because for Qingyun Sect, the outbreak of war will give them the opportunity to be promoted to the nascent soul level. Qingshan, you are too gentle. You must know that the immortal path must be fought for. War and chaos are the ladders for cultivators to be promoted. Lu Qingshan looked at his younger brother, who was similar to his father in appearance and temperament, and said. Although he would not preach to this younger brother and instill his own ideas and thoughts, he also hoped that his temper could be tougher. After all, it is not only necessary to fight outside. There are so many brothers and sisters at home, and they also need to fight. Qingshan, don't listen to your brother Qingshan's nonsense. Lu Qingzhu heard this and immediately glared at his brother. He thought that his younger brother Lu Qingshan had a good personality now, gentle and honest, friendly and respectful to his brothers, and polite. If he learns from his brother Lu Qingshan, he will be a bad person. Lu Qingshan smiled casually and said nothing more. Everyone has different ideas, so it's okay to mention it occasionally. Besides, he wouldn't mention too much about his own affairs in front of his sister Lu Qingzhu. Brother Qingshan, I understand what you mean. It's always right to make more preparations. After all, whoever laughs last is the winner. Lu Qingshan smiled slightly and said in a warm voice. Well, Auntie, Qingshan, Xiaoqi, take care. Lu Qingshan nodded. Seeing that the time was almost up, he didn't talk much and walked onto the spirit ship with Lu Qingzhu. Well, brother, sister, have a safe journey. Lu Qingqi waved her hands vigorously, reluctant to leave. After watching Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu board the spirit ship, it took a while before Lu Miaoj left with her two children. Well, just as the three were about to leave Qingyun Market, Lu Qingshan suddenly frowned slightly, then closed his eyes and pinched his fingers. Zuiner, what's wrong? Lu Miaoj noticed her son's situation and asked. I just seemed to sense some auspicious signs. Lu Qingshan said uncertainly. Auspicious signs? Brother, you are still practicing divination. Lu Qingqi next to him immediately said with wide eyes. Hearing this, Lu Miaoj also looked at her son with her beautiful eyes in surprise. She knew that her son was interested in divination. Before, her husband brought back a divination inheritance from the Qingyun secret realm, and her son had studied it. But her son said that he just wanted to learn it, so she didn't ask much. She never expected that her son would get started directly. You know, the threshold of divination is extremely high, and ordinary cultivators can't get started at all. I just tried to practice the simplest art of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster when I was studying. But I have never been able to get started with this art, but I don't know why, but just now, a little spiritual light suddenly appeared, and I sensed some auspicious signs. Lu Qingshan said so, trying to capture the spiritual light. But the spiritual light cannot be seen or touched, and it cannot be captured at all. I can only sense that I have a good opportunity here in Qingyun Market. But he had no idea what the specific opportunity was or what the situation was. There are three types of fortune: great fortune, medium fortune, minor fortune, moderate fortune, minor fortune, moderate fortune, and great fortune. I think there happened to be a great fortune sign, so my fortune-seeking and fortune-avoiding technique was barely able to sense it. Lu Qingshan roughly understood what was going on. If he had mastered the technique, he could have used divination to calculate the exact situation of this great fortune sign. But he couldn't do it now. Is this great fortune sign in Qingyun Market? Lu Miaoj asked her son. Although she didn't quite agree with her son practicing such a life-shortening and fortune-destroying technique, she was willing to look for it now that her son had sensed the auspicious sign. It should be, maybe in Qingyun Market, or on the way back. Lu Qingshan couldn't be sure where this auspicious sign would be and how it would appear. In that case, Let's go shopping in Qingyun Market. Zuiner, if you have any feelings, just tell me, or if you like something, you can buy it. Lu Mioj said softly after thinking for a while. There have always been many stories of small figures rising in the world of immortal cultivation. Among them, the most common ones are picking up the inheritance of skills, self-obscuring spiritual treasures, etc. in the market, the caves of predecessors, ancient ruins, etc. So her son's situation made her subconsciously guess in this direction. Thank you, mother. Lu Qingzhu bowed with joy. Although his family did not quite agree with his practice of this kind of divination. But in his opinion, if he could become a fortune teller, it would be beneficial to both himself and his family, and the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. Soon, the three of them wandered around the market, observing the people and things on the street. After no gains, the three of them came to the casual cultivator trading area to see if they could pick up bargains. Hey, brother, is this a treasure? Lu Qingzhu looked very interested, and from time to time came to a stall, pointing to a few items that seemed to be very old and asked, "Hiss, little girl, you have good eyesight. This black jade unicorn string was made by my ancestors fighting with the unicorn monster king for more than 30,000 rounds, taking out its spirit crystal and refining it. I think you are destined to have it today." The stall owner was very experienced. He could tell at a glance that Lu Qingzhu was a naive girl from a wealthy family, and he started to sell her. Wow, so powerful. Lu Qingzhu was immediately surprised and looked at the string of glass beads. But the next moment, she curled her pink lips and said, "Do you think this lady is so easy to deceive? The unicorn is an ancient true spirit. Whether there is a unicorn monster king in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is still a matter of time. You should make it more real next time." The stall owner was a little angry when he saw that he was despised by a little girl, and wanted to scold her. But when he saw Lu Mioj next to him exuding a faint foundation-building spiritual pressure, he immediately cupped his hands and praised, "This lady is so young, but she has such knowledge. I admire her, I admire her." Haha. Lu Qingzhu raised her head with some pride. In this way, the three of them walked and stopped, and almost visited all of Qingyun Market. But Lu Qingzhu still didn't find the opportunity and auspicious sign in the dark. "Brother, is your auspicious sign still there?" Lu Qingzhu asked listlessly, a little tired. After a whole day of shopping, she was a little tired. "It seems to be there, but it seems not to be there." Lu Qingzhu closed her eyes and pinched her fingers, trying to sense it. When this auspicious sign first appeared, it was clearer and could be sensed in the dark. But as time went by, it is now intermittent and can't be sensed. "Zuiner, are you going to continue in the market or go back?" Lu Mioj asked softly when she saw this. She thought that she shouldn't have made a suggestion at that time, and should have let her son make his own judgment throughout the process. After a day of shopping today, sister is also a little tired. Rest for a night and then go back directly. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lu Qingzhu and said so. But she still couldn't let go of this auspicious sign in her heart. After all, his art of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune can only be considered as a beginner. In this case, the auspicious omen that he can sense must be extraordinary. "Yes." Lu Mioj responded softly, and took the two tenderness. "Zuiner, if you still want to look for it, you can go around the market by yourself, and send a message to mother if you have anything." She saw that her son was still thinking about the auspicious omen, and gave him a storage bag filled with spirit stones, saying gently, "Thank you, mother." Lu Qingzhu immediately took the storage bag, bowed happily, and then wandered around the market aimlessly. Perhaps he had been thinking about the so-called auspicious omen, and he gradually felt an inexplicable irritability in his heart. Am I going to miss it like this? Lu Qingzhu clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling in his heart. He felt that if he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for the rest of his life. And if he could capture this auspicious omen, maybe he could directly master the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Zuiner. After walking aimlessly for an unknown amount of time, Lu Qingzhu suddenly heard a gentle call. "Mom." Lu Qingzhu looked back and saw his mother looking at him with some concern, and then he realized that it was already very late. The night sky above the market was pitch black. "Zuiner, don't force anything, don't let this matter affect you," Lu Mioj said softly. The gentle and pleasant voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, pure and delicate, purifying the distracting thoughts and troubles in the hearts of others, leaving only tranquility and peace. Lu Qingzhu was startled when he heard the words. He felt that his previous situation was like a demon. I was affected by this art of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. Lu Qingzhu murmured in a low voice, and suddenly felt a little scared. If his mother hadn't appeared, woke him up, and dispelled the irritability in his heart, he might have given birth to a demon in his heart, and always thought about this auspicious opportunity. Mom, I was obsessed with a fortune-telling before, and I made you worried. Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath and exhaled gently to calm himself down. The art of divination is mysterious and mysterious. It not only shortens your life and fortune, but also consumes a lot of energy. If you are really interested in this kind of divination and numerology, you can ask your father or senior Taoshan for advice. Don't study it alone, otherwise there will be endless troubles if there is a slight mistake in the process. Lu Mioj did not blame her son and said gently. While speaking, she stretched out her slender jade hand, placed it on his shoulder, and used Tai True Water to nourish his body. Mom, I understand. After experiencing what happened just now, Lu Qingzhu also had a few more insights in his heart. If it is destined, it will eventually happen, and if it is not destined, don't force it. Everything has a destiny and cannot be forced. Like before, I was forcing it, which led me to fall into it. Moreover, the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil has its own price. I have only just started to learn magic. Today, I have been constantly practicing and trying to sense the auspicious omen, which will naturally affect me. Well, go back and have a good rest. Lu Mioj saw that her son did not have any major problems, but was a little tired, and said softly. Well. Lu Qingzhu smiled and nodded. It felt like putting this auspicious opportunity behind him, and the whole person instantly felt much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The next day, Lu Mioj took Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingyi away from Qingyun Market. Brother, is your auspicious omen still there? Lu Qingyi asked. It should not be. Lu Qingzhu's face was warm and handsome, like a gentleman, speaking freely and naturally. After his mother's advice yesterday, he realized that he had given up this so-called opportunity and put it behind him. After all, nothing can be forced, so let it go. What a pity. Lu Qingyi said with regret. She was very interested in picking up treasures and having adventures that only exist in storybooks. It was just a whim, an inexplicable feeling. Whether it really exists or not is another matter. Lu Qingzhu said with a smile. Seeing that her son had really let it go, Lu Mioj said softly to her daughter, Xiaoqi, if you encounter such a situation in the future, don't be paranoid or too demanding. Auntie, I didn't secretly learn the art of divination. Lu Qingyi immediately looked up and said. Well, Xiaoqi is the best. Lu Mioj touched her daughter's head, her temperament was as gentle as water. After the three of them walked out of the market, Lu Qingyi saw a lot of people gathered in front, as if to join in the fun, and said curiously, Hey, what is that? I saw a crowd surrounding a little beggar who was about 11 or 12 years old, thin and ragged. However, these people looked at him curiously, shook their heads and left, with expressions of pity, ridicule, etc. Chapter 516, Lucky Little Beggar, Busy Ancestor Lu. Find someone to take her in for 4 years. After 4 years, she will be accepted into the Qingyun Sect and will repay you 100 times. Lu Qingyi came forward and saw a small wooden sign in front of the little beggar. Tisk tisk tisk, a little beggar also wants to be accepted into the Qingyun Sect. The living expenses in the market for 4 years, not counting food and drink, will cost hundreds of spiritual stones. How many people are willing to spend so many spiritual stones for such a little beggar? She has spiritual roots and is willing to sell herself as a slave. Maybe someone is willing to take her in, but not willing to sell herself. This little beggar is also smart. She knows to come to the gate of the market. If she changes places. The monks who were joining in the fun saw the scene and shook their heads and mocked. Or they looked pity, thinking that she had a problem with her brain. Under such conditions, no one would be willing to take her in. As long as she left the gate of the market, what awaited her was being abducted and sold. However, in the face of others' ridicule and pity, the little beggar did not waver at all, and stood still with an expressionless face. Auntie, how about we take her in? Lu Qingyi looked at her tattered clothes. Her cloth shoes were almost worn out, but her eyes were still firm. She was a little touched and felt a little pity. Lu Mioj glanced at the little beggar and smiled gently, then asked her if she is willing to go to her house. The other party hopes someone to adopt her for 4 years. During these 4 years, she can wash clothes, cook, and help with various chores. 4 years later, the Qingyun Sect's Immortal Gate assessment will be opened. After becoming a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, I am willing to repay this favor 100 times. To be honest, this is a loss-making business in the eyes of most people. After all, it is not so easy to enter the Qingyun Sect. Even if you enter, if you fail to break through the foundation, it is difficult to bring any rewards. However, a mortal can come here to beg for immortal fate, which shows that the heart of seeking the Tao is firm and has some luck. So if the other party is willing to go to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Maoj is willing to give her a chance. Hearing this, Lu Qingqi immediately stepped forward and asked the little beggar, "Little sister? My home is in Qingzhu Mountain. If you are willing to go to my home, I can take you in. 4 years later, I will send you to Qingyun Sect." She was wearing a snow-white dress, with a delicate face and fair skin. She was like a person from two different worlds compared to the little beggar who was in tattered clothes and dirty. The little beggar was stunned. Looking at the girl in front of her with bright eyes, white teeth, delicate nose and pink lips, full of spirituality, she was slightly dazed and even a little inferior. "Thank you, I want to be in the market." She had never heard of Qingzhu Mountain, but she knew that the market was very safe. When the Qingyun Sect began to take in disciples, they could go there through the Xianmen market station. Qingzhu Mountain? Could this girl be a lady from the Lu family? She should be. The one next to her is the mistress of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Maoj. This little beggar is so lucky. Tisk tisk tisk, you little beggar, you don't know how to seize the opportunity. It would be much better to go to Qingzhu Mountain than to find someone to take you in here. Upon hearing this, several cultivators nearby looked at Lu Qingqi and noticed Lu Maoj not far away. Nowadays, the name of Qingzhu Mountain is well known in Qingyun. As one of the mistresses of the Lu family, Lu Maoj worked together with Lu Changsheng to suppress the fake pill cultivators in her early years. Naturally, she has a lot of fame and is known to others. Qingzhu Mountain. The little beggar heard this and realized that this Qingzhu Mountain seemed to be quite famous and extraordinary. "My name is Lu Qingqi. My family, Qingzhu Mountain, is one of the fake dam families under the rule of Qingyun. My father is a guest of Qingyun Sect, so you don't have to worry." Lu Qingqi knew that the other party had never heard of her name, so she immediately straightened her chest and said proudly. While speaking, she also took out an identity jade card from her arms to prove her identity. "Excuse me, what do I need to do?" The little beggar was a little moved and asked. Lu Qingqi was stunned by the question. There is no shortage of maids to wash and cook in her family, and the other party seems to be unable to do anything at this age. She thought for a while, and then her eyes lit up, pointing to Lu Qingzhu, who was wearing a green brocade robe, handsome and gentle, and said, "How about you be a maid for my brother for the next few years?" Hearing this, the little beggar looked at the handsome Lu Qingzhu next to him. "I have never seen such a good-looking person since I was a child. I saw 3 of them today. Especially Lu Maoj next to Lu Qingzhu, she was like a fairy descending to the earth. Wearing a simple and elegant white dress, with her hair tied up in a bun, and a beautiful face as clear as snow with a faint smile, she was so gentle that she could melt people." Lu Qingzhu heard what his sister said and shook his head helplessly. However, seeing the little beggar's somewhat inferior and timid, but also very determined eyes, he smiled and said, "If you are willing, just nod your head, the conditions are as you said." "I do." The little beggar nodded immediately. From the eyes and expressions of others, she knew that the 3 people in front of her were either rich or noble, and they should have no plans for her. Moreover, she came here on foot, and her dry food was almost gone. If she kept wasting time and no one took her in, she might starve to death here. "Okay, from now on, you are my maid. What's your name?" Lu Qingzhu asked, raised his hand and pinched his fingers, performing the cleaning technique to clean the dirt on the little beggar's body. Immediately, a beautiful and shy little girl appeared in front of the 2. "Hey, she's pretty." Seeing this, Lu Qingqi, who was standing next to him, laughed. "My lord, I didn't have a name when my grandfather found me by the river, so he called me Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu whispered, her cheeks flushed and a little embarrassed. "Okay, in that case, I'll call you Xiaoyu from now on." Lu Qingzhu smiled slightly, his voice gentle, and then looked at his mother. Lu Maoj nodded gently, raised her jade hand lightly, released a spirit boat, and left with the 3 of them. Tisk 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 tisk, this little beggar is also lucky, he actually met the young master and young lady of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Only the young masters and young ladies of such a big family would be so kind that they wouldn't be short of these spiritual stones. This young master of the Lu family looks extraordinary, and looks similar to the mistress of the Lu family. Maybe he's the legitimate son of the family. The cultivators who just joined in the fun saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh and comment. Many female cultivators even looked at the departing spirit boat with envy and jealousy, wondering why they were not favored by the young lady and master of the Lu family. Otherwise, they would have become a phoenix after flying up the tree. Xiaoyu, why are you here alone? On the spirit boat, Lu Qingzhu asked the girl. It was unreasonable for a girl of 11 or 12 years old, without any cultivation and magic power, to appear alone outside the Qingyun market. Even if this area has been cleaned up and there are no monsters, there are still wild beasts from time to time. Grandpa said before that he would send me to the Qingyun Sect to participate in the assessment, Xiaoyu whispered, saying that last year her grandfather was going to send her to the Qingyun Sect to participate in the Xianmen assessment. But he encountered danger on the way and his grandfather was physically exhausted. Before he died, he pointed in the direction of Qingyun market, saying that she could go to Qingyun Sect to participate in the assessment through the Xianmen station in the market. So she came all the way to Qingyun market. But in the end, she was still a step late. The Xianmen assessment, which lasted 5 years, had ended, and she could only wait for the next round. And she was penniless and could not survive in the market, so she could only rely on this method. Grandpa said that I have spiritual roots and will definitely be able to join the Qingyun Sect. Young master, Miss Qi, don't worry, I will definitely repay you in the future. After the girl finished speaking, her face was firm and serious. You just walked here like this. Lu Qingzhu was very surprised. Although she rarely traveled far, she often went to Bihu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain, and Hongai Valley. She knew that there were not only wild beasts on this road, but also evil people who robbed the cultivators. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. Did you encounter any danger? Lu Qingzhu continued to ask. Yes. The girl said that she encountered danger several times, but she was lucky. And before her grandfather died, he gave her the beast-repelling powder and black fire pills, which also helped her escape danger several times. You are really amazing. Lu Qingzhu praised and admired the girl in front of him. Lu Qingzhu asked about the girl's life experience again. He knew that she was picked up by her grandfather by the river when she was young. Grandpa was a cultivator, who usually liked to wear a somewhat shabby Taoist robe and was called Li Leodeo. After listening for a long time, Lu Mioj stepped forward and held the girl's wrist to check her talent. She found that she actually had a 4th grade spiritual root. It can be said that with this kind of spiritual root, as long as the heart of Taoism and perseverance are not extremely poor, it is not difficult to join the Qingyun Sect. If someone knew that she had a 4th grade spiritual root just now, I'm afraid I don't know what kind of trouble it would cause. Lu Mioj glanced at Xiaoyu. I think this little girl is not only smart, but also very lucky. At the same time, I feel a little sad that my daughter's casual behavior actually picked up a seedling of a 4th grade spiritual root. Could this be the auspicious sign of opportunity that Zuiner said? Lu Mioj paused in her heart. But as soon as the thought came out, she shook her head. Although the 4th grade spiritual root is very good, it should not be considered a good omen. Unless this girl has some opportunity inheritance. But the other party has no cultivation, it doesn't look like she has an opportunity inheritance at all. Zuiner has let it go, but I, as a mother, still care about it. Lu Mioj shook her head and smiled, her face gentle, and dispersed the thoughts in her mind. Bihu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu embraced each other, their lips touching, trying to transfer the yin-yang Dao seed that he had simulated into Xiao Ziyu's body. But the moment this yin-yang Dao seed entered Xiao Ziyu's body, it showed some repulsion. Lu Changsheng stopped immediately and gave up transferring the yin-yang Dao seed. After all, simulating the Tai Yi Dao seed and transferring a yin-yang Dao seed into Xiao Ziyu was just an attempt. There was no room for error in the process. Xiao, your Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu is too repulsive, and the compatibility of my Dao seed is not enough. Lu Changsheng separated from Xiao Ziyu and analyzed the reasons. Changsheng, you have worked hard. Xiao Ziyu said softly with soft eyes. Knowing that Lu Changsheng had spent a lot of time and energy to condense this yin-yang Dao seed. That's too polite. Lu Changsheng looked at her face like the bright moon in the sky, His eyes were warm. Then he continued to hold the other's tender and rosy lips, and through the sun and moon reincarnation art, he deeply understood Xiao Ziao's supreme forgetting love art and improved the compatibility of Dao seed. After accompanying Xiao Ziao, Lu Changsheng came to the Yajin Pavilion to help Meng Xiaochen practice. After careful consideration, he decided to wait for Meng Xiaochen to break through the Jinden before having a child. On the one hand, both parents are Jinden cultivators, and the probability of the child being gifted is much greater. On the other hand, having one more Jinden cultivator in the family can be much more convenient. For example, Meng Xiaochen can go to the Immortal City to help him collect natural treasures, Jinden spiritual objects, and handle many things. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen saw Lu Changsheng coming, her face full of joy. When she heard Lu Changsheng say that he would have a child after Jinden, she practiced hard these days. She threw aside the poison room, poison refining, and goo worm cultivation that she had prepared before. She was ready to polish the foundation of her mana as soon as possible and then break through the Jinden. Xiaochen, you need to practice with a balance of tension and relaxation, and you must not be too impatient. Lu Changsheng hugged Meng Xiaochen's smooth shoulders, looked at her exquisite and beautiful face, which was like a girl, and said softly. Meng Xiaochen leaned her head against Lu Changsheng's chest. Her beautiful eyes were infatuated, her voice was soft and sticky, and she responded softly. After a while, a rustling sound was heard. An exquisite purple dress was slipped to the side of the bed, and Meng Xiaochen's nose came out with a charming and sweet hum. Her snow-white back was like an arch, and her jade feet were tense. A few days later, after accompanying Meng Xiaochen, Lu Changsheng came to the Changsheng palace to visit Bai Ling. The fetus in Bai Ling's belly seemed to be about to be born. These days, she is getting more and more tired and sleepy, and she is in a coma most of the time. You know, Bai Ling has the blood of the true spirit, the 7th level of foundation building, and a tough body. She is energetic and can barely withstand Lu Changsheng's impact. But she has been listless these days, which makes Lu Changsheng feel very distressed. If Lu Changsheng had not checked many times and knew that Bai Ling was just pregnant and affected by the effect of yin-yang Rongling Dan, he would have suspected that there was something wrong with her body. Brother in the cave, on the bed, Bai Ling, who was sleeping, heard the slight movement and opened her hazy eyes like peach blossoms, dreamy and lovable. Linger, you have a good rest. Lu Changsheng came to the bed, hugged her gently, and coaxed her to sleep. Now he can sense the life breath of the fetus in Bai Ling's belly without divine consciousness. It's too strong. This is not the life breath that a human baby should have. It's like a monster cub. And this is the fact. After so long, the fetus in Bai Ling's belly is still a meatball, or an egg. Nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms, Bai Ling fell asleep soon. Looking at the delicate and pure face in front of him, Lu Changsheng's heart was full of pity. Just as Lu Changsheng was quietly accompanying Bai Ling, he suddenly felt something in his heart, and a communication talisman appeared in his hand. It was a letter from his wife Lu Maiyan. He looked at Bai Ling in his arms with a loving face, and then the magic power in his Qi Hai Dantian surged, and a yin and yang light flowed through his body. The mysterious light wrapped his body and quietly left the cave. Yuner, is there anything? Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family mansion and asked his wife. Husband. Lu Maiyan said that the news about Wang Yanjing had a result, and handed a jade slip to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took it and saw that there were several cultivators named Wang Yanjing in it. But through the introduction of the above people, he immediately locked on the target. Wang Yanjing. A cultivator of the 5 elements Wang family, with a 6th level foundation. Originally born to the 9th son of the Wang family master and a maid, she was not well received. But in the family awakening hall, she showed excellent talent, returned to the main sect, and became the daughter of the Wang family. But this daughter of the Wang family is very low-key, and there is not much detailed information, only some matters and battle records. The daughter of the 5 elements Wang family. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking. He naturally knew about the 5 elements Wang family, and he had paid attention to it for a long time in his early years. The ancestor's lifespan was not long. Since the mountain gate was smashed by the ancestor of the Su family, the family's reputation has plummeted and many territories have been encroached upon. In recent years, the family seems to have arranged its affairs after death. The dignified Jinden family has been marrying daughters to other forces to consolidate its strength. Husband, this daughter of the Wang family, Wang Yanjing, is Jingai. although Lu Maoyan did not know the identity of Li Jinggai. But Lu Changsheng had told her before that there was something wrong with the other party. So when she saw the news about this Wang Yanjing, she had a vague guess in her heart. 80%. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. According to the intelligence information, this Wang Yanjing is gifted. At a young age, he has built the 6th level of foundation cultivation. In the future, he may even have the hope of forming a pill. How could it be? Lu Maoyan was very surprised. Although Wang Yanjing's information did not describe his talent. But at the age of 68, he has reached the 6th level of foundation building, which is enough to show his extraordinary talent. Who knows? The 5 elements Wang family is now in decline. Many forces are taking advantage of it. It is normal for the family's seeds to be attacked outside. Since Jinggai chose to marry Xingjun and marry into a Lu family instead of returning to the 5 elements Wang family, there is no need to worry too much about what happened before. Lu Changsheng said softly. Whether this daughter-in-law is the daughter of the Wang family or not, it doesn't matter to him. Since she married into his family, she is a member of the Lu family. If there is any hidden secret about the other party's fate, Lu Changsheng is willing to help out if there is a chance in the future for the sake of his good grandson. Well, Lu Maoyan nodded, still feeling that this matter was a bit incredible. After all, no family would marry an outstanding child like Wang Yanjing out. Once missing or in danger, the family will vigorously search for the whereabouts. Yuner, Jinggai, unless she takes the initiative to tell you, don't talk about this matter, just know it in your heart. Lu Changsheng said, thinking that there was no need to ask these things and affect the relationship between husband and wife. Husband, I know. Lu Maoyan naturally understood the reason. Lu Xingchen and Li Jinggai got married. In everyone's eyes, it was Li Jinggai who married up and became a phoenix. But Lu Maoyan knew that the couple loved each other very much. Li Jinggai was the main focus of many things on weekdays, and Lu Xingchen was willing to listen to each other. If he suddenly knew that his wife had been hiding his identity information, he would have a gap in his heart. Yuner, you can pay more attention to the situation of the Wang family in the next few days to see if there is any movement. Lu Changsheng continued. After explaining, he remembered that he had not accompanied Lu Maoyan well for some time. He immediately took Lu Maoyan to find Chu Hansun and Lu Maoyan to nurture the relationship between husband and wife. A few days later, Lu Changsheng thought that he had been back for so long and had not seen Chu Qingyu for almost half a year. This woman is really something. If I don't contact her, she won't even take the initiative to contact me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and then he quietly left Qingzhu Mountain and headed for Qingyun Sect. Chapter 517 Chu Qingyi, why do you always bully me? Qingyun Sect, 100 miles away. A blue sword light broke through the air. As the sword light dissipated, a beautiful figure of about 25 or 26 years old, with sword-like eyebrows dyed black, and a cold and picturesque face, was revealed. She was tall and graceful, wearing a simple yet gorgeous white sword outfit. The fine silver threads on the robe outline a light and elegant cloud and water pattern, revealing the extraordinary in its simplicity. The narrow blue ribbon inlaid with light sapphires around the waist outlined the slender waist gracefully and powerfully. She was wearing a pair of white jade boots, and you could see that her beautiful legs were straight and slender. Qingyi. At this time, a voice as gentle as jade sounded. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black and luxurious brocade robe, with a faint yin and yang light flowing through his body, appeared and smiled at Chu Qingyi in front of him. Although this sword fairy still looked the same as before, it could be seen that she had dressed up a little. The whole person was both heroic and dignified, yet feminine and soft. Dao Ialu. Chu Qingyi heard Lu Changsheng's gentle voice and saw him looking at her with deep affection. Her heart was beating fast and she felt a little shy. Dao Ialu, I have collected some of the materials you needed before, and I have asked the sect to search for some of them. She immediately took out a storage bag from her arms, indicating that she came here for business. Lu Changsheng ignored him and stepped forward to hold Chu Qingyi's jade hand. He said with deep affection, Qingyi, I miss you so much every day. Chu Qingyi was stiff in the face of Lu Changsheng's action. She didn't know how to respond. She lowered her head in a bit of a panic. I know Qingyi, you must miss me too. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, took Chu Qingyi's hand and brought her to an underground cave. This underground cave was built in imitation of Yun Wanshang's underground palace in the early years, specially for a tryst with Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi thought that Lu Changsheng brought her to this underground palace to cultivate both men and women and to nourish the golden elixir. But after entering, she saw delicious dishes on the simple and clean table, with spiritual energy lingering and fragrant. Qingyi, this is the meat of the Yaoi wolf that was killed in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before. It was not convenient to handle it at that time, so I prepared it specially this time so that you can taste my husband's cooking skills. Lu Changsheng took her to the table and said tenderly. Looking at the dishes that had just been prepared in front of her, Chu Qingyi's heart was filled with tenderness. As a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect and a giant and cultivator, what delicious dishes had she not tasted? But the other party was so talented and divine, like a god, but he had always been so caring and gentle to her, and even cooked for her personally. Even if she had reservations, she could not resist this warmth and could not help but sink into it. Come, try it. Lu Changsheng picked up a piece of crystal wolf meat with chopsticks and wanted to feed it to Chu Qingyi. This was the first time that Chu Qingyi had experienced being pampered like a little girl, and she felt an indescribable sense of shame in her heart. What does this person think of herself? However, when she met Lu Changsheng's gentle eyes full of pampering, her heart was inexplicably soft again. Come on, open your mouth, dear. Lu Changsheng held her shoulders, as if coaxing a little girl. Chu Qingyi's beautiful eyes were slightly drooping at this time, and her cheeks were flushed, almost spreading to her ears. In the end, she was obedient, opened her mouth and sipped the meat into her mouth, chewing slowly. Although it tasted very good, she had no intention of tasting it now. She just felt extremely ashamed and didn't dare to look at Lu Changsheng at all. How does it taste? Try this one. Lu Changsheng chuckled and continued to pick up other things to feed Chu Qingyi. After the first bite, Chu Qingyi no longer resisted, and was obedient and chewed slowly. Don't be anxious, eat slowly. Looking at the sword fairy in front of him like a wronged young wife, Lu Changsheng found it very interesting and asked if she wanted some wine. However, before Chu Qingyi responded, he chuckled and said, "This is the fruit wine I brewed myself. It tastes very good. I am a little thirsty." After that, he picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine, and drank it. But the next moment, Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi, whose head was slightly lowered and whose cheeks were blushing, and gently pinched her chin. Then, under her stunned look, he came close to her. The fragrant wine was instantly passed between the two people's mouths. Lu Changsheng aggressively knocked open his lips and teeth like a siege. Chu Qingyi wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. She wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to escape. She could only let the wine slowly flow into her mouth and be grabbed by him for its sweetness. Facing this familiar overbearing tenderness, Chu Qingyi sighed in her heart, gradually gave up resistance, and even responded subconsciously. However, just as she responded, she suddenly felt the aggressive and overbearing breath leave. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes opened. I saw Lu Changsheng looking at me with gentle eyes and a faint smile on his lips. Thinking of the embarrassing situation just now, Chu Qingyi was immediately ashamed and angry. She wondered how she got into it again. If Qingyi is still thirsty, there is still a lot of wine. Lu Changsheng picked up the wine pot and said with a smile. While speaking, he filled the wine glass again. Why do you always bully me? Chu Qingyi's heart was teased and she felt wronged. The usually cold and arrogant sword fairy looked so wronged that Lu Changsheng was really moved and wanted to punish her on the spot and bully her. It's my fault. I apologize to Qingyi. Come on, Qingyi, be good. He hugged the beauty in front of him with a gentle look, apologized, and then picked up some food for her, indicating that she should take a bite. Chu Qingyi didn't know what to say in the face of Lu Changsheng's rogue behavior, but she still opened her mouth obediently with a wronged face. Lu Changsheng felt a little funny in his heart, so he didn't continue to tease her. He just quietly hugged Chu Qingyi and enjoyed the quiet time with her. I'm full. After a long time, Chu Qingyi was no longer so shy, pursed her red lips, raised her head and said, although it was very shameful to be fed like this, but it also gave her an experience she had never had before, and it felt pretty good. Then it's Qingyi's turn to feed me now. Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard it. Dao Lu. Chu Qingyi was very embarrassed and glared at her. She could barely convince herself to be submissive to Lu Changsheng. But she was so ashamed to feed Lu Changsheng. She didn't know how to face her junior sister afterwards. If her junior sister knew about this, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. Lu Changsheng smiled, saw the ring on her slender hand, stared into the beautiful eyes of the beauty, and said softly, "Qingyi still wears this ring." Chu Qingyi's jade face flushed, and she said softly, "Since Qingyi likes this kind of jewelry, I will refine a few for Qingyi later." Lu Changsheng hugged Chu Qingyi's slender waist and said softly, "No, no need." Chu Qingyi refused quickly. She didn't like wearing decorations. This ring has already been noticed by the master. If she wears a few more jewelry and is asked by the master, she doesn't know how to explain. "It's okay, just let Qingyi see my level of refining." Lu Changsheng chuckled. Although he didn't have time to refine magic weapons, he would occasionally refine some small things that didn't take up time for his wife, concubines and children. Chu Qingyi didn't dare to continue chatting, and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Daoialu, take a look at these materials, but you need." "Okay, let me take a look." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng opened the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense. When he saw the materials inside, he immediately looked at Chu Qingyi in surprise and joy. "So many." Then he frowned again and said, "Qingyi, these are all exchanged in the sect's treasury. Where did you get so many contributions?" "The materials for refining the yin-yang Dao diagram are all very precious. And he plans to start directly with a high-grade magic weapon, so the number of materials required is not a small number. But at this time, most of the materials he needs have been gathered in the storage bag. Its value has exceeded a medium-grade magic weapon, or even a high-grade magic weapon. Although Chu Qingyi is a Jiandan's Henren of Qingyun Sect, it has only been a few decades since he broke through the Jiandan. He also needs to refine flying swords and magic weapons, so how could he have such strong financial resources?" He couldn't help but suspect that the other party sold all the natural materials and treasures on him in order to gather materials for himself. "I have accumulated a lot of contributions in the Qingyun secret realm before, and Master knows about this and lent me some of the sect's contributions." Chu Qingyi faced Lu Changsheng's questioning, and for some reason, he felt a little guilty. Qingyun's Henren. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard this. But this does explain why Chu Qingyi gathered so many materials in just half a year. "Well, Master asked Zhuangjian's Henjin to calculate the matter of Qingyun's secret realm before, and guessed your identity and situation, saying that he owed you a favor and wanted to repay it as soon as possible. So Master saw me collecting natural materials and treasures for Lu Daoiao, so he lent me a lot of them as a contribution." Chu Qingyi said in a low voice, not daring to look up at Lu Changsheng, afraid that he would ask if he wanted to distance himself from her. "Qingyi, you don't have to do this. If you don't have enough money, just tell me directly." Lu Changsheng held her cheek and said in a gentle voice, "And I just happen to have some materials that need to be sold." While speaking, he gave Chu Qingyi some natural materials and treasures obtained from hunting the Demon King in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and the third-level demon pill. As for the spirit stone, at the stage of forming a pill, most of the rare natural materials and treasures are exchanged for goods. Unless there is a large premium, few people are willing to trade with spirit stones. Besides, he didn't have many spirit stones, and his family was a big consumer of spirit stones. It would be better to give some demon pills, unused natural treasures, and stolen goods of Baifeng's Henren to Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi saw these natural treasures of Lu Changsheng, and her beautiful eyes were surprised. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to be so rich. Especially the demon pills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't it mean that the other party killed 5 third-level demon kings in total? Such a record is simply amazing. However, thinking of the other party's record in Jin State and the means to easily kill the third-level demon king, it seems natural. Wind and Thunder Crystal, is this, the demon pill of the Wind and Thunder Hound? At this time, Chu Qingyi saw 2 light golden crystals surrounded by wind and thunder, and noticed a demon pill with wind and thunder attributes, and exclaimed, "Yes, this is the demon pill of the Wind and Thunder Hound." Seeing that Chu Qingyi recognized the origin of the demon pill, Lu Changsheng did not hide it. 5 years ago, the mysterious Jiandan master who hunted the Demon King in the Qingzhu Mountains was fellow Taoist Lu. Chu Qingyi said in surprise. 5 years ago, the Yuling sect received news that a mysterious Jiandan master had hunted multiple demon kings, causing the mountains to shake. At that time, the 4 major immortal sects also mobilized several Jiandan masters to the Qingzhu Mountains to take charge of this matter. She didn't expect that this mysterious giant master was Lu Changsheng. 5 years ago, a giant master. Lu Changsheng was stunned. He immediately knew that it should be him who killed the Fengla Yihao at that time, and later Master Hu Xiao told the other major immortal sects about this matter. Well, I went to the Qingzhu Mountains 5 years ago. Lu Changsheng nodded. Chu Chengyi pursed her red lips when she heard this and said, Daoialu needs to be careful about this matter. Don't spread it to others. Try to avoid going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt demon kings in the future. Otherwise, this behavior will not only easily anger the demon kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and set off a beast tide, but will also attract the attention of the Yuling sect and the Qingyun sect, causing trouble. I understand. Lu Changsheng also realized afterwards that it was easy to cause a beast tide by hunting demon kings like this. Moreover, the demon kings in that area have remembered his magic power and aura. It is estimated that as long as he goes there, he will be besieged. Qingyi, besides the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, are there other places where demon kings can be hunted? Lu Changsheng asked. If you want to make money, it is obviously impossible to rely on your family. In addition to sponsorship from kind people, the fastest way is to hunt demon kings. But now it is not convenient to hunt demon kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which is equivalent to cutting off a way to make money. Daoialu really needs to hunt down demon kings. Try to go to the deep veins of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range as much as possible. This way you can avoid the beast tide and avoid being noticed by other immortal forces, but it will be much more dangerous. In addition to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, only the Great Dream Lake can encounter multiple third-level demon kings. Chu Chengyi said softly. He also knew that for Lu Changsheng, every demon king hunted was a huge fortune. The other party's cultivation speed must require a huge amount of resources, and it is impossible to give up this way. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is boundless and almost spans half of the southern wilderness immortal cultivation world. So if you want to hunt down demon beasts safely, you can only move to another place after shooting. However, he was slightly surprised by the presence of many third-level demon kings and damangs, and asked, Qingyi, hasn't damangs always been peaceful? If there are many third-level demon kings, there should be a beast tide, right? The situation in damangs is somewhat similar to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But the location of Damang Fairy City is just the outer edge of damangs, so there are very few demon kings who cause beast tides. Only if you go deeper can you encounter a third-level demon king. Chu Chengyi said softly. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded, thinking of the rumors about the depths of damangs, and continued to ask, Qingyi, I heard that there is a forbidden area behind damangs. Even if you are a giant's henren, you will never return. There are also rumors that across the sea is another vast world of immortal cultivation. Do you know what is behind it? Lu Changsheng asked. I don't know either. The sect records that the depths of the Great Dream Lake are an endless sea, with many demon kings and sea beasts. Even like the 10,000 Beasts mountains, there may be a fourth-level demon king. Plus, the Great Dream Lake has been shrouded in a layer of fog for many years, isolating the divine consciousness, so the depths of the Great Dream Lake are even more dangerous than the 10,000 Beasts mountains. Even giant cultivators cannot cross it. Chu Chengyi shook his head and said softly. The southern wilderness immortal cultivation world is vast and boundless. Jiang country is just a corner. So even Qingyun Sect doesn't have many records of places like the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountains, the depths of the Great Dream Lake, etc. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, but in his heart he was thinking about going to the Great Dream Lake one day to try to hunt the Demon King. After all, compared to the 10,000 Beasts mountains, going to the Great Dream Lake doesn't have to worry too much, and you can let go and hunt. And get more water demon pills in crystal cores, which can be used to cultivate your own black water dragon Taoist soldiers. Okay, Qingyi, you keep these materials first. There is no need to trouble Master Qingyun in this regard in the future. Lu Changsheng did not ask any more questions, and asked Chu Chengyi to keep these materials and treasures first, and if they were not enough, he would come to him. Enough. Chu Chengyi knew Lu Changsheng's character, and did not refuse, and put these treasures into the stored ring. It means that the third-level demon pill is also very precious in Qingyun Sect. It's just that 5 demon pills at once, even if she can't explain the source, it is easy to cause trouble, and it needs to be sold slowly through other channels. Daoialu, since there's nothing to do, I will go back first. After chatting for a while, Chu Qingyi pursed her red lips and whispered to Lu Changsheng. Qingyi, I haven't warmed up the golden pail yet. Lu Changsheng immediately said with a serious face. Chu Qingyi was about to say something, but her beautiful red lips were bitten, and she couldn't speak. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyu parted. Looking at the storage bag in his hand, he felt a sense of emotion. Before, he just mentioned it and asked Chu Qingyu to help collect materials. He never expected that the other party would be so efficient. With Chu Qingyu's help, it is estimated that all the materials can be collected in 2 years at most. This is the foundation of the sect. With the sect's treasury and trading channels, many rare treasures in the outside world can be obtained directly through the sect. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, realizing that it is convenient to have a big force as a backer. If it were a casual cultivator, there would be no place to get money even if you have money. Only the Qingyun Sect has such a foundation, such as the Qingyun Sect, or the Xianlian Sect that Choiao joined. It's not just about the foundation. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, knowing deeply that these forces can stand and pass on for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and they can't just look at their superficial strength. After sighing for a moment, he fled to Qingzhu Mountain, preparing to pick a time to go to Daming's after he was done. Although he collected a lot of materials this time, his inventory was almost gone and he needed to replenish it. Chapter 518, Burning Flame Refining Tower, heading to the Xiao Secret Realm. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Family Mansion. Divination, to avoid disaster and seek good fortune. Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Qingzhu in surprise when he heard his wife Lu Maioji's words. He didn't expect that his son could learn divination by himself. Although he just barely got started. But it also shows that his son has talent in this area, and he has good talent. Zuiner, if you are just interested, just learn it briefly. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said to his son, if you really want to learn the art of divination, wait until you break through the foundation, and your father will arrange it for you. You should spend most of your time on cultivation now. Lu Changsheng said so. Although divination is dangerous and shortens life and fortune. But his son has talent and interest in this area. He will not strongly dissuade him. After all, everyone has his own blessings. Moreover, if a fortune teller comes out of the family, it will be a great thing for the whole family. As for teaching the art of divination, although no one in the family is proficient, but considering his relationship with Yun Wanchang and Chu Qingyi, it shouldn't be a problem to find a fortune teller to give him some advice. If that doesn't work, as long as he puts on a giant invest, there will probably be a fortune teller willing to do him a favor. Thank you, Father. I understand in my heart and know the importance of it. I will focus on cultivation. Lu Qingzhu immediately bowed. Knowing that the father nodded about practicing the art of divination, the mother would not say anything. How is your current practice of the Purple Mansion nurturing spirit technique? Lu Changsheng asked. This son is a Tai soul body. When awakening the spirit body, not only must you have the foundation to cultivate, but also the spirit consciousness. And the higher the spirit consciousness, the more benefits you will get after awakening the spirit body. So Lu Changsheng taught him the method of tempering the spirit early. There is only one step left before the spirit consciousness can be born. Lu Qingzhu replied respectfully. Well, okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, and after asking a few more questions, he said, I see that you have always been interested in family affairs. You can also learn from your brother Xingyang in the future. The head of the Lu family changes every 20 years. In 2.5 years, Lu Xingyang will step down as the head of the family. As for the next generation of the head of the family, Lu Changsheng has already chosen one. It is his son Lu Qingzhu in front of him. It is not that his son is interested, so he prefers to designate, but also after some thought. The rise of the Lu family is inevitable. In the next 20 years, it is bound to enter a stage of vigorous development. With a soaring number of foundation building in the family and the expansion of the territory, at this time, the selection of the head of the family is no longer just to handle family affairs. It also needs to have sufficient ability, prestige, be loved, and be convinced. Therefore, this head of the family can no longer be like Lu Yun and Lu Xingyang, who are mediocre and conservative. Son Lu Qingzhu. As the son of him and Lu Maioji, he is very cared for by the first batch of children of the Lu family. People like Lu Pinggan, Lu Rui, Lu Qingsong, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Wangshu and others all take care of this younger brother. Moreover, he has a gentle and generous personality, respectful to his brothers and humble to his younger brothers. He has a very good relationship with the children of the Lu family and can unite the family. In this case, coupled with his third-grade spiritual roots and Tai soul body, he will break through the foundation in the future and his strength will be enough to convince everyone. The only shortcoming is that once this son takes the position of the head of the family, his practice will definitely be delayed. Thank you, father. Lu Qingzhu instantly understood the meaning of his father's words and looked happy. He is interested in family affairs, largely influenced by his grandfather Lu Yunding. A seed was planted in his heart when he was young. I hope that I can succeed the head of the family in the future, lead the family to grow, and go to the next level. But he knows that the position of the head of the family is not something that can be taken. Moreover, being the head of the family will inevitably delay practice, and parents may not allow it. So what can be done is to try to show his interest and ability in this area. Now his father asked him to study with Lu Xinggang, which means that he has performed well in the past 2.5 years and can succeed the position of the head of the family in the future. Remember, practice is still the main thing. Lu Changsheng said with a bit of majesty. Please rest assured, father. Lu Qingzhu responded respectfully with his eyes sparkling. Okay, go. Lu Changsheng chuckled and waved his hand. Before, he said that he would teach the art of divination after breaking through the foundation building, but his son was not so happy. It seems that his son is really interested in this aspect. Changsheng. Lu Mioj saw her son leave, and her beautiful and gentle face was a little worried. If her son practiced the art of divination and served as the head of the family, it would be easy for him to neglect his practice. Zuiner has been sensible since he was young, so we don't need to worry too much. Although serving as the head of the family has delayed his practice, it is also a kind of tempering for Zuiner, which is beneficial to his future. Besides, my father-in-law's last words before his death said that Zuiner is smart and steady, and can manage the family. He also hopes to see this day. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said softly. Passing the position of the head of the family to Lu Qingzhu was also the last wish of his father-in-law Lu Yunding, and it was an indirect care for Qingzhu Mountain. Changsheng, thank you. Lu Mioj was stunned when she heard the words, and was very moved. Although she married Lu Changsheng, Qingzhu Mountain was the place where she was born and raised, and she had a deep affection for it. Sister Mioj, this is too formal. Lu Changsheng hugged his wife's graceful body and spoke softly. Although his family gave Qingzhu Mountain a lot of help, 2 foundation building pills were sold and sold half-sold, and another one was sold later. But if he had the ability, Lu Changsheng was still willing to support more. The couple was talking, and at this time, Lu Mioj talked about his son's maid Xiaoyu. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. He thought, could it be that his son picked up Bai Ling like he did in his early years? Picked up a top seedling. He immediately opened his spiritual sense and found his son's maid. He saw that there was an 11 or 12-year-old girl with a beautiful appearance in his son Lu Qingzhu's courtyard. Apart from her bright eyes and a bit of determination, there was nothing surprising. Lu Changsheng's spiritual sense probed the girl and simply checked the situation. She has no spiritual power, but her physical foundation is okay. She should have taken some precious medicine to recuperate in her early years, or practiced kung fu. Lu Changsheng did not see anything special about this girl. That's right, how could Linger's situation be common? Besides, Linger's true spiritual bloodline was activated and awakened after taking the yin-yang Ronglingdan. Before that, she only had some magical powers. Lu Changsheng retracted his spiritual sense and did not continue to look at her. He told Lu Mioj that she was just an ordinary girl. However, she has a 4th-grade spiritual root, which is already a little genius. If her character is good, she can help her son by joining the Qingyun Sect in the future. Seeing Lu Mioj coming back, Lu Changsheng was also ready to go out again. A month ago, Ling Zixio took Lu Ling, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Lingxio to Heming Mountain. Although there would be no danger for several people to go to Heming Mountain. But for the sake of safety, Lu Changsheng still prepared to send the 1,000-faced fox puppet over, in case Ling Zixio encounters any accidents. In addition to this matter, he also plans to go to Yunnaifang City. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng brought Yu Fei and her daughter to Yunnaifang City. Fair. Yan Lan heard that her sister was back and hurried over, her voice full of longing and tenderness. When she saw the baby in her sister's arms, her heroic eyebrows softened, and she looked at the child with joy, overjoyed. Lu Changsheng next to him frowned slightly, a little speechless. I can understand that you are happy. But this look is the same as Wu Jingyan seeing Chu Chu giving birth to Jian Chen. Your daughter? But thinking of the deep sisterly love, Lu Laozu was magnanimous and didn't care about anything with her. Fair, does this child have a name? She knew about the birth of her sister's child a long time ago, but she had never seen it. If she hadn't been inseparable from Yunnaifang City, she would have gone to Bihu Mountain to visit her sister long ago. Yanliu. Lu Yanliu. Yu Fei glanced at Lu Changsheng and said softly. The two sisters had thought of several names before. But for naming, Lu Changsheng would make the final decision. After Lu Changsheng came back, he chose to respect her opinion and asked if she had any ideas. So Yu Fei named the child after her own Yanliu market, hoping that the child would inherit Yanliu market in the future. Yanliu, Lu Yanliu. Yan Lan muttered the name happily. Then she took the child from Yu Fei's hands, called her name tenderly, and teased her gently. The idea of having a child also came to her mind. She was a little older than Yu Fei. With almost no hope of forming a pill in the future, she naturally wanted to continue her desire for the future and the pursuit of the great Dao through the continuation of her bloodline. Wow, just as she was in a trance, the child in her arms seemed to be afraid of strangers and cried, causing her hands to be unable to move. Don't cry, don't cry. Yu Fei quickly took the child and coaxed him softly. Yan Lan watched from the side, and then sent a voice transmission to Yu Fei to ask if anyone had bullied her during these days in Bihu Mountain, and whether this Lu patriarch favored boys over girls. This woman. Lu Changsheng's spiritual sense was comparable to the peak of the Jinden stage, so he could not hide such a voice transmission. Fortunately, Yu Fei's reply was not bad, and she even said that since her sister liked it so much, she could have a baby. In this way, Lu Changsheng stayed in Yanliu market for a while. Yan Lan felt sorry for her sister, worried that Yu Fei's body was still a little weak after giving birth, and she could not bear Lu Patriarch's contradiction, so she took the initiative to volunteer many times. However, this woman still lacked interest and needed Lu Patriarch to train her. As for the pregnancy, Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry. Now Yanliu market still needed Yan Lan, a late foundation building cultivator, to take charge. If she got pregnant, the market would be in a weak period. At least wait until Yu Fei's body is completely recovered before considering pregnancy. Moreover, pregnancy is not something that Lu Patriarch can handle alone, but it depends on Yan Lan herself. After working hard in Yunnaifang market for half a month, Lu Changsheng left alone and went to Hemming Mountain. Hemming Mountain is much more lively than before. Originally, except for the mountain protection formation, it was basically abandoned, and no one took care of the spiritual fields and medicine fields. Now many spiritual farmers have been recruited to start planting spiritual rice and spiritual medicine. The environment here in Hemming Mountain is beautiful. In addition to being suitable for planting spiritual plants, it is also suitable for raising birds and beasts. So Lu Wangshu got a batch of bird seedlings through the Bai family of Bainao Lake and asked someone to raise them. After Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio arrived at Hemming Mountain, they saw Lu Ling riding a black and white giant panda and chasing birds. Daddy. The girl saw Lu Changsheng and immediately shouted with joy and flew over. Zio, is it fun here? Lu Changsheng hugged her and rubbed his daughter's little head with a doting look, and asked. My sister and brother didn't take me with them, even though I'm also very powerful. Lu Ling said with a slight pout. She has reached the 9th level of key refining, and has practiced both the Dharma and the body. Her strength is outstanding among her peers. Haha, it's not convenient for my brother and sister now. Zio should practice well. Daddy will have many things to trouble our Zio in the future. Lu Changsheng held his daughter's hand and entered the hall with Ling Zixio. Through Ling Zixio, Lu Changsheng had a general understanding of the situation in Hemming Mountain. At present, everything is in a state of recovery. But with Lu Ling Zixio, Lu Wangshu, the Spirit Tiger Club, other assets of the market shops, and the name of Bihu Mountain, it started quickly. In a few days, some Lu family members can be arranged to come to Hemming Mountain to take charge of affairs. Well, okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, handed the Thousand Faces fox puppet to Ling Zixio, stayed for half a month, and then left quietly. After returning to Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng focused his main energy on his burning flame key refining tower. The key refining tower had been basically built a long time ago, and only some restrictions were left to be cast. 8 days later, the burning flame key refining tower was finally completed. Changsheng came to the 9th floor of the tower, letting the heart-burning flame burn. A layer of white mist filled with a fiery aura flowed around his body. These white mists seemed to have life, flowing in and out of Changsheng's pores, stirring his 7 emotions and 6 desires, burning his body, and tempering his magic power. However, he had Dan-level magic power, a 3rd-level body refining, and a stable soul, so the heart-burning flame could not have any effect on him. It's okay, but in the late stage of foundation building, this burning flame refining key tower has almost no effect. Changsheng thought to himself after experiencing it for a moment. He immediately called Lu Maoj and Xiao Ziyu to let them experience it and see how it felt. After a long time, the effect of this burning heart flame is indeed extraordinary. The flame seems to burn from the heart, stirring up the 7 emotions and 6 desires. And the heart fire burns in the meridians and limbs, which has the effect of tempering magic power and accelerating cultivation. If you practice in this burning heart refining key tower for a long time, you can not only sharpen your soul and heart, but also condense the foundation of magic power. But the power of this heart fire is extraordinary. If you practice for too long, it is easy to cause certain damage to the meridians, bones, and internal organs. Xiao Ziyu, wearing a moon-white dress, has a graceful figure. After opening her bright and beautiful eyes, she said softly. From her perspective as a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, this burning heart refining key tower is also extraordinary. It can greatly improve the progress of key refining cultivators. However, the burning heart flame stirs up the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you are not strong-willed and your heart is too bad, you will be affected too deeply and fall into it. The heart fire burns your body without knowing it, and it is very likely that your life will be in danger. Lu Maoj also said aloud. Although this burning flame refining key tower has good effects, it also has disadvantages and is not suitable for everyone. When the burning flame refining key tower is officially opened, I will let Zumi take care of it to prevent accidents during the cultivation process of my children. However, in order to prevent someone from practicing too quickly and causing damage to themselves, this burning flame refining key tower still needs to set a time. If it exceeds the time, it needs to be exchanged through family contributions. Changsheng smiled and said that he had thought about this aspect a long time ago. However, the time limit is also the current limited number of people that the refining key burning flame tower can accommodate. It can accommodate up to 3 foundation building cultivators and 36 key refining cultivators at the same time. If the time is not limited, the Lu family's children alone will not be enough. If there is a senior Zumi to take care of it, it will naturally be fine. Lu Maoj said softly with a temperament like water. Immediately, Changsheng told his son Lu Xingyang about the burning flame refining key tower. Let him select a few Lu family children in the late stage of key refining to try the effect experience and see where adjustments need to be made. After all, as a giant level cultivator, this burning flame refining key tower has no effect on him. But this key refining tower is mainly for the key refining children in the family to practice, so attention to details is required. By the way, send a message to inform your eldest brother to bring Qingyun, Chencha and others back. Changsheng continued. Prepare to let Lu Qingyun and others experience this burning flame refining key tower in the next few months. Yes, father. Lu Xingyang bowed. Looking at the burning flame refining key tower in front of him, Changsheng pondered for a moment and called his son Lu Qingzhu again. Zuner, I will teach you a skill 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra. Then, you can use the heart fire of the burning flame refining key tower to arouse the 7 emotions and 6 desires and temper your spiritual consciousness. Before, the conditions were limited, so he did not teach his son this skill. Now that there is the burning flame refining key tower, you can use the heart fire to arouse the 7 emotions and 6 desires and practice this skill. If his son can achieve a small success in the skill, then his spiritual consciousness will also improve rapidly. 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra. When Lu Qingzhu heard the name, he felt it was a magic skill at the first time. However, he did not hesitate at all when hearing his father's words. He bowed and said, "Thank you, father." Immediately, Changsheng took him to the 3rd floor of the burning flame refining key tower and taught him to practice the 6 Desires Heart Demon art. Half a month later, Lu Pinggan came back with Lu Qingyun and 6 others. It can be seen that they have not relaxed in the past 6 months. They are more fierce and murderous. But Lu Changsheng can see that they have not experienced the real terror of life and death. Because Lu Pingyan is watching over them, they will have an instinctive dependence. And his son Lu Pingyan's personality will not be cruel to train them. After talking about the situation of the burning flame refining key tower, Lu Changsheng asked them to go in more during this time to hone their skills. At other times, they will hone their will through Lu Yun's dragon blood tree. Chensha, come with me. Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Chensha again and took him to Zumi Cave Heaven. Greetings, Senior Taoshan. Seeing Honglian in the cave, wearing a red gilded luxurious dress, with a hazy luster flowing through her skin, and a peerless figure, Lu Chensha immediately bowed respectfully. Although the senior Honglian was the family's Dharma teacher and treated all the Lu family members equally, he felt that the other party was quite caring towards him. Buzz! Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, and a crystal clear, illusory spider the size of a fingernail appeared in his palm. Is this the filthy god insect? Honglian was a Yuan Engine in her previous life, and a top-level third-level beastmaster, with a wide range of experience. She recognized the larva in Lu Changsheng's hand at the first time. Lu Chensha also looked at his father with a look of surprise and doubt, with a vague guess in his heart, but also a little bit of disbelief. Chensha, this insect is called dirty god insect. It feeds on the soul and spirit. It has a very strong soul perception. It is a gift from your father. I hope you will perform well in the purple nether secret realm this time. After you come out, you can use this insect to break through the foundation building in one fell swoop and aim at the dam formation. Lu Changsheng looked at his son with a majestic voice and a solemn demeanor. Dirty god insect. Lu Chensha has spent a lot of time on controlling insects and read many books to know about this strange insect. He didn't expect his father to give him such a precious and rare strange insect. He was extremely excited and bowed without hesitation, saying respectfully, "Please rest assured, father, this trip to the purple nether secret realm, Chensha will definitely not disappoint your expectations and will not bring down the reputation of my Qingzhu Mountain." Okay, your words are enough. But this insect is ferocious and difficult to tame. Whether you can subdue it depends on you. Lu Changsheng continued. Although this dirty god insect is not as cruel and difficult to tame as the six-winged golden silkworm, it is not easy to subdue it. In other words, no matter what kind of ferocious beast, it is not easy to tame, and the higher the bloodline grade, the more so. Honglian. After saying that, Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian and shouted. He signaled her to help Lu Chensha to make a contract through the ancient beast talisman. Chensha, the method of blood contract. Seeing that Lu Changsheng gave this kind of filthy divine insect to Lu Chensha, Honglian was also happy for him and said softly. As she spoke, she raised her jade hand and the ancient beast control symbol appeared. After she reshaped her body, the ancient symbol returned to her hand. Yes, Lu Chensha was very familiar with the blood covenant method in the beast formula. She bit her finger and drew the blood covenant with her own hand. Buzz buzz buzz, the filthy godworm was sensitive and knew that it was coming for it. It spit out an invisible spider silk to break Lu Chensha's blood covenant. But Lu Changsheng's thoughts and the ancient beast control symbol immediately suppressed the filthy godworm. Faced with this coercive thought, the filthy godworm could only let Lu Chensha sign the blood covenant. Buzz! After a moment, Lu Chensha injected the blood covenant rune into the filthy godworm's body and felt a spiritual thought that devoured the soul and annihilated everything, rushing into a sea of consciousness. He knew that this was the spiritual thought of the filthy godworm. Even though this filthy godworm was only a larva, as a soul path strange worm, its spiritual thought was extraordinary. And it also carried a deadly poison that polluted the soul. Fortunately, the ancient beast controlling talisman bloomed with rosy clouds, forming a series of complex ancient bird and beast talismans, which protected his sea of consciousness and suppressed the filthy godbug. With the help of the ancient beast controlling talisman, Lu Chensha breathed a sigh of relief, concentrating on outlining the blood contract, operating the beast tactic, and suppressing the contracted filthy godbug. The beast tactic he practiced had a bonus effect on contracting pets. About a quarter of an hour later, the filthy godbug in Lu Chensha formed an invisible aura and rushed directly into a sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. At this moment, Lu Chensha's spiritual power seemed to be improved, and his aura was majestic and rising. Young master, it's done. Honglian took back the ancient beast controlling talisman and said softly. Yes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lu Changsheng's mouth. With the help of himself and Honglian, if he still couldn't subdue the contract, then it can only be said that it was a bit bad. After a moment, Lu Chensha opened his eyes and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Father, and thank you, Senior Taoshan." Having just obtained the divine worm, his spiritual power foundation has been further improved, almost reaching the peak of key refining. Moreover, this improvement is not a direct improvement, but a gradual consolidation. Well, go back and consolidate your cultivation and experience the effect of the divine worm. Lu Changsheng saw his son's situation and said so. "Yes, I'll take my leave," Lu Chensha said immediately. Then he walked out of the Zumi cave heaven and quickly returned to his own courtyard, experiencing the effect of the improvement and the ability of the divine worm. My mana has increased by 10% compared to before. After the beast art is upgraded, my mana will probably be 30% to 50% more powerful and condensed than before. Beast art, is this the effect of the beast art? In the training room, Lu Chensha quietly experienced his own effect. Through internal vision, it can be clearly seen that the spiritual power of the Dan Lake is much more condensed than before. And as the art runs autonomously, there seem to be small whirlpools in the Dan Lake, which are constantly condensing and expanding the Dan Lake. After a moment, he communicated with a filthy god bug and felt the effect of its ability. Once it encounters a spiritual attack, it will release the filthy god poison and pollute the source of the attack. He had experienced this effect before. If it weren't for the beast control ancient talisman, he would have found it difficult to contract this filthy god bug with just this poison. With this filthy god bug, doesn't it mean that I am not afraid of spiritual attacks? But only key training cultivators can enter the purple nether secret realm. I have already born spiritual consciousness, and I guess not many people can cause spiritual attacks on me. Lu Chensha muttered to himself and continued to communicate with the filthy god bug. At this moment, he tried to bless himself with his soul perception of the filthy god bug, and the whole person suddenly entered a state of emptiness and mystery. In his mind, it seemed that there was an invisible spider web, spreading in all directions. 1 zang. 2 zang. 3 zang. 13 zang. This area was all within the perception range of the filthy god bug's soul spider web. This, just a larva, the soul perception is the same as that of a foundation building cultivator. Lu Chensha was very surprised. Although he had been tempering his spirit and taking spiritual objects to build his spiritual consciousness was only more than 10 feet. At this time, relying on the soul perception of the filthy god insect, he was directly comparable to the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. In fact, he felt that this perception was clearer and more thorough than what he saw with his spiritual consciousness. Walking out of the room, in the soul perception, any movement seemed to be under his eyes, and he could see it all at a glance, as if everything was under control. A breeze blew gently. Lu Chensha found that not only the soul perception, but also his perception of every inch of his skin and every inch of his flesh and blood was much clearer and more insightful. Even his skin and hair were much more sensitive to the flow of air. If there was a different breath of mana flowing in the air, he could immediately detect something wrong. After a moment, Lu Chensha let out a long breath. He was deeply aware of the improvement brought to him by the filthy god insect. Now the filthy god insect is still a larva. If it is promoted to the second level, how powerful will the opponent's soul perception be? By then, relying on the perception of the filthy god bug, he can completely control countless iron fire ants from a distance, attack others, and eliminate all enemies around. I don't know how effective the filthy god poison of the filthy god bug is now, and whether it can have an effect on foundation building cultivators. Lu Chensha thought to himself, still unsure of the specific power of the filthy god poison. Thinking that if he encounters a foundation building cultivator in the future, he can even deliberately induce the other party to use the secret technique of spiritual consciousness to attack him. After settling the general affairs of the family, Lu Changsheng, in addition to accompanying his wives, concubines and children on a daily basis, focused his main energy on offering sacrifices to the Qingyun Baohuang lotus. Originally, this Baohuang lotus should have been offered and refined long ago. But there were too many daily trivial matters, which led to delays. In this way, 1.5 months passed. During these days, among Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines, only a concubine named Chen Lingquan became pregnant. This concubine had a 4th-grade spiritual root and broke through the foundation last year, so Lu Changsheng usually cared more about her. Now there are still concubines in the family who are practicing key refining. Not only is it difficult for them to get pregnant, but Lu Changsheng has no plan to let them continue to give birth. On the one hand, Most of these wives and concubines have given birth to several children for him. On the other hand, the concubines who have not yet broken through the foundation building stage are indeed average in terms of talent. Alice, if you want a maid with high-grade spiritual roots and obedient foundation building, it seems that there is no other choice except Bai Lao. Lu Changsheng looked at his backyard and suddenly felt that there were not many new people now. Thinking about going to Bai Lao again one day. See if there are any unfortunate people who are destined to be with him, and rescue one or two. With the opening of the Purple Nether secret realm imminent, Lu Changsheng directly asked Lu Pingyun to send Lu Qingyun, Lu Chenxia and others there. Considering that his family is now a fake damn family, it can openly recruit talents in the Purple Nether secret realm, purchase natural materials and treasures, and secret realm spiritual medicines, so it is necessary to talk about the scene. So Lu Changsheng asked Lu Xingyang to prepare a spiritual boat early, with 3 second-level Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers as mounts to pull the carriage. Dad, isn't this too ostentatious? Lu Pingyun looked at the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier in front of him and said. Influenced by Lu Changsheng, he has always been very low-key. Now that he is famous and known to others, it is also the need of the family to be pushed to the stage. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would not be so high-profile and make a big deal out of it. Chapter 519 Breakthrough, The Amazing Effect of Qingyun Bao Lotus. Qingzhu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, and in front of him, the emerald green lotus seat with a crystal-like luster was floating up and down, emitting a mysterious aura. Buzz buzz buzz, as Lu Changsheng continued to offer sacrifices, the Qingyun Bao lotus was shining. The lotus platform and the lotus petal seemed to be intertwined with innate Dao patterns, full of ancient meaning, returning to the original, and very mysterious. Boom. It was unknown how long it had been, but the Qingyun Bao lotus suddenly burst into thousands of rays of light, with gorgeous luster, and innate Dao patterns flashing wildly, blending with Lu Changsheng's yin and yang magic. Lu Changsheng pinched his hands and shouted softly. The Qingyun Bao lotus in the Danshan of the Qi rushed out directly, hovering above his head, with brilliance flowing and shining. Buzz buzz buzz, this Qingyun Bao lotus intertwined with the aura of the Qingyun Bao lotus in front of him, forming a majestic tide of spiritual energy. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Zumi Cave Heaven was aroused and rushed towards Lu Changsheng and Qingyun Bao lotus. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng still sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and separated a wisp of his mind to communicate with the Zumi Tree King. He signaled it to stabilize the spiritual energy of the cave heaven and not affect others, and then gather the spiritual energy towards him. Yes, Master. Zumi's ethereal, pure, soft and ethereal voice sounded, controlling the spiritual energy of the cave heaven. Hoo-hoo-hoo, countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept towards Lu Changsheng's cave, forming a spiritual energy vortex like a hole above the Changsheng Palace. What is this? Honglian, Lu Miaoj, and Meng Xianjun, who were practicing in Zumi Cave Heaven, felt something and opened their beautiful eyes. After realizing that this was caused by Lu Changsheng's practice, Lu Miaoj and Meng Xianjun looked at it for a while and didn't pay too much attention, and continued to meditate and practice. Only Honglian's beautiful eyes were clear, and she looked at this scene with surprise. Amazing, it was simply too amazing. This spiritual energy tide is not at all like that caused by a cultivator who has just broken through to the Qingzhu stage for several years. Even if the spiritual pressure and spiritual energy vortex formed by the Qingzhu peak cultivators practicing magical secrets are no more than this. What is the master doing? Honglian was surprised and puzzled. Over the past few decades, she has seen many miracles and things beyond common sense from Lu Changsheng. But this kind of things beyond common sense have never stopped and can be seen from time to time. Just like not long ago, she saw her apprentice Lu Lingxiao. At a glance, she could see that this apprentice had obtained some kind of opportunity inheritance, a divine object of heaven and earth. Otherwise, there would be no sudden improvement. And it is clear that this opportunity inheritance came from Lu Changsheng. With a master's situation, I am afraid that it will not take 100 years for him to reach the nascent soul stage. I can't fall behind too much? Honglian was full of pressure. She is a spiritual fetus body and a nascent soul. As long as there are enough resources, at most 100 years, she can break through to the nascent soul stage. But facing Lu Changsheng's growth rate that is beyond the understanding of ordinary people, the whole person is still full of pressure. But it was precisely because of this that she was more convinced of Lu Changsheng. She looked forward to the day when Lu Changsheng would rule the southern wilds, northern plains, and even Hangzhou. By then, she could return to the peak and go to the northern plains Xiuxin world with him to find out what happened in the past. See what the current situation of the Suzaku Palace is like. In the Changsheng Palace, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept wildly and poured into the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. The spiritual energy of the entire hall was so rich that it was almost like water and fog, hazy. As time went by, the spiritual energy in Zumi Cave Heaven became much thinner. It was really that the spiritual energy that Lu Changsheng swallowed and exhaled was too exaggerated. It was several times more turbulent than the spiritual energy required to break through the Dan Qi. I don't know how long it took. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his pupils were burning like two torches, and the yin and yang energy was filled. The Xianyun Baohuang Lotus in front of him suddenly intertwined with the innate Dao patterns, blooming with mysterious qi, and entered his qi high danshan. Buzz buzz buzz, the yin and yang five elements Dao foundation, the yin and yang Dao giant and bloomed with thousands of feet of rosy clouds, resonating with the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. In an instant, the innate Dao patterns of the Xianyun treasure royal lotus flashed wildly, interweaving with his yin-yang magic power, washing the qi si danshan, flesh and bones, and meridians danshan. At the same time, Lu Changsheng's cultivation at the peak of the third level of the Dan formation seemed to break through the invisible shackles, and his magic power was operating autonomously like a vast sea bursting its banks, trying to break through. Facing this situation, Lu Changsheng looked calm and motionless, and he operated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra without haste. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Buzz! A trembling sound rang out. Lu Changsheng's precious appearance was solemn, his body was clear and flawless, and endless yin-yang qi flowed. The whole person seemed to be wearing a yin-yang robe, sacred and inviolable. In his qi si danshan, on the Dao foundation, the yin-yang avenue Jindan, which was clearly black and white, was shining brightly. The glazed yin-yang patterns on the surface were endless, as if interpreting the trajectory of the yin-yang avenue, gushing out powerful yin-yang magic power. Fourth level of Dan formation. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. When he was drifting in the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus, his cultivation had reached the peak of the third level of Jindan. During these days, he completely refined the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. When he refined it into the second danshan, he directly broke through the bottleneck from the early stage to the middle stage of Jindan. The breakthrough from the early stage of Jindan to the middle stage of Jindan is a great improvement. The quality of mana has almost doubled. He even feels that his current mana exceeds that of the fifth level of Jindan, which is amplified by the 9 treasures Ruai Bone. This is the improvement brought by the Yin-Yang Dao Jindan. Every time he breaks through, the quality of mana is several times higher than that of the same realm. The 9 treasures Ruai Bone is indeed mysterious. But this increase cannot be amplified by the foundation effect of the Dao Jindan. In addition to mana, Lu Changsheng's consciousness has also taken another step forward. He has a Tai soul body. Every time he breaks through a realm, the improvement of his soul and consciousness is higher than that of ordinary people. At this time, Lu Changsheng didn't know what level his consciousness had reached. It feels like he is only one step away from the Yuanying level consciousness. But this step is like a natural chasm. If there is no opportunity, it is not so easy to cross. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and continued to look at the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus in his qi high danshan. Although he had long known that the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus was extraordinary and far from comparable to the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. But when he really refined this Xianyun Baohuang Lotus into the second danshan, he was still a little surprised by the effect. First, this Xianyun Baohuang Lotus has 100 times more mana storage than the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. Lu Changsheng didn't know what the upper limit of this mana storage was. Because he couldn't store it full. And he couldn't store it full. Continuing to store mana would exceed his current tolerance. Second, this Xianyun Baohuang Lotus has the ability to conceal the secrets of heaven and deduce. Now that Lu Changsheng has completely refined the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus as the second danshan, unless there is a top-level hexagram master or with the help of some kind of divination treasure, it is impossible to deduce his situation. Even his secrets are now in a shielded state and cannot be deduced at all. Third, The Qingyun Mountain lotus is in harmony with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its own use, replenishing mana, physical strength, and so on. This ability is very powerful. Before, the Qingyun Mountain lotus only swallowed and exhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and when restoring mana, its efficiency doubled. But now, the Qingyun Mountain lotus can provoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, replenish itself, and even slightly increase the power of magical powers. You know, with the Qingyun Mountain lotus as the second Changsheng, the mana is already several times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary people. As a result, when fighting with others now, you can also use the Qingyun Mountain lotus to restore your mana and physical strength at all times, which is equivalent to a human perpetual motion machine. My Jiubao Rui Bone has 9 magical powers. If only the 3 treasures of spirit, energy, and spirit are slightly improved, relying on the Qingyun Mountain lotus, it may even be able to maintain it permanently. Changsheng was delighted, and deeply realized how much this Qingyun Mountain lotus helped him. Moreover, he is only at the 4th level of Danji now. This Qingyun Mountain lotus is at the peak of the 4th level, which allows him to use it all the time. As his cultivation level increases, the effect of this Qingyun Mountain lotus will not only not weaken, but will also exert greater power. After all, with his current cultivation level, he has not even used 1/10 of the effect of the Qingyun Mountain lotus. Even the most basic ability, the mana stored in the Qingyun Mountain lotus as the second Changsheng, is like a toothpick stirring a large jar. If I can't store the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in this Qingyun Mountain lotus, I can't use the cave heaven as a portable cave like Qingyun's engine to plant spiritual medicines and plants. Changsheng murmured in his heart, and also realized several problems at present. For example, if too many things are placed in the cave heaven when refining the Qingyun Mountain lotus into the second Changsheng, it will cause him a great burden. As a result, it is difficult to use the ability of the Qingyun Mountain lotus during the battle. Alice, it's still too weak. I guess only after breaking through the nascent soul can the true power of this Qingyun Mountain lotus be exerted. Changsheng let out a long sigh. Knowing that this 4th level imperial lotus, giving himself a giant and cultivator as the second Changsheng is simply a waste of heaven's resources. However, his ancestor Lu had wasted enough natural resources, so he didn't care. This Qingyun Mountain lotus can be kept at home for Xiaochen, Xiao, Maoj, Zixio and others to use in their breakthrough to the Jinden stage. He raised his hand and looked at the Qingyun Mountain lotus. Now that he had the Qingyun Mountain lotus, this Qingyun Mountain lotus was naturally useless. So Changsheng planned to keep this Qingyun Mountain lotus at home for his wives, concubines and children to use in the future. Whoever needs a breakthrough will be refined into a second Changsheng to accumulate the foundation of mana. After the breakthrough, the mark will be erased and given to the next person. However, repeating the sacrifice and erasing the mark will deplete the spirituality of this Qingyun Mountain lotus. After 3 or 5 times, it can no longer be used. Now that I have broken through the 4th level of the Jinden stage, I will go to Damang's later, and I think it will be much smoother. Changsheng put away the Qingyun Mountain lotus, stretched his waist, and his muscles and bones trembled and crackled. He planned to go to Damang's to replenish the stock after the magic weapon was cast and Bai Ling gave birth. Thinking of Bai Ling, he came to the side hall and looked at Bai Ling, who was sleeping on the white jade bed. Now Bai Ling was asleep most of the time, and her sleep was getting deeper and deeper. At this time, she didn't realize his arrival. Changsheng came forward, sat beside the bed and gently stroked her pale cheek, his eyes full of love. "Brother." Bai Ling seemed to have felt something in her heart, and woke up with sleepy eyes. Her voice was a little weak, and her soft and smooth cheek gently rubbed Changsheng's palm. "Linger, I'm here, you have a good rest," Changsheng said softly. Bai Ling snorted, and then continued to sleep peacefully with her head on Changsheng's palm. Seeing Bai Ling like this, Changsheng felt distressed. Even if the cultivator would be weak during pregnancy, it would never be like Bai Ling. It was almost like a hibernating monster. However, the vitality of the fetus in Bai Ling's belly has been getting stronger and stronger these days, and Changsheng can clearly sense the fetus's breathing. After quietly accompanying Bai Ling for a long time, he continued to instruct Zumi to inform him immediately if Bai Ling had any problems, and then walked out of the Changsheng hall. Because the spiritual energy in the cave was excessively absorbed by him, it was a little thin, and it would take some time to slowly recover to normal levels. However, Zumi Cave Heaven, there are only 2 giant cultivators, him and Honglian, so it is not affected. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 Xianyun Baolian in the Spirit Ice Spring. After so many years of cultivation, these 3 Xianyun Baolian have hardly changed. It can only be said that without the Onling bottle, even after another 1,000 years, these Xianyun Baolian will hardly grow into Xianyun Baowang Lotus. However, the 5-element spiritual fruit tree not far away has begun to bear fruit. With a Onling bottle, it is estimated that it will mature in another 3 years. Congratulations, young master, on reaching a higher level of cultivation. At this time, Honglian, with an elegant and luxurious posture, walked out of the Changsheng hall and congratulated. Seeing the aura of Lu Changsheng's mana that had not yet dissipated, Honglian's seemingly calm face had already stirred up a huge wave of shock in her heart. Middle stage of Jinden. Although she couldn't be completely sure. But as a Yuanying's Henshin in her previous life, she still saw that there was something wrong with Lu Changsheng's mana. There is a high probability that he has broken through to the middle stage of Jinden. This speed is simply amazing and unheard of. You know, she still remembers the scene and picture when Lu Changsheng broke through the Jinden. From the breakthrough of Jinden to now, it has only been 7 years. In 7 years, from the breakthrough of Jinden to the middle stage of Jinden. Even if she was a Yuanying's Henshin in her previous life, she still found it incredible. It's just some chance. Lu Changsheng chuckled. This is not modesty. It is indeed due to chance that he can have this growth rate. Relying on the accumulation of children in the family, the efficacy of Yin-Yang Ronglingdan and the Yuanying origin of Xianyun's Henshin, it has reduced an unknown amount of time. Otherwise, how could he make such a breakthrough if he was busy all day and didn't even have time to sit and meditate to cultivate? Chance and luck are all part of strength and growth. Young master is gifted and lucky, so it should be so. Honglian said in a flattering tone. Then he said that his spiritual body had been consolidated. If he wanted to improve quickly, he needed a huge amount of resources and natural treasures. So he was going to travel for a while to solve the problem of cultivation resources. Travel. Lu Changsheng heard this and pondered slightly. Now the cultivation resources at home are enough to support his wife, concubines and children. But Honglian's spiritual body, a giant cultivator, needs cultivation resources, which he really can't take out for a while. After all, such resources are not a small amount. It would be best if Honglian went out to travel and earn resources by himself. Wait a few years, then I will go to Damang's, you go with me. Lu Changsheng said so. Although he was relieved of Honglian, there were still many things to do at home. For example, he still needed Honglian's help in refining magic weapons. Moreover, he and Honglian have not yet broken through the last membrane. This is because their relationship has reached this point. As long as Lu Changsheng is willing, it can be broken at any time. But the other party was a Yuanying's Henshin in his previous life. Lu Changsheng still gave him a certain respect, and he needed a suitable opportunity. Later, the two of them went out together, just in time to enhance their relationship, and then go with the flow and make it happen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. Enter the secret realm and ward off evil with the golden thunder. Zion Gorge. The entire canyon is hundreds of miles long, with towering mountains and broken cliffs on both sides. Under the mottled light and shadow, the steep stone walls seem to be covered with a flowing purple gauze, like clouds and mist. With the opening of the Zion secret realm, people can be seen from time to time in the canyon. These people are all monks, walking, driving magic tools, or riding spirit beasts. Only a very small number of them are in groups of 3 or 5, riding spirit boats. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, a low roar like thunder sounded. 3 terrifying black figures, with dim light flowing, riding clouds and mist, pulling a huge azure spirit boat and speeding over. Hiss, these are 3 second-level monsters. Whose power is this? How dare they travel so arrogantly? Keep your voice down. If someone hears you, you might offend someone. 3 dragon monsters? What a big deal. Lu? Which Lu family is this? The monks on the road were all horrified when they saw this scene. They stopped aside and were cautious. Especially the monks who were flying with flying tools and riding spirit beasts. They quickly landed aside to avoid being shocked by the breath of such second-level monsters. This is Xian Gorge. As long as you pass through it, you will reach the Xiao secret realm. On the spirit boat pulled by the three-headed black water dragon, Lu Pingyan said to Lu Qingzhu, the son of the Lu family. After speaking, he looked at the three-headed black water dragon and scolded in a deep voice, "Be quiet and don't scare people." Hearing Lu Pingyan's words, the three-headed black water dragon roared, and the terrifying power emanating from its body was suddenly restrained a lot. The clouds and mist filled the air and roared towards the direction of the Xiao secret realm. Not long after, 3 black water dragons passed through the canyon and came to the altar at the end. At this time, the altar of the secret realm was scattered with cultivators, nearly 1,000 people. So many people. Xiao secret realm. Now the number of people is not complete, and many forces have not arrived. On the spirit boat, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingyan, and Qingzhu and other Lu family members were surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. Even though they knew that Xiao secret realm was extremely lively. But so many late-stage key refining and foundation-building cultivators gathered at once, they had never seen it before. 3 second-level monsters. What kind of force is this? Lu family? Which Lu family? This person is just a foundation-building cultivator. Why is there such a big show? Why does this look a bit like the dragon when the ancestor of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain married his wife? At the same time, the cultivators on all sides of the altar saw the 3 black water dragons in the air, and their expressions were suspicious and surprised. Although Xiao secret realm almost gathers all the forces of Jiang country. But except for a few giant-level forces, other foundation-building families, even fake dam families, traveled in a very ordinary manner and would not be too ostentatious. If Lu Pingyan was a fake dam cultivator, it would be natural and normal in their eyes. But for a foundation-building cultivator, such a grand display would be a bit unworthy of his position. This person is Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Although he has only the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation building, his body refining has reached a quasi-3rd level, comparable to the faked unreal person. What? He is Lu Pingyan who suppressed Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family, in his early years and became famous in one battle. I heard that this child is a genius. Before he was 100 years old, his body refining reached a quasi-3rd level. With this kind of body refining talent, as long as he does not die prematurely in the future, he will most likely become a 3rd-level body cultivator. I didn't expect Qingzhu Mountain to attach so much importance to this Xiao secret realm and send this person directly. This seems to be the first time that Qingzhu Mountain has participated in the Xiao secret realm, so it will naturally take it seriously. There are many clan cultivators and foundation-building cultivators from the Qingyun territory here. Seeing Lu Pingyan on the spirit boat, they immediately recognized him and whispered. Many other people who had never seen Lu Pingyan, but had heard of his name, also looked at him curiously. Dao Ialu, you can come here. Some forces saw that Lu Pingyan seemed to be looking for a position, and immediately invited him. There are also some particularities in the location outside the secret realm. A good location is more conspicuous, which will be much more convenient for recruiting monks and purchasing spiritual medicines and natural treasures. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan saw a familiar foundation-building monk, smiled and nodded, and signaled the black water dragon to land. Seeing this, the monks next to him immediately made way for a large area with a respectful look. I am Li Yunji, from Qingyun Mountain, and I have met Dao Ialu. Someone immediately stepped forward and greeted Lu Pingyan politely. These are the heroes of Qingzhu Mountain, right? As expected, each of them is a dragon and phoenix. When you enter the secret realm, you can take care of each other. Hello, Dao Ialu. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Today, I see that it is indeed well deserved. Not only the monks and forces that are on good terms with Qingzhu Mountain. Many family forces that had never dealt with each other also came forward to greet and exchange a few polite words. After all, the two families had no grudges, so it was not a bad thing to take this opportunity to get to know each other. Moreover, if the children of the two families met and entered the secret realm later, they could avoid killing each other and even cooperate with each other. However, some forces looked at the Lu family and others coldly. HMPH. Lu Qingyan, who was wearing a silver armor and had a beautiful face, saw someone looking at her in a direction with a bad look, and snorted directly, unwilling to be outdone. This force was the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge. The grievances between the two families were almost impossible to resolve. It was obvious that once they met after entering the secret realm, they would inevitably confront each other and fight to the death. Sister Yan, you should be careful at that time. Forces like the Sima family, the Jin family, the Yuan family, and even the beast-controlling Su family may attack our family. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu reminded in a low voice. Although the only ones with a deep grudge against the Lu family were the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge and the Jin family of Jinglong Ridge. But a big tree attracts the wind. The rise of Qingzhu Mountain is too fierce, and it has threatened the interests of many families. If there is a chance, these forces may take action against the Lu family. After all, the 9th-level cultivators of qi refining are the backbone of any family. Every death is a major loss. Don't worry. We know. Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha, Lu Yanfei and others nodded to each other. There is no need for Lu Qingzhu to say more about this matter, they all know it in their hearts. Even if they encounter the Jin family, Sima family, or the forces affiliated with the two families, they will take the initiative. It has become an unspoken rule for the major family forces to fight in the Xiao secret realm. After the greetings, Lu Qingzhu put the sign prepared and advance in front. It means that the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is recruiting guest officials with special skills to offer sacrifices, and to purchase spiritual medicines and natural treasures at high prices. With a grand formation supported by 3 black water dragons, many casual cultivators came to ask for conditions. Facing the visitors, Lu Qingzhu responded gently and generously, explaining his own conditions. Time passed by little. The remaining cultivators, except for a few scattered cultivators, were basically from large families. Because only large families can step on the time exactly. At this time, 3 second-level top-level unicorns pulled a jade chariot surrounded by rosy clouds, spanning the sky, causing many people to discuss. 5 elements Wang family. I heard that the Wang family is declining and the ancestor's life is not much, but looking at this battle, there is no sign of decline. That's for sure, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. A family like the Wang family can maintain several generations even if the dam is broken. But once the ancestor of the Wang family dies, whether the 5 elements mountain can be defended is another matter. Many people talked about it. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha and others looked at the 5 elements Wang family with infinite longing in their eyes. Dan family. The ultimate goal of all family forces. Once promoted to family, it is equivalent to a local lord, independent and autonomous, and no longer needs to pay tribute to the Immortal Gate. Like the Purple Nether secret realm, it can be directly high above and above others. Not long after, the people of the beast tamer Su family came. The Su family's power is even greater than that of the Wang family. In the rolling clouds and mist, a purple ferocious bird exudes terrifying power, pulling a radiant Shenzhou. The aura of power revealed by this ferocious bird made countless people in the field tremble. Even Lu Pingan's black water dragon trembled. This is a quasi 3rd level monster. Only one step away, it can be promoted to a 3rd level monster king. The beast tamer Su family is so domineering. But they have the confidence. In the early years, the ancestor of the Su family directly smashed the gate of the 5 elements Wang family, and the Wang family didn't dare to say a word. The Su family not only has several clans suppressing sacred beasts, but also has water snake Taoist soldiers and fire crow Taoist soldiers to suppress the family's heritage. It can be said that it is the first family in our Jiang country. But I heard that 2 fake unreal people died in the Su family before. After the beast tamer Su family came, someone whispered about the Su family gossip. Roar, 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 in the sky, the 3-headed unicorn of the 5 elements Wang family roared and roared directly in the face of the provocation of the Su family's fierce bird. The sound was like thunder, raising layers of rosy clouds. Cry. The fierce bird of the Su family of beast control was not willing to be outdone, and the 2 sides' auras clashed wildly. Su's child, if you want to fight, let's do it now. The fake Dan ancestor on the Wang family's jade chariot took a step forward, and the fake Dan level magic power surged, and said in a cold voice. Although their 5 elements Wang family is not as good as the beast control Su family. But it is better to lose the battle than the battle. In the early years, the family was completely humiliated by the ancestor of the Su family and became a laughing stock. If they still given step by step now, wouldn't they be laughed at even more? Why is the ancestor Wang so angry? The fake Dan of the Su family stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Although he had broken through the fake Dan not long ago, his strength was not the opponent of the fake Dan of the Wang family in front of him. But with a quasi third-level monster equipped by the family, he was not afraid of the other party. However, he could not fight with the other party here, and signaled the fierce bird to put away his mighty aura. HMPH. Wang Jia fake Dan snorted coldly when he saw this, but he didn't push back. The ancestor of the Su family stood on the Shenzhou, looking down at other forces below like an eagle. When he saw where Lu Pingyan was, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and then looked at the black water dragon. Dao soldiers. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain actually has a method to cultivate Dao soldiers. Su Yinglong was born in the beast-controlling Su family and possessed the method of Dao soldiers. Through the very different appearances and auras of the 3 black water dragons, he instantly determined that they were cultivated through some kind of Dao soldier breeding method. And this kind of cultivation method is very unusual. It is not worse than the water snake Dao soldiers and fire crow Dao soldiers of his own family. It is even better by a few points. This Qingzhu Mountain is really overestimating its own capabilities. A family with no accumulated foundation is so delusional that it cultivates this level of Taoist soldiers without considering its own strength. However, the method of this Taoist soldier is somewhat similar to that of my water snake Taoist soldier. After sneering and mocking in his heart, he thought about finding an opportunity to seize this method of cultivating Taoist soldiers. After all, his beast control Su family is famous for its beast control. This method of cultivating Taoist soldiers can not only be used to cultivate Taoist soldiers and increase the foundation, but also can be used for verification and reference. Lu Pingyan felt something in his heart and looked up at Su Yinglong in the sky. Seeing him looking at his black water dragon, his eyes condensed slightly. Su Yinglong and Lu Pingyan looked at each other lightly and retracted their gaze. Although Lu Pingyan has a record of suppressing Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family. But in his opinion, the quasi third-level body refining is only equivalent to the strength of his own spirit beast. It is not at the same level as himself. Xiaoyan, Chencha, Yunfei, you guys should be careful of the beast-controlling Su family later. Lu Pingyan saw some ill intentions in Su Yinglong's eyes, and said to Lu Qingyan and others. He also told Lu Qingzhu to be more careful about the beast-controlling Su family in the future. Don't worry, big brother, we know. Several people nodded in response, all knowing that their family had risen and had entered the Su family's vision. As a Jiandan family in the Qingyan area, the other party absolutely did not want to see another Jiandan family rise. Not long after, the divine sword Shangwen family, Qingzhu Mountain, and Qingyun Sect arrived one after another. Lu Qingzhu and others had only heard of these forces and had never seen them up close. Today, they also have a general understanding. After a long time, the forces such as Qingyun Sect, Yuling Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Changsheng Sect came one by one. The 4 major immortal sects came, no matter the pomp and power, or the spirit of the disciples in the sect, they were all extraordinary and far superior to other forces. Buzz buzz buzz, after chatting for a while, the Jiandan masters of the 4 major sects came to the purple altar with tokens in hand. With a surge of purple light and the interweaving of runes, a huge void portal slowly appeared, revealing a vicissitudes of ancient breath. Is this the purple nether secret realm? Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingyan, Lu Chencha and others looked at this portal that was like a black hole vortex. All of them were shocked. The purple nether secret realm, for a period of 1 month. You can all enter the secret realm, but you need to follow the following rules. The Jiandan master of the Qingyun Sect spoke indifferently, throwing out a huge yellow list, hanging in the air, indicating the rules of the secret realm. After you enter the secret realm, you must be more careful, try to meet up as soon as possible, and don't act alone. If you encounter danger, just abandon the spiritual medicine, there is no need to fight. Lu Pingyan instructed several people again. The eldest brother is like a father. At this moment, he realized how his father felt when he watched him and Lu Quanzhen enter the purple nether secret realm in his early years. He felt very heavy and worried. Don't worry, big brother. We know. Lu Qingyan and others respected and believed in Lu Pingyan, the big brother, and said respectfully. Even though they were a little heavy and stressed at this moment, they still smiled and acted calmly, with a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Big brother, we are going. Ancestor, we are going. After the people from several major forces had almost entered, the 6 people and the 4 people from Qingzhu Mountain said to Lu Pingyan, "Well, be careful." Lu Pingyan responded in a deep voice, "Sister Yan, Brother Chensha, Brother Yunfei, Brother Kings, Brother Mingfeng, Sister Ziyan, I will wait for you to return triumphantly." Lu Qingxun bowed to the few people seriously. Then he bowed to the 4 people from Qingzhu Mountain and said goodbye. Well, the 10 people nodded, then drove the flying magic weapon and rushed into the gate. "Don't worry, big brother, Sister Yan, Brother Chensha and others are extraordinary, they will definitely be fine and return triumphantly." Lu Qingxun saw that his big brother was a little worried, and comforted him. This is not a complete comfort. Except for a few who are too untalented, the Lu family's children basically practice exquisite level skills, or even side door level skills. So in terms of basic combat power, they are not inferior to any force at all. They are at the same level as the giant level forces or the disciples of the Immortal Sect. Moreover, this time, all 6 people have talismans and puppets. Except for the top batch of the Immortal Sect, one-on-one situations are basically not a problem. Yet, Lu Pingyan nodded and didn't say much. He had entered the Ziyao secret realm before, and he knew very well that in the secret realm, in addition to personal combat power, it also tests adaptability and luck. If you are unlucky and encounter some powerful monsters or ambushes, no matter how strong you are, it will be difficult to escape. Bihu Mountain. Balian Peak, Alchemy Room. Hu. Lu Changsheng instructed Li Xingguo and his son Lu Xingchen to make pills. Lu Xingchen looked at the dark gold pill furnace in front of him with full concentration, and his hands kept pinching the seals to control the earth fire with fire control techniques. When he saw the spiritual energy and the fragrance of medicine in the furnace, he immediately cast a series of spells into the furnace. Then he shouted and performed the furnace opening spell, "Open." Buzz! The furnace cover opened with a bang, and billowing hot air rose, and the bright rays of light filled the air. Collect. Lu Xingchen looked at the billowing hot air and put the 9 pills into his palm, with joy in his eyes. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a second-level alchemist and getting a chance to draw a lottery. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Xingchen, congratulations, from now on, you are a second-level alchemist. Lu Changsheng smiled at his son. This son has a good talent for alchemy. It's just that he spent all his time and energy on cultivation in his early years, and he only learned alchemy in the Enlightenment and entered the normal way. However, after breaking through the foundation, the birth of divine consciousness, and then learning the art of alchemy, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It's all thanks to my father and my aunt's guidance. Lu Xingchen said with a cupped hand, and his tired face couldn't hide his happiness. A second-level alchemist is of noble status and is respected wherever he goes. And now that he has become the first member of the Lu family to be promoted to a second-level alchemist, besides Lu Changsheng and Li Xingguo, he is naturally very happy. Haha, go back and have a good rest, and spend more time with Jinggai and Zuanqian these days. Lu Changsheng chuckled and asked him to go back and rest first, and then continued to watch Li Xingguo who was refining the elixir next to him. Calculating the time, the Purple Nether secret realm is about to open, right? Looking at Lu Xingchen who was leaving, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of his children who were going to the Purple Nether secret realm. He gave each of his 6 children 3 second-level talismans and a first-level top-level puppet. It's not that he was reluctant to give more. He simply felt that since he had chosen to hone his skills, if he gave too much, it would be meaningless for everyone to have a second-level puppet. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and said silently in his heart. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd-level Thunder Seed, Evil Repelling Golden Thunder. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Chapter 521, Heaven and Earth Thunder Root, Lu Chensha. Golden Thunder to repel evils? Is this the thunder root of heaven and earth? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this reward. There are many natural spiritual objects between heaven and earth. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth, the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, the essence of water spirits, the spirit of earth veins. The origin seed formed by thunder is called the thunder root of heaven and earth. The effect is similar to the thunder Gangayan and burning heart flame he had drawn before. They were all born by chance, and after the creation of heaven and earth, a little spirituality was bred, and then the origin of thunder seeds was formed. If you practice thunder attribute skills and techniques, and refine a thunder root, you can turn it into your own thunder skill, which greatly increases the power of thunder magic. However, compared with the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, thunder is more violent and overbearing, and difficult to control. Like the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, due to the professions of alchemists, weapon refiners, etc., there are still many people who study the method of controlling fire and think about how to subdue and refine it. But there are much fewer thunders. Not only is the thunder root of heaven and earth more rare, but it is also more difficult to control and refine. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the details of this golden thunder to repel evils. Thunder seed, golden thunder to repel evil spirits, quality, level 3, description. The 10,000-year golden thunder bamboo was bombarded by the thunder, and a little spirituality was born, forming the original thunder root, which has a masculine and domineering attribute, and has the effect of exorcising demons and evil spirits, and has a certain restraining effect on the devil and the ghost, restraining the devil and the ghost. Lu Changsheng immediately thought of the Yinming ghost sect of Jin. However, in the short term, he did not have the idea of troubling the Yinming ghost sect. Unless he breaks through the nascent soul stage, he can only intimidate the Yinming ghost sect at most. After all, with the protection of the 4th level formation, even if he breaks through the late stage of the Jinden, or even the peak of the Jinden, he can't do anything to the Yinming ghost sect. This kind of heaven and earth thunder root is very violent, and it is difficult for ordinary Jinden cultivators to refine it. Although someone in the family practices the thunder method, they can't refine this 3rd level thunder seed. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, planning to refine this evil repelling golden thunder later. On the one hand, no one in the family can use it. On the other hand, through Legang Longyan, I know that even if I don't practice fire and thunder methods, and just practice physical cultivation and fight, the attack effect of this kind of heaven and earth spiritual fire and thunder is also very good. Now the effect brought by Legang Longyan can only be considered average. If I refine another thunder source, I can also make my close combat effect further. Moreover, my Legang Longyan is extremely yang and strong, with the attribute of thunder. If I refine this evil repelling golden thunder, maybe I can combine the two and double the power. Even if the effect is not good, when I don't need it in the future, this Legang Yan and the evil repelling golden thunder can still be stripped out and placed at home as a foundation. Xiao Secret Realm. A forest that is a little damp and filled with the smell of corruption. Lu Qingyun opened her eyes, instantly clasped a talisman in her palm, and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one, she exhaled lightly and took out a map from the storage bag. Although her family did not have much experience in the Xiao Secret Realm, but her father prepared a document about the Purple Nether Secret Realm for all of them. It recorded several landmark places and scenery in the Purple Nether Secret Realm. It also marked which places had what spiritual medicines and which places were more dangerous, in great detail. Lu Qingyun compared the map with the scenery in front of her and roughly knew where she was. Then she took out her identity jade card and injected spiritual power into it. In an instant, a faint aura pulled her and told her that there was a Lu family member in the distant direction. She did not rush to go there, but waited quietly for the others to activate the token. After about a quarter of an hour, a total of 4 auras were sensed remotely. Why is there one less? Lu Qingyun frowned slightly. The 6 of them had already discussed it. Activate the token as soon as you enter the secret realm. Then gather around the secret realm's spiritual spring pond. If 2 people are close to each other, they will meet nearby. How come after a quarter of an hour, there is still one less person? Did he get teleported to a dangerous place? Lu Qingyun was wearing a silver armor and holding a silver spear. She looked beautiful and heroic. The Purple Nether Secret Realm is a random teleportation area. Some people were teleported directly to the core area, where spiritual herbs and medicines were everywhere. Some people were surrounded by monsters as soon as they landed, or even sent to a desperate place. Although the probability of this is very small, it is possible. It is also possible that the location is too remote, or somewhere, and it cannot be sensed. She thought for a moment, and then walked quickly in the direction of the Liquid Pond. However, during this process, she was still very vigilant and cautious to avoid being ambushed on the way. Because there was a group of people in the Purple Nether Secret Realm who gave up entering the central area and formed a team to hunt monks on the periphery. In a valley. Gan. A golden light shield surged out of Lu Yunfei's body, and his face was extremely ugly. I didn't expect that I would be teleported to a valley surrounded by wolves as soon as I entered the secret realm. Although these blood shadow wolves are all first-level monsters, there are too many of them. If it weren't for the second-level golden light talisman, he would have almost died just now. If I continue like this, I won't be able to break out. Once the energy of the golden light talisman is exhausted, I will be in danger again. I have no choice but to use the substitute talisman. Lu Yunfei knew that he couldn't break out of the siege by his own strength. The only way was to use the substitute talisman given to him by his father. But there was only one substitute talisman for each Lu family member. It was a real life-saving talisman. He was very unwilling to use it right after entering the secret realm. Moreover, the substitute talisman would teleport randomly, and he was a little worried that he would be teleported to some dangerous place again. Roar! Just as he was trying to find a way to break out, he suddenly heard a deafening roar. Whoosh whoosh! A strong wind blew violently on the cliff, and a strong and smelly wind swept towards Lu Yunfei. He looked up and saw that a huge blood-colored wolf king had appeared on the cliff at some point. The wolf king roared, and bloodlight filled his body, as if blood flames were burning, and he pounced on him, exuding a terrifying aura. Not good. Lu Yunfei was horrified and his scalp exploded. Just now he felt something was wrong. This wolf pack didn't have a second-level wolf king. Unexpectedly, the wolf king was not here. He quickly made a hand gesture, and a wall of earth formed in front of him. But the other blood wolves next to him roared and came over. Roar, roar, roar. The wolves swarmed, and the blood wolf king raised a blood-colored energy to hide him, with a mighty force like a mountain, which was breathtaking. Bang! Lu Yunfei flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his blood and ki surged. The golden light shield on his body dimmed a lot in an instant, almost dissipating. However, under the bites of other blood wolves, the light shield began to be covered with cracks and shattered. Damn it! Lu Yunfei knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. When the golden light talisman was broken, if he was seriously injured and used the substitute talisman, the situation would be even more dangerous. Buzz! The substitute talisman between his eyebrows burned with a bang, and a mysterious power surged out, wrapping him up. Then it shot out like a rainbow of light, leaving a wooden puppet in the original place, which was torn to pieces by the wolves. Lu Qianxia sat cross-legged on a centipede that was shiny black, covered with legs, and looked ferocious, and carefully observed the surroundings. If you look closely, you can see that the abdomen of the centipede seems to be glowing with black flames. Riding a 1,000-legged centipede like this is a bit ostentatious. But for Lu Qianxia, it is the safest. On the one hand, the first-level top-level 1,000-legged centipede can give others a certain deterrent. In addition, monsters like the 1,000-legged centipede have very sharp spiritual perception, far exceeding the cultivators of the same level. If there is any movement or fighting in the distance, they can be alerted at the first time to avoid the danger of ambush. However, there are naturally disadvantages to doing this. When the cultivator sees Lu Qianxia with a magic weapon and riding a 1,000-legged centipede, he will feel that he is difficult to deal with and will not regard him as prey. But for monsters, the breath of the 1,000-legged centipede is a provocation, and they will not care so much. Not long after. Huff, huff, heavy breathing and footsteps came from the nearby forest. Lu Qianxia's face froze slightly, and he saw a black wild boar as big as a hill rushing towards him. Its eyes were red, its fangs were sharp, its hair was like steel needles, and its body was filled with wisps of demonic energy, which was intimidating. This was a peak first-level demon beast. It was estimated that it was only half a step away from being promoted to the second level. Facing this wild boar demon beast, Lu Qianxia looked alert and raised his palm lightly. Buzz buzz buzz, under the belly of the centipede, black dots with a glow of fire suddenly swarmed towards the wild boar, forming black ants with wings. These black ants were like a sharp blade, directly piercing the blood-red pupils of the wild boar demon beast, causing it to roar and bleed from its pupils. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, the centipede raised its body, and the hideous centipede's mouth swallowed and spit out dark poisonous mist. Roar, roar, roar. The wild boar roared loudly and wanted to escape. But the black ants on its body entangled it tightly, causing its body covered with black hair to gradually burn black. Lu Qianxia stood on the centipede, observing the surrounding situation through the filthy insect, and then kept a distance to chase it. The wild boar seemed to know that it could not escape, and rushed towards Lu Qianxia like crazy. However, after dealing with the centipede for a while, its huge body collapsed with a bang. A charred black, and blood dripping. Hiss, hiss, the black ants wrapped around it immediately devoured the wild boar's flesh and blood crazily, making its life breath weaker and weaker, and finally died completely. Lu Chensha looked at the scene in front of him calmly. He had known the strength of the iron fire ants for a long time. So when his eldest brother Lu Pingyan took them to experience, he did not allow him to use the iron fire ants. When I break through the foundation building stage, I can train and control more iron fire ants. Then, Lu Chensha is increasingly looking forward to the end of the Purple Nether secret realm and his own breakthrough in the foundation building stage. His current spiritual consciousness, controlling 800 iron fire ants, is already the limit. But if he breaks through the foundation building stage, the number that can be controlled can be multiplied several times. 800 iron fire ants, like a black fire cloud. 8,000 iron fire ants, then it will be a sky-covering fire cloud. If there are 80,000 iron fire ants, he will be a one-man army. But if you want to control tens of thousands of iron fire ants, I'm afraid you have to break through the dam formation stage. Lu Chensha laughed at himself and suppressed his thoughts. After the iron fire ants devoured a small part of the wild boar monster in front of him, he took out a boning knife, stepped forward to dissect all the blood and flesh of the wild boar, and then put it into his insect nest bag. The reason why his iron fire ants grow and reproduce so fast is inseparable from the insect nest bag. It is not only suitable for the reproduction and survival of iron fire ants, but also automatically transforms into blood and flesh insect pails when monster flesh is put in. After everything was done, the iron fire ants suddenly hid in the belly of the centipede like gravel, and then Lu Chensha rode the centipede to continue moving forward and meet up with others. You are unlucky to meet us today, kid from Qingzhu Mountain. A young man nearly 2 meters tall and a cold and beautiful woman in her 20s looked at Lu Kings in front of them and sneered. While speaking, they directly offered up magic tools and attacked him. Knowing that the two people in front of him were from the Sima family of Qingzhu Mountain and their strength would not be worse than his, Lu Kings did not linger in the battle. He directly took out a first-grade upper-grade divine wind talisman from his arms and activated it, then turned around and ran away. When they entered the secret realm, in addition to the talismans, magic tools, and puppets given by their families, they also prepared some means. For children like them, it is very convenient to buy talismans on weekdays, and they usually prepare a few more talismans. Humph, you want to leave? Seeing this, the two Sima family monks immediately chased after him, unwilling to let Lu Kings go. This time, the Sima family directly ordered that if they saw the Lu family cultivators from Qingzhu Mountain, they should be killed without mercy. For every person killed, they would be rewarded with a foundation-building spiritual object. If they killed 2 people, they would be given priority to obtain the qualification of foundation-building pills. How could they let go of such conditions? A few days later. Buzz buzz buzz, after seeing the iron fire ants kill the 2 cultivators, Lu Chensha rode the centipede forward and sensed the surrounding situation through the filthy god insect to see if there was an ambush. After confirming that the crisis was over, he went forward to clean up the bodies and storage bags of the 2 people. No wonder there has always been a saying that killing in arson can get a golden belt. Just these 2 people have harvested thousands of spirit stones. If I follow my salary, the income from raising spirit beasts will probably take 10 years to earn this amount of spirit stones. Lu Chensha looked at the storage bag in his hand and sighed. Qingzhu Mountain has resource salary every month, so they are not short of spirit stones. But even if they are not short of money, who would complain about having too much money? Looking at the usual family tasks or being busy outside, at most they can earn a few thousand spirit stones a year. In the secret realm, killing 2 monks can get thousands of spirit stones, and there are still some feelings in my heart. They just ambushed and moved. Fortunately, I have the centipede and the filthy insect, otherwise it would be dangerous. But their method is quite suitable for me. I can completely learn to act like them, seduce them with spiritual medicine, or disguise their corpses as monsters to eat, and die together, leaving the storage bag, and then let the iron fire ants hide in the corpses. As long as someone greedily comes forward, you can directly drive the iron fire ants to act. General key refining monks can't react at all. Lu Chensha reviewed the situation just now, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. I think that as long as I do this, I can get a lot of money. But as soon as the idea came out, he scared himself. This is his first time to kill someone. Maybe it was all the iron fire ants, so there was no feeling. Just like killing monsters before. But this idea of taking human life lightly and the law of the jungle still shocked him. Whether it was his previous personality or the teachings of Qingzhu Mountain, they were not so indifferent to life and reckless. If you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. Many people choose to be robbery cultivators or evil cultivators just to get a little sweet. If you do this, you might meet some powerful people. It's better to meet them first. Lu Chensha abandoned this idea, packed up, and continued to move forward. But just now, the first time he killed someone, he still felt that he was indifferent to life. The mind also changed silently. About half a day later, Lu Chensha met with Lu Qingyun and Lu Qing's. Both of them had traces of fighting. Especially Lu Qing's, his face was a little pale. Not only was he exhausted, but he also suffered a lot of injuries. Lu Chensha, on the other hand, was riding on the centipede. His clothes were clean and tidy, without even the slightest wrinkle. Sima family Lu Chensha heard Lu Qing's words and said that he would fight back when he met them later. After waiting for 2 days, Lu Mingfang and Lu Ziyan came. The two of them were relatively close at the time, so they gave priority to reunion. Both of them also had traces of fighting, but they were not injured, just encountered monsters on the way. Only Yanfei is left. He should have been teleported to some remote place, so the token cannot sense it. Lu Qingyun said with a serious face. Generally, this situation is very dangerous. What should we do now? Should we look for spiritual medicine here on the periphery and wait for Yanfei's condition, or go to the central area? Lu Mingfang asked. We haven't gained much from this trip to reunite. We can stay here first and see if Yanfei can sense it. Lu Qing's thought for a while and said so. He also wanted to use this time to recuperate from his injuries. Okay. Several people had no objection and began to act together. Although Lu Qing's was injured and didn't do much, but Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha, Lu Mingfeng, and Lu Ziyan were enough to deal with most situations. As the 5 people began to explore, most of the clan cultivators and Immortal Sect disciples in the secret realm had almost completed the group reunion and began to clean up the lone cultivators. If they were from the same clan, they would pass by each other in groups of 3 or 5, and if they had no hatred, they would pass by each other tacitly, or just stop talking. A few days later, Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha and others met the Jin Langling cultivators. When the two sides met, they were naturally jealous. Kill. There were also 5 Jin family cultivators. But they saw that Lu Qing's was injured. Moreover, the Lu family had just experienced a battle not long ago and had consumed some energy, so they wanted to take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 people. Swish, 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 they sacrificed their magic weapons, cast spells, and went straight to Lu Qing's, wanting to kill him first. HMPH. Lu Qingyun, wearing a silver armor and holding a silver spear, blocked the way directly. Buzz. Although Lu Qing's was not convenient to use too much mana, he still had puppets. Moreover, Lu Chensha handed his puppet to him, and he directly controlled 2 puppets. Puppet. Seeing this, the Jin family cultivators' eyes narrowed slightly, but they were not too surprised. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is famous for the way of talismans, but the most extensive business is puppet business. Not only the Red Leaf Valley market, but also the puppet market on their side of the Golden Dragon Ridge was eaten up by the Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Mingfang and Lu Ziyan were driving the flying sword and performing magic. Buzz. Lu Chensha stood behind the 3 people, as if he was pinching his fingers to perform some secret method. But he was secretly controlling the iron fire ants, and then found the right opportunity to make the iron fire ants kill one of them like a black flying sword. Wind Dragon Art. Seeing this, the Jin family cultivator's spiritual power surged, and set off a silver hurricane like a dragon, sweeping towards the iron fire ants. However, the iron fire ants like black flying swords directly penetrated through the hurricane, breaking through his body protection magic shield, causing his chest to explode with a bang, and a burst of burning pain. Then, the black flying sword buzzed and turned into a group of iron fire ants, covering his whole body, biting and gnawing at his flesh and blood. Ah! He immediately screamed in pain. Kun Fei. Seeing this, the few people next to him were shocked and quickly performed magic to help him drive away the iron fire ants. But in this situation, they were also afraid of hurting Jin Kun Fei, so they didn't dare to attack too fiercely, causing the iron fire ants to be only bounced away, but unharmed, and continued to burn and bite. Jin Kun Fei kept screaming, his spiritual power surged, but he could only bounce off a few iron fire ants. Kill. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun and others were also a little surprised at the Iron Fire Ants' methods. They actually broke through the opponent's magic and body protection shield in an instant. However, seeing that the Jin family was in disarray, they immediately attacked fiercely. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, the centipede also roared forward, spitting out poisonous mist without distinguishing between friend and foe. However, Lu Chensha and others had already prepared detoxification pills, and they all held one in their mouths. Hold your breath through your pores. Go. Seeing this, the Jin family monks shouted immediately. Seeing that Jin Kunfei was covered with the black ants, his flesh was burned, and blood was dripping, they dared not fight. Knowing that the 5 Lu family members in front of them were not simple, they were not opponents. Sister Yan, don't chase. Lu Chensha saw that Lu Qingyun seemed to want to chase, and shouted hurriedly. Although his iron fire ants can catch the key refining monks by surprise, they are not enough to attack in groups at present. Moreover, the Xiao secret realm is dangerous. If other forces see the two sides fighting, they will inevitably benefit. Lu Qingyun and others naturally understand this truth, intercept and kill Jin Kunfei who was entangled by the iron fire ants, and then give up the pursuit. Chensha, you are really a hidden talent. Lu Mingfang looked at Lu Chensha and said with some emotion. Before the 6 people followed Lu Pingyan to train, Lu Chensha did not show too much, nor did he use the iron fire ants. And these days, when the 5 people acted, Lu Chensha did not need to use the iron fire ants, so they did not know Lu Chensha's strength. It was just luck, I caught them by surprise. Lu Chensha said very low-key. He knew that he had more opportunities from his family than other Lu family children, so he was usually very low-key to avoid jealousy. This time, Chensha, you have made the first contribution, and this person's storage bag belongs to you. Lu Qingyun looked at this younger brother more. In her impression, Lu Chensha has always been very low-key and has not had much presence. The only impressive thing is that he has a good talent for beast control. It seems that his father has given the family's black water dragon to him to take care of. Everyone has contributed, how can I be embarrassed? I will just pick a few first. Lu Chensha said with a smile. Then several people packed up and found a cave to meditate and rest. After the state was adjusted, several people discussed and decided to go to the central area. These days, Lu Yunfei has not been sensed, and it is very likely that he has been directly teleported to the central area. Because the Qingzhu Mountain in the central area has been shrouded in mist for a long time, it is very likely to isolate the token's aura sensing. Chapter 522, Fighting in the Secret Realm. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Qingzhu Secret Realm. A cliff. You said that the people in Qingzhu Mountain are not simple? Killed one of your Jin family. Several men and women in gorgeous clothes looked at the Jin family cultivators in front of them and said with some disdain. Although the Jin family and their Sima family are both fake dam families. But as an old family, the Sima family has a rich heritage. Whether it is the skills, techniques, or magic tools and talismans, they are all superior to the Jin family. Well, one of them is called Lu Chensha. He has a kind of flying ant in his hand. It seems to be the iron fire ant on the strange insect list. It is invulnerable to swords and guns, and is not affected by water and fire. It is very difficult to deal with. The leading Jin family child said in a deep voice with an ugly face. In the previous battle, if the iron fire ant had not suddenly killed them by surprise, they would not have lost one person. Knowing that they are likely not opponents when they meet the Lu family cultivators next time. Iron fire ants? These are flying ants that are listed on the list of strange insects. How could a Lu family key refining cultivator like him possess them? You must have seen it wrong. Brother Ling and I met a Lu family cultivator before. His strength was just so-so. If he hadn't had a second-level talisman in his hand, he would not have been able to escape. A cold and beautiful woman said with disdain. She was one of the Sima family cultivators who had chased Lu Kings before. If Lu Kings hadn't had the talisman with him, she would have been sure to kill Lu Kings at that time. A Sima family cultivator next to him raised his hand and signaled the woman not to say more. Then he looked at the Jin family cultivator and said, if you want to cooperate, you can, but you must first discuss the distribution. Although many family forces know each other in the Qingzhu secret realm, they rarely form a team to travel together. The reason is simple. If they form a team, the harvest and spoils will be difficult to distribute. Like many family forces, their goal may be a shining fruit. As long as they get the shining fruit, they will immediately find a place to hide and wait for the secret realm to close. If they team up with other forces, they will not get the rare spiritual fruit of Shining Fruit. And the forces of the same level cannot reach an agreement, or they cannot trust each other. Some family forces will even act separately in order to gain more. The main purpose of your trip is to hunt down the Lu family monks. Cooperation is a win-win situation, not that my Jin family depends on you. The Jin family children who took the lead spoke up, actively fighting for benefits, unwilling to be too passive. In their opinion, the Sima family's murderous intentions towards the Lu family are deeper than theirs. After a while, the two sides did not reach an agreement on the distribution of the harvest. They just exchanged the communication talisman, indicating that they could send a message as soon as they met the Lu family monks. Brother Qingyun, hasn't their Sima family been suppressed by the Lu family for many years? In addition to the ancestor of the family, the two elders were suppressed by Lu Wangshu, and they are still so arrogant. After the two families separated, a Jin family child said a little indignantly. During the chat just now, they could feel the contempt of the Sima family in their words. The man just now is called Sima Yulin. He is one of the geniuses of the Sima family. He could have broken through the foundation building stage long ago. The other few people are not simple either. The Sima family sent them into the Purple Nether secret realm this time to snipe the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Naturally, they are extremely arrogant and have a high opinion of themselves. The monk headed by the Jin family said in a deep voice. Although the family had explained the matter of sniping the Lu family during their visit, they still focused on gaining. After all, after so many years of contact, the Jin family also knew that the Lu family's foundation was extraordinary. Whether it was the skills, magic tools, talismans, or puppets, the children of the family were all at the first level among the clan cultivators. So if there was a chance, they would kill a few people, and if there was no chance, it would be fine. What the Jin family had to do now was to develop as quickly as possible, rather than to fight to the death with the Lu family. Especially in the last round of the Purple Nether secret realm, his Jin family was completely wiped out, which had a great impact, and he did not want this situation to happen again. Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha and others did not know that they were being calculated and targeted by the Jin family and the Sima family. But they would not care if they knew. The grudges between the two families, once they met, they would have to fight. They were heading towards the central area. If they encountered sneaky cultivators on the way, they would not show mercy and would kill them directly with thunder. At this time, several people received a message talisman for help and met a disciple of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. This disciple of Qingzhu Mountain was in a very embarrassed state. He said that his family had encountered a cultivator of the Qingyun Sect before. The other party directly cleared the field and hunted, resulting in the death of one of them, and he and the other two fled separately. Disciple of the Qingyun Sect Lu Qingyun and others heard this, and their faces darkened slightly. Among the four major immortal sects, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect have the most murderous nature. The other three immortal sects may be normal training. The Qingyun Sect just uses this place as a trial field. According to gossip, every time in the Xiao secret realm, it is the disciples of the Qingyun Sect who kill the scattered cultivators, and the clan cultivators are the most. In this case, Changsheng, do you want to go with us? Lu Qingyun looked at the disciple of Qingzhu Mountain and said. The relationship between the two families is close. Now that Qingzhu Mountain is in such a situation, they are naturally willing to help. Moreover, they knew that it was not enough to annihilate the Jin family or Sima family with only 5 people. If they went with Qingzhu Mountain, they could have more fighting power. Moreover, compared with other family forces, they trusted Qingzhu Mountain very much. I am willing. The Qingzhu Mountain disciple said without hesitation. Then several people went to find the other 2 Qingzhu Mountain disciples to meet up. After a long time, Lu Qingyun and others found the other 2 people from Qingzhu Mountain. However, they also met the Qingyun Sect monks who were clearing the field. After a few rounds of fighting, the two sides stopped. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is interesting. The 3 Qingyun Sect monks looked at Lu Chensha and his 1,000-legged centipede, then turned and left. Although they were arrogant and domineering, they were not stupid. If they really wanted to fight, the 3 of them might even lose. Without grudges, it is naturally impossible to fight to the death. Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha and others did not take action, but just watched them leave. Fighting with such immortal disciples must be done cleanly. If you are not sure to do it cleanly, there will be endless troubles. After several people prepared, They continued to walk towards Qingzhu Mountain. At this moment, in a cave in Qingzhu Mountain. Sure enough, there will be blessings after surviving a disaster. Lu Yunfei looked at the stalactites flowing with crystal luster in front of him, and then looked at the misty herbs and heavenly flowers on another stone wall, his face full of joy. Although he was surrounded by wolves when he first entered the secret realm. But under the effect of the substitute talisman, he was directly moved to the core area of Qingzhu Mountain. Relying on the map of the Qingzhu secret realm given by his family, he took the lead and gained a rich harvest. Lu Yunfei did not go forward to pick the spiritual medicine directly. Instead, he looked around cautiously. Then he looked under the stone wall and saw sleeping lynx. Although the core area of the Qingzhu secret realm is full of spiritual medicines, it is also full of monsters. Basically, there are monsters occupying places where rare spiritual medicines are found. Although he is quite powerful, he is a leader in the 9th level of key refining. But in the previous few battles, he had almost used up all the elixirs and talismans on his body, so he didn't dare to consume too much. Lu Yunfei restrained his breath, carefully held the flying sword in his hand, and then controlled his puppet to move forward. Roar! As the puppet approached, the lynx immediately woke up, opened its bloody mouth, roared at the puppet, and then flew over. Bang! This puppet was an attack and defense. It held up the black gold shield in its hand to resist the attack, causing a violent sound, and sparks flew from the lynx's claws. Now, the flying sword in Lu Yunfei's hand instantly turned into a silver rainbow light and shot out, like a dragon's roar and a crane's cry, emitting a cold light. Then the flying sword pierced into the lynx's abdomen for several inches, and it was difficult to break it. Roar, 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 the lynx roared, completely enraged, and wanted to kill Lu Yunfei like crazy. Puff. However, the first-level puppet immediately slashed at the lynx, leaving a bloody mark on its body. Lu Yunfei retreated while pinching his fingers with one hand, condensing into water arrows, and continued to kill the lynx. In this way, relying on the puppet to fight continuously, Lu Yunfei's flying sword finally broke through the lynx's abdomen, and smashed its internal organs into pieces, causing the lynx to wail and fall down. Huh? I feel that if I use it 2 more times, this puppet will be completely scrapped. Lu Yunfei exhaled a little tiredly and looked at the condition of his puppet. Not only the shield and the sword, but also several wounds on the body. He skillfully opened the puppet's protective glasses, took out the spiritual stone with exhausted spiritual energy, and then put a few more spiritual stones in. Then he dissected the lynx in front of him and cleaned up the blood to avoid attracting other monsters. After that, he went deep into the cave, picked the spiritual medicine with joy on his face, and put it into the storage bag. Then he left quickly, found a place, sat cross-legged, held 2 spirit stones, and began to recover. This Qingzhu Mountain will interfere with the token's key sensing. I don't know when Sister Yan and the others will come. Lu Yunfei murmured in his heart, planning to wait for Lu Qingyan and others to arrive here. His harvest on this trip was already quite rich, and he got 3 shining fruits. If he continued to search, he would not be able to resist risks when the puppets and the last few talismans were exhausted. Once he encountered monsters or other cultivators on the way, he might work hard to become someone else's wedding dress. Puff. Lu Qingyan, wearing a silver armor, confronted a huge bear head-on. Lu Chenxia, Lu Kings and others drove flying swords, cast spells, and bombarded the giant bear. After a while, the giant bear fell to the ground with a bang. After the few people simply dealt with the giant bear, they continued to move forward. The Qingzhu Mountain is ahead. After a moment, Lu Kings looked at the steep, towering, circular mountain peaks shrouded in purple mist, and said with some pleasure. Although the outer area of the Qingzhu secret realm may also have shining fruit, 90% of the shining fruit is on Qingzhu Mountain. In addition to shining fruit, most of the natural treasures and rare spiritual medicines are in Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain is blocked by fog, which isolates the breath and affects the mind and consciousness. Everyone be careful. Lu Chenxia said, putting the centipede in front and exploring the way with Lu Qingyan. Yes. Several people nodded seriously. The fog in Qingzhu Mountain is so thick that even the visible range of cultivators is limited. The sudden appearance of danger is simply hard to guard against. After a long time, several people came to the foot of the mountain. At this time, a team of 5 people appeared in the distance. Lu Qingyan's eyes condensed slightly. She knew these people. They were from the Z family in Lingxi. The relationship between the 2 families is okay, and there are many business cooperations. Before, The cultivators of the Z family also took the initiative to greet Lu Pingyan. However, the two parties nodded, clasped their fists and said hello, and then went up the mountain separately without much chat. The Z family should be preparing to ambush the scattered cultivators and lone cultivators here, Lu Mingfang said in a low voice. In any case, it has nothing to do with us. Lu King shook his head gently. After several people entered Qingyun Mountain, the purple mist was floating, hazy, and it was impossible to see too far away. I wonder if the soul perception of the filthy god insect is still useful here. Lu Chen's mind moved slightly, and he communicated with the filthy god insect in the sea of consciousness. The next moment, the soul perception of the filthy god insect was added to him, and the whole person entered a state of emptiness and mystery. In his mind, it was like a spider web spreading in all directions, and any slight movement, even the sound of insects and ants crawling, could be heard. The soul perception of the filthy god insect is not affected by the mist of Qingyun Mountain. Lu Chensha was surprised and surprised. You know, it was foggy here, and he could only see 3 or 4 feet away with his naked eyes. Any further would be very blurry. But the soul perception of the filthy god insect was not affected at all, and it could see 13 feet away. Doesn't that mean that I can completely rely on the soul perception of the filthy god insect to fight against others while the enemy is in the dark? Then use the iron fire ants to attack directly. Lu Chensha thought to himself, and thought of an excellent way to fight. But he just thought about it. The filthy god insect is still a larva. It will be a burden for both sides to bless him with soul perception for a long time. And he can't act alone. Holding a map, several people went to several places marked with spiritual medicine to look for spiritual medicine. From time to time, they met some monks on the way. But seeing the number of people, both sides had no intention of taking action and retreated cautiously. Just like this, after exploring for several days and harvesting a lot of spiritual medicine, Lu Qingyan and others suddenly felt something in their hearts, holding their family identity tokens and looking in one direction. It's Yanfei. It's brother Yanfei. Several people showed joy on their faces. For such a long time, there has been no news about Lu Yanfei. It is impossible for them to say that they are not worried. The 6 people entered the secret realm together. Afterwards, one person was missing. They didn't know how to face their eldest brother and father. Now that Lu Yanfei is fine, they naturally let go of their worries. It seems that brother Yanfei was directly teleported to Qingyun Mountain, and then was affected by this place, resulting in the isolation of the token's aura. Lu Mingfang smiled. The 6 of them had a mediocre relationship in their early years. But after training together for more than half a year, they have also accumulated a strong relationship. This Qingyun Mountain is full of dangers. Yanfei is likely to be in danger alone. Let's go and meet him first, Lu Qingyan said directly. Among the 6 people, she is the oldest. So most of the time, her words are the main thing. Okay, Several people had no objection, and walked towards Lu Yanfei through the mysterious induction of the identity token. Damn it. Lu Yanfei didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. After waiting for so long, he finally sensed the aura of Lu Qingyan and others, and thought about going to meet them. Unexpectedly, he met the monks of the Sima family first. Fortunately, he was not hiding in the cave. Otherwise, he would have been caught in a trap. Lu Yanfei was dressed in a messy white brocade robe, looking embarrassed, covered with a layer of watercolored light, and the whole person rushed madly. Bang! At this time, a burly man who was 2 meters tall held a black long stick, and with the force of thunder, he soared into the air and swung the stick at Lu Yanfei. Although the stick hit Lu Yanfei's body shield, the whole man still vomited blood and staggered. Lu Yanfei quickly threw out the last 2 talismans in his hand, and then the spiritual power surged wildly, rushing towards Lu Qingyan and others. Through the identity token aura, he knew that Lu Qingyan and the other 4 were together. As long as he joined them, he would not be afraid of the Sima family monks. Don't let him escape, a cold and beautiful woman shouted. They had been regretful for a long time because Lu King's escaped before. Now that they met Lu Yanfei, it was naturally impossible for him to escape again. At the same time, when Lu Qingyan and the others walked towards Lu Yanfei, they suddenly felt something was wrong. The direction of Lu Yanfei's token suddenly began to move quickly, and this speed was completely different from normal travel. The tokens in their hands appeared, trembling slightly, with a red glow. Not good, Yanfei is in danger. Let's go. Several people looked at each other, no longer cautious, and rushed towards Lu Yunfei. Am I going to die here today? Lu Yunfei was very unwilling. His cultivation has reached the peak of key refining, and his family has arranged for him to build a foundation. As long as he goes back this time, he can prepare to impact the foundation. Moreover, he obtained 3 shining fruits and many spiritual medicines in the secret realm. Even if the foundation fails, he can get a second chance. It can be said that the foundation is already a foregone conclusion for him. Huh? At this moment, Lu Yunfei suddenly felt the 2 tokens were approaching him quickly. He knew that 2 people from Lu Qingyun's side had come first. He looked back at the 3 people who were chasing him frantically, and used all his strength to activate the heavy water condensation art to forcibly suppress his injuries, and then used his spiritual power to the extreme to activate the escape technique. The whole person instantly shot out like a water arrow. But the 3 people still chased him closely. Time passed little by little. Puff. When Lu Yunfei was approached by the burly man again and vomited blood from his mouth after being hit by a stick, a tall silver-armored woman and a ferocious centipede that was a foot tall appeared. Clang. Lu Qingyun's figure rushed out, and the silver spear in her hand collided with the burly man's black long stick. Sparks flew, and clanging sounded. Hiss hiss hiss. The centipede opened its mouth and madly swallowed and spit out heavy poisonous fog. The black poisonous fog and the purple mist in the air were hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. At the same time, a ball of black gravel appeared silently. Chapter 523, The Divine Sword. Shangwen family and the Lu family are annihilated. Be careful. The man in brocade robes from the Sima family immediately reminded them. Although they were confident of their extraordinary strength, but when they really faced the children of the Lu family, they did not underestimate the enemy and were very cautious. The 3 held their breath, sealed their pores with spiritual power to avoid being contaminated by the poisonous mist of the centipede, and then attacked Lu Qingyun together. In the process, the man in brocade robes also crushed a communication talisman, signaling the 3 people behind to come quickly. Black tortoise stick. The tall body of the burly man surged with a thick layer of earthy yellow luster, and he swung it towards Lu Qingyun with great force, exploding layers of sonic booms, with amazing power. The man in brocade robes and the cold and beautiful woman pinched their hands and drove the magic weapon. Dragon snake strike. The silver spear in Lu Qingyun's hand seemed to have a phantom of a dragon and snake, roaring fiercely, and fighting with the iron stick. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The body of the centipede flashed with a faint light, and the poisonous gas was filled, attacking the cold and beautiful woman. The cold and beautiful woman was very alert. She didn't fight head-on, thinking of delaying time and getting rid of Lu Qingyun first. However, just as she was fighting with the centipede, a ball of black gravel suddenly rushed out from the grass, emitting black flames. The woman was shocked and mobilized her spiritual power to shake the gravel away. But the gravel turned into a group of flying ants, which directly broke through her spiritual power, and then the flames exploded, blasting through her body protection shield and falling on her straight and slender legs. Ah! The cold and beautiful woman immediately screamed in pain and her body was unstable. A palm-sized wound appeared on her slender legs, which was charred and blurred, and blood was dripping. She used magic to shake the flying ants away, but she couldn't bounce them away at all. Iron fire ants. The man in brocade robe next to her saw this, his pupils shrank, and his expression was horrified. I didn't expect that the Lu family really had such rare spiritual insects, as the Jin family said. Immediately, he pinched his 5 fingers together, and a cocky handprint appeared, trying to slap these flying ants away. He had perfect control over his magic and did not hurt the cold and beautiful woman. However, the iron fire ants were invulnerable to swords and guns, and were not affected by water or fire, so it was difficult for them to cause harm to the same level. The dozens of iron fire ants that were slapped away were glowing with scorching flames, and flew towards the cold and beautiful woman, gnawing at her flesh and blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, the centipede kept approaching, spewing poisonous mist. Under normal circumstances, with a protective spirit shield, it would be difficult for such poisonous mist to erode them. But the cold and beautiful woman's spirit shield was broken by the iron fire ants, and her spiritual power was disordered. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's long spear was like a dragon, picking up the iron stick of the burly man in front of her, and the whole person suddenly shot out and killed the cold and beautiful woman. He wanted to take advantage of the opponent's weakness and kill her first. Black Dragon Stab. Lu Qingyan shouted, and her white palm full of power was covered with light black scales at some point, making the silver spear look like a black dragon with fangs and claws. Thick earth seal. The man in brocade robes at the side pinched his fingers and sacrificed a fist-sized yellow talisman, as heavy as a mountain, blocking Lu Qingyan. Kill. The burly man was furious, thinking that Lu Qingyan dared to despise him so much and let him attack through the flaws, so he killed fiercely. However, at this moment, Lu Qingyan's figure was like a dragon, flying into the air. The second-level low-grade talisman, Thunder and Fire Talisman. Lu Chensha appeared at some point and activated a talisman in his hand. Not good. The man in brocade robes was beating wildly in his heart, and he realized something was wrong in an instant, and activated the talisman with all his strength. He quickly took out a talisman from his arms and activated it to protect himself and the cold and beautiful woman. But in a hurry, the two still vomited blood under the attack of the Thunder and Fire Talisman. Damn it! He looked at Lu Chensha with a cold expression, not noticing that there was another person hiding here. Swoosh, Lu Chensha failed to hide him, and immediately turned around and fled. Qingyun Mountain was shrouded in mist, and Lu Chensha instantly disappeared from the side of the man in brocade robe. At this time, Lu Qingyan turned back, and the long spear in her hand was shining with a sharp light, and she rushed towards the cold and beautiful woman. At this time, the cold and beautiful woman had no power to resist. Puff. The silver spear was sharp, like a black dragon with bared fangs and claws, and it directly pierced her chest. Hiss hiss hiss, the iron fire ants that pounced on her also bit and burned madly at this moment. The cold and beautiful woman vomited blood, her eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness, and she wanted to say something, but her throat was choked, and she kept coughing up blood. With a thump, she fell to the ground. Sister Yu. Seeing this, the burly man and the brocade robe man were furious. But at this time, the burly man's long stick also smashed Lu Qingyan's head, as if to blow her head off. Lu Qingyan dodged the attack, but was still hit on the back. The protective spirit shield dimmed, and she vomited blood, and fell to the ground. Suppress. The man in brocade robe had a ferocious look on his face. He made a seal with both hands, and the talisman was like a small mountain, continuing to suppress Lu Qingyan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The huge body of the centipede was shining with a shiny luster, and the poisonous mist was filled, and it rushed towards the man in brocade robe. The iron fire ant also flew towards the man in brocade robe. With a lesson of the cold and beautiful woman just now, the man in brocade robe did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength to activate the protective spirit light and activated another protective talisman. Bang! The burly man was fierce and powerful. He swung a stick at the centipede, and then his body burst out and killed Lu Qingyan. Swish, 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 but in the hazy mist, crossbow arrows shot at him, buying Lu Qingyan some breathing time. Sister Yan, hurry up, their people may arrive first. In the hazy mist, Lu Chensha supported Lu Yanfei and said to Lu Qingyan through voice transmission. Through the filthy insect, he vaguely felt a slight movement in the distance. It didn't sound like a monster, but the sound of human footsteps. There were a total of 6 people from the Sima family this time, and only 3 people now, and there are still 3. 2 against 2, he is sure to kill the other party. But if it's 2 against 5, it will be dangerous. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan did not hesitate and immediately activated a divine wind talisman and flew towards Lu Chensha. After this trip to the secret realm, she has seen that this brother is very hidden and his strength is extraordinary. Not to mention the 800 iron fire ants. Just this kind of insight into the opportunity, the ability of divine consciousness to transmit sound is amazing. You know, Qingyun Mountain is shrouded in mist, not only the vision is blocked, but also the spiritual power is interfered. Means like sound transmission cannot be used if there is a little distance. But Lu Chensha was not affected at all, which shows that his divine consciousness is extraordinary, or he has some rare treasure. Want to leave? The man in brocade robe and the burly man shouted at them. They failed to snipe the Lu family, and now they have been killed by the other side. How could they give up? And the people will be here soon, how could they let the 2 escape? Sister Yan, you take brother Yanfei away first, I will hold them back. Lu Chensha said with a crossbow magic weapon in his hand. Be careful. Lu Qingyan knew that she couldn't be indecisive at this time. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and ran away with Lu Yanfei on her back. As long as she dragged her people to her side, she would not be afraid of them. Lu Chensha did not fight head-on. While retreating, he interfered with the centipede and the iron fire ant. The two people from the Sima family were not simple. Especially the burly man. Like Lu Qingyun, he was a physical cultivator and directly confronted Lu Chensha's harassment offensive. While the iron stick was dancing wildly, he killed dozens of his iron fire ants, which made Lu Chensha feel distressed. However, the man in brocade robe and the burly man were also very frustrated in such a battle. They dared not have any flaws, for fear of being entangled by the iron fire ants. At this time, the other three people of the Sima family came. Seeing that one of their own people had died, they were all very angry. Kill this kid's spirit beast and iron fire ants first. The five people immediately decided to kill the centipede and the iron fire ants first. Not good. Lu Chensha, through the sole perception of the evil god insect, hurriedly signaled the centipede to retreat and let the iron fire ants contain it. If the centipede was killed, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Bang bang bang, under the attack of the five people, the centipede was like a target, screaming in pain, and the black shell of its body was damaged. Transfer. Lu Chensha immediately threw out a leg that he had cut off from the centipede in his early years. Then he performed the magic formula and moved the centipede back at the cost of this leg. The five people looked surprised. They didn't expect that Lu Chensha knew the art of beast control, just like the beast control Su family. This art can only be mastered by ordinary foundation building cultivators, but Lu Chensha mastered it when he was in the key refining stage. This boy has iron fire ants and masters this art. He is definitely not an ordinary Lu family disciple. The Sima family cultivators were murderous. Seeing Lu Chensha running away, they immediately killed the retreating iron fire ants. Although these iron fire ants were powerful, they were still larvae. Under the attack of the five people, casualties occurred immediately. Let's go. Lu Chensha was very distressed when he saw nearly 100 iron fire ants dead. But this was not the time to feel distressed. The method of changing positions consumed a lot of energy for him and the centipede. Almost half of the spiritual power in his body was drained. He quickly activated a talisman and rushed towards Lu Qingyun, Lu Kings and others. Chase. The five Sima family members were aggressive and murderous. They also activated the communication talisman with the Jin family, preparing to hunt the Lu family together with the Jin family. Chensha, are you okay? After a while, Lu Qingyun, Lu Kings, Lu Mingfang and others came together and looked at Lu Chensha, who looked a little pale, and asked with concern. I'm fine, but I'm a little exhausted. Lu Chensha waved his hand and said quickly, the Sima family will come soon. Should we fight or avoid them? He has the evil god insect and can sense some movements. There are only 5 of them and 8 of us. Why should we be afraid of them? And the Sima family is clearly going to snipe us this time. If we don't kill them now, they will still come to cause trouble, or even ask for help. Lu King said coldly. He was attacked by Sima monks as soon as he entered the secret realm, and he was still holding his breath. Yes, if the Jin family knew that the Sima family was causing trouble for us, they would definitely get involved. Lu Mingfang also said in a deep voice. In that case, then fight. Lu Qingyun glanced at the unconscious Lu Yanfei and said coldly. Just now she checked Lu Yanfei's condition. He was seriously injured, and most of his bones were broken. If the Sima family hadn't fought desperately and didn't want to spend too much to kill Lu Yanfei would have died. With his current injuries, he can only go home and recuperate slowly. Okay. Lu Chensha told a few people about the general situation of the Sima family, and then arranged a simple battle plan. Not long after, 5 people from the Sima family came. Seeing Lu Qingyun, Lu Kings, Lu Mingfeng, and Lu Ziyan ready for battle, they were very cautious and looked for Lu Chensha's location. Lu Chensha had left a deep impression on them just now. Especially a group of iron fire ants, which was simply impossible to defend against. The Sima family is really afraid that Chensha will attack secretly. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun held a silver spear and killed directly, with a majestic momentum. Lu Kings, Lu Mingfeng, and Lu Ziyan also took action one after another, and didn't say much to the Sima family at all. Such a decisive move made the Sima family even more fearful, worrying that the Lu family would set an ambush. Retreat. The Sima family leader's eyes narrowed slightly and chose to retreat. Both sides had 5 people. Although Lu Qingyun and Lu Chensha had consumed a lot of energy, they were not on their prime. In this situation, even if they could kill a few people from the Lu family, their own family would suffer heavy losses. Kill. However, just as they were about to retreat, Lu Chenxia and the 3 people from Qingzhu Mountain came to kill them. Although the 3 people from Qingzhu Mountain were relatively weak in combat power, they controlled the puppets to intercept at this time and did not attack head-on. Not good. The Sima family cultivator looked horrified. He did not expect that in addition to Lu Chenxia, the Lu family had helpers. The man in brocade robe was caught by Lu Chenxia, and the iron fire ant flew out, his chest was charred and exploded, and his flesh and blood were blurred. Swoosh, 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 Lu Chenxia released his other 2 pairs of iron-back mantises. Although these 2 pairs of mantises were only in the late stage of the first stage. But 2 pairs, with the help of the mist of Qingzhu Mountain now, killed people invisibly. Be careful. A Sima family monk with keen senses noticed the 2 iron-back mantises, and the magic fan in his hand surged, raising a blazing fire cloud. Boom boom boom. Faced with the sudden attack of the Lu family, the Sima family was instantly defeated. However, all of them who came to the Qingzhu secret realm were extraordinary, and they all had talismans and magic tools. One of them directly threw out a handful of round beads, which contained 3 yin lazy. Although the yin lazy was not as powerful as the yuan lazy, and not as convenient as the talismans, it was also extraordinary. In a hurry, Lu Mingfang and a Qingzhu Mountain disciple were injured. Let's go. The Sima family monk who was in the lead was very fierce. He attacked together with a burly man, and the magic was bombarded, forcing Lu Qingyun and Lu Kings to retreat step by step. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Chenxia saw the opportunity and made the iron fire ant condense like a black spear, and suddenly killed a wounded Sima family monk. Puff. The Sima family monk's chest was splattered with blood, his heart exploded, and he fell to the ground. Lu Chenxia, I will kill you. The seriously injured man in brocade clothes looked in the direction of Lu Chenxia and shouted sternly. In the 2 battles today, it was this Lu Chenxia who sneaked in and interfered, causing the death of their side. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhiyan shot a 2nd-level talisman at him, knocking him flying, his body charred, and then he was completely killed by the iron fire ants. Go. The Sima family monk who was in the lead saw this situation, his eyes were bloodshot. But he still shot a 2nd-level talisman, forced Lu Qingyun and others to retreat, and chose to escape. Sister Yan, don't chase the desperate enemy. Lu Chenxia saw that the remaining 3 people were not simple. If they continued to fight, the other party would fight to the death, and they would also pay a heavy price. Yet, Lu Qingyun nodded. She was injured before and was not suitable for a protracted battle. Mingfeng, Chenglang, are you all right? Lu Kings looked at the other 2 and asked with concern. The fire poison has entered the body, and it takes some time to recuperate. Lu Mingfang took out a pill from the storage bag and swallowed it. His back was burnt black, blood was dripping, and his face was pale. Although the yin lazy exploded slowly, it was very easy to be affected. Another Qingzhu Mountain disciple also had half of his chest covered in blood and flesh, and he applied medicine to stop the bleeding. Let's find a place to recover first. Lu Kings nodded and said immediately. Several people put away the storage bags of the 2 Sima family monks who had just died, and then found a small cave to meditate and regulate their breathing. Did fellow Sima meet the Lu family monks? The 3 Sima family monks who escaped meditated for a long time and waited for the 5 Jin family members. However, one of the 5 Jin family members was seriously injured when they were searching for spiritual medicine, and only 4 of them had the ability to fight at this time. That's right. Bihu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain have already converged. They set up an ambush before. But the Lu family is also in a serious situation now. 1 person is unconscious, 2 are seriously injured, and the others are slightly injured. The spirit beast of the one called Lu Chenxia cannot be used, and it consumes a lot of energy. The Sima family cultivator said this in a cold voice. Although the Lu family also suffered a loss. But no one in the Lu family has died yet. Fellow Taoist Sima, we can't be sure whether your words are true or false. If you want us to take action, you can, but you have to give us enough compensation for this trip. The Jin family cultivator said so. Before, they asked the Sima family to cooperate, but the other party was unwilling. Now that the other party is asking them to cooperate, it is naturally impossible to agree easily, and the other party needs to pay a price. You. The burly man of the Sima family immediately showed anger when he heard this. Okay, as long as you can kill 3 people from the Lu family, name a price. The Sima family cultivator who led the group raised his hand and said directly, "Now that the Lu family has killed 3 people from the Sima family, they must kill at least 3 people from the Lu family before they can go back to explain." 3 days later, in a valley in Qingyun Mountain, the Sima family, the Jin family and the Lu family met, and a battle broke out between the two sides. According to the combat power, the Sima family and the Jin family would be a little better than the Lu family at this time. But the Jin family and the Sima family were unwilling to use their trump cards, and they took risks on their side, resulting in uneven cooperation. In the end, the two sides stopped fighting, and both sides were injured, but no one died. "Sister Yan, how are you?" Lu Qingzhu supported Lu Qingyun and said with concern. Lu Qingyun is a body-refining cultivator, and she rushed to the front in every battle. She was seriously injured in this battle just now. "Let's go and find a place to rest," Lu Qingyun said immediately with a pale face. Just now, she made a lot of noise, which might attract the attention of others. Just as she walked out of the valley and prepared to open a cave here to rest. "Oh, it seems that you are lucky. Hand over all the storage bags." A tall and straight figure with a long sword on his back and a sharp breath came. Behind him, there were 3 cultivators with the same attire and long swords. The divine sword Qingyun family. Seeing these people, Lu Qingyun and others all had their pupils shrink, recognizing which force these people came from. One of the 3 major giant families in Jiang State, the divine sword Qingyun family. It is rumored that the first-generation ancestor of the Qingyun family was the son of a head of the Qingyun Sect. This person is gifted, but he does not like swordsmanship, and gave up swords to practice swords. However, this person is really famous in Jiang State for sword cultivation, and established the divine sword Qingyun family, which has been passed down for thousands of years. The children of the Qingyun family all sacrificed a lifelong treasured sword, which is somewhat similar to the sword cultivation of the Qingyun Sect, and has strong combat power. "I am Lu Qingyun from Qingzhu Mountain. I have met all the Taoist friends of the divine sword family. These are some of our gifts." Lu Qingyun signaled Lu Chensha and others to be careful, then bowed and said very politely, throwing a storage bag of spiritual medicine in her arms to the other party. Although there are only 4 people on the other side. But they are in poor condition and injured, so it is not appropriate to conflict. Moreover, as a sword cultivation family, the Qingyun family has a mentality similar to the sword cultivation of the Qingyun Sect, domineering and warlike. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I said hand over all the storage bags. The leading monk from the Qingyun family said in a cold voice, with a bit of condescension. Is Dao too overbearing? Lu Qingzhu and others heard this, their faces suddenly turned cold, and they spoke. Even though the Qingyun family is extraordinary, they are willing to hand over some spiritual medicines, which is already a loss. Clang. Then as soon as the words came out, the Qingyun family member drew his long sword. Lightning patterns intertwined on the blade, and a purple electric blade burst out, slashing towards Lu Qingzhu. Clang. Lu Qingyun held his spear horizontally, and the whole person staggered back a few steps, and his blood and ki surged. This person is very powerful. Even when she was at her peak, she didn't dare to say that she could beat the other party. I'll count to 3 and give you one last chance. 3. The Qingyun family cultivator held a purple thunder longsword in his hand, his posture was upright and proud, his eyes were indifferent, and he said in a cold voice. Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha and others heard the words, their faces were ugly, and they looked at each other, and they all saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Especially Lu Yanfei. He had the most abundant harvest this time. If he handed it all over, it could be said that he was completely making wedding clothes for others. But if he didn't hand over the spiritual medicine at this time, the other party would definitely kill him with such a posture. 2. Do you think you can defeat me? Even though we are injured now, but... Lu Qingyun saw that he was unwilling to hand over all the spiritual medicines, and said aloud, not wanting to be too passive. Clang clang clang. Hearing the words, several Qingyun family disciples all drew their long swords, with a mighty and domineering momentum. Lu Qingyun and others felt a sharp knife aura in the air. Sister Yan. Lu Chensha took a step forward and shook his head slightly at Lu Qingyun, indicating that it was a good way to avoid disaster. He already knew that Lu Yanfei had used the substitute talisman shortly after entering the secret realm. If he did it, Lu Yanfei would not be able to escape. Moreover, the 3 people from Qingzhu Mountain were not like them, with substitute talismans to protect their lives. Although the harvest in the secret realm was important, there was no need to lose their lives here for the harvest. After returning, if his father knew that they died for the harvest, he would be very disappointed. Okay. Through his performance over the past few days, Lu Qianxia has already gained a certain prestige in their hearts. Hearing this, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed, handing the spiritual medicine storage bag to Lu Qianxia. However, when the Shangguan family cultivator saw this scene, he just said in a cold voice, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I said all the storage bags, and your own storage bags." As soon as these words came out, Lu Qianxia and others' already ugly faces completely turned cold. Handing over most of the harvest was already their biggest setback. If they handed over their own storage bags, they would be completely reduced to fish in the Ziao secret realm. Especially Lu Qianxia. If he handed it over like this, would he have to hand over his pet bag and insect nest bag as well? Sister Yan, you take Yunfei and the others to go first. Brother Zhen, Sister Ziyan, we'll stay here to cover you. Lu Qianxia said to them with a cold face. He was preparing to escape through the substitute talisman later. Humph, you really don't want to drink a toast, and you won't cry until you see the coffin. The monk of the Shangguan family saw this and said coldly, and attacked together. The four of them dared to be so domineering, so they naturally had confidence in their own strength. They were all at the peak of key refining and could impact the foundation building. This time they entered the secret realm to sharpen their sword intent. Sister Yan, let's go. Lu Qianxia's beast secret was running, and it seemed that there was a roar of thousands of beasts galloping in his body. The iron fire ants under his feet burned like a ball of fire cloud, gradually covering his hands. The fact that he didn't attack directly before didn't mean that he had no fighting power in the front. It's just that in comparison, it's more advantageous for him to attack in secret. But now Lu Qingyan is seriously injured. If he wants to buy time, he must stand up. Mingfeng, you take Yunfei away. Lu Qingyan signaled Lu Mingfeng to take Lu Yunfei and the three people from Qingzhu Mountain to leave. If there were only Lu Qianxia and the other three people, they would not be able to stop the four people from the Shangguan family for long. Okay. Lu Mingfeng gritted his teeth and responded, taking Lu Yunfei and the three people from Qingzhu Mountain to quickly pull away. Boom boom boom, Lu Qianxia and the other four had consumed too much energy and were injured, so they were no match for the four people from the Shangguan family. However, they were just buying time for Lu Mingfeng, Lu Yunfei and the others, relying on puppets and talismans on their bodies to fight. The four people from the Shangguan family saw that Lu Qianxia and the others were deliberately delaying time, and they were suspicious. They suspected that Lu Mingfeng and the others had some valuables on them, so they sent one person to chase after Lu Mingfeng and the others. Kill. Lu Qingyan's face was pale, and she forcibly suppressed her injuries. The silver spear in her hand was shining with a cold luster, intercepting this person. But just when he was distracted, he was slashed by a monk from the Shangguan family, his armor was broken, and a blood mark appeared on his snow-white back. Roar. Lu Qianxia roared, like a beast's roar, deafening, making the monk from the Shangguan family slightly dazed. Then he slapped out with his palm, like a tiger out of a cage, and the iron fire ants on his palm flew out instantly. Ah! You are looking for death? The monk from the Shangguan family roared in pain, his chest was bloody, and his body was full of sword energy, trying to kill the iron fire ants. Explode. Seeing this, Lu Qianxia's eyes showed a fierce look, and he directly chose to self-destruct the 100 iron fire ants. After the iron fire ants are cultivated to maturity, a rare material refining crystal can be extracted. Although his iron fire ants have not been cultivated to this point, they can also directly detonate the fire crystals in their bodies. Bang bang bang, the subtle explosion sounded, causing the Shangguan family monk's chest to instantly burn with fire poison. Black blood splashed, and he roared in pain. However, a bracelet on his hand immediately burst into green light, healing the wound. Puff. Seeing this, a person next to him hurriedly slashed at Lu Qianxia. Fortunately, Lu Qianxia had a divine worm, which made him sensitive. He relied on the iron fire ant to reduce most of the power of the knife, but he still felt uncomfortable, and his blood was boiling. Even if I die here today, I will kill one of you. Lu Qianxia's eyes were fierce and he said cruelly. He knew that he and others could not last in such a fight. It would be better to fight to the death so that they would not dare to confront each other. Kill. In an instant, the four siblings rushed towards the person who was seriously injured by Lu Qianxia. Humph, you have some strength, but that's all, it's not enough. The leading monk of the Qingyun family stood in front, with a domineering aura, and the long sword in his hand burst out with purple lightning knife energy, crisscrossing and burning financial iron, and slashed towards Lu Ziyan. Buzz! With this knife, Lu Ziyan's substitute talisman was directly activated, wrapped her and shot out, leaving a puppet in the place. Substitute puppet. The monks of the Qingyun family looked suspicious, not understanding what was going on. Is this woman a puppet in disguise? This is absolutely impossible. If a substitute puppet can be used by some means, the person should be nearby. They looked at Lu Chensha, Lu Qingyun, and Lu Kings with suspicion. Without any hesitation, they continued to kill the three. Puff. After several rounds, Lu Kings was also defeated and showed a flaw. Although it was not fatal and the substitute talisman was activated, most of his chest was broken and blood was gushing out. A's, go. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun immediately signaled him to leave. Lu Kings did not hesitate and immediately used the substitute talisman of the Sea of Consciousness. Immediately, he was wrapped by a mysterious force, leaving a puppet on the spot and disappearing with a bang. Huh? The Qingyun family was surprised and didn't expect Lu Kings to have such an amazing method. At this moment, they probably knew why the four dared to stay behind. Bang, bang, bang. After several rounds, seeing that Lu Mingfang and the others should have escaped safely, Lu Chensha looked at the Qingyun family monks fiercely and said in a cold voice, "Today's matter is not over yet." After that, he looked at Lu Qingyun and said, "Sister Yan." Well, Lu Qingyun's injuries were very serious at this time and could not be delayed any longer. Both of them activated the substitute talisman, and shot out like a rainbow of light, leaving a wooden puppet in the original place. There is a problem with Qingzhu Mountain, a big problem. The leading Qingyun family monk said in a cold voice with a sharp and powerful aura. This kind of puppet method, let alone key refining monks. Even for foundation establishment monks, it is very rare. But now everyone in the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has this method. Aksu, how are you? At this time, he looked at the Qingyun family monk who was half kneeling on the ground with a pale face and asked with concern. Cough, cough, cough. The Qingyun family member coughed up black blood, and felt a burning pain in his chest. He said bitterly, "My 5 internal organs are damaged now, and I can't do anything anymore." If it weren't for the spiritual weapon, he felt that his life force would have been annihilated. But now the situation is also extremely tragic. If there is no magic medicine, timely treatment, I am afraid that he will be half useless. The leading Qingyun family cultivator was silent for a moment, and then said coldly, "Let's contact Fei and the 7th brother, and find the people in Qingzhu Mountain. There must be something wrong with them." Great opportunity. Xiao secret realm, under a cliff. Lu Chensha looked at Xiao Mountain, his eyes were full of fierceness. The 6 of them came to Xiao secret realm, this time mainly to experience and get good results. As a result, they were almost destroyed. If it weren't for the substitute talisman given by his father, they would have become dead souls under the knife. Of course. If it weren't for the substitute talisman, he wouldn't choose to fight to the death to cover the rear. If my father knew, he would be disappointed in me. What Lu Chensha was most worried about was not other things, but his father's disappointment in him after he returned. After all, when he went to the secret realm, his father gave him the strange insect of the filthy god insect, hoping that he would perform well in the Xiao secret realm. As a result, it turned out like this. Qingyun family. Lu Chensha looked cold and clenched his fists. Relying on his current strength, it would be difficult to settle accounts with the Qingyun family, the Jin family, and the Sima family. The only way is to break through the foundation. But the Xiao secret realm is affected by the heaven and earth. Unless there are native monsters in the secret realm, it is difficult for outsiders to break through. And there is only half a month left in the secret realm, which is not enough time to break through, unless... Lu Chensha's face was cloudy. There are many techniques in the beast formula. Among them, there is a technique that is similar to the technique of fusion. But unlike the technique of fusion, this technique is to break through the realm by sacrificing the natal spirit beast and improve oneself. If he sacrifices the centipede, he may be able to quickly break through the foundation. Even if there is no breakthrough, the combat power will be improved by 1 level, comparable to the foundation. Just doing this is equivalent to cutting off the path to the Tao. Breakthrough, or... Lu Chensha looked tangled. This is a gamble. If he goes back like this, his father will be disappointed. But if he breaks through by force, kills the Qingyun family, the Sima family, and the Jin family, and returns home to give his father a satisfactory answer, he may be rewarded and rebuild his foundation. Huh? At this moment, the evil god insect in Lu Chencha's sea of consciousness sent a wave of fluctuations, telling him that there is a dangerous aura coming this way. Danger. Lu Chencha immediately operated the skills, restrained his breath, and then blessed himself with the evil god insect, carefully climbing the cliff. After a while, he heard a rustling and harsh sound. I saw a strange spider that was about 10 feet tall, covered with dark hair all over its body, as if it was blending into the night. The spider seemed to be attracted by Lu Chencha's breath, and its 8 shiny, spear-like spider legs moved rapidly, piercing the ground with each one. Second-level ghost face soul-devouring spider. Lu Chencha saw the black and white stripes on the spider's abdomen, like a strange and terrifying ghost face, and the 8 ghost eyes glowing with dim light flickering, like a captivating black hole. He immediately recognized what kind of monster this was. The top-level monster of the Earth rank, the ghost face soul-devouring spider. Not only does it have a hard shell and extremely penetrating spider spears, but it also has a very terrifying ghost face. The 8 eyes of the ghost face can cause soul attacks on people. It feeds on the souls of other creatures and is extremely cruel. Soul attack. Lu Chencha saw this ghost face soul-devouring spider, and a terrifying thought suddenly surged in his mind. Chapter 524, Ghost-Faced Soul-Eating Spider, Horizontal Push Mode. This ghost-faced soul-eating spider should be in the early second stage. I wonder if the filthy godworm can withstand its soul attack. Lu Chencha thought to himself. In addition to the soul perception, the filthy godworm has another ability, which is to feed on the soul and mental thoughts. Once it encounters a consciousness attack, it will release the filthy god poison to pollute the source of the attack. If he can pollute this ghost-faced soul-eating spider through the filthy godworm, and then take the opportunity to subdue it, then he will have the strength to settle accounts with the Jin family, Sima family, and Qingyun family. Are you sure? Lu Chencha asked the filthy godworm. The filthy godworm is still a larva, and he doesn't know whether the other party can pollute the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. Buzz, the filthy godworm in the sea of consciousness conveyed a sense of hunger and desire. Lu Chencha immediately understood what it meant. It wants to eat this ghost-faced soul-eating spider. Okay. Lu Chencha immediately pinched a talisman in his hand. Then he released the centipede from the spirit pet bag, indicating that if he was in danger, he would help block a knife and take him away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This movement instantly made the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider look at Lu Chencha, roaring and shrill. The 8 ghost eyes were shining with a breathtaking light. Lu Chencha knew that if he met the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, he must not look it in the eye. But at this time, he looked directly into the 8 ghost eyes. Buzz! In an instant, an extremely evil spiritual thought wave burst out from the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider. The 8 ghost eyes seemed to be interweaving a net of heaven and earth, and the hideous ghost faces and vortex black holes rushed towards him and drilled into the spiritual sea of consciousness. Even though Lu Chencha had already given birth to spiritual consciousness, he was still in a trance at this moment, as if he was facing some great terror, and there were spider silks that were going to hook his soul away. However, at this moment, boom! Lu Chencha felt a terrifying spiritual thought suddenly released in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Filthy. Turbid. Dirty. Polluted everything. If the soul attack of the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider is cold and strange, it is breathtaking. Then the power of the filthy godworm in his sea of consciousness is the ultimate pollution, filthy everything. Buzz buzz buzz. After the filthy godworm blocked the spiritual impact of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider, it followed this spiritual thought and transmitted the turbid and filthy toxins to the source at lightning speed. That's it. Lu Chencha opened his eyes and saw the ghost-faced soul-eating spider wailing in the distance. He was a little confused and caught off guard. He knew that the filthy godworm was sure. But this method was too amazing. Question mark. It was so terrifying. Hiss hiss hiss. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider's body trembled wildly, wailing with a sharp and piercing sound, and black shadows floated out of its body. This is the soul of the monster. The soul devoured by the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. And the hunger and desire of the filthy godworm came from these souls. The next moment, a strange and creepy suction force that only targeted the soul surged out of his sea of consciousness and absorbed these black shadows. Zzz. Lu Chencha could clearly feel that after the filthy godworm absorbed the soul light ball, it felt satisfied and happy. Then it grew at an extremely fast speed. Then, the soul communicated and a message came. The filthy godworm said that he could subdue the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. But he hoped that the ghost-faced soul-eating spider would give him souls to eat in the future. No problem. Lu Chenxia said happily. He had just thought about contaminating it with the filthy god poison first, and then forcibly subduing the ghost-faced soul-eating spider through the blood contract of life and death. But he didn't expect that he didn't need to do it himself. The contaminating toxins of the filthy godworm directly made the ghost-faced soul-eating spider lose its combat effectiveness. It would be great if the filthy god poison of the filthy godworm could attack actively. Lu Chenxia said with some regret. If it could attack actively, he could completely kill the foundation building with the filthy god poison. Buzz, the filthy godworm transmitted a spiritual thought, indicating that it was still a larva and had not matured. As long as there were enough souls, it could continue to grow and have other abilities. Don't worry, I will definitely feed you. Lu Chenxia said immediately. Then he stepped forward cautiously and looked at the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider. As the soul in its body was absorbed by the filthy godworm, the breath of this ghost-faced soul-devouring spider decreased slightly. Lu Chenxia knew that it was the filthy godworm that was polluting and suppressing the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider. After all, this ghost-faced soul-devouring spider was a second-level demon beast. Even if he practiced a beast art, which could suppress all beasts, it was a bit difficult. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Lu Chenxia drew the blood contract, this ghost-faced soul-devouring spider not only did not resist, but even had the intention of actively surrendering. Under the influence of the pollution of the filthy god poison, its mind was already confused. Its spiritual perception was ignorant, and its instinctive evil thoughts were suppressed. Buzz. The process went very smoothly. Lu Chenxia made a beast art contract in the mind of this ghost-faced soul-devouring spider. Boom. In an instant, the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider and Lu Chenxia formed an invisible aura. A surge of heat flowed into Lu Chenxia's body, limbs and bones. Beast art, taming all beasts. You can increase the power of your art by contracting spirit beasts. And through the contracted spirit beast, improve your talent, foundation, and potential. With a 1,000-legged centipede, the filthy god insect, and other earth-level blood spirit beasts, there would be no more improvement for Lu Chenxia. But this ghost-faced soul-eating spider not only has the top blood of the earth level, but is also a second-level demon beast. At this moment, it directly brought Lu Chenxia a significant improvement. Boom boom boom, the strange and mysterious vitality energy surged in Lu Chenxia's body, baptizing his body again and again. Make the body radiant, flesh, blood, internal organs, and bones, all constantly improved. Lu Chenxia immediately sat cross-legged, took out several rare spiritual medicines from the storage bag and swallowed them, and practiced the exercises, and began to guide this power to baptize the whole body. I don't know how long it took, but this power finally poured into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows and nourished Lu Chenxia's soul. For a long time, Lu Chenxia opened his eyes were deep, and the whole person seemed a little ethereal. After the baptism of the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, his physical body, cultivation, foundation, and spiritual consciousness have all been further improved, and he can impact the foundation building at any time. Moreover, his spiritual power consumption and physical fatigue have been swept away, and the whole person is full of energy and strength. Qingyun family, I'm coming. Lu Chenxia's eyes are shining with a cold luster. With a second-level ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, he now wants to seek revenge on the Jin family, Sima family, and Qingyun family. However, he is very worried about the situation of Lu Qingyun, Lu Kings and others. In the previous battle, he was the least injured among all the people. Like Lu Kings, a knife in the chest almost injured his 5 internal organs, and I am afraid that it will not be healed in the short term. If he is moved and encounters danger again, his life will be in real danger. Let's go. Lu Chenxia raised his palm lightly, rewarded the centipede with a few spiritual medicines, and took back the spiritual pet bag. Then he took a step, stood on the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, looked at the family token in his hand, and signaled it to rush in a direction. This ghost-faced soul-eating spider was contaminated by the filthy godbug, and there were also some sequelae. Compared with other second-level monsters, it is much more stupid and spiritually ignorant. I don't know if it can recover in the future. Lu Chenxia thought to himself. The 8 spear-like spider legs of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider moved rapidly, bringing a series of phantoms and quickly flew out. Lu Ziyan was lucky after being transported away by the relocation talisman. He happened to meet the monks of the Mo family in Timulan. The two families are friendly, and seeing that Lu Ziyan is alone, the three Mo family monks are very happy to have Lu Ziyan join. Lu Ziyan is the daughter of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. If they can gain some favor and get married in the future, it will be a good thing for both individuals and families. Moreover, Lu Ziyan is alone and it is impossible for her to compete with them for the spoils. At this time, they encountered a heavenly spirit fruit. When they spent a lot of effort to kill the guardian monster, 5 monks appeared and wanted to snatch this heavenly spirit fruit. Kill. The 3 members of the Mo family were unwilling to give up the heavenly spirit fruit, so they chose to fight. Although Lu Ziyan did not want to fight, he could not leave alone, so he had to fight. At this time, a crisp knocking sound was heard as the two sides fought. In the fog ahead, a huge spider with a dark luster all over its body, a hideous and terrifying face, and a terrifying ghost face appeared on its abdomen, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression. Second-level monster. How could a second-level monster appear here? Seeing this spider, the monks in the field were all horrified. Although there are second-level monsters in the Xiao secret realm, they are very rare. And this ghost-faced soul-eating spider seemed to be attracted by their movements? Buzz buzz buzz, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider's legs and feet moved wildly, and it came in front of one person. The 2 front legs were instantly raised, and the cold light flashed, piercing straight out. At the same time, the ghost face on the abdomen, the 8 ghost eyes glowed with a breathtaking scarlet luster. Puff. Several monks looked dazed, and the person who was attacked was pierced directly in the chest by the spider spear, dying with his eyes wide open. Puff puff puff. At the same time, a figure suddenly rushed out, slapped out with a palm, and the fire exploded, causing a man's back to explode through the heart. And it seemed that there were 4 flying blades in the sleeves, slashing out, harvesting the lives of 2 more dazed people. Chensha. Lu Ziyan saw this figure, with a look of doubt, surprise, and confusion. Never expected that this brother suddenly appeared and killed 3 people instantly. This brother didn't seem to be so fierce before. What's going on? Question mark. She looked at the ghost-faced soul-eating spider with a confused face. In an instant, she realized that she and others had been affected by the spider just now. Wait. This spider, could it be Chensha's? Lu Ziyan was surprised and looked at Lu Chensha in disbelief. I am. The last person woke up, looked at Lu Chensha, with a look of horror, and wanted to beg for mercy by introducing himself. However, before he could finish his words, the iron fire ant and the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider came forward and killed him. Sister Ziyan. At this time, Lu Chensha looked at Lu Ziyan and shouted, and saw that she was fine. Lu Chensha. What? He is a member of the Lu family. This spider? Could it be his spirit beast? Isn't it not possible to bring a second-level spirit beast to the Xiao secret realm? The Mo family cultivators had met Lu Chensha outside the secret realm before, and they all looked at him with suspicion, surprise, and fear. They never expected that the young man who seemed ordinary before would be so fierce. Killed 5 people in an instant. Possessing a second-level demon beast. The hearts of several people were extremely shocked, just like a huge storm, and it took a long time to calm down. Hello, Mr. Lu. They quickly came back to their senses, bowed to Lu Chensha, looked respectful, and even trembled a little. I was alone and happened to meet them, so I thought about looking for Sister Yan and the others together. Lu Ziyan explained. She joined the 3-person team, thinking that they could find Lu Qingyan and others together. Otherwise, she would not dare to wander around Xiao Mountain alone. Oh? Do you want to go with me? Lu Chensha looked at the 3 people and said directly. With a ghost-faced soul-eating spider, he was confident that he could kill the 4 people of the Qingyun family. But he remembered that there were more than 4 people in the Qingyun family. Moreover, the other party was from a Jinden family, and they must have a secret treasure to protect themselves. So he thought of bringing a few more people to avoid accidents and being escaped by them. Very happy. It's honor. Although the 3 people were somewhat reluctant, Lu Chensha's fierce power just now made them full of fear in their hearts, and they nodded in response. You have to think about it. I'm going to hunt down the Jin family, the Sima family, and the Qingyun family. Lu Chensha grinned and said with a fierce look in his eyes. What? The 3 people were shocked. They could understand the Jin family and the Sima family. But what does the Qingyun family mean? Mr. Lu is talking about the divine sword Qingyun family. A cultivator from the Mo family said cautiously. Although there are so many families in Jiang State, many of them are named Qingyun. But when this surname is mentioned, people will think of Qingyun, one of the three major giant families. Not bad. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider devoured the souls of the 5 people. The iron fire ants and the iron-backed mantis gnawed the bodies of the 5 people, and Lu Chenxia put away the storage bags of the 5 people and said casually. This behavior made the 3 people of the Mo family shudder. Could this young master of the Lu family be a cultivator of the magic way? Even Lu Ziyan felt that this younger brother was a little strange at this moment. After entering the secret realm before, this younger brother gradually behaved unusually. Now seeing him again, he is a completely different person. Our Timulan Mo family is headed by Bihoshan, so we are naturally willing to listen to young Master Lu's orders. The 3 looked at each other and said immediately. They were afraid that Lu Chenxia would be unhappy and be killed by him. In that case, let's go. Immediately, Lu Chenxia took the 4 people and continued to rush in one direction. After the filthy god insects obtained soul replenishment, they were no longer as tired and hungry as before, and needed to rest. It can help Lu Chenxia sense the surrounding situation for a long time. In response, Lu Chenxia directly shared the appearance of the Qingyun family, Sima family, and Jin family with the evil god bug. If you catch the traces of the 3 families, tell me immediately. During this process, although Lu Chenxia rushed to the direction of the token's aura, he would go to get involved whenever he heard the fighting. See if the fighters are from the 3 families. Of course, if the other party has bad intentions when he gets involved, he will naturally not be polite. In this way, Lu Chenxia's storage bags gradually increased. It's really a narrow road for enemies. At this time, Lu Chenxia sensed a fighting sound in a direction. Before and after, he sensed that it was the 5 people from the Jin family fighting with a monster. Sister Ziyan, you stay here to prevent them from escaping. Lu Chenxia immediately sent a voice message to Lu Ziyan. At this time, the 2 sides have turned the tables, and the 3 people from the Mo family all obeyed the arrangements of Lu Chenxia and Lu Ziyan. Afterwards, Lu Chenxia walked towards the battle site quietly. He restrained his breath and let the ghost-faced soul-eating spider enter the field first. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider is very rare. Lu Chenxia also knows about it because he follows the way of beast control. Many people, like Lu Ziyan and the Mo family cultivators, don't know the ghost-faced soul-eating spider at all. They don't know that they can't look into the eyes of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. Of course, even if they don't look, they will be attracted and look at it subconsciously. Huh? The Jin family cultivators who had almost killed the monster were all shocked when they saw the ghost-faced soul-eating spider suddenly appear. Unexpectedly, a second-level monster suddenly appeared. If they were in peak condition, the 5 of them would rely on talismans, puppets, and strength to fight against the second-level monster. But these days, not only have their talismans and puppets been almost consumed, but 1 of them was seriously injured, 1 was slightly injured, and 3 were consumed. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider was dark all over, flashing with a soul-stirring and terrifying luster, and rushed towards the Jin family cultivator who was the most seriously injured. Its 2 front legs were like 2 spears, shining with a sharp luster. Qingyun. A Jin family cultivator immediately raised a small shield to block the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. Another Jin family cultivator saw Qingyun's body frozen in place, his eyes dull and his brows slightly furrowed, and then followed his gaze. In an instant, ghost eyes like black holes appeared in front of him, and his sea of consciousness felt cold. Then, countless spider webs drilled into his sea of consciousness, trying to hook away his soul. Puff, puff, puff. Then, at this moment, the iron fire ant feather and the iron-backed mantis appeared, killing the 2 instantly. Iron fire ant. Iron-backed mantis. Lu Chenxia. The Jin family cultivators saw the iron fire ant and the iron-backed mantis and immediately exclaimed. They knew that this was Lu Chenxia's spiritual pet. This person was extremely insidious. Before, a cultivator of their Jin family died and suffered serious injuries, all thanks to Lu Chenxia. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider immediately turned around and rushed towards them, lowering its head and roaring. The sound was extremely harsh, as if a blade was scraping back and forth in the brain. It made their heads ache, and they subconsciously looked at the ghost-faced soul-eating spider's ghost-faced eyes. Swoosh, the thin Lu Chenxia walked out of the mist, and then a flying knife suddenly slashed out. Puff puff puff. Another Jin family cultivator was attacked and killed by Lu Chensha. Go. Hurry up. The other two Jin family cultivators looked terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. They quickly bit their tongues, activated the talisman, threw out the yin lazy, and ran away madly. Can you get away? Lu Chensha laughed in a low voice, but did not move forward, lest they jump over the wall and hurt themselves. He signaled the ghost-faced soul-eating spider and the iron fire ant to kill the two. The two fled in panic, but Lu Ziyan and the three people from the Mo family were waiting outside and rushed out directly. Under the pincer attack from the front and back, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider and the iron fire ant came, and the iron-backed mantis suddenly appeared. After several rounds, the two fell down with unwillingness and death. Even if he died, he couldn't figure out why Lu Chensha had changed so much and actually had a second-level monster. In this battle, the eyes and voice of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider were all indiscriminate attacks, which affected Lu Ziyan and the three members of the Mo family every time. As a result, the three members of the Mo family were extremely afraid of this ghost-faced soul-eating spider, and they were terrified. They couldn't figure out where Lu Chensha got such a terrifying monster. Haha, let's go. After a while, Lu Chensha dealt with the monsters killed by the Jin family, walked out, turned his head, and felt refreshed, and his depression was reduced a little. Seeing the corpses eaten by the iron fire ants, he suddenly laughed softly, cut off the heads of the 5 people, and then froze them and put them in the storage bag. This behavior frightened the 3 members of the Mo family. I thought to myself, could it be that the other party wanted to take these heads to protest against the Jin family? Although life and death are determined by fate in the Purple Nether secret realm. But if the Jin family knew that their children were all killed by the Lu family, they would probably fight to the death. However, today's action also involved their Mo family. Outside the Purple Nether secret realm, the foundation building cultivator of Jinlong Ridge suddenly felt something and looked at the storage bag. Boom! When he saw that the remaining 5 soul tablets in the storage bag had exploded, he was struck by lightning, his face was pale, and his mind was blank. He took out the soul tablets from the storage bag and looked at the broken soul tablets, still full of disbelief. Why is this happening? After a while, the Jin family cultivator trembled, his eyes were red, and he growled. In the last round of the Purple Nether secret realm, their Jin family's children were wiped out, which caused a lot of impact. And in the past 30 years, their Jin family has suffered a series of blows. The family just welcomed the second fake Dine ancestor, but the previous generation of ancestors was killed by evil cultivators, and the family suffered heavy losses. Because of the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, the development was hindered and the reputation dropped greatly. In recent years, they can only develop in a low profile. It was not easy to wait until the Xiao secret realm was opened, hoping that the children of the family could fight for it and get more resources from it. Unexpectedly, the 6 children of the family were wiped out again. You know, their Jin family has high hopes for this trip. 3 of them are direct lineage geniuses, foundation building seeds. He couldn't help but look at the distance with red eyes, and Lu Pingyan, who was surrounded by 3 black water dragons. I want to know if the death of his children is related to Qingzhu Mountain. After all, their Jin family wants to kill the children of the Lu family, and the Lu family will naturally have murderous intentions for their Jin family. But when he saw Lu Pingyan open his eyes and look at him, he hurriedly lowered his head and dared not look directly. Impossible, even if the children of the Lu family have a trump card in their hands, Qingyun and them. He didn't believe that the Lu family had the strength to kill 5 people from his family. Especially since the 5 people just died at about the same time, they must have encountered some top-level existence. I don't know how Xiaoyan, Yunfei, Chensha and the others are doing. Seeing the Jin family building their foundation like this, Lu Pingyan vaguely guessed what was going on. It must be that the children of the Jin family were in danger in the secret realm. He was also a little worried about the situation of Lu Qingyan and the other 6 and Qingzhu's 4 people. Normally, as long as the 2 families get together, there will be no danger. But in the secret realm, no one can tell. In the Xiao secret realm, Lu Chensha and Lu Ziyan came to a cliff and activated the token. After a while, a pale, silver-armored, and embarrassed woman walked out of a cave. Chensha, Ziyan, Lu Qingyan saw the 2 and immediately opened the formation and shouted in surprise. Sister Yan. Lu Chensha and the others also shouted happily, asking about Lu Qingyan's situation. Lu Qingyan moved very close to Lu Qing's at the time. But when the 2 just met, they were attacked. The two relied on the last talisman and the yin lazy to deter, and then were willing to give the spirit stone, so they managed to escape. But when they found a place to hide, they encountered another monster. Lu King's, who was already seriously injured, fainted in this battle, and now his life is hanging by a thread. Sister Yan, don't worry, there is still time in the Ziyao secret realm, we will kill back. Lu Chensha said so. Then he handed the storage bags to Lu Qingyun, signaling her to heal her wounds quickly, and then check on Lu King's situation. Chensha, you. Lu Qingyun saw this harvest and looked at Lu Chensha with surprise. Although they had gained a lot before, it was not so exaggerated. Sister Yan, Chensha had some adventures and had killed 5 people from the Jin family before. Lu Ziyan glanced at Lu Chensha and said in a low voice. After spending these days together, she was a little afraid of this brother who was extremely low-key and seemed introverted and dull. After all, this brother had come all the way here. The whole person was fierce, like a demon cultivator, and he was completely different from before. What? Lu Qingyun was shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. She naturally knew the strength of the 5 people from the Jin family. Not to mention how powerful they were, but it was not something that Lu Chensha could deal with alone, let alone kill them. Sister Yan, you heal your wounds first, and we will go to the Sima family and the Shangwen family to settle accounts later. Lu Chensha did not explain too much, and signaled the other party to heal first. And said, don't be afraid of waste, heal your wounds as quickly as possible, and he needs your help. Compared with the 3 people from the Mo family, Lu Ziyan, Lu Chensha prefers to cooperate with Lu Qingyun. Not only can his family trust him, but with the other party rushing in front, he can also be more assured to take action. Okay. Lu Qingyun did not say much, sitting cross-legged to heal her wounds, swallowing all the natural materials and treasures that are useful for healing and warming the body, and began to refine them. Lu Chensha gave a few instructions to Lu Ziyan, left a Mo family cultivator, and then took the 2 to find Lu Mingfeng. At that time, Lu Mingfeng took Lu Yunfei and fled with the 3 people from Qingzhu Mountain. Now he didn't know what the situation was. Chapter 525, Crazy Sniping, Killing at the Domain Gate. A day later, Lu Chensha found Lu Mingfeng and his men halfway up Ziyao Mountain. Although they managed to escape, they encountered monsters on the way and were slightly injured. Lu Yunfei, who had woken up, fainted again. So they didn't dare to go out for the past few days and have been hiding here. Let's go meet up with Sister Yan first. Lu Chensha was wearing a green brocade robe, and his skin was very white, almost transparent, giving people a sense of femininity and coldness. Okay. Lu Mingfeng looked at Lu Chensha. He felt that the younger brother in front of him looked and had a different temperament from a few days ago, but he couldn't tell the specific changes. However, after several battles before, he was very convinced of this younger brother. The other party was able to find support so quickly, indicating that the combat power had been restored. In this case, it would be best to go and meet up. Not good. Second-level monster. As soon as they walked out of the cave and saw the ghost-faced soul-eating spider outside, they were immediately shocked and their hair stood on end. No problem, this is my spirit beast. Lu Chensha said so. What? Chensha, is this your spirit beast? Lu Mingfeng and the disciples of Qingzhu Mountain were shocked when they heard this. They looked at Lu Chensha with surprise and astonishment, and then looked at the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, thinking that they were dreaming and hallucinating. I escaped before and got a chance, so I subdued this ghost-faced spider. Lu Chensha gently stroked the hideous spider with his palm and explained simply. This. Lu Mingfeng and others were shocked beyond words. This is really too shocking and too shocking to imagine. You know, wild monsters are ferocious and difficult to tame, and would rather die than surrender to people weaker than themselves. Key refining cultivators subduing second-level monsters are almost only found in some biographies, and are usually treated as stories for fun. But now, Lu Chensha, a key refining cultivator, actually subdued a second-level monster. And this monster is not simple at first glance, it is not a low-level or mid-level monster. If this matter gets out, Lu Chensha's name will probably resound throughout the entire Qingyun territory. Chensha, now that you have a second-level spirit beast, can't we go and seek revenge on the Jin family, the Sima family, and the Shangwen family? Lu Mingfeng was so excited that he said with hatred in his eyes. In the previous battle, they were killed and fled in a panic. If it weren't for the substitute talisman, several people would have died. In this situation, it is impossible for him to say that he is not aggrieved and angry. Moreover, the matter of the substitute talisman is of great importance. If possible, he would naturally want to deal with the Qingyun family, so as not to reveal it and cause trouble for the family. Of course, when Sister Yan recovers, we will find the Sima family and the Qingyun family to settle accounts. Lu Chenxia said in a low voice with murderous intent in his eyes. I'm afraid that Qingzhu Mountain will have another Lu Pingyan, and Lu Wangshu's level of genius will rise. The Qingzhu Mountain disciples next to him looked at the thin Lu Chenxia, full of awe in their hearts, and an idea came to their mind. This time with Lu Mingfeng and the other four, Lu Chenxia did not get involved in the battle with others. He even sensed other cultivators and took the initiative to avoid them. On the one hand, the cultivators who dared to search for spiritual medicine in Qingyun Mountain at this stage basically came from major family forces and had certain strength. On the other hand, Lu Mingfeng and his companions were in average condition, and they were carrying the unconscious and seriously injured Lu Yunfei. A day and a half later, they met with Lu Qingyun. With the filthy god insects and the ghost-faced soul-eating spiders, they did not encounter any danger on the way. Other forces saw the seven of them and sensed the terrifying aura of the ghost-faced soul-eating spiders, so they would not take the initiative to provoke them. Before, the Qingyun family attacked them because they heard the fighting and saw that they were in poor condition, so they took advantage of the situation. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, there would be no deadly hatred, and Qingyu's secret realm would rarely fight to the death. Sister Yan, Sister Ziyan, Mingfeng, you should recover your condition well these days, and try to improve as much as possible. Lu Chenxia looked at the three people and said. As for Lu Qing's and Lu Yunfei, although they relied on spiritual medicine to stabilize the situation, they were still unconscious and could only wait until they returned home to find someone to treat them. Lu Chenxia was not stingy either. He also gave the three people from Qingzhu Mountain and the three people from the Mo family several bottles of elixirs and spiritual medicines, so that they could recover as much as possible and improve their cultivation. He planned to go hunting the Sima family and the Qingyun family with Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfeng later. Lu Yunfei and Lu Qing's would be left to their care. Thank you, Master Chen. The three people from the Mo family were delighted. Although they were doing well in the Mo family, they had to gain enough in the secret realm before they could compete for the qualification to build their foundation. If they relied on spiritual medicines to improve their foundation potential now, they would have a better chance of competing for the foundation pills later. Moreover, Lu Chenxia had already shown the potential of a top-level genius. If they took this opportunity to get close to him, they might be able to rise to the top in the future. Thank you, Master Chen. The three people from Qingzhu Mountain also thanked Lu Chenxia, and then began to meditate. Lu Chenxia looked at the pile of spiritual medicines in his hand, and swallowed several of them himself to improve his cultivation foundation. However, after contracting the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, his cultivation foundation was almost impossible to improve. Although these spiritual medicines were rare, they were of no help to him. Immediately, Lu Chenxia used a bunch of spiritual medicines to feed his own centipede and iron-backed mantis. This behavior made Qingzhu and the Mo family members smack their lips and feel distressed. You know, these spiritual medicines are worth thousands of spiritual stones if they are placed outside. Now that Lu Chenxia is wasting them like this, it is simply a waste of natural resources. Sister Ziyan, you take good care of Yunfei and Brother Zell here. If there is any situation, send us a message as soon as possible. 4 days later, Lu Qingyun not only recovered, but also only half a step away from breaking through the second level of body refining. Lu Chenxia gave some supplies and self-defense items harvested from hunting to Lu Ziyan, and asked her and the 6 people from Qingzhu and the Mo family to hide here and wait for the secret realm to end. Next, it will be handed over to them. Chenxia, Sister Yan, Mingfeng, be careful. Lu Ziyan knew that Lu Yunfei and Lu Qing's needed someone to take care of them, and nodded in response. Mr. Chen, don't worry. The 3 people from Qingzhu and the 3 people from the Mo family said seriously. When they heard that Lu Chenxia was going to hunt the Qingyun family, they were worried and afraid, and some of them didn't dare to go. After all, the Qingzhu family was too intimidating to them. They were afraid of causing trouble for the family. They didn't think they could fight against such Qingzhu family cultivators. Okay. Lu Chenxia didn't say much, and Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfeng left. In order to quickly find the Sima family and the Qingyun family cultivators, Lu Qianxia went forward to ask for directions when he heard the movement. Of course, if he didn't like them, he would kill them directly. With a mental attack of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider, there were not many cultivators who could resist his killing intent in the first round. Puff puff puff, Lu Qianxia looked calm, like harvesting weeds. He killed 4 people in an instant, and the blood dyed the grass red. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider devoured the soul, and the iron fire ant, iron-backed mantis, and centipede gnawed the corpse. Such a scene is simply chilling. Even Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfang were terrified. Qianxia won't be affected by this ghost-faced spider, right? Lu Qingyun looked at Lu Qianxia, who was wearing a green brocade robe, with fair skin and no dust. She felt heavy in her heart and hesitated to speak. In her early memories, this younger brother was dull and taciturn, low-key and ordinary. After entering the Zhiao secret realm, this younger brother gradually showed his extraordinary qualities, but he was still low-key and hesitant. But now, it's like a different person, killing decisively. No, this is no longer killing decisively, but fierce and brutal. Although the world of immortal cultivation is the law of the jungle, but the education of the Lu family still tends to be righteous. If you are not bullied to the head, you will basically not take the initiative to cause trouble. At this time, Lu Qianxia started to kill without a word, killing wantonly, which made her suspect that this younger brother was affected by the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. After all, the appearance of this ghost-faced soul-eating spider is very evil. It is normal for the younger brother Lu Qianxia to be affected by the second-level monster with his key training and pay some price. Qianxia, as long as they are willing to hand over the harvest, there is no need to kill them. Lu Qingyun said. Sister Yan, if we don't do it cleanly, they will inevitably hold a grudge and cause trouble for our family in the future. Lu Qianxia's sea of consciousness is absorbing soul power through the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. He tried to communicate with the filthy god insects and the ghost-faced soul-eating spiders to see if he could find the whereabouts and information of the Qingyun family and the Sima family from the soul memories of these people. However, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider was affected by the filthy god poison and lacked spirituality, so it could not do it. Although the filthy god insect can do it, its efficiency is very low and it is impossible to filter out useful information in a short time. It's better to tell my father later. Lu Qingyun also understood this truth and sighed in her heart. She decided to tell her father about Lu Qianxia's situation after returning to prevent her brother from falling into the devil's way. Lu Daoyao, spare me, we know the Sima family and can send a message to them now. That day, Lu Qianxia and others encountered a family force. Lu Mingfang recognized that this force came from a subsidiary family under the name of Zuanwu Ridge. Faced with the killing of 3 people, the family cultivator immediately begged for mercy, saying that he had the Sima family's communication talisman. Okay, you send a message to the Sima family now, and then I will let you go and give you a heavenly spirit fruit. Lu Qianxia said with murderous intent in his eyes and indifferent expression. Although the family cultivator was worried that Lu Qianxia would go back on his word, he was already scared and didn't dare to bargain at all. He chose to die rather than die, and sent a message to the Sima family. Dao Ialu, I have sent a message to the Sima family. I don't know. After sending the message, the cultivator looked at Lu Qianxia cautiously. Okay, you can go. Lu Qianxia smiled and threw a heavenly spirit fruit. However, just as the 2 people thanked and left excitedly. Puff puff puff, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider and the iron fire ant suddenly rushed out and killed the 2. Qianxia. Lu Qingyun looked at Lu Qianxia with a questioning look in her eyes. In her opinion, since Lu Qianxia promised to let the other party go, why did he kill them like this? Who knows whether their words are true or not? Maybe they will send a message to the Sima family as soon as they leave. And if they walk out of the secret realm alive, the news will spread and may cause trouble. Lu Qianxia said softly. As he killed, he felt that he was becoming more and more indifferent to life. Killing a few people is no different from killing a few ants. Qianxia, your behavior has deviated from the right path. Although Lu Qingyun knew that Lu Qianxia was right, she still sighed. This brother has changed too much? She is worried that he will be affected and fall into the devil's way. Right path. Lu Qianxia paused. Practices to cultivate the mind. Your mind has been affected by your strength. You must control your original mind. Lu Qingyun said euphemistically. With a sharp weapon in hand, the desire to kill arises. Practicing is a process of subduing the heart and tying up the will. In her opinion, Lu Chenxia is now affected by the ghost-faced soul-eating spider, and his heart is out of control and his will is unbridled. Lu Chenxia was startled and his face changed. He himself realized that his mentality had changed inexplicably after entering the Xiao secret realm. After killing someone, the whole person seemed to break free from the shackles. Especially after experiencing one killing after another, people have quietly become ordinary lives in his heart. There is no difference between monsters and ants. Why should I care about this kind of life that can be killed at will? Lu Chenxia thought about his situation in his heart, whether it would lead to easy obsession, the birth of inner demons, and extreme personality. But he felt that this seemed to come from the indifference in his bones and the repression in his early years. Having a strength stronger than ordinary people, but being required to abide by the rules. Now breaking the shackles, resulting in uncontrolled spiritual desires and unbridled release. Lu Chenxia thought so. But he still said to Lu Qingyun, Sister Yan, I will pay attention, but now in the secret realm, special times, do special things. Just know it in your heart. Lu Qingyun did not persuade too much, so as not to cause disgust. In this kind of thing, his words are not convincing. It is estimated that only his father's words can be listened to by Lu Chenxia. At this moment, Lu Qingyun suddenly thought, was it to polish his temper that his father asked Lu Chenxia to raise spiritual beasts in his early years? After the three of them dealt with the battlefield, they began to clean up the harvest and waited for the arrival of the Sima family. Tisk tisk tisk. Lu Mingfeng looked at the storage bags one by one, and couldn't help but sigh that the search for spiritual medicine by himself and others was really not as fast as the robbery. The 6 brothers and sisters entered the secret realm and were busy for so long, and only Lu Yunfei had the most harvest. But now relying on Lu Chenxia's killing, the harvest is directly several times more than before. Sister Yan, this is the diamond grass, which is effective for body refining. I heard that there is also a rare spiritual medicine in this Xiao secret realm, called Golden Bodhisattva Date, which has a clear body and improves the effect of cultivation. If you find it later, maybe you can break through the second level of body refining. Lu Chenxia threw a spiritual grass with a light golden luster to Lu Qingyun and said with a smile. Their harvest this time has exceeded the standard. And many rare spiritual medicines must be handed over to the Immortal Gate. So if he can use it himself, he will definitely prefer to use it himself. If Lu Qingyun's body training breaks through the second level, then hunting down the Shangguan family will be a sure thing. Yet, Lu Qingyun nodded, but she was a little absent-minded. The three waited for almost 2 hours, and finally there was movement. Sister Yan, Mingfeng. Lu Chenxia kept an eye on the surrounding situation through the evil godbug. Seeing that the people coming were the 3 people from the Sima family, he immediately sent a message to Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfeng. Hearing this, the 2 nodded and acted according to the plan. Lu Qingyun came out first. When the 3 people from the Sima family saw Lu Qingyun, they immediately had murderous intentions. But when they saw that there was only Lu Qingyun, they realized that something was wrong, and they were alert in their hearts and retreated subconsciously. Buzz! Lu Mingfeng instantly activated the formation he had set up before. This was just an ordinary formation of the first level upper grade, mainly used to trap people. Not good. There is an ambush. Hurry up. The 3 people from the Sima family instantly realized that something was wrong. This was the Lu family deliberately luring them here and setting an ambush. Boom. The 3 of them made a prompt decision, used their magic tools, activated the talisman, and blasted the formation. However, as soon as the formation was broken, a huge, ferocious and terrifying dark spider appeared in front of them. Hiss, 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 the ghost-faced soul-eating spider screamed. The ghost face with black and white stripes on its abdomen was strange and terrifying, and its 8 ghost eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Buzz, except for the Sima family member who seemed to have a treasure guarding his sea of consciousness and biting his tongue to wake up, the other 2 looked dazed. At the same time, murderous intent appeared. Puff, puff, puff. The 2 pairs of iron-backed mantises and Lu Mingfeng's flying sword directly killed the 2 dazed people, blood splattered, and they fell to the ground. Although Sima Yulin woke up, in a flash, the iron fire ants came to him. Bang! The protective spirit shield broke, his chest exploded, a charred black, and blood spit out of his mouth. Lu Chenxia. Sima Yulin looked around in shock and anger, but he did not see Lu Chenxia, only Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfeng. But he knew that this was definitely Lu Chenxia's trick. Puff puff puff, the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, Lu Qingyun, Lu Mingfeng, and the iron-backed mantis all rushed towards Sima Yulin. Even though he was very powerful and had suppressed Lu Qingyan before, he was unable to resist at this time. A moment later, Lu Qingyan's spear and the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider spear pierced Sima Yulin's chest. He was full of resentment and unwillingness, and turned his head with difficulty, looking at Lu Chensha, who was walking in the mist with a calm face, and his eyes were bloodshot. But at this moment, he could no longer say anything, his head tilted, and he died. Now only the Shangguan family is left. Lu Chensha looked at the corpse in front of him and whispered, his voice full of murderous intent. This person is definitely the top genius of the Sima family. Now that he died in the secret realm, the Sima family must be heartbroken. At the same time, outside the Xiao secret realm, the Sima family's foundation building cultivator trembled and his face turned pale. Then he looked at Lu Pingyan with disbelief. Their Sima family is different from the Jin family. This trip to the Xiao secret realm is to snipe the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. As long as they can kill all the Lu family cultivators, they can even get nothing. Before, one person died in his family, and then 2 people died. He could still understand that he was in danger and fought with the Lu family. But now, the last 3 people are dead, including Sima Yulin. He stared at Lu Pingyan. He hoped to see sadness and pain on the other's face, indicating that the Lu family also suffered heavy casualties at this time. Lu Pingyan opened his eyes with a sense of something, and looked at the Sima family's foundation building, with a calm expression. Previously, the Jin family, and now the Sima family, he had a vague guess in his heart. But he didn't have the soul cards of Lu Qingyan and others on him. He didn't know the situation of his brothers and sisters. But at this moment, his heart was a little heavy. Although the 6 people were quite powerful, they would still be in danger if they met the Jin family and the Sima family. This situation attracted the attention of some forces under Qingyan, who looked at the Sima family's foundation building and thought about it. They all knew the grievances between the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Jin family of Jinglongling and the Sima family of Zhuangwuling. The Jin family's foundation building was out of control before. Now the Sima family's foundation building is out of control. Could it be that these people were shocked inexplicably? Especially the family that had previously instructed their children to kill the Lu family cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain. If they were alone, they suddenly felt uneasy. Xiao secret realm. After Lu Chensha, Lu Qingyan, and Lu Mingfang cleaned up the Sima family's harvest, they rested for a while and began to look for the whereabouts of the Shangguan family. It is not easy to find a few people in Xiao Mountain. Lu Chensha followed the previous strategy and found the whereabouts of the Shangguan family through other people. Finally, after 3 days, they got the approximate location of the Shangguan family. Even with a ghost-faced soul-eating spider, which was invincible along the way, Lu Chensha was still very careful. Sister Yan, Mingfen. Lu Chensha sensed that there was a battle ahead, most likely with the Shangguan family. He signaled Lu Qingyan and Lu Mingfang to get ready and set up an ambush. There were 5 people in the Shangguan family, and they were very alert. Even though they were far away, they could hear the noise. Shangguan family, you killed my brothers and sisters before, and my Lu family will avenge you. Lu Mingfang stepped forward, saw them, roared loudly, and threw out several yin lizi. Then he immediately turned around and ran away. Huh? Lu family cultivator. There's something wrong with this person. Several people from the Shangguan family have been looking for the whereabouts of several people from the Lu family. They even found a few friendly families with Qingzhu Mountain and sent a message to the Lu family through them for help. But at that time, Lu Qingyan and Lu Mingfang were seriously injured and did not dare to go out, so they did not take the bait. Seeing Lu Mingfang at this time, even if they saw that he was not in a good condition, they still chose to chase him. Be careful. Just after taking a few steps, the leading Shangguan family cultivator shouted loudly. As knife cultivators, their abilities are somewhat similar to sword cultivators, and their spiritual perception is very sharp. They felt a bit of dangerous aura in the dark. This Shangguan family is really not simple. Lu Chensha thought to himself. But this battle, they are well prepared and fearless. The ghost-faced soul-eating spider appears. Hiss hiss hiss, a sharp and piercing sound sounded, seducing the soul. It makes people look at its ghost eyes involuntarily. Not good, a second-level monster. This is a ghost-faced soul-eating spider. Close your ears and don't look into its eyes. The foundation of the Jinden family is not only combat power, but also the family's children's understanding of the world of cultivation. A Shangguan family cultivator recognized the ghost-faced soul-eating spider and shouted loudly immediately. The other 4 people immediately became alert. Kill! Lu Qingyan dressed in golden armor and rushed forward, with a layer of golden light surging around her. Her previous armor was already damaged. This was a top-level magic weapon obtained as a trophy. In addition to this magic weapon, she now has several defensive magic weapons in her hands, armed to the teeth. Humph, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Let's see where you get the courage from. Even though the 5 Shangguan family monks realized that Lu Mingfang and Lu Qingyan were well prepared, they were still full of invincibility. The murderous intent suddenly arose. Clang! Lu Qingyan and the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider faced the 5 Shangguan family members head-on, while Lu Mingfang drove the flying sword to attack. Kill! A Shangguan family monk's long sword flashed with lightning, mighty and domineering. If the 5 people attacked together, a single ghost-faced soul-devouring spider would really not be able to withstand it. Black Dragon Thorn! Lu Qingyan's face was cold and full of heroism. She fought with her life and soul in exchange for injury, aiming at one person and killing him. Buzz buzz buzz! At this time, Lu Chenxia controlled the lurking iron fire ants to rush out, flew in front of a person, and instantly exploded. Bang bang bang! The explosion sounded like thunder, and directly injured a Shangguan family cultivator. Hiss hiss hiss! At Lu Chenxia's command, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider immediately used its spider legs like spears to kill this person, trying to pierce his heart. Seeing this, a Shangguan family cultivator next to him stopped the ghost-faced soul-eating spider with his sword. HMPH. Lu Mingfang shot another second-level talisman at them. Although the Shangguan family is a sword cultivator, they also have second-level talismans. Boom boom boom, a series of violent explosions sounded, forcing a Shangguan family cultivator to slash at Lu Mingfang. Roar! Lu Chenxia's eyes were shining, and he suddenly rushed out. With a low roar, the sound was like the roar of thousands of beasts, and a flying knife was sacrificed. 2 pairs of iron-backed mantises on the sleeves rushed out. Puff puff puff, the protective spirit shield was broken, and several blood marks appeared on the body. Die! Lu Mingfang's flying sword instantly slashed out, and he made up for it, directly slashing off his head that was unwilling to close his eyes. The bloody flying sword. 13. Go! The remaining 4 people of the Shangguan family saw this scene. Their expressions were shocked and angry, and their killing intent was overwhelming. But the death of this man instantly poured a bucket of cold water on them, and they felt bad. The 3 people of the Lu family are not simple. There is also this second-level ghost-faced soul-eating spider. If the battle continues, they will also suffer heavy casualties. After thinking and discussing, they decided to retreat, and then mobilize people. As a giant family, his Shangguan family has many vassal families in the secret realm. Hiss hiss hiss! The ghost-faced soul-eating spider seized the opportunity and instantly formed a mental shock. They are just key-refining cultivators, and even if they don't look at their eyes, they can cause a certain interference and influence. Puff! The Shangguan family monk who was seriously injured by the iron fire ant was thrown backwards by the spider spear of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider, and then was pierced through the heart by Lu Qingyan, dying. The remaining 3 Shangguan family monks saw this scene and activated the second-level escape talisman decisively, like a beam of escape light. Where are you going? Lu Qingyan immediately activated a talisman to intercept the ghost-faced soul-eating spider. At the same time, a black centipede several feet long appeared in the direction of the 3 people's escape, spewing poisonous mist at them and rushing towards them. It was Lu Chenxia's centipede. After feeding for these days, the centipede's injuries have recovered. Kill! Lu Chenxia and Lu Mingfang also pinched out an escape talisman and chased. Lu Mingfang's substitute talisman was still there, and he fought very aggressively, as if he was fighting for his life. Lu Chenxia always kept a distance and ordered the ghost-faced soul-eating spider to fight for his life. The second-level monster's body is very strong, and it is not a big problem even if it is cut a few times. Puff! A monk from the Shangguan family was bleeding, but he suppressed his injuries and continued to flee. Just like that, a thrilling battle royal took place. The noise was so shocking that it attracted the attention of some people. This is the Divine Sword Shangguan family. I know the leader, named Shangguan Sheng. I heard that he is one of the seeds of the Shangguan family. Why is he being hunted down? Which family is this? How dare they hunt down the Shangguan family? A second-level monster. This is a second-level monster. How can a second-level monster hunt down the Qingyun family with these people? Seeing the situation, these people hurriedly avoided it and did not dare to get involved. Roar, although the three Qingyun family monks were fleeing, they were also waiting for an opportunity. One of them saw that Lu Qingyun had a flaw, and suddenly slashed with a knife, with lightning flashing wildly, like a thunder dragon roaring, baring its fangs and claws, mighty and domineering. Black Dragon Stab. Lu Qingyun directly hit it hard, but the protective spirit shield dimmed, flew backwards, and spit out blood. This Qingyun family is really not simple. Lu Chensha caught Lu Qingyun, narrowed his eyes, and continued to chase. Although the Qingyun family had means, it was not easy to get rid of them. In the process, they also encountered a group of people who helped the Qingyun family. However, the soul-stealing effect of the ghost-faced soul-eating spider is not something that everyone can resist. Before they could make a move, Lu Chensha took the initiative and killed 2 people instantly. Puff puff puff. This method scared a group of people and made them flee limply, knowing that such a battle was not something they could get involved in. At this time, the monk who was seriously injured by the Qingyun family before was also caught by Lu Qingyun, who directly stopped him with an injury in exchange for an injury. Puff. The iron fire ant and the iron-backed mantis flew over in an instant and finished off the man. Go separately. The last 2 monks of the Qingyun family saw this scene, their expressions were shocked and angry, and their murderous intent was fierce. But they knew that the situation was over. The 2 of them could not be the opponents of the 3 people of the Lu family, so they chose to escape separately. Kill this one first. At this time, Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfang were both injured, and Lu Chensha was worried about them going after them. Then the 3 of them chased after one of them. Although the ghost-faced soul-eating spider had a poor sense of smell, after the battle just now, the poisonous mist of the centipede had already remembered their smell, and as long as the distance was not far, it could capture the breath. The soul perception of the filthy god insect also remembered the breath of the 2 people, and as long as it was not far away, it could determine the approximate direction. If you dare to kill me, my Qingyun family will definitely not let you go. After a long time, the Qingyun family cultivator shouted in despair. This time he went home, he could impact the foundation building, and his future was unlimited. But now, he was killed so badly by a small fake damn family cultivator, and he was about to die. He felt extremely depressed. If this is your last words, then you can die. Lu Chensha said coldly, controlling the iron fire ant, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider, Lu Qingyun, and Lu Mingfang to kill him. Although the strength of this Qingyun family cultivator was extraordinary, it was better than Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfang. But facing the siege of 3 people, 1 beast and hundreds of insects, he could only fall down with resentment and unwillingness. There is still 1 person left. This person will definitely hide until the end of the secret realm. It may not be easy to find him. Lu Qingyun said with a pale and tired face. When the purple nether secret realm ends, the domain gate will open. There will be a chance then. Lu Mingfang's breath was disordered and his face was pale. Yes, as long as we block him at the first time, we can kill him. Lu Chensha said in a low voice. There was only 1 person left, and the other party was hiding the whole time. It would be difficult for him to find the other party. But in public, if we do this. Lu Qingyun frowned slightly. Sister Yan, the moment we choose to take action, we will have a grudge with the Qingyun family. Why should we care about these? His Qingyun family is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect, far away, and it can't affect our family. Lu Chensha said directly. After speaking, he paused and whispered, besides, our family is not afraid of the Qingyun family. Others don't know their own background, but he knows 1 or 2 about his father's strength. Their family was killed like this by the Qingyun family. If they can't fight back, it would be a real shame. Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfang were stunned when they heard this, and then nodded. As children of the Lu family, if they don't realize their own situation, then there is a problem. It's just that they don't know the specific situation of their family. Immediately, the 3 of them cleaned up the Qingyun family's harvest. The Qingyun family's harvest is really rich. Sister Yan, Mingfeng, there are still 5 days before the purple nether secret realm will end. You should take more spiritual medicine first, otherwise it will be too wasteful to go out and hand it in. Lu Chensha said to Lu Qingyun and Lu Mingfeng, and he also took a few spiritual medicines to recover. After recovering almost, several people went back to find Lu Ziyan and others. After handing them some spiritual medicines, the three came to a peak of the purple nether mountain and waited for the secret realm to end. As long as the domain gate is opened, if the monk from the Qingyun family dares to show up, the three will attack him. Boom. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. By taking a large amount of spiritual medicine to cleanse the body, Lu Qingyun's body training finally took the last half step and broke through the second stage. Congratulations, Sister Yan, for breaking through. We will have a better chance of killing this man later. Lu Chenxia said. The cultivators of the Qingyun family are not simple. It is still difficult to kill them quickly when the other party is on guard. It's such a waste to break through the second stage. Although Lu Qingyun was happy, she felt a little distressed. The spiritual medicine she took these days almost wasted most of its medicinal power. If she took it back and refined it into pills, it would be enough for several people to break through. Boom. After several hours, the purple nether secret realm ended. But in the air, a void portal suddenly appeared, like a black hole vortex, revealing the vicissitudes of ancient breath. Swish. As the secret realm ended, many cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain drove magic weapons, flying swords, and spiritual birds into the portal and left. It can be seen that many people were injured. Only the disciples of the 4 major immortal sects were in a relatively good condition. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, the ghost-faced soul-eating spider and the filthy god bug reminded Lu Chenxia, indicating that a figure had a familiar aura. That's him. Lu Chenxia knew instantly that this person was the Qingyun monk who had escaped in disguise. Although he had disguised his figure and face. But his aura was remembered by the ghost-faced soul-eating spider and the filthy godbug. Kill. The 3 of them stepped on the shuttle, and rushed towards this person with a fierce momentum. Huh? The other monks saw this scene and looked surprised. I didn't expect that the purple nether secret realm was over, and someone would actually take action. However, seeing that Lu Chenxia and the other 2 were fierce and murderous, no one joined in the fun. Damn it. Seeing this, the Qingyun family monk instantly knew that he had been recognized, and he was angry and aggrieved. As a direct descendant of a Qingyun family, he had never suffered such injustice. But knowing the methods of the 3 people, he did not hesitate to pinch out a defensive talisman. Then he slapped his chest suddenly, performed some kind of secret method, and his speed increased dramatically, and he fled directly towards the gate. Black Dragon Stab. Lu Qingyun's body refining broke through the second stage. With a sudden step, her figure shot out like a black dragon, tearing through the air. Go. Lu Chenxia chose to assist Lu Qingyun. The iron fire ant approached this person and directly triggered the self-explosion. More than 300 of his 800 iron fire ants had died in the previous battles. At this moment, he directly detonated the remaining half. Bang bang bang. A series of dull sounds rang out, and the light around the Qingyun family cultivator was dimmed, his blood was churning, and his body was unstable. Kill. Looking at Lu Qingyun who was coming to kill him, the Qingyun family cultivator suddenly drew his sword and slashed it fiercely. Purple lightning flashed, and with the help of this power, he continued to rush towards the domain gate. Is it them? It's Qingyun Fei. Suddenly, a cultivator recognized the Qingyun family cultivator through this knife. Some people also saw Lu Chenxia and others fighting with the Qingyun family before, and they were horrified. I didn't expect that the Qingyun family would be killed so miserably, and now they are blocked in front of the domain gate. Brother Qingyun, I'm here to help you. Immediately, a friendly family of the Qingyun family took action, offering a flying sword to intercept Lu Qingyun. Get out of the way. Lu Qingyun was fierce and unstoppable. Clang clang clang. Now that Lu Qingyun has broken through the second level of physical training, her strength belongs to the first level in the secret realm. With one shot, she picked up the intercepting flying sword and continued to kill Qingyun Fei. Are you sure you want to get involved in our feud with this person? Lu Chenxia, wearing a green robe, stood on the shuttle, looking at these people with a gloomy face, and killed one person with the iron fire ant and iron-back mantis in his hands. Lu Mingfang next to him directly pinched a second-level talisman and smashed it out to intimidate everyone. Which family is this? How dare they be the enemy of the Qingyun family? How come there is only one person left in the Qingyun family? I remember they came with 6 people. They killed only one person from the Qingyun family. How domineering. Too domineering. The battle at this time also attracted the attention of many people, who were surprised and surprised. Compared with the Qingyun family of the Divine Sword, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is still much less famous in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Even though many people have heard of Qingzhu Mountain, or Lu Changsheng, and Lu Miaoj, they don't know the children of the Lu family. Puff. Shang Wenfei vomited blood under Lu Qingyun's continuous attack. But his strength is extraordinary. Even if Lu Qingyun wants to kill him in a short time, it will be difficult to do it. Bang! At this time, he took advantage of Lu Qingyun's attack, and the whole person flew backwards, and then rushed into the domain gate. At this time, not only Lu Qingyun's palms, but also her beautiful cheeks were covered with several dark scales. The whole person shot out, and at this moment, the long spear went straight through his back. Buzz! However, at this moment, a pulling force surged out of the domain gate, and the two felt dizzy. Outside the purple ghost's secret realm, on the central altar, a huge portal stood, filled with the vicissitudes of ancient atmosphere. Swoosh, 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 figures flew out of the secret realm one after another. In mid-air, the Shangwen family's fake Dan ancestor stood on a divine ship, his face as gloomy as water, his hands clenched, staring at the domain gate. At this moment, plop! A man and a woman flew out of the vortex black hole. The woman was wearing dark golden armor, and the spear in her hand was piercing the man's back. Ancestor, save me! The man choked in his throat, looked at the sky, and shouted hoarsely. Fair. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Shangwen family immediately became furious, and a voice like thunder resounded through the world. How dare you, young man? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.